Creak, creak. The wind worried at the thin branches of a little tree in the bitter night. Under the pallid moonlight, a black crow flew over and alighted on the withered bough. The harsh grating sound ceased at once. A scrawny figure shivered beneath the tree, lifting his head to look at the black crow, then lowering it again. His legs pressed tightly together as he curled his whole body into a tight ball. From inside the house came a voice. Go take a look, see if that little bastard is dead yet. A man in a padded cotton jacket answered and stepped out first, drawing in a breath of icy air. He walked to the little tree, gave the scrawny figure a kick, and seeing that he was still trembling, spat in contempt. Stubborn little cur. With that, he went back into the house. After a few curses from the man and woman inside, the faint lamp flame was snuffed out. The figure beneath the little tree curled up even tighter. On the branch above, the black crow's beady eyes rolled, glinting with a strange light. Child, how old are you? A hoarse voice sounded from nowhere, echoing right beside the child's ears. The frail child lifted his head and looked around on both sides, yet saw nothing at all. Honest by nature, he still answered, 12. 12 years old, and so small and thin. You've suffered plenty. A child born to hardship. The hoarse voice spoke again. What is your name? Hanyu, the child replied. After answering, still fighting the cold, he looked around once more. Seeing the black crow above his head, tilting its head at him in the white moonlight, he asked, Was it you speaking, Black Crow? The hoarse voice chuckled, then continued. Hanyu, little one, why have you been thrown out into the courtyard instead of going inside? Are the people inside your father and mother? The people inside aren't my parents. My father died out hunting, and my mother remarried into another village, Hanyu said. He added, This is my home. They won't let me live inside anymore. Who are they? The village headman's son and his wife. Why? The hoarse voice asked. I don't know why either. They just drove me out. They said once I die here in this yard, everything will be easy to settle. Hanyu answered in bewilderment, glancing again at the black crow. He had never seen a crow this large. The hoarse voice laughed again. So they want to seize your home, yet don't wish to bear a charge of murder, is that it? Hanyu stared blankly at the black crow, not knowing how to respond. As the hoarse voice continued, the crow spread its wings. They were fully half as large as Hanyu's thin body. Child, give me your treasure, and I will help you kill all those who have seized your home. How about it? My family is very poor. We have no treasure, Hanyu answered honestly. You do indeed, the hoarse voice replied. The hoarse voice said, Back then, after us 3 friends of Quan Lin parted ways, your grandfather and grandmother became a pair and hid from me this ugly freak. 50 years have passed. So what of it? In the end, wasn't it this ugly freak who lived the longest, finally taking a step onto the immortal path? The voice horse at first sank into a bestial growl, and at last carried a faint hint of sobbing. Listening to these changes of emotion, a vague pity stirred in Hanyu's heart. But the biting cold and gnawing hunger washed over him again, at once reminding him that he might not live through this night. He had no right to spare pity for anyone else. I really don't know of any treasure. Whether you know or not, the hoarse voice said. Little one, I'll help you this once. You give me the treasure, and from now on no one will dare bully you again. That's no loss for you. As long as you agree, I'll go and wipe out the village headman's whole family, root and branch. If I give you my treasure, will you agree to anything I ask? Hanyu looked at the great crow spreading its wings as if about to take off and kill, and asked. The hoarse voice replied, Of course not. I can only grant you one request, and only if it is within my power. If I give you my treasure, will you teach me your skills? Hanyu asked in a small voice. You want to learn my skills? The hoarse voice froze for a moment, then sounded puzzled. Hanyu murmured. If you truly wish to learn, I can indeed teach you. But if you fail to learn, you can't blame me. The treasure will still be mine. You still insist on learning? What a stubborn knot you are. Since you're so set on it, I'll agree. The hoarse voice said, Give me the treasure, and I'll teach you my skills. Whether you can master them will be up to your own fortune. Hanyu gave a soft assent, then faltered. I don't know where the treasure is. Think carefully. You must bring out your own treasure and hand it to me, the hoarse voice said. Think carefully. Hanyu began to think in earnest. Though he had no idea what treasure he might have, he still focused all his will. If I truly have a treasure, I'll hand it over in exchange for a chance to learn skills. As this thought arose, the space behind him suddenly emptied. The little tree he had been leaning on vanished. Hanyu toppled backward into nothing, hastily throwing out a hand to brace himself, and his palm met something icy cold. This seemed to be his treasure. Hanyu lowered his head. In his hand lay a small, heavy, round disc of neither copper nor iron. On its surface was carved a great tree with luxuriant branches and leaves clearly visible beneath the moonlight. Along with the appearance of the disc, it felt as though another layer of something had been awakened as well, like clutching a coal in his right hand that was no longer scalding hot, yet still searingly warm. Hanyu recalled how early this winter, while gathering firewood, he had picked up a blazing hot round stone that had then inexplicably vanished into his right hand. Could that have been a treasure too? Which treasure was the one the other wanted? Unable to discern the subtle difference, he could only grip the disc tightly and look up at the great crow slowly beating its wings and bobbing up and down above him. If I give you the treasure, I'll be able to learn your skills. The big crow opened its beak and uttered only harsh caws. Hanyu froze in astonishment. So it hadn't been this black crow speaking to him. What foolishness! Do you plan to learn to fly from my bird? The disembodied voice chided. Then what am I supposed to do? Hanyu asked in utter confusion. Sensing the child's helplessness, the big crow gave a mocking caw, then stretched out a pair of sharp talons, tearing through Hanyu's clothing as they clamped onto his shoulders and lifted him over the low earthen wall. A stab of pain shot through Hanyu's shoulders, and he pressed his lips together, forcing himself not to cry out. The moonlight was bright. After the crow carried him over the wall, Hanyu twisted to glance back at the little courtyard where he had lived for 12 years. Before he could take a second look, he was dropped onto the muddy ground outside. A white-haired old Taoist in black robes stood before him, voice hoarse. Little one, you haven't lost the treasure, have you? No, Hanyu answered. Then let us go. Hanyu stared blankly at the old Taoist. The great black crow perched on the old man's shoulder, fixing him with its gaze. So it truly hadn't been the black crow speaking. It was this Taoist who had been talking to him. What are you still dawdling for? The old Taoist said, turning to walk ahead without stopping again. Hanyu came back to his senses and hurriedly followed, ignoring hunger, cold, and the ache in his shoulders. Man and boy with a single bird left the little mountain village and walked along the pale moonlit path, going farther and farther until they vanished from sight. Within the small mountain village, a brief commotion arose, then gradually subsided into calm once more. Where's that little bastard? How has he disappeared? If he's gone, all the better. From darkness into light, from night into dawn. It felt as if flames were burning in Hanyu's chest while his soles had turned to noodles, limp and powerless. The only thing still carrying him forward was sheer instinct. The old Taoist in the black robe did not slow his pace, and the big raven above their heads kept flying and perching, rising and falling in the sky. At last, after daybreak, they arrived at a small town. The black-robed old Taoist glanced at Hanyu, whose sallow face and emaciated frame made even walking a struggle, and led him to a food stall where he sat down and ate a bowl of noodles. That bowl of noodles was the most delicious thing Hanyu had tasted in half a year. He lowered his head and slurped it down until the bowl was spotless. When he finally raised his head again, a donkey had appeared in front of him. Saying nothing, the black-robed old Taoist paid the bill, then led the newly bought donkey and took Hanyu out of the town. Once outside, the old Taoist rode the donkey while Hanyu followed behind, and the big raven occasionally descended from the sky to land nearby. Perhaps bored by the long road, the old Taoist began in his hoarse voice to tell the story of the three friends of Quanlin. Among the three friends of Chuanlin, one bore the surname Han, one the surname Li, and one was called Wainer. The three met in their early 20s and became companions in martial training and roaming the land, challenging martial artists and renowned masters, living freely under heaven, high-spirited and full of youthful fervor. By the time they neared 40, the three friends of Quanlin had become famed experts throughout the southernly kingdom. The one surnamed Han said he possessed a family heirloom related to cultivation. Thus, the three friends of Quanlin were moved to step onto the path of immortality. Yet once they began studying it, a rift quietly grew between the three who had once called each other brother and sister. The one surnamed Han took the ancestral treasure and eloped with Wainer, hiding away in a small mountain village where they became husband and wife. As for what happened afterward, the black-robed, white-haired old Taoist, his back hunched, did not say. With some food in his belly, Hanyu's mind had become much clearer. What followed most likely was that 50 years passed. Hanyu's grandparents failed to discover anything and died. His father was utterly ordinary and perished on a hunt. Specifically, we can first apply for increased investment in scientific research. The government should significantly enhance its funding for scientific research, increasing the proportion of Grandpa Taoist, is your surname Li? Hanyu asked curiously. Without turning his head, the old Taoist rasped, Child, just call me Daoi. Daoi, have you already learned immortal cultivation? Learned? How could it be so easy? It is nothing but a few trifling shallow tricks, the old Taoist replied. He reached out to press down on the donkey's head, and the animal instantly became docile and motionless. Then he extended his hand toward Hanyu. That treasure of yours, give it to me. Hanyu handed over the small round disc carved with a lush tree, and at the same time felt a slight jolt within. For as he passed the small disc over, he felt in his heart that this object might be important, and that he himself wanted to see what it could do. Then he distinctly sensed again in his right hand the hot stone-like sensation he had once felt. Immediately afterward, another disc identical to the first appeared in his bosom. The old Taoist took the one he had been given and examined it carefully for a moment, then suddenly began to tremble violently. This is from Wanchun Valley. So that's it. Your family must be the descendants of some disciple of Wanchun Valley. Their later generations lacked the aptitude and cut off the path of cultivation, leaving only this token from former days. Then it is destined to fall into my hands. I can finally step onto the proper path. I can finally walk the true path of cultivation. Overjoyed, the old Taoist clutched the small disc as if it were more precious than his own life. Han Yu stared blankly at him, quietly tucking away his own other disc. After his fit of joy, the old Taoist turned to look at Han Yu. His thin, shriveled, ugly face, like that of an old horse at the end of its span, now flickered with an extraordinarily complex emotion. That Han fellow said not a word and snatched Wainer away. If I were to act for his sake, I ought to break my promise right now and feed you boy to my raven. As his words fell, the big black raven descended onto Han Yu's shoulder. Its heavy weight nearly made him lose his balance, and its beady black eyes gleamed with expectation and malice as though it might peck into this delicious meal at any moment. But your eyes are very much like Wanner's. The old Taoist sighed and said, You are Wanner's grandson, and you have given me the token of Wanchun Valley. I cannot break my promise to Wanner. Caught. The big black raven, instantly disappointed, spread its wings and soared into the air, even dropping a splatter of droppings in front of the donkey, startling the animal into braying in alarm. The old Taoist felt his dignity slipping and cursed, Wretched feathered beast. Then he straightened his ugly face and said to Han Yu, Next I'm going to Wanchun Valley. The journey is 1,000 li, and along the way I'll teach you a little something. Whether you can learn it will depend on yourself. Once we reach Wanchun Valley, I will rely on this token to step onto the true path of cultivation, and I will no longer owe anyone the slightest favor. All that belongs to the past will be scattered. Do you understand? These words were less addressed to the half-grown child Han Yu than to himself. Han Yu nodded, and a satisfied smile surfaced on the old Taoist's ugly face. That day the old man, the boy, a donkey, and a large raven covered dozens of li and rested for the night at an inn in a small city. Han Yu ate his fill once more. Though his clothes remained ragged, his spirit had revived, only his shoes had worn through, and he feared that traveling the next day would be uncomfortable. As for the extra small disc, the token of Wanchun Valley, he still did not understand what had happened. Why, after giving Daoi one, did he still have one in his own hand? Had there not been only one from the very beginning? Boy, come here, time to teach you cultivation. The old Taoist called out, and Han Yu hurriedly stowed away his own Wanchun Valley token and went into the old Taoist's room. As soon as he entered, the old Taoist drew out a gleaming knife and gestured to Han Yu. Let blood. Han Yu stared at him in astonishment. I'm not trying to harm you. The immortal arts I practice are not of the proper path. From the very beginning, blood must be drawn to condense essence, and then one uses that false qi to circulate through the body, achieving an effect similar to true immortal arts. To the immortal sex, what we do is nothing more than a monkey trick. But to ordinary folk, we already count as cultivating immortality, the old Taoist explained. Only then did Han Yu understand. After a moment's hesitation, he followed the old Taoist's indication and used the knife to let his blood. Once Han Yu had cut himself, the old Taoist unconsciously fixed his gaze on the wound, swallowing mouthful after mouthful of saliva. Silently murmuring, Wanner, to himself, he forcibly restrained his urge, then pressed a fingertip to Han Yu's wound. Follow my guidance and move your own blood. Han Yu focused all his attention and followed along, circulating as instructed. At first he felt his blood flowing outward, and his arm grew cold with it. Gradually that chill faded, replaced by a dry, parched sensation that followed the return of his blood, and qi slowly coursing through his entire body. After he had completed one full circuit, his mouth and tongue felt parched, and an inexplicable thirst consumed him. Just then the old Taoist released him. Go now, boy. Cultivate on your own. If you forget how, come and ask me again. Han Yu lowered his head and left the room, enduring the dryness in his mouth and throat, and happened to run into the inn's waiter. The waiter carried 2 live chickens into the old Taoist's room, then came back out again. Immediately afterward, the sound of gulping drifted from within the old Taoist's room. Witnessing this, Han Yu was secretly startled. Was it Daoi who was eating the chickens, or that big black raven? At dawn the next day, the old Taoist took Han Yu on the road again. That night, he checked Han Yu's cultivation, and seeing that the boy had not forgotten how to circulate, was quite satisfied, and left him to his own devices. After 2 more days on the road, Han Yu felt his lips parched, and his mouth dry, every day unable to quench his thirst no matter how much water he drank. He ate his fill at every meal, yet was always hungry, so he asked the old Taoist what was happening. The old Taoist chuckled. Your blood and qi are insufficient, of course you feel parched. But I have already done all that duty and kindness require. I will not buy blood meat for you to cultivate with. Today I will teach you 2 more techniques, and after that I will no longer concern myself with you. Just these 2 spells. Go back to your room and practice by yourself. That day the old Taoist handed Han Yu 2 spells and dismissively ordered him to leave. Just as the old Taoist said how much Han Yu learned next depended entirely on his own fortune, he would neither buy blood food to replenish his blood energy nor provide further guidance. If it weren't for Han Yu's identity as Weiner's grandson, the old Taoist would have long since fed him to the big. One of these 2 spells, called Blood Droplet, forces the essence of blood within the body to condense into droplets and shoot towards a target small as to yet capable of penetrating wood and stone, lethal to a person and nearly impossible for an ordinary person to resist. The other spell, called Spirit Nourishment Technique, is the method by which the old Taoist nourishes the crow with his own blood energy, allowing it to grow into a crow over 3 feet long. Once the nourished animal accepts the master's blood energy through the Spirit Nourishment Technique, it naturally becomes close to the master, obeying his commands like a wild wolf, turning into a domestic dog. Back in his room, Han Yu tried to condense his blood essence to experiment with the blood droplet spell. As soon as he attempted it, Han Yu felt something was wrong. As the blood essence gathered and forced out like a raindrop, his hands and feet became icy cold, his ears rang, and it felt just like that night when he nearly froze and starved to death. It was extremely uncomfortable and weak. Is this how it feels when blood essence leaves the body? If the spell misses its target, he might not even be able to escape, left at the mercy of his enemies. If only there were a bit more blood essence. As this thought crossed Han Yu's mind, a warm sensation like glowing embers appeared in his hand, yet it was not hot. Immediately after, another droplet of bright red blood essence materialized in Han Yu's palm. He blinked in confusion, enduring the weakness in his body. Just like the token from Wanshan Valley has the blood essence also transformed from 1 into 2. Han Yu looked at the extra droplet of blood essence and thought, if that's the case, doesn't that mean I can use the blood droplet spell once and gain 2 chances to cast it? Can the blood essence be retrieved? As this thought arose, Han Yu found it hard to resist. The weakness in his body and his craving for blood food made him feel like a person who hadn't had water for days suddenly seeing a bowl of clear water. As the blood essence approached his skin, the blood refinement technique instinctively activated, drawing the blood essence in, and Han Yu felt a warm comfort spread throughout his body. When Han Yu came back to his senses, the extra droplet of blood essence had already been refined, and his condition had returned to about 70% of its original state, no longer feeling so weak. Han Yu suddenly realized, even if the blood essence was retrieved in time, it would still be less than before, just like watering a field inevitably reduces some of the water. He activated the blood refinement technique again to refine another droplet of blood essence, feeling a wave of warmth flow through his entire body, revitalizing his hands and feet, and bringing comfort to his mind. The dryness in his mouth and throat disappeared, his limbs felt stronger than before, and the soreness from walking all day faded away. His blood energy surged and quickly surpassed its previous level, significantly increased. This way I won't need to buy blood food. Just as well I have no money. Han Yu thought happily to himself. Early the next morning, he heard some movement next door and hurriedly got out of bed. The old Taoist slowly rode out on a donkey, and Han Yu followed him. The old Taoist glanced at him, saying, "Kid, I've taught you everything you need to know. Why are you still following me?" Han Yu asked in confusion, "Master, aren't you going to Wanshan Valley?" "I'll go to my Wanshan Valley, and what does it have to do?" The old Taoist slightly lifted his long, ugly face, saying, "I've already taught you what I should teach, and I've gotten what I came for. I won't carry you, you little burden." Han Yu then understood that the old Taoist had fulfilled his promise and would no longer take him along. "Master, I want to go to Wanshan Valley too." The old Taoist scoffed. "Wanshan Valley? Do you really think you can go there?" After saying that, he ignored Han Yu and urged the donkey to move slowly forward. Han Yu followed behind the donkey in silence. After walking for several miles, the old Taoist turned his head and glanced at him, saying, "Kid, you're really sticking to me, huh?" "Master, I want to go to Wanshan Valley." Han Yu replied, "Do you really want to follow?" With your surname Han." The old Taoist gave him a cold look, then glanced at his eyes and eyebrows, pausing slightly. "If you insist on following, it's not impossible. I'll give you a chance. Use your blood energy to help me nourish the crow." He waved his hand, and a 3-foot-long black crow descended from the sky. "This kid." The old Taoist pointed at Han Yu, and the big crow stared eagerly at Han Yu, its desire openly displayed, spreading its wings and preparing to fly over to peck at Han Yu. The old Taoist scolded irritably, "You gluttonous creature, all you know is to eat. This kid isn't for you to eat. From now on, all his blood energy will be for you. I won't give you any more." "Caw." The big crow tilted its head, looking at the old Taoist. "What are you cawing about?" The old Taoist's voice was hoarse. "If you caw again, this kid's blood energy won't be given to you." The big crow, infuriated, flapped its wings and flew up, cawing loudly, clearly dissatisfied with Han Yu providing blood energy. Moments later, it directly landed on Han Yu's shoulder from midair, weighing heavily on him. "Caw." Han Yu stared silently, feeling that this big black crow resembled a child who, after being scolded by its parents, pouted and left home, yet was forced to return. Though he hadn't experienced it, he had seen village children run off in frustration after being scolded only to return home tearfully. "I'll feed you from now on." Caw. The big crow let out a cry staring at him, then flapped its wings, and another day went by heading east, and in the evening the old Taoist and Hanyu stayed at a small inn where the old Taoist ordered 2 live chickens as blood food. The big crow tried to sneak in, but was thrown out by the old Taoist. "You're not getting any today, oh go find the kid." The big crow had to run to Hanyu's room, opening its mouth to caw twice. Seeing it asking for blood energy, Hanyu tried to operate his own blood energy, using the spirit nourishment technique to supply it. The big crow settled down upon receiving the blood energy, comfortably closing its eyes. After a short while with some blood energy consumed, you didn't feel particularly weak. The big crow opened its eyes and detached itself, cawing once, indicating that today's blood nourishment session was over. Hanyu sighed in relief. It wasn't too much after all. Once the big crow left, Hanyu condensed his blood essence again, creating a second droplet, and refined both droplets. Moments later, he felt greatly reassured. Not only did he not feel weak from nourishing the big crow, but the weight of his blood energy had also increased once again. On the morning of the second day, the old Taoist didn't wait for Hanyu and rode his donkey eastward on his own. Hanyu hurried to catch up, and in the evening, he fed the big crow again, refining his own blood essence as a supplement. After 2 days of exploration, he gradually understood his replication ability. He could only replicate blood essence once a day and no more. If he wanted to replicate valuable items like the token from Wanchun Valley, he needed to accumulate time for more than a day. Another day passed, and the old Taoist finally seemed a bit puzzled. Why was the big crow increasingly circling around Hanyu? Did Hanyu really feed it full meals? And how was it that even without supplementing blood food, Hanyu's blood energy hadn't diminished, but instead he appeared more spirited? "Kid, come here, let me take a look." "Master Dao." Hanyu's heart pounding, he stood before the old Taoist. The old Taoist, with an ugly, long, donkey-like face, eyed him suspiciously. "I haven't given you any blood food, and you've been feeding my crow, yet your qi and blood are still so abundant." Hanyu remained silent, looking at the old Taoist. The old Taoist reached out, placing his fingers on Hanyu's pulse. Sensing the flow of qi and blood, his brows shot up in surprise. How could this child's qi and blood be as vigorous as a grown man's? "Boy, how do you cultivate? Let me see." Upon hearing this, Hanyu sat cross-legged on the ground and performed a cycle of cultivation. The old Taoist watched intently, yet could discern nothing wrong. He couldn't help but stroke his sparse goat. The blood-refining art was a false immortal cultivation method he had barely obtained from a fleeing demonic sex blood slave. Techniques like the blood drop spirit nurturing art and bloodthirsty art were immortal arts far beyond martial skills. There was no reason why he, an experienced cultivator, needed daily supplements of blood food, while this child flourished after cultivation. What was going on? Was he practicing incorrectly, or was the boy? The old Taoist tugged at his beard, finding no answer. After all, he had never truly learned immortal cultivation. To follow the steps was luck enough, delving into the subtle intricacies of the technique was utterly beyond him. Forget it. The old Taoist finally decided to abandon the thought. In a few days, he would enter the 10,000 Spring Valley and step onto the true path of immortality. The blood-refining art, not even a true immortal cultivation method, was hardly worth his concern. Whether your cultivation turns out well or ill, it's up to fate. If you cultivate yourself to death, surely Wainer in heaven cannot blame me. Having said this, the old Taoist spoke no more. Hanyu breathed a sigh of relief. He returned to the room to feed the great crow, then forced out his own essence blood, replicated it, and cultivated once more, increasing his total qi and blood. The next day, the old Taoist urged the little donkey eastward once more with Hanyu and the great crow. The great crow, now feasting on ample blood qi daily, grew noticeably close to Hanyu. It spent more time circling above his head, and its former predatory eagerness to feast on him vanished. 2 days later, the roads grew busier. Ornate sedan chairs and carriages drawn by fine horses appeared frequently, often trailed by maid servants and guards. There were also martial artists, brawny and armed with blades, either alone or in small groups, all heading eastward toward a single destination. "Master Dao, are they all going to the 10,000 Spring Valley?" "Yes, they are all going to the 10,000 Spring Valley." The old Taoist's voice was hoarse, and he grinned with a hint of smugness. "They all seek immortality and eternal life, but no matter their worldly power, wealth, or martial prowess at the gates of the immortal sect, they are all the same. Whether they can cultivate immortality is not for them to decide." Before reaching the valley that day, they first arrived at a bustling small town about half a day's journey from the 10,000 Spring Valley. This town was called Seeking Immortal Town, a resting place for those who came year after year to seek entry into the path of immortality at the valley. It was also where many paused to prepare. People came and went in an endless stream. Martial masters, wealthy nobles, and powerful officials, rarely seen in other cities or villages, were as common here as mushrooms in a forest appearing in clusters at every step. Some wore brocade caps and furs, others carried treasured swords, and still others adorned themselves with jade pendants and ornaments. Han Yu in his tattered clothes found it all novel and strange. Boy! Seeing Han Yu's expression, the old Taoist shook his head and stroked his beard, his voice still grating. The skills I've taught you. Cultivate them for a few years, and you'll become a guest of honor to these nobles, enjoying a lifetime of wealth and glory. Then when you speak of being a descendant of the 3 friends of Spring Forest, it will bring fame to your grandmother and me. Han Yu thought to himself, I am the descendant of my grandmother and grandfather, not my grandmother and you. Stopping the donkey, the old Taoist casually chose an inn and entered, instructing the waiter, 2 rooms, 1 meat and 1 vegetable dish per meal. This donkey will cover the cost of the rooms. Also bring 4 live chickens. The waiter glanced at the donkey, beaming. How many days do you plan to stay? Until tomorrow. The old Taoist's voice was hoarse and firm. 1 night's stay, 3 meals for a donkey. The waiter scurried off to inform the innkeeper, who was overjoyed. Quickly, prepare the best rooms and a private table. The waiter led the old Taoist and Han Yu to the finest rooms, then bowed and scraped as he guided them to a private dining spot on the 2nd floor. The great crow swooped down, landing on Han Yu's shoulder, and followed them upstairs under the waiter's astonished gaze. At a table by the window in the private dining area, a young man in brocade was embracing a maidservant, feeding her wine mouth to mouth with 2 attendants standing behind him. Hearing footsteps, the young man scowled. Turning to see the ugly old Taoist and the ragged Han Yu, he pushed the maidservant away. Who allowed you to disturb my pleasure? The maidservant whispered, Master, look at that bird. The young man's interest was piqued. Indeed. Is that big black bird an eagle? How majestic. Wang San, bring that bird to me. At his command, a burly man stepped forward from among the attendants. Without a word to the old Taoist or Han Yu, he reached out to grab the great crow. Han Yu looked at the old Taoist. The old Taoist let out a hoarse, strange laugh. Why look at me? Haven't I already taught you skills? Han Yu then turned his gaze to the great crow. Should he let them take the crow? As the burly man drew closer, the great crow launched itself from Han Yu's shoulder, its sharp claws slashing out, leaving deep, bloody gashes on the reaching arm of Wang San. Wang San cried out in pain and shock, cursing, Damned beast, you're asking for death, as he moved to draw his waist blade. At that moment, a drop of essence blood had already condensed before Han Yu's hand aimed at the man. He warned, don't. But Wang San had already drawn his blade. Without hesitation, Han Yu shot the essence blood forth. With a thud, it pierced through Wang San's shoulder, its momentum undiminished, then bored through the wooden table, leaving a small, transparent hole. The waist blade clattered to the floor. Wang San stared in shock and fear at the ragged child before him. A spell, he stammered. The entire 2nd floor fell into dead silence, all eyes on Han Yu. The young man in brocade rose shakily, then dropped to his knees with a thud. So it is an immortal child before us. I am Wei Baoyu, the 4th son of the Prime Minister of the Southernly Kingdom. Please forgive our offense, immortal master and immortal child. The maidservant and attendants also knelt. Please forgive us, immortal child and immortal master. Seeing them like this, Han Yu looked helplessly at the old Taoist. Master Dao. The old Taoist, also slightly surprised, glanced at Han Yu. This boy still stood strong after releasing essence blood, his chi not showing signs of depletion. Strange indeed how vigorous he was. Since you dealt with them, it has nothing to do with me. Do as you wish. Han Yu hesitated, then said, all of you rise. Don't try to take our things again. Hearing this, Wei Baoyu and Wang San thought he was speaking ironically, pointing out their crime of attempted robbery. How could they dare to rise? They all kept their heads down, pleading, forgive us, immortal child. Forgive us. We would never be so blind as to covet the immortal child's divine bird. Wei Baoyu added, I wish to offer my humble all to atone for this offense. Even when Han Yu told them to rise, they dared not, insisting on making amends. Wei Baoyu added, I wish to offer my humble all to atone for this offense. Even when Han Yu told them to rise, they dared not, insisting on making amends. Do you have many live animals with you? Thank you for your forgiveness, immortal child. I shall forever remember your immense kindness. The 4th son of the Prime Minister of Nanli Kingdom, Wei Baoyu, cautiously glanced up before hastily leading his entourage away, leaving only the old Taoist Han Yu, the big crow, and the 8 fine steed at the inn stable. Due to Han Yu's words, Wei Baoyu left behind the 8 steeds. They had brought the only living creatures among them. After they departed, Han Yu looked at the old Taoist and asked, Master, can this serve as blood food? The old Taoist grinned, of course it can. But with your frail body, how can you enjoy this blood food? Aren't you afraid one of these horses might kick you to death? Moreover, we are not far from the Wanshun Valley's immortal gate. If the immortal masters from Wanshun Valley come out to eradicate evil, can you explain yourself? Master, I will give you half of it, Han Yu blurted out without much thought. The old Taoist chuckled with satisfaction. That's more like it. Now go back and feed the crow. You need not concern yourself with what happens next. Tomorrow, I will go to Wanshan Valley and enter the Immortal Gate. The old Taoist left the inn with the 8 horses. After Han Yu fed the crow, he practiced for a while before starting to rest. The next morning, the old Taoist returned to the inn and threw a covered palm-sized small ceramic jar to Han Yu. This is your share of blood essence. This jar contains enough blood food for you for 3 months. Just be careful with it, and you could even stretch it to a year. After receiving the small jar, Han Yu hadn't had time to say much when the old Taoist already hurriedly turned and left. Han Yu quickly followed, asking, Master, are we going to Wanshan Valley? Without turning back, the old Taoist's hoarse voice barely concealed his excitement. Indeed, I am about to enter the Immortal Gate. Han Yu fell silent and quietly followed behind. The big crow cawed twice in the air, following the old man and the young boy, leaving the bustling Xiaoxian town towards the eastern Wanshan Valley. At first there were people on the road, but as they got closer to Wanshan Valley, the number of people dwindled. Han Yu found it strange there were so many people in Xiaoxian town. Why were there fewer as they approached Wanshan Valley? After voicing his doubts to the old Taoist, the old man laughed heartily. There are many who pretend to seek immortality in the world, but few truly do. With over a year until the Wanshan Valley's grand ceremony for recruiting new disciples who would dare disturb the Immortal Gate without reason, if they do, the Immortal Masters will certainly eliminate them, and they will only have themselves to blame. He then stared at Han Yu. Boy, do you still dare to follow me? I have a token, but you have nothing. Be careful not to be killed by the Immortal Masters of Wanshan Valley. Han Yu nodded. The old Taoist said no more and continued on. The old man and the young boy walked for a while longer, and they found themselves surrounded by a continuous expanse of mountainous forest shrouded in mist. The air suddenly felt fresh and invigorating. In the distance, they spotted a towering ancient tree standing majestically at the foot of the mountain, its height reaching into the clouds, surrounded by cranes dancing gracefully, with white clouds swirling behind it, making it hard to see clearly. The grandeur of the Immortal Gate invigorated the old Taoist, causing him to unconsciously quicken his pace, while Han Yu hurriedly kept up, and the big black crow landed on Han Yu's shoulder. 100 zhang away from the giant tree, there was no one around, only a large stone blocking their path, with bold red characters inscribed, Anyone disturbing the practitioner shall be killed. The imposing words radiated a murderous intent that no one could dare ignore. Upon reaching the stone, the old Taoist cautiously took out a round disc bearing the tree pattern, the token of Wanshan Valley, and raised it high above his head. I come bearing the Wanshan Valley token, humbly requesting to enter the valley and learn the ways of immortality. After this declaration, there was no response. The old Taoist, suppressing his anxiousness, continued to hold the token aloft. After a while he spoke again. I know, just wait. A voice came from the direction of the ancient tree. Immediately after, a figure soared from the tree, stepping on a flying sword, gliding over 100 zhang and landing atop the stone. It was a square-faced man in green robes, slightly raising his head, his gaze looking down at the old Taoist Han Yu, and the crow showing no intention of speaking. The old Taoist gazed at the poised figure on the flying sword, his eyes filled with fervor, completely disregarding the man's lack of courtesy. He felt deep inside that such high status within the Immortal Gate was only natural. If they were not proud, it would be strange. I am a humble man. Hand over the token. Before the old Taoist could continue introducing himself, the man in green interrupted, extending his hand. The old Taoist was taken aback for a moment, then suddenly stamped his foot, using his martial arts to leap onto the stone. After a few climbs, he handed the round token to the man in green. He then stood respectfully beneath the stone. The man in green examined it carefully, his finger tracing the tree pattern. This is authentic. This token allows one person to enter. Who will it be, you or this child? It is me, the old Taoist answered immediately. It is you. The man in green chuckled. You look old and frail, already 70 or 80 years of age, and you still dare to dream of cultivating immortality. You might as well let your children come and try. Who knows, they might have potential. I am all alone with no descendants. I only seek to enter the Immortal Gate and glimpse the true path, the old Taoist declared resolutely. Why did you wait until such an old age to come? In the mundane world, news of the Immortal Gate is scarce and hidden. I was originally engrossed in martial arts, and after countless years of searching, I finally learned this is the token of the Immortal Gate and where the path lies. The old Taoist replied. The man in green raised his head, saying, Since you have brought the token, there is no reason to deny you entry. He made a gesture, retrieving the flying sword from atop the stone, and stepped forward. Come, I will take you in. If it weren't for the token, a decrepit old man like you would never have the chance to enter. The old Taoist was overjoyed. Thank you, Immortal Master. Thank you for taking me in. He hurriedly followed behind, forgetting even Han Yu and the big crow. At that moment Han Yu spoke up. Immortal Master, let me enter as well. The man in green showed no interest in responding, merely continuing to walk forward. The old Taoist followed behind, not looking back or saying a word. Han Yu took out the token, holding it aloft. Immortal Master, I have a token too. Moi. The man in green paused and turned to look. The old Taoist was stunned, turning back in astonishment. When the two saw that Han Yu indeed held a token in his hand, their expressions changed. What is happening today? Usually one encounters none for years, yet today, two have appeared at once. The man in green walked back, snatched the token from Han Yu's hand, glanced at it, and said, "This is also real. Follow me." The old Taoist's expression shifted from shock to simmering anger. "You bastard Han, you never rest, even in death. So you had two all along. No wonder you could abduct Wainer back then. And this little brat, so obedient all the way, turns out to have hidden skills. You Han people are all no good." Reporting to Steward Fong, I am Li Quan, 93 years old. The white-haired old man spoke cautiously. Steward Fong furrowed his brow slightly. "At your age you still wish to cultivate immortality. Please have mercy, Steward. This is my only obsession in this life," the old man pleaded softly. "Very well, you have brought the token of Wanchun Valley with you. Whether you can succeed in cultivation or not, you must at least enter the sect. Otherwise, it would be meaningless for the disciples to take the token and pass it to future generations." Steward Fong pointed to the stone tablet behind him, the one that issued the minor merit. "Go place your hand on it, and your name will be recorded. If your name is not recorded, you will not be able to practice the immortal techniques, and will only be a servant for your lifetime." Li, the old man, nervously swallowed, stepped forward and pressed his hand against the stone tablet. Characters slowly emerged on the stone tablet. Li Quan, 93 years old, miscellaneous, disciple, 5 spirit roots. Li, the old man, felt a bit of joy and looked at Steward Fong. "Does this mean I have spirit roots? I don't have to be a servant then. Just the lowest spirit roots." Steward Fong didn't even lift his eyelids, still squinting. Next, Han Yu, 12 years old. After Han Yu spoke to Steward Fong and received no response, he walked to the stone tablet and placed his hand on it. His palm felt a slight warmth, and then words appeared on the stone tablet. Han Yu, 12 years old, miscellaneous, disciple, 4 spirit roots. Steward Fong was a bit surprised. "Not bad. With 4 spirit roots, you have a chance to enter the outer sect." Li, the old man, cautiously probed. "Steward Fong, with my 5 spirit roots, do I also have a chance to enter the outer sect?" Steward Fong chuckled. "To enter the outer sect, one must reach the 4th level of Qi refinement. With his 4 spirit roots, he will need at least 10 years of cultivation to have hope. If he can cultivate for 10 years to reach the 4th level of Qi refinement with your age and inferior spirit roots, how many years can you cultivate? It would be good enough for you to be a miscellaneous disciple instead of a servant in this lifetime." Li, the old man, suddenly felt greatly disheartened, his mouth pressed tightly together. Steward Fong continued, "Li Quan, Han Yu, you two go to the spiritual field to be miscellaneous disciples, cultivating while planting in the sect's spiritual fields. The harvest from the spiritual field is 10%, of which 2% may be kept. Every 6 months' harvest from the spiritual field earns 5 minor merits for the sect." After speaking, he waved his hand at his waist, and 2 sets of gray miscellaneous disciple robes and 2 light gray jade slips appeared on the side table. Li, the old man, and Han Yu stepped forward to receive the robes and jade slips. Steward Fong then called over a disciple in blue robes. "Jin Chi, take them to the spiritual field for allocation." Jin Chi nodded and cheerfully led the 2 out, being quite friendly. "Junior brothers, follow me." He produced a large green banana leaf and gestured for Han Yu and Li Quan to step onto it. Seeing the leaf, which was 10 feet long, 6 feet wide, and only 2 inches thick, both Han Yu and the old man looked at Jin Chi. Jin Chi noticed their thoughts and smiled. "Don't worry, this spiritual leaf is inherently tough, and it has been refined by our Wanchun Valley's weapon masters, so there's absolutely no chance of it being crushed. Just step on it with peace of mind." Han Yu and the old man then stepped onto the large banana leaf. Jin Chi formed a hand seal, and the spiritual leaf floated away, leaving the center of Wanchun Valley, crossing over 2 mountains and slowly descending into a flat valley. As soon as they landed, a round, chubby man in blue robes came over with a smile. "What brings you here, junior brother?" "Brother Wang, I specifically came to bring these 2 miscellaneous disciples here." After saying this, Jin Chi introduced Han Yu and Li, the old man. "This Brother Wang is just 1 step away from entering the inner sect and is in charge of the spiritual fields here. You 2 must listen to his orders and focus on cultivation and farming, aiming to reach the 4th level of Qi refinement to enter the outer sect." Brother Wang looked surprised. "The immortal fate ceremony is still a year away. How did these 2 get here?" "They came in with tokens." "Oh." Brother Wang suddenly understood. "Then just leave it to me." Jin Chi nodded, turned to leave on the spiritual leaf, but then remembered something and turned back. "Junior brothers, since this is your first time here and you have no foundation, life will surely be difficult. Here, let me give you a copy of the sect's common knowledge." After saying this, he deliberately descended from the spiritual leaf and handed a jade slip to Hanyu. Hanyu felt warmth in his heart and quickly thanked him. No need for formalities, we may meet again in the outer sect in the future. Jinchi smiled and floated away on the spiritual leaf. Hanyu and Li the old man watched his departing figure, thinking that this senior brother was indeed quite nice. Hey, what are you two dawdling for? What are your names? Come over and register. Brother Wang called impatient. Brother Wang, I am Li Quan. Just as Li the old man spoke half a sentence, Brother Wang's face turned cold. Do you even deserve to call me brother? An old miscellaneous disciple with no future. It would be good enough if I didn't assign you to be a servant. This was indeed someone who could change his face. Li the old man's expression turned ugly, gritting his teeth and lowering his head. Brother Wang spat. What a thing. Just because you have a token to enter the immortal gate, do you really think you are a disciple? You are merely miscellaneous disciples. Hurry up and come over to register. Under his scolding, after Li the old man and Hanyu registered their names, spirit roots, and ages, he led them to 2 plots of land, each about several acres, with a stone house at the end of the fields. Start planting tomorrow. If you have any questions, ask the others. After Brother Wang finished speaking, he directly turned and left. Li the old man and Hanyu stood in the fields exchanging glances. Compared to Jinchi, Brother Wang's attitude was extremely poor. Indeed, the county officials are not as good as the local managers. Li the old man murmured. It turns out that even in the immortal gate, it is not free from customs. Hanyu nodded in agreement, glancing back at the large crow perched on his shoulder. Throughout this journey, it had been remarkably quiet, not making a sound. The immortal masters of Wanchun Valley had seen so much, but none paid it any mind. Taoist, which plot of land do you choose? Which plot do I pick? Li the old man turned around and raised his hand. I the Taoist choose none. I just want to hit you. That Han was too cunning. This kid's grandfather had previously taken away my beloved Wainer, and now this kid gives up 1 token, becoming the guide for him, to enter the immortal gate. Why are those named Han always so good at taking advantage of me? If I were you, I wouldn't fight so openly. Li the old man hurriedly stopped, turning to look. Hanyu also quickly ran back a distance to ensure he wouldn't be hit. As this voice spoke, 3 people walked out from nearby the spiritual fields, each emerging from their respective stone houses. The one who spoke and stopped Li the old man appeared to be around 30 with a mustache. He approached closely and explained to Li the old man, unless it's on the disciple duel stage or the annual disciple competition, private fights are absolutely forbidden. Once discovered, there will be severe punishment. He then introduced himself. My name is Zhang Shan. I have been in the sect for 20 years. You can just call me brother. The other 2 also walked over. One was tall and sturdy with thick brows and big eyes, named Sun Kong, while the other was a girl about 16 or 17 years old, not particularly beautiful, but cheerful and energetic, named Lu Lan. After getting acquainted with Zhang Shan, Sun Kong, and Lu Lan, Li the Taoist, learning that private duels were forbidden, had to temporarily set aside his plan to deal with Hanyu. He then inquired about the matters concerning cultivating spirit fields. Noticing that Li the Taoist and Hanyu were utterly clueless, Zhang Shan and the others took the time to give them a brief introduction. Observing that the trio involuntarily glanced towards Steward Wang's quarters as they spoke, Li the Taoist and Hanyu realized that the steward treated the menial disciples harshly, a fact that those who had arrived earlier knew all too well. After a brief exchange, Zhang sent Sun Kong and Lu Lan returned to their stone huts. Li the Taoist cast a glance at Hanyu and snorted coldly. Show me that jade slip Senior Jean gave you tomorrow. Hanyu nodded silently, then asked, Master, what about this black crow? Keep it if you wish. I'm walking the true path of cultivation now. I won't refine blood anymore. With that, Li the Taoist turned and left. Hanyu watched him enter his stone hut before heading into his own, carrying his clothes and jade slip, with the large crow following and flying inside. Inside the hut, there was a simple bed, a table, and a chair. By the door stood a small stove, a water vat, and a bucket, but no bedding bowls or chopsticks. Hanyu stripped off his tattered clothes, patiently washed and groomed himself, and then peered into the water vat, where he saw a pair of bright eyes. Smiling at his own reflection, he changed into the gray robes of a menial disciple. Finding no food in the hut, he sat on the edge of the bed, pressed the jade slip to his forehead. At first it felt cold. As he concentrated, the contents of the jade slip emerged. Chi rises like green sprouts in fertile soil, deep roots yield lush leaves. This is the foundational Chi refining technique of 10,000 Springs Valley, also known as the green sprout Chi refining heart method. Hanyu focused intently, grasping the cultivation method of the Chi refining technique, and eagerly began to attempt it. However, after half an hour with no results, he had to give up and instead reviewed the everyday knowledge provided by Senior Jinchi. After reading through it and combining it with the descriptions from Zhang Shan and the others, Hanyu came to understand that the 10,000 Springs Valley sect was not a place where one could simply cultivate and live freely. The sect had its own rules regarding patrols, artifact forging, alchemy, talisman, making, demon hunting expeditions, and disciple competitions. Each activity had detailed regulations with major merits and minor merits awarded accordingly. These merits could be exchanged for techniques, artifacts, pills, and other items within the sect. Violating the rules would result in punishment, potentially including the revocation of cultivation and imprisonment. Even tasks like tending herb gardens and cultivating spirit fields, as well as the roles of stewards and supervisors, had their own rules. Hanyu skimmed through the other sections, but carefully studied and memorized the regulations for tending spirit fields. After all this activity, he suddenly heard a caw-caw sound. It turned out the big crow was hungry again. Hanyu opened the small jar containing the horse's blood essence. The crow perked up eagerly, dipping its beak into drink. Once it had its fill, Hanyu covered the jar and gestured for it to leave. The crow cawed contentedly and hopped toward the door. Hanyu closed the door, condensed his essence blood, duplicated it, and began his daily blood refining technique practice. Since he had yet to master the basic chi refining technique of 10,000 Springs Valley, he decided that to gain some self-protection, he had no choice but to continue cultivating the blood refining technique. Fortunately, he could duplicate his own essence blood to meet the blood energy requirements, eliminating the need to absorb fresh blood. After another half hour, a faint flush of blood energy flickered across Hanye's face, and his entire being felt more vibrant with a 20% improvement over before. The next morning, Li the Taoist arrived at Hanye's stone hut with a grim expression. "Have you eaten, boy?" Hanyu handed him the jade slip from Jin Qi. "Not yet. This jade slip says that as new disciples we can ask the steward for food, clothing, and lodging." Li the Taoist snorted. "I doubt it'll be that easy." He had witnessed Steward Wang's attitude and how Zhang Shan and the others feared him like tigers. Asking him for food and supplies would surely invite some sort of harassment. Glancing at the large crow perched on Hanye's stone hut, ignoring him, Li the Taoist snorted again. "A feathered beast, as if I want to keep you." Now that he was in 10,000 Springs Valley, he couldn't obtain fresh blood essence, and he had no intention of continuing the false immortal method, so naturally, he couldn't keep feeding the crow with blood energy. In his eyes, the crow was nothing but a burden, and he was more than happy for Hanyu to take it over. As the two were talking, other menial disciples tending spirit fields in the valley passed by on the road. Since both were now dressed in the gray robes, no one paid them any special attention. Zhang Shan, Sun Kong, and Lu Lan came over to greet them again. Noticing that the three were relatively approachable, Li the Taoist asked about bedding and food. Reluctantly, Sun Kong said, "If you're truly in a bind, I can help you exchange for some common rice first. As for bedding, once you reach the first level of chi refining, you won't need it much. It's never too cold here in the spirit field area." Li the Taoist and Hanyu were overjoyed and quickly began to thank him. But Zhang Shan suddenly coughed a hem. They turned around abruptly to see Steward Wang, belly protruding, hands clasped behind his back, standing at the edge of Hanye's spirit field, his expression hostile. "What are you all gathered here chattering about so early in the morning instead of tending the fields?" At his rebuke, Zhang Shan, Sun Kong, and Lu Lan, like mice spotting a cat, responded timidly and hurried away. Steward Wang walked over to Hanyu and Li the Taoist, his hands still behind his back, sizing them up. "Perfect timing, both of you are here. I've brought the seeds for the green sprout rice. Remember, these are not for eating. They are specially treated spirit seeds from the sect. If anyone dares to eat a single grain, the sect will know immediately. They must all be planted in the ground. You too are to tend your own fields. Harvest once every 6 months with a yield of 50 caddies of green sprout rice per mu. If you meet that, you may keep 10% for yourselves, and the sect will award you 1 minor merit per mu. If you fall short, as long as you harvest at least 30 caddies per mu, there will be no punishment, but you must hand over all the rice, and you will earn no merits. If you harvest less than 30 caddies per mu, you will be penalized." With that, Steward Wang tossed down 2 sacks of seeds and turned to leave. Li the Taoist quickly spoke up, "Steward Wang, please wait. I have a few points I'm unclear about. Speak your mind, and be quick about it." Wang said, impatiently stopping. "I recall Supervisor Fong telling us we could keep 20% of the harvest from the spirit fields." Li the Taoist said in a low voice, head bowed. "I might be mistaken." Steward Wang snapped impatiently. "You are allowed to keep 20%, but this is your first year, and your cultivation is insufficient. If you don't harvest the green sprout rice, I still have to provide you with food and drink, don't I? That 10% covers your normal consumption. Do you think I want to bother with an old bastard like you? Then can we manage our own food and drink without troubling you, Steward Wang?" No sooner had Li the Taoist spoken than Hanyu saw Steward Wang press 2 fingers together and shout, "Go!" A flash of bright white light shot forth, and Li the Taoist, a former martial arts master who had practiced a false immortal method, was sent flying as if struck by a massive hammer, landing on the ground with blood streaming from his mouth and nose. "Old bastard, do you think I'm negotiating with you?" Steward Wang asked coldly. "Next time I won't be so lenient." With that, he flicked his sleeves and left. Han Yu stared blankly at the scene, reminded of when the village head's family had seized his home. He walked over and helped Li the Taoist up. Master, are you alright? Little brat, do you think I look like I'm fine? Li Laodao scoffed with a sideways glance, his bony fingers gripping Han Yu's wrist tightly, causing him pain. So this is what a celestial master looks like. I thought they were something extraordinary. I even stopped my blood refining technique to learn from them. He continued, it seems I don't need to stop my blood refining, it's all the same. Puffed. As he spoke, a grim smile of shattered illusions appeared on Li Laodao's sunken and ugly face. Perhaps overwhelmed by his emotions, he even spat out a mouthful of blood. Han Yu assisted him back to his stone hut and even carried his seeds over. Li Laodao lay on the bed, watching him bustle about, his gaze gradually softening. This little brat is nothing like his grandfather. His kind heart resembles Wayner more. Little brat, why are you taking care of me? I wanted to hit you yesterday, remember? Han Yu thought for a moment and replied, Dao Master, you were quite rude to me all the way here, but you didn't really harm me. If you truly wanted to rob something like Li Zhang or Wang Guanshi, you wouldn't have talked so much to me. Li Laodao smiled in relief, his murky old eyes glimmering with warmth, his voice still hoarse. You're not foolish after all. In the afternoon, Wang Guanshi came again, giving Han Yu and Li Laodao 100 pounds of rough rice each, without a word of explanation before turning to leave. Li Laodao and Han Yu understood without needing an explanation that this 100 pounds of rough rice was meant to exchange for their entire year's harvest at a 10th rate. Given Wang Guanxi's domineering nature, it was clearly impossible to expect him to deliver food a second. That night, Sun Kong brought 50 pounds of rice each for Li Laodao and Han Yu. Upon learning that Li Laodao had angered Wang Guanshi and been injured, he couldn't help but sigh. Wang Guanshi is notoriously uncompromising in our spirit field, and he has a better attitude towards those like Sun Lan, who might become outer disciples. For those without hope, he is always ruthless in exploiting them. 1 pound of Qinghe spirit rice can be exchanged for 200 pounds of ordinary rice within Wanshan Valley. If it gets into the hands of worldly nobles outside, it can be traded for hundreds or even thousands of pounds of ordinary rice, let alone rough rice. Wang Guanshi is using this 100 pounds of rough rice to exchange for your two people's 10th harvest, which is truly. Sun Kong paused here, fearing ears on the wall, and fell silent. Seeing that he was a good person really delivering food, Li Laodao trusted him more than the unreliable Zhang Shan or the steady Lu Lan, and therefore expressed his gratitude sincerely. Han Yu thanked him too and asked Sun Kong, Senior brother Sun, what is Qinghe rice used for? Is it different from ordinary rice? Of course it's different. Sun Kong laughed and said, ordinary rice can only fill your stomach, but Qinghe spirit rice contains spiritual energy that aids our cultivation. If we could eat spirit rice every day, our cultivation speed would increase significantly. Li Laodao exclaimed, with that Wang around, when will we ever be able to eat spirit rice? Han Yu's heart stirred as he recalled the replicated token and his own blood. If I could replicate spirit rice. Senior brother Sun, do you have any spirit rice? May I see what it looks like? It shouldn't be the same as the spirit seed we received, right? Sun Kong scratched his head awkwardly. Mature spirit rice and spirit seeds processed by the sect are indeed not the same thing. I do have a little spirit rice, but I need it for my own cultivation and can't lend it out. He had a 4-spirit root cultivation aptitude and was preparing to break through to the 3rd level of Qi refinement this year. After 5 years of practice, any bit of cultivation resources was extremely precious. The remaining ordinary rice could be used to help, but spirit rice was absolutely out of the question. Senior brother Sun, I don't need to borrow your spirit rice, I just want to see what it looks like. Sun Kong was soft-hearted and after hesitating for a while said, then you wait in your house for a moment, I'll show. Han Yu nodded eagerly. After returning to his house, he didn't wait long before he saw Sun Kong. Sun Kong came in with 2 clean cloth bundles, and when he opened them, one bundle contained a fist-sized rice ball. This is a rice ball made from Qinghe spirit rice. The other cloth bundle contained a small handful of slightly glowing milky white rice. This is Qinghe spirit rice. Han Yu felt that both the spirit rice and the spirit rice ball had a different aura compared to all the ordinary rice he had seen before, but he couldn't pinpoint what was different. Perhaps this was the effect of spiritual energy. Senior brother Sun, may I touch it? Sun Kong nodded and handed over the Qinghe spirit rice ball. Han Yu noticed he didn't offer the spirit rice and didn't reach out for it. Han Yu felt that both the spirit rice and the spirit rice ball had a different aura compared to all the ordinary rice he had seen before, but he couldn't pinpoint what was different. Perhaps with a slight thought, his right hand felt as hot as a coal, akin to the sensation of replicating the Wanshan Valley token or his own blood. Soon he felt something heavy in his arms. It worked. Han Yu suppressed his joy, released the spirit rice ball, and earnestly thanked Sun Kong. Senior brother Sun, thank you so much. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't even know what Qinghe spirit rice looked like. Sun Kong put away the 2 cloth bundles with a hearty smile. No need to be polite, you'll eventually know it sooner or later. I just let you see it in advance. He didn't know what it meant for Han Yu to see the spirit rice today, but Han Yu understood his own fortune, thus expressing his gratitude sincerely, which made Sun Kong a bit bashful. After Sun Kong left, Han Yu took out the cloth bundle from his pocket, opened it, and a small ball of Qinghe's spirit rice appeared in his hand. With this spirit rice ball, his cultivation would surely be smoother. That night, Han Yu didn't practice the blood refining technique. He simply took out the small jar of steed blood and fed it to the big crow before resting early. The next day, Li Lao Dao was still recovering from his injuries and didn't come out to plant the spirit field. Han Yu also stayed inside waiting. By evening, Han Yu estimated it was about time, took out his only spirit rice ball and began to replicate it. In the blink of an eye, the spirit rice ball turned into two. Han Yu immediately revealed a joyous expression, hurriedly putting one rice ball away and eating the other. Having not eaten for a day, he felt warm and comfortable all over, and then Han Yu began to try to condense the airflow within his body according to the method of the Qinghe Qi refinement heart law, slowly forming his circulation. For a cultivator at the first level of Qi refinement, the greatest sign is not the ability to use spells, but the ability to circulate Qi around a full cycle. For those like Li Lao Dao and Han Yu who are still beginners, it involves continuously inhaling and exhaling spiritual energy, attempting to form more airflow within their bodies to support the initial cycle. With the effect of the spirit rice ball, Han Yu practiced through the night without feeling hungry or exhausted. Instead, he felt invigorated, sensing that several threads of airflow were beginning to take shape. Though he was still far from the first level of Qi refinement, it was no longer as elusive and unattainable. Early in the morning, Han Yu set out to plant his 5 acres of spirit field. Just half an hour into planting, Zhongshan, Sun Kong, and Lu Lan each came by to say a few words and gave him pointers on the appropriate spacing and planting methods for Qinghe spirit rice. Han Yu thought actually not all the celestial masters in Wanshun Valley are as bad as Wang Guanshi. The one patrolling at the entrance, though a bit arrogant, can't really be considered bad. As for Jinshi, Sun Kong, and the others, they are definitely good senior brothers who are eager to help. It's just that he and Dao Master had bad luck falling into the hands of that bad guy Wang Guanshi. Li Lao Dao also came out to start planting the spirit field. Han Yu took a glance and saw him looking spirited, guessing that he must have recovered from his injuries by using the steed blood. The spirit field is not easy to plant. It seems to be tougher and harder than the soil outside, like uncultivated wasteland. Li Lao Dao and Han Yu worked for a full day and only managed to plant over 2 acres of spirit field. Finally out to farm. Otherwise, you would be punished according to the rules. In the afternoon, Steward Wang, with his hands behind his back and belly protruding, walked past the 2 in the spirit field, uttering these words with a cold smile. Finally out to farm. Otherwise, you would be punished according to the rules. In the afternoon, Steward Wang, with his hands behind his back and belly protruding, walked past the 2 in the spirit. Generally speaking, the steward would only remind and urge, a tyrannical figure like Steward Wang was genuinely capable of meting out severe punishments to them, the lowly disciples. After hearing this, old Taoist Li couldn't help but mutter a few curses under his breath. That evening, Han Yu fed the big crow, replicated the spirit rice, and sat cross-legged to gather the qi. On the second day, he finished planting the remaining spirit field. On the third day, he began to carry spring water in a bucket to irrigate the spirit field. The journey was not short, and he could only manage to irrigate 1 mu a day. After about 7 or 8 days, Han Yu finally completed the planting and watering of the green spirit rice. According to Sun Kong, Zhongshan, and Lu Lan, in the following time, besides monitoring for pests in the spirit field and watering twice a month, he could devote most of his time to cultivation. With a daily supply of a spirit rice ball, the qi within Han Yu's body grew rapidly, reaching about 1/5 of a full cycle. It was estimated that after another month of cultivation, he should be able to complete his first full cycle and reach the first layer of qi cultivation. Compared to the senior lowly disciples, this progress was already extremely fast. Zhongshan, with 5 spirit roots, took more than a year to reach the first layer of qi cultivation. Sun Kong, with 4 spirit roots, took 6 to 7 months. Having an ample supply of spirit rice as food clearly greatly promoted his early cultivation progress. During this time, old Taoist Li also worked during the day and cultivated at night, once again practicing the blood refinement technique he had initially set aside with the essence blood of the spirited horse. One day, old Taoist Li excitedly ran to Han Yu's room with a flushed face, saying, "I sense the qi sensation." "Did you sense it, little one? Let me tell you about my experience." Han Yu was somewhat astonished. Qi sensation. Wasn't that something he had sensed the moment he started eating spirit rice balls? At that moment, Han Yu realized why Steward Fong had paid him extra attention initially while showing indifference to old Taoist Li. It turned out that at old Taoist Li's age, and with 5 spirit roots, genuine cultivation was extremely difficult, almost hopeless. Old Taoist Li enthusiastically shared his feelings about the qi sensation for a long time, excitedly declaring that he indeed had hope for the right path of cultivation. Seeing him like this, Han Yu found it difficult to say anything and just listened quietly. In the end, old Taoist Li left quite satisfied. The next day, old Taoist Li again asked Sun Kong whether his qi sensation meant he was just a step away from reaching the first layer of qi cultivation. Qi sensation? Isn't that a bit early? That's just the very beginning of condensing qi flow. Sun Kong replied, somewhat surprised. I. Old Taoist Li's mouth trembled, and his ugly face instantly turned beet red, retreating into his room and not coming out for 3 whole days. Unknowingly, another month passed. Han Yu and old Taoist Li became accustomed to life in the spirit field, patrolling it 2 or 3 times a day, while spending the remaining time studying techniques and familiarizing themselves with the rules and life in Wanchun Valley. Besides occasionally seeing Steward Wang, the outer disciple dressed in green, they had no opportunity to meet any other outer disciples. The lowly disciples further away had little interaction, and they were still closest to Zhang Shan, Sun Kong, and Lu Lan. Watching the 3 of them and other lowly disciples practicing qi cultivation at the 2nd and 3rd layers, all able to use 1 or 2 spells, old Taoist Li couldn't help but feel envious. One night, while eating a spirit rice ball, Han Yu felt a vague sense of assurance. With daily supplies of spirit rice balls, even lowly disciples who had farmed spirit fields for many years and reached the 3rd layer of qi cultivation would not be so extravagant, let alone Han Yu, who was merely using them to cultivate to the 1st layer and condense qi flow for the first time. The qi flow had already gathered quite a bit. Today should be the day he officially stepped into the 1st layer of qi cultivation. Under the effect of the spirit rice ball, a bit of new life qi appeared and circulated within him. Until a certain mysterious critical point and moment, Han Yu instinctively became serious and crossed over. In that instant, the qi flow connected like an unending chain, linking from Yongquan to Yuzhen, passing through Zhongfu, and then to Zhaohai, activating a series of bodily acupoints, circulating through the full cycle, and finally converging in the Dantian, condensing into a seed of spiritual energy that continuously absorbed and expelled spiritual energy. Here was the Lingxi within his body. He had reached the 1st layer of qi cultivation. The spiritual breath within him had now formed a full cycle, slowly altering his mundane body, extending his lifespan by about 10 years, which was quite a natural occurrence. Han Yu opened his eyes, his heart fluttering with joy. He had finally embarked on the path of cultivation. He sensed that the enhancement was not just the spiritual breath cycle. All his muscles and tendons also benefited, experiencing significant improvement. With a thought, Han Yu activated the blood qi technique taught by old Taoist Li, and indeed, he sensed his blood qi swelling, already able to condense 2 portions of essence blood without feeling fatigued. If he were to use the blood droplet spell, he could use it twice in one breath, and with some effort, even 3 times wouldn't be impossible. If he added his replication ability, that would mean 4 times of blood droplet. Upon opening his eyes again, he heard a caw-caw sound at the door. Han Yu, in a good mood, got up to open the door, and the big crow flew in, eagerly landing on his shoulder. Caw-caw. Caw-cawed. It seemed to be questioning why he hadn't fed it with blood qi today. Han Yu smiled and said, I had something joyful today, so I forgot about you. Here, let me give you some. The big crow looked expectantly at the corner of the room where the small jar of spirited horse blood was kept. Han Yu picked up the jar, feeling it surprisingly light. Looking down, he saw that there was only a bit left inside. He immediately turned back to scold, You big black crow. The spirited horse blood that was originally meant to last me 2 years has been consumed by you in less than 2 months. No wonder your feathers are so sleek and you look so spirited. The big crow, being thick-skinned, pretended not to know, stretching its head out to peck at the remaining bit, and cleaned it up completely, then quickly shrank its head and was about to run out of the room. But Han Yu grabbed its wings, saying, Having eaten so much of my food, you can't just run off after you're full. Caw. The big crow looked back at Han Yu in confusion. Han Yu smiled and tossed 2 portions of condensed essence blood to it, saying, Eat this, and from now on you'll be my crow. The big crow was even more puzzled, but after confirming it could eat, it was overjoyed, opening its beak to swallow the 2 portions of essence blood. Han Yu then took the opportunity to activate the nurturing technique from the blood refinement technique, completely transforming the big crow into his nurturing spirit crow. As Han Yu's nurturing technique took effect, the big crow's gaze towards him grew increasingly affectionate and gentle, clearly different from before when it regarded him as merely its feeder. It had evidently begun to truly acknowledge its master. Taking a long breath, Han Yu ended the nurturing technique. Extending his hand, the big crow joyfully cawed and flew up to him, weighing quite a bit, at least several tens of pounds. As Han Yu reached out to stroke it, he felt that the big crow's feathers were as hard as bamboo, making a rustling sound when lightly plucked. A slight touch was sharp and painful. Its eyes were dark and bright, already a majestic crow that was far from ordinary. Good bird, from now on search for useful cultivation materials for me and help me on my path of eternal life and cultivation. Caw, 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 caw. The big crow responded joyfully, willing to serve its master. In the night, the large crow cawed and was about to take flight. Han Yu suddenly remembered his low cultivation level and the numerous rules of the sect, and cautioned, just look for wild spiritual herbs and fruits. They do not recklessly trespass into others' fields or the sect's medicinal garden. Also, when you come at night, do not easily appear before others. The large crow now acknowledged him as its master and began to communicate his thoughts. Understanding these words was not difficult. With its dark golden pupils reflecting the young man's slender face, it tilted its head and cawed before spreading its wings and flying away. Watching the large black crow disappear into the darkness, Han Yu felt a slight thrill in his heart. Elder Fong said that it would take Han Yu, with his 4 spiritual roots, 10 years to potentially reach the 4th level of Qi refinement to enter the outer sect. Now, after just over a month of cultivation, he had already reached the 1st level of Qi refinement. It seemed unlikely that it would take him so long to reach the 4th level. Moreover, as his cultivation increased, the flesh and blood throughout his body also grew, making the practice of the blood refining art and the condensation of essence blood much easier. However, according to Elder Li's words, Han Yu at the 1st level of Qi refinement had already embarked on the right path of cultivation, and it was time to start practicing spells. The Qinghe Qi refinement technique comes with 2 spells. One is the wind control technique, which allows you to move swiftly with the wind beneath your feet, while the other lets you unleash wind to strike at enemies in front of you. Previously, Elder Li was sent flying and spat blood by Manager Wang. That was due to this most basic wind control technique. From Han Yu's own observations, the power of the wind control technique when attacking enemies was indeed quite minimal. It was likely more effective for running and escaping. The other spell is the water control technique, which once mastered allows the user to move small streams of water to their desired location. Han Yu pondered carefully, looking at the water jar and bucket. These 2 spells would be excellent for watering and irrigating the spiritual fields. With the wind control technique, he could swiftly draw water, and with the water control technique, he could directly pour water into the spiritual fields without needing to do it bit by bit. Having just broken through to the 1st level of Qi refinement, Han Yu was eager to try out the spells, but the Qinghe Qi refinement technique stated that he needed to consolidate his energy for a few days before he could practice spells, so he had to endure. In the following 2 days, Han Yu did not go outside. Each day, he consumed a spiritual rice ball to stabilize the spiritual energy from his recent breakthrough to the 1st level of Qi refinement. As his energy became more stable, he attempted to practice the wind control technique and water control technique. As he had anticipated when he first practiced the wind control technique after forming the hand seal and channeling his spiritual energy, he shouted "Go!" and merely stirred up a gust of wind within the room. However, using it on his legs made running indeed more effortless. When he first began practicing the water control technique, he could only move a bucket of water a yard away, which was not very practical. Ultimately, the power of spells is limited by one's mastery and proficiency, but even more so by the practitioner's own cultivation level. If Han Yu wished for these 2 spells to have greater effectiveness, he needed to practice more and improve his cultivation. This comparison made Han Yu involuntarily reflect on the blood refining art, which was a false cultivation method. Although it did not lead to longevity or holistic benefits, the blood droplet technique and spirit nurturing technique were truly practical, demonstrating power even for beginners. Despite the many drawbacks of this method of cultivation, its practicality meant that Han Yu did not need to completely abandon it. After entering the 1st level of Qi refinement, Han Yu continued to cultivate with the spiritual rice balls. While it was still a luxurious condition that many servant disciples could hardly imagine, the speed of his cultivation had noticeably slowed compared to before. Han Yu was not in a hurry, and after stabilizing his recently achieved cultivation, he continued to tend to his spiritual fields. Manager Wang was overbearing and had a terrible attitude towards the servant disciples. Faced with such a villain, Han Yu would not expose his true cultivation speed before he had the ability to protect himself. After a few more days of cultivation, Elder Li brought a rabbit and came to visit, saying, "Child, have you eaten yet?" "Not yet, Taoist." Han Yu replied, stepping out. "Here, take this. Let's cook together and eat." Elder Li tossed the rabbit to Han Yu. Han Yu felt a bit embarrassed, saying, "Taoist, I can only cook rice, I can't stir-fry." Elder Li was surprised, saying, "You've only been in the sect for 2 months and have only eaten rice." Seeing Han Yu nod, Elder Li's annoyance grew. "I owe you, and am bringing you food, and I still have to cook for you." "Child, since we both entered the sect together, how has your cultivation been going?" Han Yu looked at him while gnawing on the rabbit meat. "What about you, Taoist?" "A month ago, I sensed the Qi, and now I can feel a few streams of Qi responding to my call. I just need to persist until I achieve a full cycle and step into the 1st level of Qi refinement." Elder Li said. Han Yu nodded. "So do I." Elder Li looked at him with some doubt. "You too?" "Yes." Elder Li's mood brightened immediately. "You're too. That's good, but we shouldn't rush. The path of cultivation is inherently difficult. Achieving the first level of Qi refinement in about a year is already quite good. By the way, child, are you still practicing that blood Qi cultivation method? Hanyu shook his head. What about the crow? I don't know, it might have flown away, Hanyu replied. Due to Han Ye's instructions, the large crow now concealed itself during the day and did not make a fuss at night. Hanyu did not feed it blood Qi every night, so outsiders generally would not notice the pure black crow occasionally flying here during the night. It's fine if it flew away. Elder Li's eyes showed a hint of bloodshot as he hesitated to speak. Child, tell me, what if we cannot cultivate properly? Just as he was saying this, several footsteps were heard outside, causing Elder Li to abruptly stop, looking outside with caution. Zhongshan, Sun Kong, and Lu Lan arrived at the door smiling. From far away I could smell a delicious aroma. Hanyu, little junior brother, your cooking skills are quite good. Zhongshan's voice reached before he entered. Hanyu and Elder Li both stood up to welcome the three of them. Senior brother Zhang, this dish wasn't made by me, it was Taoist who cooked it. Elder Li, being more familiar with social customs, smiled and explained, I have a connection with this little child Hanyu since we entered the sect together. I caught a rabbit today and came to share a meal. Why have all three of you come? Sit down and share a meal. No need, no need. Zhongshan laughed, saying, we came to tell you some good news. Lu Lan has broken through to the third level of Qi refinement. Tomorrow we have few friends plan to celebrate her properly. You two should come along. Celebrate. Elder Li suddenly felt a bit awkward, saying, I and little Han, you just joined the sect with nothing to offer. Will that be inappropriate? It doesn't matter. Oh, just the fact that everyone can come is already a gesture of goodwill. No one cares about gifts. Lu Lan laughed, making Elder Li finally breathe a sigh of relief. Still astonished, Lu Lan, you're only 16 this year, and you've already reached the third level of Qi refinement. Of course, Lu Lan has 3 spiritual roots, a much better aptitude than us. In a few years, she'll be an outer sect senior sister. Hearing Zhongshan say this, Elder Li couldn't hide his envy. Considering his age and spiritual roots, his eyes glimmered with envy like a flickering flame. After Zhongshan, Sun Kong and Lu Lan left with smiles on their faces, the smile on Li Laodio's face gradually faded. With a sigh, he sat down at the table, lacking the mood to eat. Little one, do you think a person's fate is predetermined by heaven? Lu Lan, this little girl possesses such excellent triple spiritual roots and cultivates quickly. She may even have hopes for foundation establishment in the future, and even Manager Wang does not withhold her spiritual rice harvest. At my age, having 5 spiritual roots. What Elder Fong said back then was indeed spot on. If I follow the usual path, I might find it difficult to enter the outer sect in my lifetime. At first, Li Laodao merely complained, but as he spoke, he suddenly slammed the table and stood up abruptly, his voice hoarse, his grotesque face contorted and bloodshot eyes indicating his extreme agitation. Hanyu advised, Tao Master, although we are merely miscellaneous disciples, we still have the opportunity to cultivate, which is much better than those servants who have no hope of cultivation and lack spiritual roots. The rules of Wanshun Valley have always been this way. Only geniuses with dual spiritual roots or above might be accepted as disciples by elders and enter the inner or outer sect early. Those with triple, quadruple, or quintuple spiritual roots, being of lesser quality, must start as miscellaneous disciples. Disciples with triple spiritual roots, being considered of good quality among miscellaneous disciples, cultivate quickly and are seldom oppressed, generally becoming outer sect disciples in the end. As for those with quadruple or quintuple spiritual roots, it's hard to say. Easier said than done. Li Laodao clenched his fists and walked out. In my youth, I galloped freely, enjoying the martial world. Did I seek immortality, just to be so powerless? After saying this, he no longer spoke to Hanyu and strode away, his back resolute. Hanyu stared blankly for a moment before lowering his head to continue eating. The rabbit meat made by the Tao Master is truly delicious. I wonder if I will ever get to eat such prebled rabbit again. The next day, Hanyu and Li Laodao arrived outside Lu Lan's stone house. In addition to Zhongshan and Sun Kong, 2 other male disciples and a rather beautiful female disciple also came to celebrate with Lu Lan. Lu Shimi, you truly deserve to be called a genius among us miscellaneous disciples with your triple spiritual roots. Indeed, it won't be long before we will have to call you Lu Shiji. The group congratulated Lu Lan, some even flattering her. Lu Lan was quite happy, not being a serious or proud person, and greeted everyone with a smile, inviting them to sit down. Zhongshan stepped forward and took out a spirit stone containing spiritual energy. Lu Shimi, congratulations on reaching the 3rd layer of Qi refinement. You are just 1 step away from entering the outer sect. A small congratulatory gift, please accept it. Lu Lan was a bit surprised. Spirit stone. Thank you so much, Zhang Shixiao. Following, Zhongshan, Sun Kong and the other 3 also presented their gifts. Sun Kong gave 2 wind talismans, while the other 2 male miscellaneous disciples had probably agreed beforehand to give 2 pounds of green rice spirit each. The beautiful girl took out a jade hairpin. Lu Shimi, I don't have anything too good to give you. This hairpin has the effect of 2 protective talismans. I exchanged it from the Qinghe workshop in Wanchun Valley. Please take it. Lulan quickly stood up. Wei Shiji, this is too precious. How can I accept such a valuable gift from you? We've been sisters for so long. Do you really care about these things? Just accept it. As Wei Shiji said this, she stuffed the jade hairpin into Lulan's arms. Lulan said she felt embarrassed, but after receiving it, she couldn't help but smile and examine it closely, forgetting to greet the others. Wei Shiji looked curiously at Li Laodao and Han Yu, this old and young pair. Didn't they have any congratulatory gifts? Zhang Shan explained with a smile. Li Quan and Han Yu have only been here for less than 2 months. They came here today just to congratulate Lu Shimi. Oh, with their tokens, one has 4 spiritual roots and the other 5, right? I've heard people mention it before. Li Laodao and Han Yu nodded, and Wei Shiji didn't speak to them any further, evidently feeling they lacked. Next, Lulan had to entertain her guests. Li Laodao pondered and, finding an excuse, said goodbye. After all, they had come with such good gifts to congratulate her, and the food and drink Lulan prepared were clearly of good quality. It would be too embarrassing to stay and feast without bringing anything. Lulan and Zhang Shan both greeted them, but did not move. Sun Kong, as always, was honest, and stood up to send them to the outer edge of Lulan's spirit field. Sun Shixiang, Han Yu inquired, can you draw talismans? I can't. Those 2 wind talismans were also exchanged at the Qinghe workshop, the simplest and cheapest talismans, Sun Kong said. Where is the Qinghe workshop? How do you buy and sell things? Before Han Yu could ask, Li Laodiao's eyes lit up, eagerly inquiring. Sun Kong smiled and said, just wait a moment. When I finish congratulating Lu Shimi, I will come to your place and talk about the Qinghe workshop. Li Laodao and Han Yu returned to Han Ye's stone house to wait. After a while, a slightly tipsy Sun Kong indeed came, discussing matters concerning the Qinghe workshop. There are about 1 to 200 inner sect disciples, nearly 1,000 outer sect disciples, and 2 to 3,000 miscellaneous disciples in Wanchun Valley, while the number of servants who cannot cultivate is also around 1,000. Although they are scattered around Wanchun Valley for cultivation, it doesn't seem too crowded, but the demand for life and the exchange of cultivation resources cannot solely rely on the big and small contributions exchanged within the sect. Inner and outer sect disciples are somewhat better off, but miscellaneous disciples and servants have very few opportunities to exchange items from the sect. The marketplace is essential for their living and survival. Moreover, because Wanchun Valley has dispatched stewards to manage at the marketplace, is orderly with a wide variety of items. Outer and inner sect disciples sometimes need supplies and will also come to the marketplace to select items. Some outsiders, wandering cultivators without a sect, also enter the marketplace. The marketplace is about 10 miles east of our Wanchun Valley. It has always been seen as part of Wanchun Valley's protection. There are many goods inside, including talismans, elixirs, magic tools, formations, spiritual herbs, and fruits, among others. Some are for barter, and others can be purchased directly with spirit stones or spiritual rice. The value of items in terms of spiritual rice or spirit stones is not fixed. If you go to Wanchun Hall, which sells items externally, the prices are stable. However, if you trade with others, you might get a fantastic bargain or suffer a significant loss. After Sun Kang's explanation, Han Yu and Li Laodao had a preliminary understanding of the Qinghe workshop. Are those servants who cannot cultivate also in the marketplace? Li Laodao asked. Sun Kang nodded. Yes, they are also in the marketplace. Occasionally, they obtain spiritual items or spiritual rice to exchange for what they need, which can make them suddenly wealthy overnight. Sometimes they even sell themselves, their children, or some mundane food and prey. Li Laodao understood, pondering thoughtfully while smiling. Thank you for your guidance, Sun Shixiao. Han Yu also expressed his gratitude. Sun Kong laughed. We are all brothers, there's no need to be so polite. In 4 months after your harvest of green rice spirit, I will take you to the marketplace to see what you can buy. Li Laodao sighed. We have to hand over 90% of our harvest and focus on our own cultivation. How can we afford to buy anything? Sun Kong, upon hearing this, felt sympathy, but had no solution. Manager Wang uses such excuses to take advantage of ordinary miscellaneous disciples. They are insignificant and powerless under the jurisdiction of others. Who can change this? Senior brother Sun, are you about to break through to the 3rd layer of qi refinement? Han Yu inquired as Sun Kong was about to depart. Sun Kang's face lit up with anticipation. If the spirit rice is sufficient, it should take about half a year. By the way, our spirit fields will be ready for harvest in a month. You can come along and observe the process to gain some experience. After he left, Han Yu remarked, Senior brother Sun is truly a warm-hearted and kind person. I hope he breaks through smoothly and joins the outer sect soon. Old Taoist Li rasped, indeed not bad. A trace of envy colored his voice. He's about to reach the 3rd layer of qi refinement too. He hurried back to his cultivation. Han Yu inspected the spirit fields once more before commencing his own cultivation. He duplicated a spirit rice ball and consumed it, feeling the qi circulate through his meridians in a cyclical flow, bringing incremental growth that ultimately converged into the tiny seed of spiritual energy within his dantian. The flow of qi during qi refinement originated from the dantian and returned to it coursing through the entire body. The subtle increase, after all, was still stored within the dantian. After completing one full cycle, the spiritual energy from the spirit rice ball was fully absorbed. Continuing to cultivate by merely drawing in the scattered spiritual energy from the heavens and earth, with his 4-attribute spiritual root drastically slowed his progress, yielding far inferior results. Duplicating just one spirit rice ball daily isn't enough, and my 4-attribute spiritual root truly is lacking. As Han Yu pondered, a faint rustle of wings came from the doorway. He opened the door to find a large raven with glossy feathers flying and followed by an ordinary-sized raven. The two ravens, one large and one small, stared at him in silence. Han Yu chuckled. I asked you to find spiritual herbs, and you've gone and found yourself a companion. The large raven let out a soft caw. You mean having an extra helper makes it easier? Caw. Han Yu laughed. All right, that makes some sense. No wonder you haven't brought back anything these past few days. Caw. The large raven cried out in protest, hopping aside. Han Yu condensed a drop of his essence blood and, channeling the spirit nurturing art, fed it to the newly arrived raven. A wisp of crimson blood mist slowly emanated from the raven, then gradually receded. It then hopped affectionately onto Han Yu's shoulder, gently pecking him to acknowledge its master. Freshly transformed by the spirit nurturing art, it was not as intelligent as the original raven, acting purely on instinct to show Han Yu affection. Han Yu stroked the normal-sized raven and sent both birds out to fly. He wondered if the two ravens would have any luck searching for spiritual herbs. The next morning, Han Yu inspected the spirit fields once more. Finding no pests, rodents, or water shortages, he prepared to return to his cultivation. A passing woman called out to him. You're Han Yu, right? Han Yu stopped and recognized the rather pretty Senior Sister Wei, who had celebrated Lulan's breakthrough. Yes, Senior Sister Wei, I am Han Yu. You're young, and a 4-attribute spiritual root isn't too bad. You have a chance to enter the outer sect in the future, Senior Sister Wei said with a smile. Would you like to come to my place for a visit? I'll have some treats for you. Han Yu looked at her in surprise. Was she also a kind and well-meaning person? He hadn't noticed that yesterday. Don't worry. My family has some influence in the Southernly Kingdom. Exchanging gold, silver, and other mundane goods for things beneficial to cultivation isn't difficult for me. I'm always willing to build good karma and relationships with promising fellow disciples. Seeing his hesitation, Senior Sister Wei realized he wasn't the kind of junior brother easily swayed. She smiled and explained, if you ever leave the 10,000 Springs Valley to travel or undertake demon-slaying missions, a little consideration for our Wei family would make this karma worthwhile. Han Yu understood her words were clear enough. A thought struck him. Your Wei family. Are you the Wei family of the Southernly Kingdom's Grand Chancellor? Senior Sister Wei's face lit up with delight. Junior brother Han knows of us. That's wonderful. She stepped forward and took his arm. Since we're both from the Southernly Kingdom, there's no need to stand on ceremony. Come, let me host you. Feeling overwhelmed, Han Yu quickly said, Li Quan, who joined the sect with me, is also from the Southernly Kingdom. Let me call him along. The 980 Thingir rolled with 5 spiritual roots. Senior Sister Wei pursed her lips instinctively. Then she thought hosting one more person wouldn't hurt, and it was important not to offend anyone while building good karma. She nodded in agreement. Han Yu called out twice at old Taoist Li's door, but received no response. It seems he's not home right now. Senior Sister Wei was secretly pleased, thinking she could save a gift. What a pity. He'll just host you today then. Han Yu thought for a moment. Senior Sister Wei, how about I wait for Li Quan and visit you together? Would that be acceptable? Senior Sister Wei was taken aback, her expression clearly displeased. She gave a tepid nod. That's fine too. With that, she took her leave hastily. Though she genuinely wished to cultivate good karma, this young man was far too indecisive. She had met many senior and junior brothers and sisters, but never one who would refuse a benefit and make so many excuses, as if she would beg him a third time. Old Taoist Li was gone from his stone hut for an unusually long time. That evening, a faint light flickered briefly in the hut before vanishing. Han Yu went over and called out. A wary old Taoist Li poked his head out. What is it? Master Li, Senior Sister Wei came to see me today. She said she wanted to host me and build some good karma. As Han Yu spoke, he noticed the old man's eyes were unusually cold and deep, his lips tightly pressed together like a bloodthirsty beast sharpening its fangs. When Han Yu finished, the cold, predatory aura slowly receded. Old Taoist Li gave a hoarse grin. You little brat, if she invites you, just go, eat and drink your fill, and bring back the goodies. Why wait for me? We're from the same place, both from the Southernly Kingdom. And I once had a conflict with her family's 4th son, Han Yu said. I thought it would be better to have you with me. Old Taoist Li's gaze softened as he looked at him, then he let out another hoarse laugh. You little brat, I'll forget it. Come in. Once inside, Han Yu saw a bowl of thick, viscous essence blood on the table, emanating a bloody aura. I went to the Qinghe market today. Old Taoist Li having invited Han Yu and saw no need to hide anything. I traded my martial arts skills for some gold and silver and bought blood nourishment. Master Li, you've started cultivating the blood refining art again. Yes, my cultivation speed is too slow. I have no other choice. Old Taoist Li's ugly face was stern and solemn. If I only cultivate the Qinghe Qi refining heart method, I'll die of old age without ever finding the true path. I must find another way. The blood refining art may be a false immortal technique, but it is still a cultivation method of the demonic path. There might be a way forward later. It's far better than cultivating to no avail and dying with regrets. Little one, your fate still has a long way to go, but the Taoist is worried in his heart. This year the Taoist is over 90, relying on the fake immortality of blood alchemy to consume blood food. He has managed to survive for several years, but how much longer he can live, even the Taoist does not know. Having lived this life, I will never be content to end up with nothing. Inside the stone house, the old Taoist Li spoke his inner thoughts to Han Yu, then lifted the bowl of essence blood and gulped it down. With white hair and crimson lips, he looked quite frightening. Although this appearance was terrifying, Han Yu was not afraid, and said, Taoist, you must be careful. Wanshan Valley does not allow private cultivation of other arts, let alone practices related to the demonic sect. If discovered, it could be life-threatening. Hearing this, the old Taoist Li rasped a laugh and said, you have a good heart just like your grandmother. However, if I do not practice blood alchemy, I might die even faster, so I will continue to practice. He then said to Han Yu, you waited for me and turned down the benefits from that senior sister way. It is my fault that I delayed you, so as compensation I will pass on to you my last bit of skill. My martial arts are insignificant for cultivators and not worth referencing. After all, the techniques of mortals fighting mortals are just ordinary. Blood alchemy also has a spell called bloodthirst, which can temporarily enhance one's strength through blood consumption, but it requires sufficient essence blood to be prepared in advance or replenished urgently afterwards. This spell is akin to the blood droplet technique. It should only be used in emergencies to preserve life. Unless absolutely necessary, do not use it. If used in front of Wanshan Valley or any righteous sects, it will surely lead to a pursuit. Now I will teach you this bloodthirst spell. Han Yu was astonished. Taoist, you still have another spell hidden. The old Taoist Li scoffed, who knew what kind of person you were before. I have not turned against you and killed you, and passing down my skills to you is already for the sake of your grandmother. Han Yu was left speechless. He had never met his grandmother since he could remember, and he did not expect to be viewed favorably by the old Taoist because of her. After learning how to use the bloodthirst spell, Han Yu returned to his stone house. Not knowing if it was because he was upset that Han Yu did not know what was good for him, senior sister Wei had not taken the initiative to greet Han Yu or invite him to visit after that day. Seeing her this way, Han Yu felt relieved. He remembered the kindness of senior brother Sun Kong and would repay it in the future. However, with senior sister Wei, who seemed to forge a bond like a transaction, Han Yu felt as if he owed her a debt. This was a completely different feeling. It felt very uncomfortable to take things from others for no reason. From then on, apart from inspecting the spirit field, Han Yu practiced day by day. With one spirit rice ball each day after a week's cycle, the spiritual energy seeds in his dantian had grown a bit, but he was still far from reaching the second layer of qi refinement. Occasionally practicing blood alchemy to replicate essence blood also increased his own blood qi significantly, allowing him to easily condense 3 drops of essence blood each time with strength to spare. After feeding the 2 crows several times, the larger crow appeared increasingly clever and spirited, while the smaller crow had smooth feathers, flew faster, and had grown slightly larger. Perhaps because there were too many cultivators in Wanshan Valley and many knowledgeable individuals, the 2 crows searched for days without finding any unclaimed spirit herbs or spirit fruits. Every 2 or 3 days, the old Taoist Li would quietly go to the market to buy blood food from those servants who could not cultivate. With continuous practice of blood alchemy, his spirit improved compared to before. However, he had secluded himself, no longer meeting with Zhongshan, Sun Kong, Lu Lan, and others. Whenever Han Yu saw him, he felt that deep in his eyes lay a certain bloodthirsty impulse. This blood alchemy truly had an unsettling feeling. This was merely a false immortality practice cultivated by the blood slaves of the demonic sect, not even the real cultivation methods of the demonic sect. Since Han Yu began practicing blood alchemy, he had never consumed blood food, always replicating his own essence blood to nourish himself, and had never experienced the same condition as the old Taoist Li. One early morning, Han Yu was surprised to see many servant disciples sitting cross-legged in the spirit field. This included Zhongshan, Lu Lan, Sun Kong, and senior sister Wei among others. Senior brother Sun, why did you all suddenly come to cultivate in the spirit field? Sun Kong replied, our Qinghe spirit rice was basically planted on the same day, and the harvest day is also around 10 days later. At this stage, the Qinghe spirit rice absorbs spiritual energy more efficiently, and cultivating in the spirit field slightly increases our cultivation speed. Moreover, during this period, due to the increased spiritual energy, pests and rodents are more likely to occur. We need to spend most of our time guarding the spirit field to ensure the harvest of the Qinghe spirit rice. Han Yu finally understood more about planting in the spirit field. This was also quite troublesome. No wonder the servant disciples did not cultivate quickly. Always worrying about these matters led to fewer resources for cultivation, which naturally diminished their cultivation speed. Han Yu's 4 spirit roots were not considered good for cultivation. With sufficient supply of spirit rice balls, he entered the first layer of qi refinement in less than 2 months. However, those who could achieve such results were indeed few. Han Yu soon discovered a somewhat unfavorable trend. Although the pests and rodents attracted by the imminent ripening of the Qinghe spirit rice were not many, there was a possibility of them affecting his spirit field. The pest situation was somewhat manageable. Those palm-sized insects could be driven away or killed after being struck by wind control or water control techniques. However, the rodent situation was different. The mice known as stealing spirit mice were as large as civets with tough fur and the ability to burrow quickly, making them impervious to wind control or water control techniques. Only those who practiced other spells or possessed sharp weapons could kill them in one blow. After Zhang Shan's son Kong and others drove away the stealing spirit mice, some fled, while others remained still waiting for an opportunity. Near their spirit field, mouse holes had begun to appear, forcing Han Yu and the old Taoist Li to keep watch over the spirit field and drive away the stealing spirit mice. If they harvested less than 50 pounds of spirit rice per moo, they would end up with nothing, and if below 30 pounds, they would even be punished. They could not afford to be indifferent. In the first couple of days it worked. The stealing spirit mice would flee at the sound. However, afterwards they seemed to realize that Han Yu and the old Taoist Li had no spell abilities and would almost brazenly burrow into their spirit field. Han Yu and the old Taoist Li could neither seek help from other senior brothers and sisters watching over their own spirit fields, nor ask manager Wang for assistance. They could only chase after a few stealing spirit mice during the day, which made the old Taoist Li furious. That night, in the stillness of the night, the old Taoist Li quietly found Han Yu. Little one, get up. An opportunity to earn spirit stones has come. An opportunity to earn spirit stones. Han Yu was puzzled. Old Taoist Li, his mule-like ugly face drawing close, lowered his voice. Those beasts are flaunting themselves before us. During the day we can't make a move, but at night, when no one can see, why not slaughter them? I inquired at the market. These spirit thief rats are no ordinary beasts. A single carcass can fetch 2 gene of spirit rice. Each of us can kill a few with the blood drop. Then we'll trade them at the market for spirit rice or even spirit stones, a chance to advance in our cultivation. Besides, it'll stop these vermin from ruining our spirit fields. Han Yu listened and suddenly understood. This was a viable plan. They couldn't just let these beasts destroy the green sprout spirit rice and then face punishment from manager Wang. The two stealthily entered the spirit field. The spirit thief rats were gnawing away, their faint munching sounds echoing loudly in their ears. The destruction of the spirit rice they had planted with their own hands ignited a fury within them. Under the night sky, the rats' eyes glowed with an eerie green light clearly visible across the field. The rats, unafraid of Han Yu and old Taoist Li even during the day, grew even bolder at night. Old Taoist Li assigned their tasks. There are 5 rats in our fields. Tonight I can use the blood drop 3 times and you can manage once. With luck, we'll kill 4, if not 2 or 3. Over 2 days we should manage. Han Yu was inwardly surprised, so the old Taoist, after consuming so much blood essence, has condensed roughly the same amount of refined blood as I have, the equivalent of 3 drops. Has my blood refining art already caught up to his? Let's try it in 1 day, Taoist. I can barely condense a second blood drop, Han Yu whispered after a moment's thought. Old Taoist Li turned his ugly face in surprise. You little brat, you sure have plenty of blood energy. I wonder how you cultivate. Having said that, he didn't press further. He quietly condensed a blood drop and aimed it at one of the rats. The blood drop, capable of piercing metal and splitting stone, obeyed his will, lurking in the shadows before penetrating a rat's hide. The 2 glowing points of the rat's eyes went dark and a faint scent of blood began to spread. Old Taoist Li rejoiced, 2 gene of spirit rice. Then, sniffing the blood, he swallowed his saliva and muttered, this blood carries spiritual energy. If used for blood food, wouldn't it surpass ordinary livestock? Taoist, let's kill the rest before the other rats catch on, Han Yu reminded him. Old Taoist Li snapped back to reality, restraining himself for the moment. The 2 crept cautiously through the spirit field, searching for the remaining rats. Soon they found a second one, and old Taoist Li killed it with his blood drop. After a while, having killed the 3rd rat, old Taoist Li said, these 3 are mine. You kill the remaining 2 and bring them to me. They'll trade them all at the market tomorrow for spirit rice. I need to get back to cultivation now. With that, he swallowed, eagerly grabbed the 3 freshly killed rats, and hurried back to his stone hut. Han Yu was somewhat surprised that old Taoist Li was leaving so soon. But he also felt relieved. With the old Taoist gone, if his blood drop missed, he could easily condense another. He could effortlessly form 3 drops of refined blood, barely manage a 4th, and with his replication ability, use it 5 times in total. Such extraordinary ability couldn't be revealed in front of others, not even to the relatively close old Taoist Li. After old Taoist Li left, Han Yu surveyed his and the old Taoist fields and was startled to find not 5, but 7 rats. After the old Taoist killed, 4 remained. He wondered if the extra 2 had just arrived or had been hiding earlier. The blood drop proved exceptionally effective. Once condensed, it moved with his will, targeting precisely. The spirit thief rats never expected that Han Yu, powerless during the day, possessed a spell capable of piercing their hides. Han Yu's 4 blood drops all struck true. Back in his hut, he was troubled. Giving all the rats to old Taoist Li would expose his secret, but keeping them would leave him with no way to dispose of them. Should he go to the market himself? As he pondered, Han Yu noticed that one of the 4 rats he killed had an arc-shaped pattern on its belly where the fur was exceptionally clean. Was this rat raised by someone? Han Yu's heart jolted. Could it be that some people raised these spirit thief rats to steal nearly ripe spirit rice under cover of night? Whoever was behind this was certainly no good. He hurriedly picked up the marked rat and headed to old Taoist Li's stone hut. Knocking on the door, he was met with the old Taoist's bloodthirsty gaze before he could speak. "Did you kill both rats?" Old Taoist Li asked, his hand pressed against the doorframe, veins bulging, eyes bloodshot as he struggled to suppress his urge to drink blood. "Taoist, something's wrong." Han Yu showed him the marked rat. "Look." Old Taoist Li looked down and saw the clear pattern on the rat's belly. He was both shocked and enraged, his bloodthirsty gaze fading. This rat was raised by someone. Someone deliberately sent it to steal our nearly ripe green sprout spirit rice. He hastily rummaged through the 3 rats he had killed and pulled out one with a similar arc pattern on its belly. 2 of them were raised by the same person, and we've killed them both. This is bad. We've offended someone, and who knows who it is. Old Taoist Li gritted his teeth. Will they come looking for us? Han Yu thought for a moment and said, "Taoist, worrying is useless. In the entire spirit field area, only Manager Wang and 2 other outer disciples are here. If they raise these rats, they're far more skilled than us, and will find us sooner or later." Old Taoist Li shook his head. They're already well fed and wouldn't bother with what these rats steal. A little spirit rice means little to them. It's not them. If it's not them, then there's even less to worry about. Han Yu continued, "The highest cultivation among the servant disciples here is Qi refining layer 3. Once they reach layer 4, they become outer disciples and leave. Such servant disciples have few spells, so we need not fear them. At worst, we can report it to Manager Wang and the others. They'd be more than happy to catch the thief who's stealing spirit rice." Old Taoist Li gradually calmed down and praised, "You little brat, you're remarkably composed in a crisis. I was at a loss just now. It's impressive that you could think of a solution. But the method we used to kill the rats can't be revealed. For now, let's not worry, but we must never go to Manager Wang to report this. Exposing ourselves would be the end of us." Han Yu nodded and asked, "Taoist, what should we do with these rats?" "They'll keep these 2 raised ones to refine with my blood essence. Won't sell them," Old Taoist Li said, gritting his teeth. "As for the rest, we still need to trade them. The market is big, and there are many of these rats around lately. It should be fine." "All right." Han Yu handed over another rat carcass to Old Taoist Li. Old Taoist Li nodded slightly. "Good, now all 5 rats are gone. Our fields are free of this pest. Whoever raised them can't blame us. If their rats hadn't ravaged our fields, we wouldn't have killed them. They brought it upon themselves." Han Yu returned to the humble stone house, and before he could catch his breath, he saw 2 crows, one large and one small, swiftly dart into the room like 2 streaks of black lightning. The large crow landed steadily in front of Han Yu, then slightly lowered its glossy black head, gently opening its sharp beak. A green twig slowly slid down from its beak. At the end of the twig hung a blue fruit, dazzling like a gemstone, about the size of a ripe, loquat, crystal clear, as if it could reflect a person's shadow. The blue fruit emanated spiritual energy wisps swirling around like smoke and mist, accompanied by a faint fragrance that refreshed the mind. At that moment, the smaller crow mimicked the larger one, obediently lowering its head and also producing a twig from its beak, which bore an identical blue crystal fruit. A glimmer of surprise flashed in Han Yu's eyes as he hurriedly reached out to carefully hold the 2 spiritual fruits in his palms. Examining them, unsure of their properties, he asked, "Do they have an owner, or are they ownerless? Are they from the sect's herb garden?" In response to Han Yu's questions, the large crow and the small crow merely shook their little heads, gently indicating denial. "Are there any more?" Han Yu asked again. The large crow and the small crow continued to shake their heads, seemingly telling Han Yu that this was all the treasure they could find. Han Yu was not disappointed. These 2 spiritual fruits were excellent gains. Regardless of their use, even if they couldn't be used for his own cultivation, they should be able to exchange for some spiritual rice or other items. Well done, I'll give you some rewards today. Hanyu began to gather blood essence to nourish the two crows, but suddenly felt a bit troubled. Having used the blood droplet technique 4 times already, it was quite difficult to condense more essence. At that moment, the large crow hopped onto the corpse of a thieving spirit mouse, looking at Hanyu with anticipation, letting out a soft, pleading call. Call. Since Hanyu requested them to refrain from making loud calls, it had stopped its usual loud cawing. Hanyu was a bit surprised. You want to eat this thieving spirit mouse? Call. The large crow nodded lightly. Seeing this, the small crow hurriedly jumped onto another thieving spirit mouse's corpse, fearing it might miss. Hanyu couldn't help but smile at the antics of the two crows, reminiscent of playful children. The 2 thieving spirit mice were something he had difficulty dealing with, so giving them to the crows as a reward wasn't bad. All right, they're yours. Take them and enjoy. The 2 crows instantly became ecstatic. The large crow grabbed one thieving spirit mouse and flapped its wings, swaying, as if dancing. The rhythm of its claws tapping was crisp like a percussion instrument. The small crow was even more mischievous, deliberately tossing the thieving spirit mouse into the air and catching it steadily, then twirled its tail feathers in a circle for Hanyu. Watching the large and small crows play like children, Hanyu couldn't help but laugh. All right, off you go. The 2 crows came closer, gently pecking around Hanyu in affection, then each grabbed a thieving spirit mouse and soared away. About an hour later, the 2 crows returned, swaying, as if they were drunk, their beaks stained with blood. After entering the house, they laid down on the ground and fell into a deep sleep. Did eating the thieving spirit mice cause a problem? Although full of doubts, Hanyu swiftly tidied up his already tattered clothing, haphazardly stuffing it under the bed, and quickly fashioned a rough nest to place the 2 sleeping crows inside. The next morning, Hanyu glanced under the bed and saw that the 2 crows were still quietly lying in the nest, showing no signs of waking up, leaving him unsure whether it was a good or bad thing. If they really died from eating the thieving spirit mice, it would be quite troublesome for Hanyu to find new helpers using the spirit nourishing technique. As usual, he went out to inspect his spiritual fields. Old Taoist Li was not at home, probably having gone early in the morning to the Qinghe market to exchange thieving spirit mice for spiritual rice. He had been to the market more than once and was familiar with the route. In contrast, Hanyu had always felt that his cultivation was low, lacking anything impressive to show, and had been focused on his training, so he hadn't visited Qinghe market even once. Hanyu circled around the spiritual fields, but found no new thieving spirit mice, which improved his mood. He then headed towards the spiritual fields of Zhongshan, Sun Kong, and Lulan. Lulan was meditating in her spiritual field, holding the spirit stone that Zhongshan had given her to enhance her training speed. Given her spiritual root and age, and having just recently broken through to the 3rd layer of Qi refinement, it was the perfect time for her to diligently cultivate, making it evident that it would be inappropriate to disturb her. Zhongshan was not cultivating, but instead, he stood in the field, slightly furrowing his brow as he observed the spiritual field, seemingly lost in thought. Senior brother Zhang. Han, junior brother, you're up. The thieving spirit mice have been rampant these past few days. Yesterday I saw you and Li Quan chasing those mice. That's right, those thieving spirit mice bully us because we don't understand magic. They only leave when driven away with branches, otherwise they won't budge at all. It's infuriating. Is today any different? Zhongshan asked, his gaze somewhat probing. Not really. I took a round and haven't found any thieving spirit mice yet. Well, that might be because they were disturbed during the night and won't come out during the day, or they may have gone to someone else's spirit. Next time, could you stagger your planting schedule a bit so that it aligns more closely with ours? It would save both of us from having to drive away pests and mice multiple times. Hanyu nodded. Yes, senior brother Zhang, I understand. Every time the Qinghe spiritual rice was about to mature, it would attract pests and mice. If the planting times were always different, the pests and mice would negatively impact the surrounding spiritual fields. Thus, it was best to plant and harvest at the same time whenever possible, making it easier for everyone. Upon hearing Sun Kang's words, Hanyu thought to himself that it was indeed senior brother Sun's warm-heartedness that made him trustworthy. There's no need for that for now, senior brother Sun. When I came here today, I didn't find any spirit mice in the spirit field. Perhaps they have already left. Hopefully they won't reappear. Otherwise, given your and Li Quan's situation, it would be truly difficult to deal with those beasts. Sun Kang remarked. Hanyu hesitated for a moment and asked, Senior brother Sun, I've been feeling that my cultivation has been slow lately, and I was thinking of looking for something to help with my cultivation. Do you know where I might find such things? Sun Kang chuckled. Junior brother Han, this question is something every miscellaneous disciple has pondered to some extent. When cultivation slows down and daily hard work yields little progress, without the support of spirit rice, who hasn't wished to obtain spirit herbs to boost their cultivation and step into the outer sect? However, those who can get their wishes fulfilled are quite rare. For example, if I knew where to find spirit herbs that could help me break through to the third or even fourth level of qi refining, wouldn't I have to guard that place every day, eh? Our Wanshan Valley is a cultivation sect and is one of the 5 sects in the southern region that values spirit herbs and spirit plants the most. They have searched the vicinity for all kinds of spirit herbs, leaving no stone unturned. It is harder to find spirit herbs on your own than to find hair on a bald head. Han Yu listened and suddenly realized no wonder he had sent out various crows to search these days and only found 2 spirit fruits. It turned out that Wanshan Valley had already searched thoroughly, relying solely on the abilities of miscellaneous disciples to stumble upon spirit fruits is nearly impossible. So, senior brother Sun, are there any common spirit herbs near Wanshan Valley? Han Yu asked again, and Sun Kong couldn't help but smile. I knew you wouldn't give up. To be honest, every miscellaneous disciple has had this fantasy, including myself. I hope I didn't amuse you, senior brother. Sun Kong waved his hand. It's all right. Anyway, my cultivation is close to the limit of absorbing spiritual roots today, so let me tell you about a few common spirit fruits you might encounter. Han Yu had also gradually begun to understand what he meant by absorption limit recently. The difference in cultivation among various spiritual roots lies here. If the spiritual root is lacking, not only will the absorption of spiritual energy through the operation of techniques be noticeably slow and less effective, but even the effects of consuming spirit herbs and pills will also decrease significantly. This is determined by one's cultivation aptitude from the very beginning and is almost unchangeable. Of course, in most cases, miscellaneous disciples do not reach the absorption limit. They generally This is determined by one's cultivation aptitude from the very beginning and is almost unchangeable. Of course, in most cases, miscellaneous disciples do not reach the absorption limit. They generally lack cultivation resources. Sun Kong, having some savings and relying on the spiritual energy from the Qinghe spirit rice before it matures for cultivation, was also in a rare state of being full and reaching the absorption limit this year. Next, Sun Kong shared with Han Yu what he knew about spirit herbs based on his experiences over the past few years and his visits to the market. As miscellaneous disciples, the spirit herbs we are likely to encounter besides the Qinghe spirit rice we cultivate are some spirit herbs at the qi refining level, such as Baijin grass, Huangxing fruit, and Yuanlingzi, all of which can significantly aid in our Oh, and there's also the spirit blood vine. This thing doesn't have much effect on our cultivation, but is very useful for mortals. Just a small piece can make their vital energy surge, enabling them to lift several hundred jin. Eating a bit more may even kill them from overindulgence. Hence they say it's called snake blood vine and is said to be highly toxic. Sun Kong shared these anecdotes with Han Yu with a smile. As Han Yu listened to his descriptions, he noted down all these items in his mind, while also noticing that there was no mention of the blue spirit fruit he had obtained. Senior brother Sun, are there any others? Sun Kong thought for a moment and recalled 3 other spirit items. There's also the red heart bamboo, which is as hard as red iron inside, and serves as a material for refining and the banana leaves commonly used by our outer disciples, which are harvested from the banana spirit trees and exchanged by disciples for their contributions as flying objects. Oh, and I once saw a fruit in the market that looked like a blue gem about the size of a finger. I heard it's called Xuanqing fruit, which can clear the mind and is beneficial for practicing spells, alchemy, talisman, crafting, and artifact refining, providing effects similar to Yuanlingzi in terms of enhancing cultivation. Upon hearing this, Han Yu felt a slight joy in his heart. The color and size matched perfectly. The spirit fruit the crows had brought back was indeed called Xuanqing fruit. Can these spirit fruits be eaten directly? Eating them directly is somewhat wasteful. If we really have the chance to obtain spirit herbs or spirit items for us miscellaneous disciples, exchanging them for spirit rice in the market and using that for slow and steady cultivation is the best method. Sun Kong said. Han Yu thought to himself, since that's the case, wouldn't it be better for me to consume the Xuanqing fruit in a slow and steady manner? With that thought, he was already eager to try. After chatting with Sun Kong for a few more minutes and asking a few questions, Han Yu returned to his stone house in the spirit field. The 2 crows were still sound asleep in their little nest under the bed. Han Yu took out the blue crystal clear Xuanqing fruit, which was enveloped in spiritual energy, and gave off a fragrant aroma. Just a slight whiff cleared his mind. With 2 Xuanqing fruits, Han Yu opened his mouth and swallowed one. He immediately felt the fruit melt in his mouth like a cool stream rushing directly to his dantian. At the same time, his mind felt as if it were immersed in a clear spring, becoming unprecedentedly light. Indeed, this was the Xuanqing fruit. The increase in cultivation it provided was several times that of spirit rice balls. Han Yu immediately operated his circulatory technique, and after 3 consecutive cycles, he felt that his spiritual root's absorption limit had been reached for the day. The spiritual seed in his dantian had shown a clear increase, but the medicinal power from the Xuanqing fruit still lingered within his body, slowly dissipating. Han Yu could continue to cultivate relying on the medicinal power of the xuanxin fruit for another 2 days. So it was. If Han Yu didn't have any other xuanxin fruits, then this one would have only optimal cultivation effects for 3 days, which indeed is far inferior to exchanging for spirit rice, thus allowing for a gradual accumulation of cultivation. Fortunately, Han Yu didn't need to worry about this issue, since he still had 1 xuanxin fruit in hand. He could ensure a continuous supply of xuanxin fruits. The only flaw is that his 4 spiritual roots were indeed too poor, with a daily limit on the absorption of spiritual energy and medicinal power. Han Yu could only strive to advance his cultivation and improve himself through other means. The xuanxin fruit also had another effect, which was to aid in the practice of techniques, artifact refining, alchemy, talisman, crafting, and other methods. Han Yu decided to take advantage of his clear mind to practice the wind control technique and water control technique. As he practiced, he was even more pleasantly surprised. He initially thought these 2 techniques were just for making it easier to cultivate the spirit field, but now as he gradually became proficient in their application, he began to appreciate the wonders of the techniques. Though basic, if these 2 techniques are applied correctly, they can serve purposes beyond merely cultivating the spirit field. From morning practice until afternoon, Han Yu brought his fingers together, circulating the spiritual energy within his dantian. Go! A whirlwind suddenly rose within the room. He then waved his finger like a sword, and the wind immediately calmed. Just as he was about to practice the water control technique again, he heard footsteps outside. Little brat. Old Taoist Li had returned. Han Yu opened the door and was taken aback. Taoist Li's gray robe was stained with blood, his expression weary, his eyes sunken, looking even more disheveled than usual. Master Tao, what happened to you? I ran into some penniless bandits. Taoist Li said angrily. I had just traded 3 spirit-stealing rats for 6 caddies of spiritual rice when some ill-intentioned folk tried to rob me. Han Yu grew even more astonished. Who would do such a thing? A menial disciple? No, it was a rogue cultivator from Qinghe Market, unattached to any sect, accompanied by 2 martial mortals. They must have noticed me buying game from mortals before and thought I was weak. When they saw I had spiritual rice, they tried to ambush me outside the market. I knew the Qinghe Market wasn't entirely safe, but I never imagined that even in my poverty some wretch would try to rob me. What rotten luck! Taoist Li grumbled as he tossed a small cloth pouch to Han Yu containing 4 caddies of spiritual rice. Here you go, 2 spirit-stealing rats and 4 caddies of rice. Han Yu took the pouch, set the rice aside, and asked, Master Tao, how did you get back? Those 3. Taoist Li said with murderous intent. They never expected that a veteran of the martial world like me would also possess spells like Blood Drop and Bloodthirsty Art. It took quite some effort to kill them, but unfortunately I got nothing but some mortal gold and silver. Han Yu thought to himself that it was indeed impossible to gain anything valuable. A rogue cultivator without a sect who would rob even a few caddies of rice was naturally the poorest of the poor, a true penniless wretch. Didn't you get his cultivation method? No, Taoist Li said. Even we received our sect's mental cultivation method through jade slips, and we don't carry them around. A rogue cultivator like that would treasure his method as a family heirloom and hide it even deeper. He smacked his lips inexplicably. What a pity. If only it weren't so close to Qinghe Market. Han Yu's heart jolted at these words. Could it be that Master Tao had even considered? Taoist Li realized he had misspoken. Using others' blood essence to cultivate was one thing. He could still interact normally with Han Yu. But once he started using human blood essence, their relationship would never be the same. He then changed the subject. Did anyone come to our spiritual field today, asking about the spirit-stealing rats? If so, they're likely the thief who's been raising them. Han Yu replied, I saw no rats in the field and spent half the day cultivating. I really don't know if anyone came. You silly child. Now it'll be even harder to find out who's been raising those rats. Taoist Li said, then felt too weak to continue and hurried back to his stone hut to replenish his blood essence. After he left, Han Yu practiced his spells for a while. Thinking that today's replication opportunity was still unused and that his spiritual energy had reached the limit for his 4 aptitude roots, he decided to replicate some blood essence to give himself an extra edge. He condensed blood essence and replicated it. After finishing his cultivation, Han Yu did not stop. The clarity-enhancing effect of the mystic heart fruit still lingered, sharpening his perception of many things. The replication ability in his right hand was undoubtedly derived from the hot round stone he had once picked. If his cultivation were high enough, he might be able to control this wondrous object at will rather than using it mechanically just for replication. Moreover, as his cultivation grew, the replication power had increased slightly, though it was hard to notice before. Only now, in this state of heightened clarity, could he observe it. Beyond that, he should also consider which items to replicate for maximum benefit in cultivation. Some items, like the token from Spring Valley, neither aid cultivation nor serve much purpose, yet they consume a great deal of replication power. Naturally, they should not be replicated frequently. As for spiritual rice balls, blood essence, and mystic heart fruits, they varied in efficacy and required careful comparison. These observations and thoughts surfaced in his mind, deepening Han Ye's understanding of spiritual herbs and fruits. Without the mystic heart fruit, he would never have thought things through so thoroughly or clearly. This mystic heart fruit truly lives up to its reputation as a spiritual medicine. So many wondrous uses. With nothing else to do, Han Yu patiently practiced his spells. Thanks to the mystic heart fruit, each session brought noticeable progress, which was deeply satisfying. Unbeknownst to him, night fell. Han Yu heard strange noises from inside the room. Turning around, he saw two crows, one large, one small, awake and crawling out from under the bed. Their dark golden pupils gleamed with intelligence, and their feathers tightly pressed together and jet black resembled iron. Unlike before, they now carried a trace of spiritual energy within them. Han Yu was overjoyed. "You have spiritual energy now." Caw. The two crows answered not. Han Ye's spirit soared. "Good. I started my true path to immortality from the false art of blood refinement, and you began by devouring blood essence. Now you too possess spiritual energy, no longer mere mortal birds. You've kept pace with your master." He then asked the crows, "Now that you have spiritual energy, do you feel any difference? Are you stronger than before?" At this, both crows spread their wings and extended their claws, looking quite proud, as if to say, "Master." Han Yu couldn't help but laugh. These two clowns were like 6 or 7-year-old children. He crouched down to feel their feathers and claws, and his eyebrows rose slightly. Previously, after being infused with blood essence, the crow's feathers had become as hard as bamboo chips, and they were quite intelligent, already rare among mortals. Now their feathers were like black iron, their claws like refined steel, not only solid, but ringing with a metallic clang when tapped. The two crows had grown much stronger just by appearance. With such feathers and claws, they would be better able to protect themselves and more likely to find spiritual fruits. If they could eat more spiritually charged insects and spirit-stealing rats, they would likely become even stronger. Han Yu tested the two crows with wooden boards and stones. They easily pierced through the wood, but the stones remained unscathed even when they clawed at them with force, producing a sound like steel striking rock. After a moment's thought, Han Yu told the crows to go outside and test their abilities. He opened the door and let them into the spiritual field to see if they could catch any spirit-stealing rats. The two crows spread their wings and flew off. Before long, the larger one returned with a spirit-stealing rat in its grasp. The smaller one, however, was covered in dirt, looking somewhat disheveled, and had failed to catch a rat that was feeding at night. He supposed the difference in size was why one succeeded while the other came off worse. Han Yu looked down at the captured rat and noticed that its belly bore an arc-shaped pattern. His face darkened. Why had they caught another rat that was being raised? Though he didn't know who owned them, the enmity was only growing deeper. Forget it, there was never any possibility of reconciliation with this old rat, and offending him further does. "You two crows can take this spirit-thieving mouse to eat." The two crows immediately jumped around in the cramped and simple stone house. Jiang Yu smiled to himself, thinking that from now on he only needed to occasionally use his essence blood and the spirit nurturing technique to deepen his bond with the two crows, and he no longer had to exhaust his blood energy constantly. Their hunting of spirit-thieving mice and insects rich in spiritual energy would actually contribute more to their growth. These two crows might play a greater role in the future. Early the next day, Jiang Yu saw the seemingly restored Li Laodao, and the previous day's embarrassment from Qinghe Market seemed like just an illusion. The essence blood of the spirit-thieving mouse clearly had an excellent effect, compensating for Li Laodao's blood energy loss and temporarily satisfying the thirst for blood caused by the blood refining technique. The two of them inspected the spirit fields and found that no new spirit-thieving mice had appeared. Their mood improved significantly, as these spirit fields contained their harvests and were related to the resources they would use for cultivation in the future. "Junior brothers, our Qinghe spirit rice has matured recently. Is there any pest or rodent damage in your spirit fields?" Sister Wei approached with a smile and asked. Jiang Yu and Li Laodao were startled and thought to themselves, could it be that the one raising spirit-thieving mice is actually her? Otherwise, why would she ask this question? Just as they were pondering how to respond, Sister Wei continued. "What you two do not know is that whenever Qinghe spirit rice matures, it must gather some spiritual energy to make the rice fuller and infused with qi. During this time, pests and rodents are bound to appear, and those immature spirit fields will inevitably. You two are lucky this time. The other senior brothers and sisters have driven away the pests and rodents cleanly. I can see that your spirit fields also have no pest or rodent damage. But next time your luck may not be so good." What did that mean? A threat? Li Laodao and Jiang Yu thought silently. Unexpectedly, Sister Wei switched her tone and smiled, saying, "So next time when planting in the spirit fields, you should join us. It will be more convenient for everyone to take care of each other. I know a very experienced servant disciple. When the time comes, I can have him help you catch pests and rodents. It will only cost a little spirit rice, which is quite cheap and practical. Jiang Yu and Li Laodao nodded in agreement. After Sister Wei left, Li Laodao whispered to Jiang Yu in a hoarse voice, "It seems it might not be her." Jiang Yu nodded, but said nothing. He then asked Li Laodao, "Dao Master, how did you transmit your voice? Could it be a spell?" "Just a little trick I learned while wandering in the Jianghu," Li Laodao replied. "If you want to learn, I'll teach you when I have time." After a few more exchanges, they were about to return when Zhang Shan approached with a frown. "Junior brother Jiang, junior brother Li, do you see any spirit thieving mice in the spirit fields? Why do I feel like they have all disappeared these past few days?" Jiang Yu and Li Laodao were momentarily stunned. Zhang Shan, why is he asking about the spirit thief? Then both of them shook their heads, indicating they didn't know. Zhang Shan clearly did not expect them to discover anything. It was just a casual question, and he soon left with a frown. After he left, Li Laodao whispered again, "I think Zhang Shixiang also has some suspicion. Now that I think about it, the spirit stone he gave to Lu Lan was rather generous. Servant disciples are all desperately holding onto every cultivation resource they can get. Why would Zhang Shan be willing to give away a piece of spirit stone worth 4 or 5 genes of spirit rice?" Jiang Yu felt a sudden realization, raising his vigilance. While Wanshan Valley is indeed the proper path of cultivation, it does not mean there are no conflicts. If Zhang Shan, who has always been warm and polite, is also someone with ulterior motives, how many of the seemingly peaceful and non-combative servant disciples can truly be trusted? Returning to his stone house, Jiang Yu refined the remaining medicinal power of the Xuanqing fruit again, and the spiritual seed in his dantian once again increased, reaching the limit of absorption for today. After that, he practiced his spells, becoming increasingly proficient, gradually showing signs of being skilled. Finally, he replicated his essence blood, increasing his blood energy and enhancing his self-protection ability. Though the blood refining technique is not the proper path of cultivation, the special nature of releasing blood droplets for fierce attacks makes it more able to protect oneself than the ordinary servant disciples of the first or second layer of qi refining in Wanshan Valley. Of course, if Jiang Yu did not have the method to replicate his essence blood, the blood refining technique's bloodthirsty impulses would require blood food, which poses significant risks, and he really couldn't continue cultivating. Only due to his unique situation could he dare to continue cultivating like this. After one day, he once again began to replicate. A heat surged in his right hand, and a faceted outline faintly appeared. Then a Xuanqing fruit manifested in his embrace. As Jiang Yu focused his thoughts, Jiang Yu took out the Xuanqing fruit, feeling even more elated during this replication. He distinctly felt that something special was stored in his right hand, and he clearly sensed that he could arrange the replicated item around his body in a concealed manner. Moreover, what excited him more was that Jiang Yu realized he could replicate a Xuanqing fruit once every day. This also confirmed his previous speculation that the difficulty of replication varies with different types of items, and as Jiang Yu's strength increases, his ability to use the items from his right hand would also increase, and the amount replicated would certainly be greater. It would no longer be limited to just a handful of spirit rice or a drop of essence blood. After confirming his suspicions, Jiang Yu happily consumed another Xuanqing fruit and continued his cultivation. With an ample supply of Xuanqing fruits, he was confident he could master the wind control and water manipulation spells within a month, surpassing most servant disciples in the spirit fields. He was also confident that he could reach the limit of cultivation speed attainable with 4 spirit roots and quickly advance to the second layer of qi refining. After another 2 days, Manager Wang and 2 other outer disciples arrived to supervise Zhang Shan's son, Kong Lulan's sister Wei, and others in harvesting Qinghe spirit rice. Under the supervision of these 3 managers in the spirit fields, Zhang Shan and the others harvested Qinghe spirit rice and submitted their findings within a day. Based on the different harvests, Manager Wang provided arrangements accordingly and announced on the spot, "Zhang Shan, you harvested 52 genes of Qinghe spirit rice per mu, keeping 80% and leaving 20%, so you get 52 genes of Qinghe spirit rice. You earn 5 minor merits." Zhang Shan still frowned, showing little joy. "Sun Kong, you harvested 51 genes of Qinghe spirit rice per mu, keeping 80% and leaving 20%, so you get 51 genes of Qinghe spirit rice. You earn 5 minor merits." Sun Kang's joy was evident. With these spirit rices, he was clearly more confident about breaking through to the 3rd layer of qi refining. Lu Lan, you harvested 47 genes of Qinghe spirit rice per mu, submitting all without keeping any. You earn 2 minor merits. Lu Lan's expression immediately fell, tears welling in her eyes, nearly crying on the spot. Wei Qunyan, you harvested 60 genes of Qinghe spirit rice per mu, keeping 80% and leaving 20%, earning 5 minor merits, and you get 60 genes of spirit rice. Sister Wei approached with a smile, curtsied, and spoke softly. "I still want to thank Manager Wang for your care. If it weren't for your hard work and effort, how could we have such good days?" Manager Wang stared at her and smiled mysteriously. "Sister Wei, well done. He then straightened his face and loudly announced the harvests of other servant disciples. For this harvest, those who produced more could earn over 50 spirit rice, while those who produced less, under 50 genes per mu, would also earn 2 minor merits with no penalties. However, those who earned less than 30 genes would face punishment. After Manager Wang finished announcing, he clasped his hands behind his back and said, "There are also some matters that I would like to take this opportunity to announce to you all. Please listen carefully and remember." Numerous servant disciples stood with their hands tied, quietly listening to the irritable and impatient voice of Manager Wang. The first matter dismissed the spiritual fields. In recent months, 2 servant disciples from the spiritual fields have encountered problems. One is Wang Fuguei, who had 5 spiritual roots and died of illness. His sect's merits have been exhausted, leaving behind a son and a daughter. Since there are no benefits left for the next generation, and both the son and daughter lack spiritual roots, they cannot stay in Wanshan Valley and must be expelled along with the recovery of the spiritual fields. The other is Ling Hui, who also has 5 spiritual roots. She left the spiritual fields without permission for 2 months, resulting in the fields becoming barren. The fields will be reclaimed and outer disciples will be tasked with investigating. If she remains obedient and does not pass on any techniques, her cultivation will be abolished, and she will be expelled from the sect, reduced to a commoner. If she transmits any techniques, all involved will be executed. After reading this, Manager Wang was satisfied to see everyone silent as a mouse. Remember, while Wanshan Valley is generous and seldom engages in slaughter, it is not a charity hall opened for no reason. You servant disciples must cultivate to the outer sect or exchange small merits to learn killing techniques precisely so that you can focus on farming and cultivation without wandering thoughts. Take Wang Fuguei, for instance. His aptitude was already poor, yet he squandered spirit rice to buy women, achieving nothing more than the second layer of qi cultivation. His children suffered, and he himself fell ill and died. Isn't it laughable to be such a waste? Although Manager Wang was not a pleasant person, there was some truth to his words. The servant disciples, failing to focus on their cultivation, sought out women for enjoyment, effectively cutting off their already difficult path of cultivation. After a round of scolding, Manager Wang added, "There is another matter. There have been sightings of demonic cultivators from the Blood Demon sect near Qinghe Market. Inner disciples have already taken action and are patrolling the market. With your meager cultivation, encountering a demonic cultivator from the Blood Demon sect would be certain death. So unless absolutely necessary, do not go to Qinghe Market. Even if you do not encounter the demonic cultivators, if you are caught by our inner disciples on patrol, I will not bring you back. At that time, whether you live or die will depend on your own luck." Han Yu remained expressionless. Next to him, old Taoist Li's body tensed slightly, clearly growing nervous. Once Manager Wang impatiently announced the end and left with 2 outer disciples carrying spirit rice, Li Dao Dao and Han Yu exchanged glances. Before they could speak, they were attracted by the cries, sobs, and joyful conversations coming from different directions. Wang Fugui's son and daughter had been expelled from Wanshan Valley, clearly unwilling to accept it, kneeling on the ground and pleading desperately, their cries echoing from afar. Lu Lan had just broken through to the 3rd layer of qi and was filled with happiness, only to discover that this year's harvest of spirit rice was poor and had all been confiscated. The upcoming cultivation resources would become tight, and as soon as Manager Wang left, she couldn't help but cry softly. At this moment, Zhang Shan and Sun Kong were comforting her. "I should have saved 10 gene of spirit rice for you in advance, supplementing this year's harvest. Although you would need to make up for 10 gene, you would have earned some merits and gained 50 gene of spirit rice, which would have been more worthwhile." Lu Lan sobbed quietly. The previous harvests of spirit rice were always over 50 gene. "I didn't slack off this year. I just wanted to focus on cultivating and breaking through to the 3rd layer of qi, which delayed some time. Who would have thought that this would happen so suddenly? I couldn't even reach 50 gene. If I had prepared earlier, I wouldn't be in such a bad situation." Zhang Shan gritted his teeth, seemingly making a decision. "Alas, if there's no other way, Lu Shimi, you can borrow my spirit rice for cultivation." Lu Lan was taken aback and looked at him gratefully. "But how will you cultivate? Your spiritual root aptitude is good, and you will surely have a bright future. Once you enter the outer sect, don't forget your senior brother." After Zhang Shan finished speaking, Lu Lan immediately nodded. "I will definitely not forget senior brother's kindness." Sun Kong, wanting to say something, ultimately held his tongue and said nothing more. Han Yu observed quietly, not expressing any opinion. The usually kind Sun Kong had not been generous enough to lend Lu Lan spirit rice for such a significant matter, while the often talkative Zhang Shan surprisingly supported Lu Lan's cultivation so wholeheartedly. Considering that Zhang Shan might be harboring the thief of spirit mice, the subtlety in this matter was difficult to explain. Senior Sister Wei Kuni was surrounded by 5 or 6 servant disciples, some congratulating her on the harvest of the spiritual fields, while others humbly sought advice on planting techniques. In an instant, this Senior Sister Wei was radiant and full of spirit. Neither Han Yu nor old Taoist Li had anything to do with it. The two returned to their respective stone houses to cultivate, not even discussing the matter of the blood demon sect, whether there truly were demonic cultivators, or if the traces left behind by old Taoist Li after killing rogue cultivators were mistakenly taken as actions of demonic cultivators. They tacitly agreed to remain silent. That night Han Yu continued his cultivation as usual. First he refined the medicinal power of the xuanxin fruit, then practiced his spells, and finally replicated his essence blood to enhance his overall vitality. After the cultivation, feeling a progress in his cultivation spells and essence blood, Han Yu's minds. The events of the day replayed in his mind, particularly the cries of Wang Fugui's dying children that echoed like a warning bell, bringing clarity to Han Yu's heart and further solidifying his resolve to cultivate. Cultivating for longevity is the true path. Everything else is merely distracting external matter. A gentle sound came from the window, followed by a large and a small crow flying in. Han Yu noticed they had not caught anything, and he was not anxious, simply comforting them and asking what they had eaten. The large crow and the small crow nodded together. Now their claws were sharp and their feathers were as tough as iron. Han Yu did not limit their range of activity, so they were naturally able to hunt effortlessly. Seeing the two crows becoming increasingly spirited, Han Yu felt quite satisfied. If this continues and their strength continues to increase, these two crows may transform from being insignificant to becoming formidable demon beasts possessing spells. When the time comes, they could not only assist Han Yu in treasure hunting, but also be great helpers in battles. After being affectionate with their master for a while, the two crows spread their wings and flew away. Han Yu stood by the window gazing at the night sky. Just as he was about to turn around, he saw a graceful figure passing by in the darkness in front of his spiritual fields, heading towards the residence of Manager Wang. It was that senior sister Wei. Han Yu withdrew his gaze and went back to rest. In this situation, how was it different from the deceased Wang Fugue? The next day the sky brightened, and he inspected the spiritual fields before continuing his cultivation. In the days that followed, aside from patrolling the spiritual fields, Han Yu ignored external matters. Every 3 days he took a xuanxin fruit, and the spiritual seeds in his dantian increased day by day. He gradually mastered the wind control technique and water control technique, able to release them with just a thought and a gesture. Han Yu quietly tried it out at night. Under the same magical energy consumption, his wind control technique was lighter and more precise than that of other servant disciples. Not only was it faster, but when released forward, it also showcased significantly greater power, already comparable to the level of Manager Wang, casually injuring old Taoist Li. The water control technique was also more precise. Under the same magical energy, he could control more water and reach further distances. At the same time, Han Yu constantly replicated his essence blood for cultivation. As the total amount of blood energy continuously increased, the amount of essence blood he could condense each time also grew. 4 drops of essence blood, 5 drops of essence blood, 6 drops of essence blood. After about a month, Han Yu could condense up to 9 drops. The vigorous blood energy filled his body with vitality. Although it was not visibly apparent, he had quietly become stronger than an ox. After 9 drops of essence blood, Han Yu discovered something. The path of the blood refinement technique seemed to have come to a halt. This method of condensing blood energy based on the refinement of blood qi had been repeatedly stated by old Taoist Li to be not the true path of cultivation, but merely a method for false immortals. Reaching the 9 drops of essence blood seemed to validate this claim. The blood refinement technique did not even have the next step for circulating the qi, making it impossible to break through to the first layer of qi refinement and form a complete circulation. Han Yu was not anxious about this. After all, his cultivation was still fundamentally based on the Qinghe qi refinement method from Wanchun Valley, and he was daily refining the medicinal power of the xuanxin fruit. With about a month left, the spiritual seed in his dantian was beginning to sprout, and he would soon reach the second layer of qi refinement. Therefore, Han Yu was diligently progressing in his cultivation, reaping daily rewards, and did not share the same sense of urgency that old Taoist Li had, who felt compelled to take a crooked path. On another note, during these days of absence, to what extent had old Taoist Li progressed in his cultivation? The next day, after inspecting the spiritual fields, Han Yu paused and waited for old Taoist Li, who was also surveying the fields. "Child, do you need something from me?" Old Taoist Li's voice was hoarse and deep as he approached slowly. Han Yu noticed the bloodshot veins in his eyes, which were evidently still being nourished by blood food for his blood refinement technique. From appearances, his blood qi did not seem abundant, indicating that he was still quite far from 9 drops of essence blood. "Master, can we go to Qinghe Market soon?" Han Yu inquired about another matter. "Yes, we can go now. The demon cultivators have not been found, and the inner disciples will leave after patrolling for a month," old Taoist Li replied. "Child, do you also want to go to Qinghe Market?" Han Yu thought for a moment and nodded. His progress in spell cultivation had not been substantial in the short term, and the calming and enlightening effects of the Xuanqing fruit had allowed him to refine the wind control technique and water control technique to their current limits. As for the blood refinement technique, there was no further path. If he were to condense more essence blood, he would nearly be at the point of condensing the circulatory system, yet there was no corresponding technique available. Thus, apart from refining the medicinal power of the Xuanqing fruit, Han Yu needed to broaden his knowledge, learn more about cultivation, and also acquire other methods to enhance his self-protection. All right, come with me tomorrow, old Taoist Li replied, without hesitation. The Qinghe market was nearby Wanshan Valley, and he had visited it many times before. It was generally quite safe. That evening, after finishing the refinement of the Xuanqing fruit's medicinal power, Han Yu did not practice spells or continue condensing essence blood. He decided to save his replication ability for use when they visited the market. As Han Yu was preparing to rest, a large and a small crow flew in, with the large crow dropping a long bright red object resembling a snake. Upon seeing it, Han Yu was instantly delighted. After a month, the two crows had finally found another unclaimed spiritual object. Picking up the 3-foot-long bright red snake-like item, Han Yu felt the blood qi within him stirring. Could this be the spirit blood vine that senior brother Sun Kong mentioned? Han Yu was somewhat taken aback and then felt a bit speechless. An object that increases blood qi was not particularly useful to him, especially since he had made little progress in the blood refinement technique. It was even more unnecessary now. This thing is of no use to me at the moment. Han Yu examined the spirit blood vine and praised the two crows, asking, "Do you want to eat it?" Caught. Caught. The large crow and the small crow nodded in unison. Han Yu then handed the spirit blood vine to the two crows, saying, "Eat this, and see if you can gain some abilities." The two crows happily approached, affectionately pecking at Han Yu's palm, then bent down to peck at the section of spirit blood vine with their beaks, which were harder than fine iron. As they pecked, the bright red liquid inside the spirit blood vine flowed slowly, filling the stone room with a faint medicinal fragrance. Before long, all the red color on the spirit blood vine disappeared, leaving behind a hollow section of skin that resembled a snake's shed skin. Han Yu watched and wondered. No wonder the spirit blood vine was also called the snake blood vine. Its appearance was indeed quite fitting. Caught. The smaller crow called out, catching Han Yu's attention. He saw the small crow conjure a faint azure glow in its beak and forcefully spit it forward, instantly carving a deep mark on the stone wall. "Is this a spell? Little crow, have you become a magical beast that can use spells?" Han Yu asked. The small crow nodded, but then immediately crouched down, appearing exhausted. Han Yu smiled and patted the small crow as he spoke. The large crow landed on his shoulder, squawking in dissatisfaction. Caw. Han Yu couldn't help but laugh even more. "Do you feel—" Han Yu smiled and patted the small crow as he spoke. The large crow landed on his shoulder, squawking in dissatisfaction. Caw. Han Yu couldn't help but laugh even more. "Do you feel that I favor it?" Caw. The large crow pressed its still cold beak, which carried a hint of medicinal fragrance, against Han Yu's cheek. "All right, I see you're just being willful." Han Yu reached out to stroke its hard feathers. "What abilities do you have?" The large crow tilted its head slightly and also spat out a faint azure glow, leaving a mark on the stone house. "Oh, the same spell. That's already quite good." Han Yu nodded in praise. With these two crows, he had an additional layer of security beyond his blood droplet technique. "Call." The large crow called out again and flew out the window. Han Yu looked outside in surprise. "Huh? Does it feel I didn't praise it enough?" Seizing the opportunity, the small crow jumped onto Han Yu's shoulder, expressing affection. Usually the large crow would not allow it to stand in that spot. "It's gone. Why aren't you leaving? Be careful, it might come back to deal with you." The small crow shook its head, and Han Yu was even more surprised. "Aren't you afraid of it anymore?" Gaining courage. The small crow shook its head again. What do you mean?" Han Yu was a bit confused. Moments later, the small crow finally flew out the window, but it did not fly away. Instead, it soared into the sky. Immediately after, a series of black dots flew across the moonlit sky above the spiritual fields. Han Yu widened his eyes as he watched the flock of crows, quickly realizing that it was the large crow leading the small crow, followed by a dozen or so other crows. So the large crow had another ability, which was to summon and command other crows. In that case, had it become the leader among the crows? No wonder the large crow had just flown out of the stone house. It was showcasing another ability to him. After a while, the flock of crows slowly dispersed under the moonlight, and the large and small crows returned to the stone house. Han Yu praised them a bit and instructed them to wait outside the market from the sky the next day, just in case. The large crow finally hopped around happily, its tail held high, leading the small crow away. Early the next morning, old Taoist Li's hoarse voice rang out at the door. "Child, it's time to go." After performing a routine inspection of the spiritual fields, Han Yu and the old Taoist Li headed towards Qinghe Market. Walking past one acre after another of spiritual fields, Li, with his hoarse voice, shared his experiences in Qinghe Market with Han Yu along a winding path. If one were to visit the shops in Wanshan Valley, then regardless of whether one buys something or not as a disciple of miscellaneous duties in Wanshan Valley, one could generally rest assured as no one would harbor malicious thoughts. However, lease level was insufficient, and he did not require the items used by true cultivators, mainly exchanging goods with some ordinary people and unknown loose cultivators in Qinghe Market. In such situations, Li had to disguise his appearance, ensuring that no one could discern his true identity to avoid being ambushed by loose cultivators over just a few pounds of spiritual rice, as had happened previously. He said, "I've heard that one must also conceal their cultivation level, otherwise someone from a much higher realm could see through it, or one might sense it after interacting with other cultivators. But for us that is still far off." Li, sounding quite melancholic, said a few words, then suddenly asked, "Young lad, after 3 months of entering the sect, how has your cultivation progressed? Are you close to reaching the first layer of qi cultivation?" Han Yu fell silent at once. "Come on, estimate how much longer it will take. I know you have 4 spiritual roots, better talent than mine." Seeing him like this, Li grew curious and asked again. "About 2 months, I suppose." Han Yu finally mentioned it. Li was immediately astonished and envious. "That's quite fast. Your talent truly surpasses mine. If I were to follow the proper steps and cultivate diligently, it would probably take me over a year. The progress of the Qinghe qi cultivation method is just too slow." He then patted Han Yu on the shoulder. "Young lad, you've put in enough effort. No wonder you're Wayner's grandson." Han Yu felt speechless. The old Taoist was good at everything except for his constant nostalgia for the grandmother from decades ago, as if all of Han Yu's efforts were taken for granted because he was Wayner's grandson. As the market came into view, Li took out 2 conical hats with cloth curtains from the bamboo basket behind him, and they each put one on. There was no need to change out of their gray servant clothes, as it instilled a sense of respect from loose cultivators, servants, and ordinary people, which was not a bad thing. The two had gotten up early, and when they arrived at Qinghe Market, the morning mist had just lifted, and the morning dew still glimmered on the bluestone slabs in front of the market. At the entrance of the market, 2 ancient locust trees over 1,000 years old draped down spiritual energy like silk threads, and a red-painted wooden sign hung between the branches inscribed with the words Qinghe written in a style as if carved with a knife, subtly adorned with intricate patterns. Once inside the market, it was not directly shops, but rather a vast expanse of stalls woven from reed mats, and further in bamboo awnings lined the streets, with shops located at the very back. Of course, there were levels among the stalls. Stalls set up with reed mats outdoors were particularly unrefined, thus there were very few cultivators, and even loose cultivators would not prefer to sit under the sun at such stalls, with the majority being ordinary people or servants from Wanshan Valley who could not cultivate. The items they exchanged rarely contained spiritual energy, mainly dealing in gold and silver or bartering goods. Following Li, Han Yu walked past the outdoor stalls of ordinary people engaged in trade, moving onto the bamboo awning area. Under the bamboo awnings there were no ordinary people. The vast majority were disciples of miscellaneous duties from Wanshan Valley and loose cultivators without sex, and those passing by were generally cultivators who had stepped into the qi cultivation realm. The items here generally contained spiritual energy, and they did not exchange mundane goods. For Han Yu, who had little experience, the items inside appeared especially dazzling, a plethora of various goods, leaving him feeling overwhelmed. A servant disciple dressed in gray shorts tightly clutched a cloth bag in his arms while negotiating in a low voice with a stall owner wearing a conical hat. A crack opened in the cloth bag, revealing Qinghe spiritual rice as white as snow, with a scent mingling earthy and fragrant wafting out. A girl in a crimson dress leaned against a green bamboo basket, the veins of the spiritual herbs inside glimmering with silver light specks of brightness condensing on the stems. A sleeping white-furred spiritual dog lay at her feet, breathing adorably. A chubby man with a round face and big ears laughed heartily at the roadside in the bamboo awning area, calling out to passing cultivators spells, secret arts, elixirs, and talismans, all available. "Is there anything you desire?" However, very few stopped to pay him any attention. A disciple from the outer sect of Wanshan Valley dressed in blue hurried past, drawing envious glances from many. Han Yu and Li stood by the roadside watching the outer sect disciple from the bamboo awning area move towards the shop district. "Let's go further in and take a look," Li said in a low voice, "then we will head back." In the center of the market, the shops were neatly arranged with several multi-story buildings occasionally appearing. Here the number of disciples from Wanshan Valley dressed in blue had noticeably increased, while there were also quite a few servant disciples, and occasionally an ordinary person could be seen, all of whom were obedient servants, not the kind who could come and go freely like those in the outdoor reed mat area. Han Yu saw the talisman shop, artifact shop, elixir shop, and so on from Wanshan Valley, and some shops were not even established by Wanshan Valley. Inside Qinghe Market, there was also a tavern with an ancient and elegant sign reading Qinghe Brew. He had no idea what it tasted like, but it certainly was not something Han Yu or Li could indulge in at this moment. A streak of golden light flashed overhead as a blue-clad inner sect disciple from Wanshun Valley, adorned with golden thread, descended on a sword from above the market. The tavern's server promptly greeted him with a smile, while the outer sect disciples who had been chatting and drinking stood up. The inner sect disciple nodded slightly and entered the tavern. This is an inner sect disciple with a cultivation level above the 7th layer of Qi cultivation and must pass an examination. Only those with spiritual root talent can become one. In the future, there is a chance to become a foundation establishment cultivator and serve as an inner sect steward. Li whispered in amazement. Han Yu nodded, thinking that the outer sect was indeed more lenient compared to the young lad. We should get going. Li began to speak again, but halfway through his expression suddenly changed, and he altered his tone. You've seen Qinghe Market, so why don't you wander around on your own? I have other matters to attend to. After saying this, he lowered his head, adjusted his conical hat, and hurriedly left. A Taoist? Han Yu asked in surprise, but seeing his figure had already faded into the distance, he could only walk around and explore Qinghe Market by himself. He carried the 4 pounds of spiritual rice he had sold from the stolen spiritual rat, unable to find any goods in the shop district, and buying ordinary items in the reed mat area was pointless. The bamboo awning area was the most suitable for trading. Returning to the bamboo awning area, the chubby man was still shouting to sell his wares. The crimson-dressed girl was teasing the white spiritual dog leaning against the herb basket, and the servant disciple selling spiritual rice had already completed his transaction and vanished. Han Yu looked around. At first glance, there were indeed many unfamiliar items. While he was pondering, the chubby man cheerfully approached. Dear friend, do you need anything? Han Yu slightly frowned at the stout, bare-chested man who approached him on his own accord. May I ask, fellow Taoist, what do you sell? I sell anything. As long as you have a request, I'll do my utmost to find you something satisfactory. Magical artifacts, talismans, elixirs, cultivation techniques, secret arts, spells. Whatever you desire, just speak up. The stout man spoke with a grin, yet his eyes scrutinized Han Yu's gray servant disciple robe, his overall attire, and even the details of his hands and feet, assessing the highest value he might offer. Han Yu, upon hearing this, was reluctant to engage with the stout man. The man, also clad in gray, was likely a servant disciple of Wanshun Valley as well. A servant disciple who hadn't even earned the green robe of an outer disciple, standing by the roadside of the bamboo shed area to solicit customers, at most at the 3rd layer of Qi refinement. What valuable items could he possibly have access to? His claim of selling everything was naturally boastful. The fact that he took the initiative to approach made it seem even more like he was eager for profit. If he truly had skills, many would seek him out instead. Having figured this out, Han Yu ignored the stout man and turned to browse other stalls. Hey, fellow Taoist, why are you leaving? If you have any needs, just say the word. Speak up, and he'll naturally find a way to help. Hey, fellow Taoist. The stout man, surprised, followed behind, calling out repeatedly. Han Yu waved his hand to indicate he wasn't buying and stopped at the stall of a girl in crimson attire. The girl in crimson released her white spirit dog, her brows curving like crescent moons, and let out a silvery laugh. Hee, 3rd pig Zhu, exposed again, aren't you? With those meager scraps you've got, how dare you bluster about having everything? She spoke not to Han Yu but to the stout man with his chest bared. The stout man, 3rd pig Zhu, was not offended. These people judge by appearances. Who am I, Zhu-san? They haven't even asked around. A servant disciple in the alchemy hall. Can you compare that to other places? Even the tiniest crumbs that slip through the fingers of senior brothers and sisters are things others would kneel and kowtow for, but never obtain. Having said this, 3rd pig Zhu raised his head, acting as if Han Yu didn't recognize true worth, and returned to his original spot, still unkempt, cheerfully greeting passing cultivators. The girl in crimson chuckled softly, clearly unimpressed by 3rd pig Zhu's words. Yet she didn't bother explaining to Han Yu, a stranger. She merely reached her fingers under her spirit dog's chin, scratching casually, making the dog squint its eyes in contentment. Would you like to buy some evening primrose? What use is this spirit herb? Han Yu asked. The girl in crimson shook her head with a smile. You don't even know the use of evening primrose, so you're neither an alchemist nor from the herb garden. Buying this herb would be useless, so there's no need to ask further. With that, she ignored Han Yu and focused on playing with her white spirit dog. Seeing this, Han Yu had no choice but to check other stalls. This time he understood something. If he himself didn't know the uses of spirit herbs, talismans, magical artifacts, or elixir, stall owners wouldn't bother explaining or discussing transactions with him. Spirit rice for spirit stones. 4 genes, 6 liang for 1 stone. Read a sign at once. Han Yu glanced at it. This was likely a servant disciple from the spirit fields exchanging goods. Such exchange rates weren't fixed, and the specific conversion between spirit rice and stones depended on individual needs. Servant disciples obtained spirit rice with difficulty, so they haggled over every ounce. Further ahead, under the bamboo shed, another wooden sign read, Spirit rice for Qi condensation pills. Han Yu paused slightly. Qi condensation pills. He had heard of them, but never seen one. This was a pill that helped condense spiritual breath and enhance cultivation at the Qi refinement stage. He had heard that some outer disciples of Wanshun Valley often took it. Occasionally fortunate servant disciples, or those with elder cultivators in their families, also used Qi condensation pills. After walking through the entire bamboo shed area, Han Yu had a basic understanding of the prices. All prices were fluid. Sellers wanted higher, buyers lower, and specific deals had to be negotiated. 4 to 5 gene of spirit rice for 1 spirit stone was roughly the price of 1 Qi condensation pill, 3 wind riding talismans, or 1 wind blade talisman. The same applied to spirit herbs. Han Yu only saw someone selling bloodvine and other herbs for 1 or 2 spirit stones, but no one selling mystic heart fruit. The evening primrose of the girl in crimson was likely not a valuable herb either. The same applied to spirit herbs. Han Yu only saw someone selling bloodvine and other herbs for 1 or 2 spirit stones, but no one selling mystic heart fruit. The evening primrose of the girl in crimson was likely not a valuable herb either. As for spells, magical artifacts, and cultivation techniques, they were either inferior or incomplete, nearly useless, the kind that wasted spirit rice and led to regret. Even without any gains, Han Yu felt his horizons broadened, gaining a clearer understanding of the cultivation resources available to him. Well, didn't find what you wanted. Tell me what you're looking for. The stout man, third pig Zhu, approached again after seeing Han Yu finish his round, smiling. Han Yu, not intending to buy from him, simply said, I want cultivation elixirs, talismans, and artifacts for protection, cultivation techniques, and powerful spells. Do you have all that? Third pig Zhu, far from offended, grinned slyly. Funny you should ask. I actually do have those. Cultivation elixirs. How about Qi condensation pills? 3 gene of spirit rice for 1, or 1 spirit stone for 2. Han Yu was stunned. What? How can they be so cheap? They have minor flaws, practice pieces from some senior brothers, but the effects are unaffected, at least up to the 6th layer of Qi refinement. Third pig Zhu said with a wink, think about it, fellow Taoist. What do we servant disciples seek? Isn't it to enter the outer sect and hold our heads high? These cheap and practical pills are truly essential for cultivation. So that's the kind of pill. How is this different from eating dirt to fill today's hunger only to be choked to death tomorrow? Such things that taint the path of cultivation are no different. So the talismans are the same? Han Yu asked. Cheap and practical, guaranteed to have 30% of the power. That's already good. Third pig Zhu replied with a sincere yet lecherous grin. And the artifacts? 2 uses. What more could you ask for? Cultivation techniques. Cultivates up to the 5th layer of Qi refinement, then you'll need to switch. But you'll have to find the follow-up technique yourself. Han Yu was left speechless. Fellow Taoist, where did you dig up all this junk? You must have worked hard. No hardship, no hardship. It's my duty, Third pig Zhu quickly replied. Was I praising you? The girl in crimson nearby couldn't help but laugh out loud. Third pig Zhu, stop holding back. Bring out that secret art you've been hiding and show this fellow Taoist. Seeing the girl in the crimson dress speak so playfully, Pig Third shyly scratched his head. However, upon noticing that Han Yu did not mock him, he puffed out his chest, revealing his plump and somewhat hairy torso, which was quite an eyesore. Indeed, I possess an astonishing secret technique that has never been taken away by anyone thus far. If it weren't for fate, I would never sell it. Han Yu felt it was strange. What could this fat man holding a pile of junk possibly have in terms of astonishing secret techniques? But he saw the man take out an ancient jade tablet with utmost seriousness and extend it towards Han Yu. Friend, why not give it a try? Han Yu did not reach out, but instead looked at the girl in the crimson dress, who was stifling her laughter. Seeing his caution, she smiled and said, come on, just take it, it will be interesting. Han Yu still did not reach out. Having once been bullied himself, he was especially wary of trusting strangers. While they were joking now, what if they turned hostile later? After all, they knew each other, but he did not know them. You are quite cautious, I see. Fine, let me demonstrate for you. He left the stall after ensuring the white spirit dog was watching over a basket of moonflower and approached Pig Third, extending his hand to grasp the jade tablet. Pig Third was quite helpless. Zhong Yue, this. Just play around, come on, show him, let this friend take a look. The girl in the crimson dress, Zhong Yue, said with a smile. Pig Third had no choice but to respond weakly, oh dear, this friend, you are indeed fated with my secret technique. As he spoke, the ancient jade tablet suddenly emitted a white light. The girl Zhong Yue nodded with a smile. Not bad, not bad, this really seems to have fate. How many spirit stones do you want for this secret technique? 20 spirit stones, not a single one less. This was an unparalleled secret technique passed down from the cave of a golden core realm great cultivator. Pig Third could barely contain himself, and he casually dispersed the little white light he had conjured to deceive people, creating the illusion of fate. Zhong Yue, is that enough? At least I haven't lied. This is indeed a technique passed down from the cave of a golden core realm great cultivator. Whoever buys it will definitely not suffer a loss. Zhong Yu nodded with satisfaction, smiling, all right, all right. She then smiled at Han Yu. Do you understand now? This is not a scam. It is definitely a sign that you are fated with this secret technique. Han Yu understood. Pig Third was full of tricks, but was definitely selling something unorthodox. Is this really a secret technique? He asked. Pig Third immediately saw a business opportunity. Of course, it's a secret technique, and it's greatly useful. What exactly does it do? Attack. Pig Third shook his head. Defense. Pig Third shook his head again. Controlling water and fire. Pig Third still shook his head. Han Yu truly felt speechless. The claims were earth-shattering, but it turned out to be just another piece of junk. All right then, friend, you carry on. Wait a minute, friend. This secret technique can pave your way in cultivation, turning you into a genius in training. Pig Third hurriedly called out, why not consider it? Actually, as long as I meet someone fated, I am not demanding a high price. Even 10 or 8 spirit stones we can negotiate. Zhong Yu chuckled from the side. You won't even be able to sell that, will you? Pig Third scratched his hairy chest awkwardly. All right, just stop interrupting. I still need to discuss a deal with this friend. Han Yu could not help but interject. Excuse me, friend, what do you mean by becoming a genius in cultivation? Ahem, it means transforming a mediocre cultivator into a genius. Pig Third's face was filled with guilt. You'll know once you buy it. Seeing his mysterious demeanor, Han Yu suspected there was something amiss. However, with his current cultivation level and assets, he truly could not afford anything useful today, and he had no chance to interact with or replicate items from other stalls. It might be better to see what this so-called secret technique for becoming a genius in cultivation was all about. He extended his hand. Please let me see whether I am fated with your secret technique. Zhong Yu slightly parted her cherry lips, expressing doubt. Huh? Is this person foolish? Does it need to be checked? As long as you pull out spirit stones, everything here at Pig Third stall is fated for you, without a hint of hesitation. Oh. Pig Third did not expect the situation to turn around so quickly. He promptly pressed the ancient jade tablet halfway into Han Yu's right hand, then lit up a spell. Oh dear friend, this is remarkable. The spiritual light emanating from your hand is extraordinarily fated with my jade tablet. From now on, you will be able to proudly roam the entire cultivation world of the southern heavens and make a name across the 5 major sects. Han Yu felt warmth in his right hand, and the jade tablet had already been successfully copied. After releasing the jade tablet, he saw Pig Third continuously flattering him, trying to persuade him to purchase this ancient jade tablet. Zhong Yu looked at him as if he were an interesting fool, not understanding why he was interested in something so obviously a scam. Han Yu smiled and said, friend, you speak too well, but unfortunately I have no spirit stones on me. Pig Third's flattery came to an abrupt halt. Then, shall we buy it next time? I can hold it for you. Next time I might not have spirit stones either. Pig Third's smile quickly turned cold. Why didn't you say so earlier? Step aside, don't hinder my business. Zhong Yu, after enjoying the spectacle, suddenly giggled. You are quite interesting. Pig Third was still trying to attract customers from the side, and Han Yu felt it was inappropriate to linger, so he moved to another area to see what those commoners were selling. Common rice, some mundane livestock, and wild beasts, food, garments for sewing, and even selling children or oneself as slaves. Just as he was observing, a person wearing a conical hat hurriedly walked by, and upon seeing it was old Taoist Li, Han Yu wanted to ask something. Old Taoist Li reached out with an aged hand, grasping his arm and lowering his voice. Let's go. He walked hurriedly, slightly unsteady, as if a fierce beast were chasing from behind, or as if he had just exerted himself in a fierce battle. What had old Taoist Li been doing earlier? Han Yu felt curious and asked softly after exiting the Qingham market. Taoist, you just don't ask what you shouldn't. Old Taoist Li interrupted him curtly, leading him out without speaking. Han Yu looked up at the mountains and forests outside the market and could sense that the 2 crows he had raised using the spirit farming technique were quietly waiting to escort him in the woods, which eased his mind considerably. After the 2 returned to the spiritual field, old Taoist Li was already moving his throat, unable to speak with Han Yu, and eagerly dived into his stone hut. Han Yu paused slightly before returning to his own stone hut. Old Taoist Li's blood energy was depleted. He had secrets in the market. However, this had nothing to do with Han Yu. He had secrets of his own. No amount of hearsay can compare to witnessing it firsthand. A visit to the Qingham market opened Han Yu's eye. Seeing the scale and conditions of the entire market made him realize that as a mere servant disciple, even in the market, he would only intersect with the bamboo and reed areas, rarely interacting with outer sect disciples or higher-level cultivators. Though the Qingham market is not without danger, the risks are not as great as one might imagine. If he ever needs to return with some caution and preparation, it wouldn't hurt to take another look. Han Yu thought of this, recalling his encounter with that old pig, the scrap merchant. How remarkable it was that he had nothing reliable in his hands. The jade hairpin that senior sister Wei bought, which had the effect of a protective talisman for 2 uses, wouldn't happen to have been purchased from that old pig, would it? With that thought, Han Yu took out the ancient jade slip from his pocket. That old pig's gimmick about being a fated person gave Han Yu the opportunity to replicate this secret technique, Jade Slip. Now he could see what this secret technique was that could hasten cultivation. With the jade slip pressed against his forehead, after a moment Han Yu took it down, his expression subtle. That old pig truly sold useless junk. What he bought was indeed of no use at all. Within this jade slip, there is indeed a secret technique left behind by a golden core cultivator. The technique is called spirit refinement technique, which means refining spiritual roots, transforming multiple roots into fewer roots, or even into a single root to enhance the pace of cultivation, allowing a cultivator to become a genius of training. At first glance, this seems excellent, but there are significant pitfalls. The spirit refinement technique conceived by this golden core cultivator aims to refine excess spiritual roots one after the other, ultimately reducing it to just one spiritual root, thereby transforming the practitioner into a cultivation genius. However, the problem is that spiritual roots are predetermined at birth. Some people have none, others have 1 or 5, and some possess a single spiritual root. This talent for cultivation is inherently tied to one's physical body and cannot be fundamentally changed. The process of consuming vast amounts of spirit herbs and materials to refine spiritual roots equates to incessantly damaging one's foundation and flesh. In the end, it hinders cultivation and weakens the body, reducing lifespan as a consequence. For instance, a chi refining stage cultivator, if they were to refine one spiritual root from 4 to 3, would need cultivation resources that could suffice for a breakthrough to the foundation establishment stage. Once they successfully refine it, they will have damaged their flesh and shortened their lifespan, inevitably lagging far behind their peers in cultivation. What significance does such an enhancement in qualification hold? Weak and sickly with a reduced lifespan, would they not risk dying even earlier than before, spending an enormous amount of cultivation resources just to chase after such a result? If foundation establishment and golden core cultivators engage in the spirit refinement technique, using those resources they could refine a spiritual root and increase their cultivation qualifications. Wouldn't that be better? But things are not so simple. As cultivation progresses, the spiritual roots naturally become more tightly bound to the host, just as a person's bones grow as they age. With higher cultivation levels at foundation establishment and golden core stages, the cost of refining a spiritual root becomes even greater. In summary, the spirit refinement technique is already a significant loss at the chi refining stage. If practiced at the foundation establishment or golden core stages, it would only result in even greater losses, leading to irretrievable consequences, damaging both body and lifespan. Moreover, at each major realm, one can refine at most one type of spiritual root, and the further one goes, the more resources it consumes. Thus, this secret technique is truly impractical. After setting down the ancient jade slip, Han Yu lamented, "It's a pity to find a method to enhance cultivation speed, only to realize it cannot be practiced." Reluctantly, he reread the jade slip carefully and began to ponder. The golden core cultivator made a supplemental note at the end of the spirit refinement technique. If one could also keep up with body refinement, the flaws of the spirit refinement technique might be maximally compensated. Physical weakness would cease to exist, and the damage to lifespan would remain within acceptable limits. Perhaps. It seems to be unverified. However, this line of thought does seem promising. While the spirit refinement technique causes severe body damage, the body refinement technique is fundamentally aimed at enhancing one's physique, making compensation indeed possible. But to do this, the resources required for practicing the spirit refinement technique would be even more extravagant. If a chi refining stage cultivator uses the minimum cost to refine one spiritual root, they would need a set of resources sufficient to reach foundation establishment, plus another set for body refinement to reach foundation establishment, and finally an additional set for their daily cultivation resources. In other words, approximately 3 sets of resources capable of reaching foundation establishment would be necessary to even attempt to cultivate this unverified private secret method. This consumption of resources is truly a staggering amount, and it carries the risk of illness and an irreparable shortening of lifespan. Under normal circumstances, no servant disciple would ever attempt it. Even those with substantial wealth would not recklessly try such an unverified and extremely dangerous secret technique. Han Yu, having clarified his thoughts, also chose not to attempt it. His current foundation is too shallow, his experience too limited, and he lacks a method for body refinement. Even with a relatively clear line of thought, he could only wait until conditions are suitable before trying. In the following days, Han Yu did not accompany Elder Li to the Qingham market again. He patrolled the spiritual fields daily and consumed the xuanqin fruit to methodically refine its medicinal power to increase his spiritual breadth. Yet limited by his 4 spiritual roots, he reached his absorption limit each day. Even so, his cultivation improved daily, with the spiritual seeds in his dantian increasing and becoming more rounded and luminous, indicating he was getting closer to the second layer of qi refining. During this period, Elder Li did not call Han Yu to the market again, but instead connected with Zhang Shan and several other servant disciples. Han Yu occasionally saw him following Zhang Shan or other servant disciples, nodding and bowing, seemingly trying to please them. Having become familiar with Elder Li, Han Yu knew he was not the type to be kind-hearted or to swallow his pride. After all, he still harbored resentment from when Steward Wang injured him with the wind control technique. How could he be so amiable to Zhang Shan and others? Recalling how Elder Li had once used living chicken blood, refined the blood of fine horses, and even stole the blood of spirit mice, Han Yu felt a vague suspicion arise in his heart. Could it be that the Taoist has already used people for this purpose? With such a possibility in mind, Han Yu felt somewhat conflicted. If it were senior brother Sun Kong, Han Yu would certainly do his best to protect him. As for others like Zhang Shan, who was suspected of raising spirit mice, Han Yu would of course not meddle in their affairs. Unknowingly, after a few more days, one night after consuming the xuanqing fruit Han Yu was cultivating and refining the medicinal power, when suddenly it accelerated, crossing an invisible threshold. Then the spiritual seed in his dantian sprouted a tender bud, and his entire being was suddenly filled with spiritual breath, bringing a sense of ease and comfort. Finally, he reached the second layer of qi refining. Taoist, let's kill the rest before the other rats catch on, Han Yu reminded him. Old Taoist Li snapped back to reality, restraining himself for the moment. Body. What surprised Han Yu even more was that he initially thought he had reached the limit of refining blood with 9 drops of essence blood. However, after breaking through to the second layer of qi refinement, the capacity of his body to contain essence blood increased, not only allowing him to hold 10 drops instead of 9, but even enabling further enhancement. Moreover, the replication ability in his right hand increased quietly with Han Yu's cultivation level. Originally, he could replicate 1 drop of essence blood a day, but now he could replicate 2 drops. This meant that the blood droplet technique could be unleashed up to 12 times at once, an attacking capability that surely surpassed that of ordinary outer disciples in the first 3 layers of qi refinement. However, he still couldn't replicate the mystic heart fruit at the rate of 2 fruits a day. If calculated, it would take about 3 days to replicate 4 mystic heart fruits. Han Yu sensed these changes and felt a slight thrill in his heart. Having reached the second layer of qi refinement, according to the Qinghe Qi Refinement Classic, the next step was for the spiritual seed in his dantian to fully sprout, which would signify reaching the third layer of qi refinement. Once the spiritual seed sprouted its first leaf, he would reach the 4th layer, qualifying him to become an outer disciple of Wanchun Valley. It was time to visit the Qinghe market to look for body refinement techniques or other useful items to further enhance. With a loud caw, a large crow and a small crow flew through the night and landed in front of Han Yu. Once again, he did not find any spiritual fruits today, which was to be expected. After all, there were too many cultivators near Wanchun Valley, and it was rare to find someone who couldn't recognize valuable items. Any signs of spiritual fruits or herbs were easily discovered, and finding the mystic heart fruit and the spirit blood vine previously was already quite challenging. The large crow called out softly to Han Yu, tilting its head towards the window. Han Yu, puzzled, asked, "Are you saying there's something outside?" Quietly approaching the window, he saw a graceful figure walking towards Manager Wang's house under the moonlight, and he couldn't help but chuckle. Wasn't that senior sister Wei? He had learned about the situation between her and Manager Wang a month or 2 ago, and it was nothing worth paying attention to. However, he soon noticed that the real point of concern was not senior sister Wei, but rather a figure squatting down and stealthily moving after she passed by. The figure squatted at the junction of the spiritual fields belonging to Han Yu and old Taoist Li, seemingly doing something before slowly moving away after a short distance. At first, Han Yu couldn't see who this person was, but as he stood up and walked away, he recognized him. It was Zhang. What was he doing? Han Yu did not rashly leave the stone house, but prepared to let the large and small crows go out to see what was happening. Just then, old Taoist Li's stone house suddenly opened. Old Taoist Li moved swiftly towards the spiritual field, then condensed a blood droplet technique and shot it into the field. He then pulled out the corpse of a spirit-stealing rat from the field, gave a low, cold laugh, and returned to his stone house. Han Yu witnessed the entire process, surprised and puzzled. He was astonished to confirm a previous hypothesis: Zhang Shan was indeed the one raising spirit-stealing rats. What was unclear was that the Qinghe spiritual rice was still 50 days away from maturity, so why did Zhang Shan release the spirit-stealing rats at this time? Why did old Taoist Li immediately come out to kill the spirit-stealing rat, as if he knew beforehand? Old Taoist Li had been getting closer to Zhang Shan and others recently. What was going on that led to such an incomprehensible situation? Han Yu pondered, but decided not to dwell on it. The actions of old Taoist Li and Zhang Shan seemed somewhat dangerous, so Han Yu chose not to get involved. He groomed the feathers of his 2 crows before letting them go. The next morning, Han Yu was inspecting his spiritual field when he saw Zhang Shan hurriedly approaching old Taoist Li's stone house. After a brief conversation in low voices, old Taoist Li took a bamboo basket to the Qinghe market, and they went together. Han Yu glanced at them and thought it odd that these two who had been scheming against each other last night were now going out. At that moment, senior brother Sun Kong walked over with a dejected look from the direction of Lu Lan's stone house. Han Yu greeted him, senior brother Sun. Sun Kong nodded and replied, junior brother Han, still look. What's wrong, senior brother Sun? Why do you seem so down? Han Yu inquired. Ever since the harvest from the spiritual field, senior brother Zhang Shan lent Lu Lan some spiritual rice for cultivation, and she has become particularly close to him. Whenever I talk to her, she is indifferent. Originally, our relationship was quite good, but I didn't expect it to turn out like this. Lu Lan treats me so coldly, and I can't do anything about it. Since I am on the verge of breaking through to the third layer of qi refinement, I can't give up my hope for breakthrough and just hand over my cultivation spiritual rice to her. Can I? Seeing senior brother Sun, a good-natured person in distress, Han Yu couldn't persuade him. In fact, Zhang Shan secretly raising spirit-stealing rats and damaging their spiritual fields, including the insufficient harvest from Lu Lan's spiritual field, might all be Zhang Shan's doing. After a day's cultivation, as the sky grew darker and the evening glow was bright as blood, Han Yu took a moment to calm his thoughts and returned home to prepare for his trip to the Qinghe market the next day. At night, a sound of footsteps approached the stone house, accompanied by a strong smell of blood. Han Yu, who was meditating, sensed it and quickly condensed several drops of essence blood, preparing the blood droplet technique. Little brat. A hoarse voice came from outside the door. Han Yu was startled and opened the door. The blood droplet technique was hidden behind him and not put away. Old Taoist Li entered wearing black clothes instead of the usual gray robes of a servant. Although he had no blood on him, a strong smell of blood wafted in. What surprised Han Yu even more was that the once white-haired old Taoist Li now had several distinctly red strands among his white hair. Taoist master, what's going on? Old Taoist Li stared intently at Han Yu and asked, are you a naturally born demonic cultivator? After all my hardships, I have just reached the first layer of blood refinement and stepped onto the path of cultivation. Yet you, this little brat, have merely practiced the blood slave's fake, immortal method of blood refinement, and your blood energy rivals mine. Han Yu was even more astonished. Taoist master, how did you reach the first layer of blood refinement? Isn't that a cultivation realm exclusive to the demonic blood sect? Old Taoist Li nodded. That's right, it is indeed the cultivation realm of the demonic blood sect. I have now begun to practice the official edition of the demonic blood sect's technique, blood refinement technique, and have become a cultivator. The moonlight filtered through the window, casting dappled shadows on the blue brick floor. The lamp oil splattered out dark red drops, making Li Laodio's weathered face appear even more sinister. Han Yu heard what he said and noticed the strong smell of blood emanating from him, causing him to remain vigilant. Master, do you have the cultivation manual of the blood demon sect? It turns out I don't. Today, after killing Zhang Shan, a disciple of the spirit beast sect, I will have it. Li Laodao said. Han Yu was even more astonished. Zhang Shan. Spirit beast sect. Yes, indeed, the spirit beast sect. The Qinghe market facilitates external exchanges, and at the same time, it allows disciples of the Wanshun Valley to contact the outside sects. That is how I had the opportunity to come into contact with the blood demon sect, and Zhang Shan had the chance to become a disciple of the spirit beast sect, learning the methods of taming the spirit-stealing mouse. Li Laodio's voice was hoarse as he explained to Han Yu, do you think Zhang Shan is a good person? He gave Lu Lan spirit stones and supported her cultivation, all to win her over, hoping that Lu Lan, as a future outer disciple, would pave the way for him, even wanting Lu Lan to be his Tao partner. He sneered again and said, this kid is quite clever. Recently, he sensed something was off and set a trap for me, claiming that Wei Qi had tamed spirit-stealing mice, saying he witnessed it with his own eyes, wanting me to report Wei Qi to Manager Wang along with him. He thought I was new and unaware that Wei Qi is actually Manager Wang's concubine, not knowing that it was Zhang Shan who tamed the spirit-stealing mice, trying to get me to touch Manager Wang's bad luck. Since he harbors ill intentions, I have no reason to hesitate. Today I will take him to Qinghe market and kill him together with the people from the blood demon sect. By doing so, I will also exchange it for the proper cultivation method of the blood refining technique, using his entire body of blood to step over the threshold of practice, reaching the first level of blood refining. As he spoke, his emotions could not help but rise. His hands clenched tightly, and his red and white hair danced wildly, a foul wind swirling around him. Little one, I have reached the first level of blood refining. Han Yu felt the twists and hardships in his description. Master, your journey has truly not been easy. Now you have finally achieved what you desired. Indeed, I have finally achieved what I desired. Li Laodio's eyes were bloodshot, staring at Han Yu like a... Suddenly realizing it was inappropriate, he quickly made a hand gesture, and after a moment let out a long breath. The techniques of the blood demon sect are indeed swift, but the thirst for blood and restless aura requires constant concealment with the breath concealment technique. Hanyu asked, Master, why did you come to find me tonight? Li Laodio's voice was hoarse. Little one, I came to find you today to tell you not to disclose that you saw me going out with Zhongshan this morning. I didn't expect your vitality to be so vigorous. If you were to join the Blood Demon sect, you would surely achieve great things. Although the Wanshun Valley seems calm, undercurrents are surging. Not only is the Blood Demon sect stirring, but even the Spirit Beast sect, one of the 4 major sects of the southern region, has sent people to lurk. Cultivating here, the resources are limited and the dangers are numerous. Hanyu frowned slightly. Master, the path of blood refining isn't suitable for me. I would prefer to cultivate the Qinghe Qi method. Li Laodao was almost angered to laughter. Not suitable for you. Look at your blood energy. How vigorous is it? Those who do not cultivate the blood refining technique cannot see it, but anyone who has cultivated the blood refining technique to the first level would see your blood energy as a supreme delicacy. Do you think I almost failed to hold back just now because of what? It was because your body's blood energy is like a gourmet feast. Little one, I brought you into the Wanshun Valley, but you entered the wrong door. You are actually 9 million talent for blood refining. Have you reached the first level of Qi refinement while cultivating in the Wanshun Valley? As long as you learn the cultivation methods of the Blood Demon sect from me, I guarantee that in less than a month you will achieve the first level of blood refining. In the Wanshun Valley, can you do that? What significance is there in your persistence here? Hanye's expression was somewhat subtle, but Master, I have already reached the first level of Qi refinement. Li Laodio's expression instantly froze. What did you say? Master, I said I have already reached the first level of Qi refinement. You damn, what did you say? Li Laodao clenched his fists, looking as if he wanted to punch something, then gritted his teeth and cursed. I've discovered that you people with the surname Han really know how to hide. You are just like that unscrupulous guy your grandfather was, not worth anything. He pressed Hanyu again. When did you break through to the first level of Qi refinement? Just yesterday. After Hanyu answered, Li Laodao managed to balance his mindset, a little muttering a couple of curses under his breath before calming his anger. Little one, since you have already reached the first level of Qi refinement, we will no longer be on the same path. From now on, we need not have any dealings or connections. Just cultivate your Qinghe Qi method well, and one day you will become a foundation establishment cultivator. That will be your right path. This path I cannot walk anymore. Hanyu saw Li Laodao about to leave and suddenly felt a stir in his heart. Master, do you think my blood energy? Can I still cultivate the proper blood refining technique? Li Laodao stopped. How would I know if you can cultivate? Do you think I understand much about cultivation? Besides, you are not joining the Blood Demon sect. If I secretly pass on the method to you, they will definitely skin me alive. If you are willing to join the Blood Demon sect, I could tell you the proper blood refining technique. Hanyu felt somewhat disappointed. He was currently very eager for cultivation methods and spells, and he did not want to miss out on even the Blood Demon sect's teachings. Just at that moment, however, Li Laodao turned back, a wind-like laugh spilling from his throat, revealing crooked yellow teeth. Little one, are you disappointed? What I just said was to tease you. Who told you to quietly reach the first level of Qi refinement and make me lose face? Hanyu was immediately stunned, truly not expecting that the old Taoist was joking with him. Li Laodao continued to explain, as a member of the demon sect, the greatest characteristic is to be reckless and selfish, teaching the methods however they please, especially for someone like me, an undercover in the demon sect, who is even less constrained. However, people in the demon sect are often selfish and seldom teach methods to outsiders, fearing that once they do, they will be refined and turned into blood food by others. As he spoke, his ugly face turned serious. Little one, you gave me the celestial fate of the Wanshun Valley, and today, I have reached the first level of blood refining. Now that I see we are on different paths, our fate ends here. I will give you one last gift, the proper blood refining technique for reaching the foundation establishment realm, the breath concealment technique to hide one's aura, and the subtle tricks for transmitting sound I promised you before. Little one, accept this gift. From now on, as the rivers and lakes stretch far and wide, we will no longer have dealings. Hanye's heart sank as he met the old Taoist's gaze, slowly nodding and stepping forward. Please, master. Call me Dao friend. Li Laodao closed his eyes, but in his mind the image of a bright young girl from decades ago appeared. Wainer, I'll Wainer, from today onward, I will sever my ties to the mortal world. As for your grandson, I will no longer meddle in his affairs. Yes, please pass on the methods, Dao friend. Hanyu said solemnly. Inside the stone house, the old Taoist Li quietly explained the methods of the breath-holding technique and the subtleties of transmitting sound to Hanyu, then slightly gritted his teeth, condensing a drop of his essence blood and handing it to Hanyu. The blood refining techniques are ultimately methods of cultivation and cannot be left on mundane paper. I can only teach you in this manner. You may sense the technique. You may also refine my essence blood at your convenience. Han Yu shook his head slightly, saying, I will just sense the technique. Please retrieve your essence blood, my friend. The proper method of the blood refining technique requires the activation of one's qi and blood, condensing a blood symbol at the Danzhong point to form a circulatory cycle of blood refinement. The construction of the blood symbol, the cyclical flow, and the positioning of the blood symbol must follow the correct method, otherwise one will be unable to cultivate it. Once successfully cultivated, one's physical resilience, vitality, and other aspects will greatly enhance, and as long as there is sufficient essence blood, most injuries to the body can be healed. Han Yu stored this method in his heart, a faint joy rising within him. Wasn't this the best choice for cultivating the spirit refining technique? He just happened to have an abundance of essence blood to replenish and heal himself. After imparting the teachings, the old Taoist Li's complexion turned waxy, a hint of relief in his eyes. All right, little one, everything is done. Han Yu respectfully bowed, saying, Thank you, my friend. The old Taoist Li waved his hand, saying, Do not thank me. This is the last connection between us. If you later tread the demonic path, do not mention my name. If you walk the righteous path, do not be tainted by the habits of demonic cultivators. I became a demonic cultivator out of necessity. You must not follow my example. Having said that, the old Taoist Li turned and left, his figure gradually fading into the night. Han Yu gazed in the direction he departed, lost in thought for a long time. The next morning, Han Yu inspected the spiritual field, as usual, glancing at the old Taoist Li, who had also risen. The old Taoist's expression was serious, as if he did not recognize Han Yu. Han Yu did not greet him again. After inspecting the spiritual field, he returned to his room to cultivate. After completing the process of refining the power of the Xiankong fruit into spiritual breath, Han Yu began to carefully study the secret techniques of the spirit refining technique and the blood refining technique. If all goes smoothly, he would attempt to use this secret technique to refine a spiritual root, changing his qualification from 4 spiritual roots to 3, thus increasing his cultivation speed and the upper limit of his cultivation path. While he was carefully examining, footsteps were heard outside the stone house. Han, junior brother, are you there? Han Yu tidied up his belongings and opened the door, finding Lu Lan had come. Senior sister Lu, do you need something from me? Lu Lan replied, I want to ask you something. Have you seen senior brother Zhang today? Zhang Shan. Han Yu remained expressionless. I have not seen senior brother Zhang. Lu Lan did not think much of it, saying, That's strange. Oh, where could he have gone so early? I will ask around elsewhere. Seeing her say this, Han Yu realized that Lu Lan did not yet know about Zhang Shan's departure yesterday and thought he had simply gone out early. Does senior sister Lu have something to discuss with senior brother Zhang? It would be better to wait until he returns to talk. Lu Lan looked somewhat troubled. I have run out of the spiritual rice for my cultivation. I had arranged for senior brother Zhang to give me some today, but I still haven't seen him by this time. Han Yu did not say anything more. Among so many miscellaneous disciples in the spiritual field, aside from Zhang Shan, who had ulterior motives and was willing to befriend Lu Lan by providing her with precious cultivation resources, no one else was willing to offer their resources. Han Yu would not do such things. Even the overly kind senior brother Sun Kong would not do such things. Lu Lan, now lacking cultivation resources, naturally sought Zhang Shan. This was presumably also what Zhang Shan, the hidden disciple of the spiritual beast sect, wished to see. Only Zhang Shan himself did not expect to die so soon, becoming a resource on the old Taoist Li's path of cultivation. After Lu Lan left, Han Yu returned to his room to continue cultivating. He replicated 2 drops of essence blood to enhance the blood energy of his blood refining technique. After refining, he noticed the total amount of essence blood had increased to 11 drops, his blood energy brimming to its limit. It was time to shift to cultivating the proper method of the blood refining technique, the condensation of blood symbols, and the circulatory method. However, Han Yu did not rush to start. Instead, he began to cultivate the breath-holding technique. When practicing the blood refining technique to the first layer, if there is no breath-holding technique to conceal it, a bloody smell would emanate for 3 days and nights. Han Yu needed to master this technique first before attempting to break through. Cultivating the breath-holding technique was not difficult for Han Yu, as he had already mastered the wind control technique and water manipulation technique to a very proficient level, and he was at the 2nd layer of qi refinement. With such a foundation, learning other techniques became easier. After an hour, Han Yu had already grasped the basics of the breath-holding technique and was pleasantly surprised to discover that while its main function is to conceal the traces of the blood refining technique, it could also mask Han Yu's qi refinement level. In simple terms, it could disguise his 2nd layer of qi refinement to appear more like the 1st layer. This provided Han Yu with an additional layer of security. Typically, cultivators at the qi refinement stage would not actively release their cultivation level without encountering those at the foundation establishment stage, or those who practice techniques to see others' cultivation levels they would not easily be seen through. Now that Han Yu had cultivated the breath-holding technique, even if he actively released his cultivation, he could disguise it as the 1st layer of qi refinement making it even more difficult for others to see through. That night, with the moon high and the wind dark, the spiritual field was silent. Han Yu waited for Wei Senior's sister to return from the place of Manager Wang, and as the night grew deeper and quieter, he began to cultivate the proper method of the blood refining technique. His essence blood condensed at the Danzhong point, his mind roaring, hands and feet feeling cold. Then the essence blood naturally condensed into a blood symbol, which bore a twisted pattern symbolizing the achievement of the first layer of blood refinement. Following that, the blood symbol inhaled and exhaled blood energy circulating throughout his body. Han Yu felt his mind and limbs gradually recovering, his whole being first coming back to life, and then his blood energy, vitality, and vigor overflowing stronger than before by more than double. Sensing the increase in his vitality and the ability to use essence blood to heal injuries and replenish his losses, Han Yu understood that the obstacles to cultivating the spirit refining technique were no longer present. From today onward, he could practice the spirit refining technique and enhance his spiritual root qualification. After practicing the subtle techniques of transmitting sound, it was already late, so he decided to rest and conserve his energy to start practicing the spirit refining technique in the best condition tomorrow. The next morning, when Han Yu looked at his reflection in the clear water, he was puzzled to find that his hair had not turned red like the old Taoist Li's. It remained jet black. The old Taoist Li, practicing the blood refining technique, would occasionally be overwhelmed by a bloodthirsty impulse. After achieving the first layer of blood refinement, he appeared somewhat younger, but red hair had sprouted among his white hair, and now he tied it up without wearing a bamboo hat. Han Yu had always refined his essence blood and had never felt such a thing, nor had he sprouted red hair. It was truly strange. In the morning, he went out to inspect the spiritual field and saw Sun Kong, Lu Lan, the old Taoist, Li Wei Senior's sister, and several other miscellaneous disciples gathered together talking. Last night, I saw that Senior Brother Zhang's house was indeed lit. I didn't expect him to make such a decision. Sun Kong sighed. Wei Senior's sister said there's no choice. With Senior Brother Zhang's 5 spiritual roots, after many years of cultivation, without reaching the 3rd layer of qi refinement, it is indeed easy to feel despair. If he had not lost hope, he would not have given the spiritual rice to junior sister Lu to use, which shows he no longer harbors expectations for cultivation. Lu Lan clutched a piece of yellow paper with writing on it, tears welling up in her eyes, her expression blank. Only after Han Yu approached did he learn that Zhang Shan had returned last night, leaving behind this piece of paper stating he was going out to wander with an uncertain return date. Zhang Shan returned, leaving behind a letter. Han Yu listened to this, his gaze unwavering. He secretly thought that Li Laodio's action could indeed help him quickly shed his own suspicion. It was certainly a viable method. Zhang Shan's senior brother just leaves like this. What am I supposed to do for my cultivation? Lu Lan wiped her tears and said, it was supposed to be agreed that. No one responded to her words. Who can replace Zhang Shan and give her their cultivation resources? Just as they were speaking, a shout came from afar. What are you all gathering together for? Everyone turned to look as Manager Wang waddled over with his potbelly. Li Laodio's body immediately tensed, and he operated his breath-concealing technique to the utmost, casually adjusting the hat on his head. Han Yu also immediately activated his breath-concealing technique. Better safe than sorry. What if Manager Wang could detect his cultivation or the signs of his blood-refining technique? The two of them were clearly overthinking. Manager Wang approached cheerfully, and Wei Qunyan stepped forward with a charming smile. Good morning, Manager Wang. Manager Wang chuckled, you too. Then he put on a stern face. What are you all causing a ruckus about here? Wei Qunyan pulled a yellow paper from Lu Lan's hand and handed it to Manager Wang. Manager Wang looked the miscellaneous disciple Zhang Shan left behind this paper, saying that he has no hope of breaking through to the 4th level of qi refinement and has gone out adventuring with an uncertain return date. Manager Wang's expression darkened as he took the yellow paper. An uncertain return date. What a great uncertain return date. He can leave whenever he wants and come back whenever he wants. Does he think this spirit field is his bed? This clearly indicates that he has absconded with the sect's techniques. He should be caught and brought back by the outer disciples and punished. After shouting these 2 sentences, he inquired, who knows about Zhang Shan? Wei Qunyan smiled and said, Manager Wang, I know. Zhang Shan has 5 spirit roots and has been in the sect for 20 years. He broke through to the 3rd level of qi refinement 7 years ago, but hasn't made any progress since. Wei Qunyan smiled and said, Manager Wang, I know. Zhang Shan has 5 spirit roots and has been in the sect for 20 years. He broke through to the 3rd level. Little Wei, you have my favor. He then pointed at Lu Lan, sternly saying, what are you crying about again? Is Zhang Shan your love interest? Do you know where he went? Lu Lan quickly wiped her tears and explained the reason for her crying. Her spirit field's harvest was insufficient, and she hadn't prepared enough spirit rice to reach the required 50 pounds, resulting in her entire year's spirit rice being turned and leaving her without cultivation resources. It was hard-earned for Zhongshan to agree to provide her with cultivation resources, yet he left. Manager Wang frowned as he looked at the slightly reedy Lulan, then turned to Wei Qunyan. Is this true? It is true, Wei Qunyan replied. This isn't right. Manager Wang's expression changed slightly as he said to Wei Qunyan, where does Zhongshan live? I need to search. Everyone was taken aback, not understanding why Manager Wang said this. However, Wei Qunyan clearly did not dare to delay and quickly took the lead. After walking a few steps, Manager Wang turned back and pointed at the thick-browed Baijit Sun Kong. You go call junior brother Ji and junior brother Hua for me. Sun Kong knew he was referring to the two outer disciples who assisted him in managing the spirit field, and he did not dare to delay, hurriedly agreeing before leaving. As Manager Wang led Wei Qunyan toward Zhongshan's stone house, Sun Kong went to call the two outer disciples. Han Yu Lulan and several others exchanged glances, all sensing the ominous signs of impending trouble. Li Laodao quietly retreated, hiding back in his stone house. Should we follow and see? A miscellaneous disciple asked. Another miscellaneous disciple shook his head, with Manager Wang's temper. What if he takes it out on us if something bad happens? After this was said, no one followed. They merely discussed what exactly had happened with Zhongshan and why a search was necessary. Lulan hesitated, feeling that she could hardly escape involvement in this matter. Even though no one else followed, she ultimately went along. Shortly after, Sun Kong led the two outer disciples named Ji and Hua, both dressed in blue, over. After stopping to ask a question, the two rushed toward Zhongshan's residence. After reuniting with Manager Wang, the three frowned and muttered a few words before heading together to Lulan's stone house to conduct another search. Afterward, Manager Wang ordered Lulan to stand still and not move, while Wei Qunyan and Sun Kong kept watch over Zhongshan and Lulan's residences, not allowing anyone to enter or exit. Then Manager Wang released a banana leaf and hurriedly left with the outer disciple surnamed Ji, clearly to report to the sect, leaving the outer disciple surnamed Hua to supervise the situation. Seeing this, aside from Lulan, Wei Qunyan and Sun Kong, the other miscellaneous disciples quickly returned to their houses to avoid bringing disaster upon themselves. Han Yu returned to his stone house, operated the breath-concealing technique to obscure his first layer of blood-refining cultivation, and concealed his second layer of qi refinement as the first layer. He also inspected all the items in his stone house again. Valuable were 4 pounds of spirit rice, 2 xuanqing fruits, a gray jade slip used during his initial entrance, an ancient jade slip containing the spirit refining technique, and another jade slip kindly gifted by senior brother Jin Qi when he first entered. Aside from that, there was nothing much left. The spirit rice dumplings copied from senior brother Sun Kong had already been eaten by Han Yu. By the way, there were traces of the crows nests under the bed, marks of crow spells on the walls which normally would go unnoticed, but there was a fear of someone conducting a thorough search. Seeing that things were escalating, and with Manager Wang reporting to the sect, Han Yu dared not hold on to any hope of getting away with it. He dismantled the nest to the point it was unrecognizable and threw it into the spirit field, also removing any other possible traces. The marks left by the crow spell on the stone wall were said to have been left by the previous miscellaneous disciple. On this side, Han Yu was already prepared. Not long after, a series of howls echoed in the sky above the spirit field. The miscellaneous disciples all poked their heads out to see. Manager Wang and several blue-clad outer disciples were stepping on banana leaves, while 2 inner disciples in blue, with gold lining, came flying in on swords. Then a purple-clad steward arrived, stepping on a flower-shaped artifact 5 feet in diameter, hovering in midair. All miscellaneous disciples come out and assemble for questioning. There must be no mistakes. Manager Wang shouted sternly from the banana leaf hovering in the air. Han Yu was secretly astonished. Not only had the outer disciples come, but 2 inner disciples had also arrived along with the steward. One must know that inner disciples are all cultivators above the 7th level of qi refinement and are elite disciples who have gone through assessments, while stewards are cultivators at the foundation establishment stage. How could a mere miscellaneous disciple like Zhongshan cause such a commotion? Could it be that they actually found some remnants of Li Laodao and were here today to apprehend the demonic cultivator from the demon blood sect? Han Yu felt a slight urgency in his heart. If they truly found Li Laodao and confirmed him as a demonic cultivator, could Li Laodao still escape unscathed? As the commanding voice of Manager Wang echoed across the spirit field, the various servant disciples emerged from the stone houses and the spirit fields, gathering towards the position of the purple-clad steward and Manager Wang. The purple-clad steward did not lag behind, either standing in midair atop a floral artifact, his gaze sharp as that of an eagle sweeping over the gathered disciples. 2 inner disciples were positioned diagonally behind him, while Manager Wang and the other outer disciples actively descended onto the banana leaves, situating themselves below the inner disciples. This lineup formed a slanted cone shape, with the purple-clad steward at the apex, clearly demonstrating the hierarchy among them. After a moment, once the servant disciples had gathered, the purple-clad steward spoke up. How many servant disciples in the spirit field have yet to arrive? Manager Wang quickly checked the list and reported, including Zhang Shan, there are 5 people absent today. Zhang Shan and Lu Lan's residences I will personally search. As for the other 4 who are absent, you go and look for them. If someone captures them, bring them for questioning. If no one is found, ascertain their whereabouts, and be sure to interrogate them thoroughly upon their return. The purple-clad steward commanded, then descended from the sky. Manager Wang, looking tense, led the way, entering Zhang Shan's stone house to inspect carefully. The purple-clad steward had a stern expression. After a quick glance, his gaze fixed on Zhang Shan's stone bed. The bed had been overturned, revealing an engraved pattern of a roaring beast's head on the underside. Underneath the bed was a large dark hole the size of a water jar, emanating a foul stench. Raising spirit-stealing mice may only be a violation of sect rules, but this unique beast-taming pattern belongs to the spirit beast sect. The purple-clad steward said coldly. This Zhang Shan must have been purchased by the spirit beast sect. Manager Wang quickly agreed. What Steward Lu says is absolutely correct. It must be so. Zhang Shan has 5 spirit roots and has been in the sect for 20 years. The spirit beast sect would never have used him for their schemes from the start. He could only have been bought over in recent years through the Qinghe market. The purple-clad steward did not pay much attention to Manager Wang's agreement, and instead asked, what made you suspect that Zhang Shan had a problem and come to search? Manager Wang replied in a low voice, at first I did not notice anything. I merely felt that Zhang Shan was foolishly leaving the spirit field and was preparing to report to the steward's office, turning him over to the outer disciples for tracking down this person who left secretly. However, I did not expect that this person would actually give away his cultivation resources to a stranger, Lu Lan, and then leave in a hurry. This act greatly defies the principles of cultivation, so I immediately felt something was amiss. The purple-clad steward said with his hands clasped behind his back, indeed, while you have been abusing your authority in the spirit field, you have not completely lost your wits. On the path of cultivation, only parents provide for their children. There is no such thing as children providing for their parents. Even spouses must settle accounts clearly. How could he, a servant who has been in the spirit field for 20 years and has struggled in his cultivation to this extent, support someone who is not a relative? Manager Wang looked shocked, cold sweat beading on his forehead and his lips quivering. He had thought that oppressing some insignificant, hopeless servant disciples would go unnoticed, but it turned out that even the sect's stewards were aware of it. This seemingly praised him, but the warning was even more evident. Steward Lu, your insight is sharp. These dirty matters of mine cannot escape your notice. Steward Lu said coldly. If nothing happens and no one reports you, then there is no need to mention these trivial matters. Once trouble arises and you are called upon, these little matters will become your fatal weaknesses. In the future, be more lenient in your dealings. Leave some room, as that is not only for others, but also for yourself. Yes, I understand. I will remember this lesson well. Manager Wang wiped his cold sweat and responded quickly. Let's go and see where Lu Lan resides. Manager Wang immediately led the way, arriving at Lu Lan's stone house, where he quietly introduced her. Lu Lan has only been in the sect for a few years, and she is just 16 years old with 3 spirit roots. She has already cultivated to the 3rd layer of qi refinement and is expected to enter the outer sect by 18 or 19. Zhang Shan may want to deceive this young girl into becoming his partner. Perhaps he is deliberately trying to befriend an outer disciple in advance. Currently, I have not found anything suspicious about Lu Lan. She does not seem like someone arranged by the Spirit Beast sect and has never been to Qinghe Market. After Manager Wang finished speaking, Steward Lu carefully examined everything but found nothing unusual. Indeed, she does not seem to be involved in anything suspicious, but do not let your guard down. Keep a close watch on her. If she also confirms that she has been bought off, you should step down from your position as manager and go to Nanli country to slay demons and eradicate evil. Yes, Steward Lu. As this side concluded its investigation, 2 inner disciples on the other side also led the outer disciples to finish their search. They brought in a male disciple who was only wearing a top and bare-legged. Steward Lu, the other 3 went to the market to exchange items. This person was inside indulging himself and refused to come out. The disciples could not help but burst into muffled laughter, and some even chuckled aloud. The sect summoned him, yet this person was busy indulging himself, refusing to come out. What a peculiar case. Steward Lu's face darkened as he released his foundation establishment aura. You scoundrel. You entered my Wanshun Valley just to engage in such lewd acts. The disciple, who had not even had time to put on his pants, was immediately overwhelmed by this aura and collapsed to the ground, unable to move. The other disciples, sensing Steward Lu's anger, quickly suppressed their amusement, observing with their eyes focused, not revealing any unusual expressions. Wang Hui punished this foolish scoundrel severely to serve as a warning to others. Manager Wang quickly complied, suppressing his laughter as he led the self-indulgent servant disciple aside and dunked his head into the water jar. You ungrateful beast, having entered the immortal sect, do you not cherish the opportunity for cultivation? First drink some water to sober up. Steward Lu withdrew his gaze and scanned the crowd again. Han Yu tried to keep a low profile, not daring to look at the old Taoist Li, who was a few steps away wearing a conical hat. Steward Lu, however, noticed the old Taoist with the hat in the crowd and pointed, "That one with the conical hat, take it off." All the disciples turned their heads to look, and Han Yu's heart tightened as he turned to look as well. The old Taoist Li had red hair on his head. He saw the old Taoist Li place his palm on the hat and slowly remove it, revealing a head of white hair and a haggard, sickly face. Disciple Li Quan greets Steward Lu. Steward Lu was taken aback. At your age you have not yet entered cultivation. How did you become a servant disciple? Disciple only received the sect's token at over 90 years of age, having 5 spirit roots, barely able to cultivate. Thus, I had the opportunity to enter the sect. After this explanation from the old Taoist Li, Steward Lu finally understood. With your appearance, it is not easy to pursue immortality. After saying this, he ignored him. What a joke it would be to assume such an old man with 5 spirit roots could be bribed as an inner trader. Having passed through smoothly, the old Taoist Li lowered his head, and Han Yu also felt relieved. He did not know what method the old Taoist Li used to temporarily remove his red hair, but as long as he was fine, Han Yu would not be implicated. Steward Lu asked the 2 inner disciples again, "Aside from Zhongshan, have the houses of those forbidden?" Steward Lu, we have already searched, but there is one rather strange item that we cannot determine. We ask you to. An inner disciple used an object manipulation technique to bring forth a silver-white spindle-like object to Steward Lu. With just a glance, Steward Lu coldly snorted, "Good, they have come too." The statement from Elder Lu left the disciples utterly perplexed. An inner sect disciple asked Elder Lu, "Who is this person?" "Those people from the Shaotian Luo sect who are adept at divination and are rather mystical." Elder Lu replied, "The place you searched is completely clean. There is nothing there." "Indeed." Elder Lu snorted coldly. "This is precisely the style of the Shaotian Luo sect. This person must have foreseen some unfavorable event today, so he simply left and returned to the Shaotian Luo sect. There is no need to search his house anymore." After finishing his words, he released a flower-shaped magical artifact, saying, "Let's end here for today. I need to report to the sect leader, and you all should focus on your cultivation and guard the spiritual fields without causing any trouble." Without waiting for anyone to respond, he soared into the sky with a silver-white spindle-shaped object. The inner and outer sect disciples followed closely behind, leaving only the steward Wang and 2 outer sect disciples named Ji and Hua. The outer sect disciple named Ji dismissed the servant disciples with a smile and walked over to Steward Wang, watching him diligently tidy up after the disheveled servant disciple. "This kid is quite a talent. He made us look bad in front of the elder, so we have to deal with this properly." Steward Wang grasped the person's neck and said, "You shameless scoundrel, are you going to keep doing this?" The servant disciple muttered softly, "Then he'll only do it twice a day from now on." "What?" Steward Wang along with Ji and Hua were all dumbfounded. Could it be that this person was born merely for breeding? How could he have such an appetite? Meanwhile, the servant disciple scattered. Lu Lan, still unaware of what was happening, spoke softly to Wei Qi's son Kong Li Laodao Han Yu and a few acquaintances, her voice tinged with tears. "What kind of trouble has Senior Zhang gotten into? Even the elder has come. I didn't know anything and got implicated. If I had known I would be caught up in this, I would never have accepted his belongings." "It's a bit late to say that now," Wei Qi said with a smile. "Fortunately, our sect is open-minded and hasn't punished everyone involved. I heard that some sects execute their disciples for even the slightest suspicion. Now that would be true tyranny." Seeing Lu Lan still in tears, Wei Qi added, "In a couple of days, I'll help you find out what Zhongshan has done to alarm the sect." "Can you really find out?" Sun Kong asked honestly. Wei Qi smiled mysteriously. "Of course I can find out. Within Wanshan Valley, there are some secrets that can't really be hidden." As the group went their separate ways and approached the spiritual fields, Han Yu stopped to glance at the elderly Li Laodao. Li Laodao seemed to sense his gaze, paused momentarily, then quickened his pace, returning to his stone hut. Seeing his attitude, Han Yu no longer pressed for questions and returned to his own stone hut to focus on his cultivation. Wanshan Valley was indeed not very strict. They only searched a few suspicious individuals' houses, and the other servant disciples were not individually searched. Under such circumstances, Han Yu naturally felt relieved, as he himself had secrets. However, under this relatively lax management, there were likely more individuals with ulterior motives among the disciples of Wanshan Valley. Li Laodao and Zhongshan were certainly not the only ones. In his future interactions, Han Yu must remain vigilant and not trust anyone too easily. After consuming the Xuanxin fruit to absorb its medicinal power and convert it into spiritual breath, Han Yu continued to practice the blood refinement technique, enhancing his blood qi with his own essence blood and promoting the technique circulation. When the spiritual seed at his dantian fully sprouted, it would mark his arrival at the third level of qi refinement. When the second blood-colored pattern of the blood symbol at the Zhongwan point completely condensed, it would signify his reaching the second level of blood refinement. At the current pace of cultivation Han, you could only absorb a limited amount of spiritual energy and medicinal power each day. Reaching the third level of qi refinement would likely take at least half a year. However, as long as he continued to replicate his essence blood to increase his blood qi, he could achieve the second level of blood refinement within a month, and the third level would likely take no more than 2 or 3 months. Perhaps Li Laodao was right. The demon blood sect's method of enhancing cultivation through essence blood could indeed prompt rapid improvement in Han Ye's cultivation. He might truly be a genius in practicing the techniques of the demon blood sect. Did I really enter the wrong sect? Han Yu thought this to himself, but then quickly dismissed the idea. The reputation of the demon blood sect was poor, selfish, and treacherous. If Han Yu were truly to only practice the techniques of the demon blood sect, he would probably never find a moment of peace. It was better now, at least in Wanshun Valley's spiritual fields, he could cultivate without being disturbed. After practicing both the Qinghe Qi refinement heart method and the blood refinement technique, Han Yu took a deep breath to calm his emotions, picked up the jade slip of the spirit refinement technique, and carefully studied it again, confirming its accuracy and ingraining it in his mind. Finally, he began the main event of today's cultivation. With the spirit refinement technique, he would refine his spiritual roots. As the spiritual breath circulated throughout his body, Han Yu began to slowly operate the spirit refinement technique, manifesting and forcing out his 4 spiritual roots from within his body. Just this step alone made Han Yu feel a tension throughout his body with a faint pain. This was because the cultivation quality of the spiritual roots was not confined to a specific part of the body, but was inherently endowed and contained throughout. This was precisely the reason why, after practicing the spirit refinement technique without a body refining method to maintain it, one would inevitably become weak and suffer a loss in lifespan, as it involves refining and enhancing the innate qualities of the entire body. After a full half an hour, Han Yu finally observed his own spiritual roots. The golden hue with a hint of white represented the metal element. The bluish-green represented the wood element. The blue that was almost black represented the water element. The pure red represented the fire element. Han Yu understood that while everyone has 5 elements within them, their cultivation qualities tend to lean towards specific elements. Today, he saw that he did not possess a soil attribute spiritual root, but rather had 4 spiritual roots of metal, wood, water, and fire. He only needed to refine one into the other 3 spiritual roots resources to greatly increase his cultivation speed. With a slight shift in his mind, Han Yu focused on the fire attribute spiritual root. The metal spiritual root was beneficial for sword control and offense. The wood and water spiritual roots were quite useful within Wanshun Valley. Ultimately, he had to make a choice, and it could only be the fire attribute spiritual root. After condensing his spiritual root and making his choice, Han Yu operated the spirit refinement technique to begin his first refinement of the spiritual root. As he began the operation, his entire body felt as if it were being pricked by needles, causing immense pain. Han Yu gritted his teeth and silently operated for a full cycle, and by the time he stopped, his whole body was drenched in sweat with beads of perspiration the size of peas on his forehead. It was so painful. The kind of piercing pain that permeated his entire body almost made him give up midway. Fortunately, Han Yu managed to persevere. Upon looking again at the fire attribute spiritual root, he found that only an imperceptible tiny bit had been refined. Yet his body already felt significantly weaker. Han Yu was secretly astonished. The difficulty of practicing the spirit refinement technique was far greater than he had imagined. Then, operating the Qinghe Qi refinement heart method again, Han Yu was pleasantly surprised to find that his limit for absorbing medicinal power had increased slightly compared to before. The effects of the spirit refinement technique were immediate, as his daily cultivation limit had increased. The pain and difficulty he had just experienced transformed into the joy of harvest. No matter how difficult it may be, the spirit refinement technique must be practiced. After maximizing the spiritual breath for today, Han Yu felt the weakness of his body in cultivation and began to operate the blood refining technique. With this operation, Han Yu immediately sensed the gradual depletion of his essence blood, compensating for the insufficiency of his vital energy. As Han Yu performed the blood refining technique, once a drop of essence blood directly integrated into his body, and the feeling of weakness gradually faded, replaced by a warm sensation as if bathed in sunlight. The losses brought by practicing the spirit refining technique had been compensated on the surface, but Han Yu felt he still needed a few days to explore the best results of cultivation and compensation before continuing with the spirit refining technique. While refining the spiritual roots to enhance qualifications is indeed important, it is equally vital not to harm the fundamentals or jeopardize the future path of cultivation. As Han Yu was estimating the cost of practicing the spirit refining technique, he suddenly felt an intuition rising to the window to look outside. He then withdrew his gaze, noticing Wei Kunyi heading towards the residence of Steward Wang, which wasn't worth his attention. Today, an incident occurred in the spiritual fields. Han Yu's crow had already developed spiritual awareness, knowing that it should seek benefits and avoid harm, thus not coming over to be affectionate with Han Yu as usual. Early the next morning, Han Yu was inspecting the spiritual fields. A disciple from the outer sect surnamed Hua was leading a person who had been whipped through the entire spiritual field, shouting, "Anyone who fails to focus on guarding the spiritual fields and diligently cultivates will end up like this person." Wherever he went, many servant disciples burst into laughter, as there were no stewards or inner disciples present. The outer sect disciple surnamed Hua did not express himself as sternly as Steward Wang, and some even made jokes. "Junior brother Lu, you truly are one of a kind. The sect summoned you, and you, junior brother Lu, still busy with your own pleasures, really cannot waste even a moment." It turned out that the person being whipped and used as an example was the peculiar servant disciple surnamed Lu, who had indulged himself yesterday and appeared to be quite small and underdeveloped. Facing the ridicule from the crowd, the disciple surnamed Lu had an unexpectedly thick skin, smiling as he said, after being taught by Steward Wang, "I have deeply recognized my mistake. I originally practiced 4 times a day, but from now on I will only do it twice a day, and will never dare to neglect such important matters as sect summons again." The servant disciples mocking him were left speechless, unable to respond for a moment. The outer sect disciple surnamed Hua's face turned dark, directly kicking this scoundrel down, saying, "You scoundrel, unwilling to improve yourself, yet you dare to shamelessly present yourself to the public." He then warned everyone, "Anyone who dares to follow his example will be severely punished." The servant disciples all nodded in agreement. After the outer sect disciple surnamed Hua led the disciple surnamed Lu away, many began to discuss with smiles. "Junior brother Lu is truly extraordinary. Indeed, junior brother Lu's abilities we could never replicate. It's best to focus on our cultivation and enter the outer sect as soon as possible. I wonder how he manages to do it, and how much does he have to eat to compensate?" Han Yu, still young, was not particularly interested in these matters, merely observing before returning to continue his cultivation. That day, after operating the Qinghe Qi cultivation method and confirming that his daily absorption limit had slightly increased, Han Yu felt a strong urge to continue practicing the spirit refining technique to further enhance his qualifications. However, after operating the blood refining technique and realizing his blood essence was still circulating, Han Yu, the damage brought by the spirit refining technique to his body was indeed significant. Enhancing this slight qualification had taken 2 days of blood essence replenishment. Even though on the surface it seemed there were no major issues, the bodous absorption of blood essence still indicated a need for continued compensation. It was only after another day that Han Yu felt his body had fully recovered, no longer needing to absorb excess blood essence. As the cost of this cultivation with the spirit refining technique, Han Yu had consumed 3 drops of essence blood to repair himself to a level where there would be no future problems. The effects of the spirit refining technique were surprisingly good, but the cost was also extraordinarily high. Han Yu could only practice the spirit refining technique once every 5 days. 3 days to recover himself, and 2 days to practice the blood refining technique to increase his essence blood, and then he could operate the spirit refining technique once to enhance his cultivation qualifications, until finally refining the fire attribute spiritual root, completely transforming it into 3 spiritual roots. The spirit refining technique within the Qi cultivation realm could be practiced to its utmost. Caw. That night, 2 crows, one large and one small, flew across the night sky and landed in Han Yu's stone house, clutching a section of spirit blood vine in their claws. Han Yu smiled and said, "Have you found another spirit blood vine?" Caw caw. The large crow nodded, its dark golden pupils filled with anticipation, clearly wanting to consume this spiritual item. The small crow quietly jumped onto Han Yu's shoulder, letting out a soft call, clearly eager to eat as well. The large crow instantly spread its wings, threatening the small crow, which jumped down with a pitiful look, no longer daring to seize its exclusive spot. This time, however, Han Yu did not immediately agree, but pondered for a moment. His blood refining technique required blood essence, and compensating for himself after the spirit refining technique also needed blood essence. The consumption was quite large. Having this spirit blood vine to enhance his blood essence seemed to be a good idea. After duplicating the spirit blood vine, Han Yu then divided a portion of it for the large and small crows to share. After the 2 crows had their fill, they were spirited and flew off into the night sky. Han Yu watched them depart, then saw a flock of dark birds like ink dots appearing under the moonlight above the spiritual fields, cawing as they flew away. Was the number of crows led by the large crow increasing again? Han Yu pondered silently. Early the next morning, Han Yu again inspected the spiritual fields. For some reason, the secret regarding Zhang Shan had suddenly spread today, including Sun Kong and Lu Lan, who had learned quite a bit after inquiring with Wei Kunyi. So Zhang Shan was bought off by the spirit beast sect. He even secretly raised thieving spiritual mice to specifically steal others' Qinghe spirit rice. Lu Lan began to cry again, this time out of anger. How could she see that her spiritual rice was lacking while Zhang Shan just happened to lend her cultivation resources? It was all a trap set by Zhang Shan from the very beginning. She had even harbored quite a bit of goodwill towards Zhang Shan. It turned out she had been schemed against from the start. That silver-white spindle was intentionally left by someone from the Shaotian Luo sect, possibly to signal their identity or perhaps to warn us at Wanchun Valley. Sun Kong said to Han Yu, "I fear Wanchun Valley will not be at peace." Han Yu was somewhat puzzled. Sun Kong explained, recently disciples bought off by the spirit beast sect have appeared, and even people from the Shaotian Luo sect have come. Wanchun Valley has never been known for aggression, but for cultivating spiritual herbs and fruits. These sects likely harbor ill intentions. The people from the Shaotian Luo sect left behind sect tokens deliberately. It could very well be a warning for us at Wanchun Valley, indicating that we have already caught the attention of other sects. Han Yu was astonished and asked carefully. Sun Kong, Lu Lan, and Wei Kunyi quickly explained the current situation surrounding Wanchun Valley. 100 years ago, the 5 major sects of the southern region, Wanchun Valley, the Spirit Beast sect, the Shaotian Luo sect, the Spirit Sword sect, and the Xianyi sect, united to eliminate the Magic Blood sect, which recklessly attacked cultivators and sought to increase its strength. Since then, the southern region has been left with only these 5 major sects. Whenever the Magic Blood sect's cultivators appeared, they were hunted down by the 5 major sects, becoming targets of universal scorn. Among the 5 major sects, Wanchun Valley was the least adept at fighting and attacking, with a 1,000-year-old ancient spirit tree as its sect symbol, and its greatest profit came from cultivating spiritual items. Now, with other sects infiltrating Wanchun Valley and buying off its disciples, it is likely that they harbor ulterior motives. Han Yu listened to their accounts, gaining much understanding, and he couldn't help but feel an inexplicable sense of urgency. If the major sects truly waged war against Wanchun Valley, what could mere outer disciples like them do? Isn't life merely at the mercy of others' whims? He pondered again. In just a few days, this news had even reached the outer disciples of Wanchun Valley. What does that imply? If the sects were taking strict precautions to guard their secrets, news shouldn't spread so quickly, should it? Han Yu was uncertain of the significance behind Wanchun Valley's actions. He could only focus on cultivating himself, practicing the Qinghe Qi cultivation method to enhance his Qi cultivation and refining his spiritual skills to improve his aptitude for cultivation. The blood refinement technique could also quickly bolster his vitality, but after compensating for the physical damage caused by refining spiritual skills, the speed of vitality increase had slowed. Han Yu consumed the spirit blood vine to increase his vitality, originally practicing the spiritual skills every 5 days, now shortened to every 4 days. Unconsciously, more than a month had passed. Wanchun Valley had not engaged in any conflict with other sects. The previous discussions eventually faded into silence, and gradually no one brought it up anymore. Han Yu gradually understood that the reason Wanchun Valley encouraged both disciples and outer disciples to discuss these matters was simply to inform the hidden spies. We at Wanchun Valley are already prepared, so you need not entertain any ulterior motives. This was deliberately intended to alarm others and dissuade them from their thoughts. Li Laodao and Han Yu no longer interacted, becoming like strangers. Han Yu neither knew how Li had removed his red hair that day, nor what he had been busy with recently. Han Yu could only take care of himself, continually cultivating, gradually making progress day by day, gaining much in return. His fire spiritual root had refined about 20% after successive practices of spiritual skills. Every day, the absorption of medicinal power and the increase of spiritual breath limits had evidently improved. The spiritual seed in his dantian had begun to sprout faintly, and while he still had a considerable distance to reach the 3rd layer of Qi cultivation, he was progressing significantly compared to before. This enhancement of cultivation aptitude, though, involved substantial loss. If one were to focus solely on Qi cultivation or foundation establishment, it would indeed be a significant loss, and only Han Yu could bear such losses and dare to attempt it. One morning, as Han Yu stepped outside, he noticed the changes in his spiritual field. The Qinghe spiritual rice had grown about half an inch taller than yesterday, with spiritual energy gradually gathering. This was entering the final stage of harvest. Han Shidi quickly entered the spiritual field and meditate. Sun Kong approached with a smile and said, "You possess 4 spiritual roots. Seizing this opportunity, you might just reach the 1st layer of Qi cultivation." Han Yu felt a stir in his heart upon hearing this. Indeed, it was time to reach the 1st layer of Qi cultivation in front of others and begin practicing spells. "Thank you, senior brother Sun," Han Yu expressed, entering the spiritual field and sitting cross-legged to cultivate. After a moment, Li Laodao wearing a bamboo hat stepped out and Sun Kong called out to him, Li Shidi take this opportunity to cultivate in the spiritual field. But Li Laodao continued on his way shaking his head. I have other matters to attend to. After saying this, he glanced back at Han Yu sitting in the spiritual field and hurriedly departed. Sun Kong was astonished. At this time, what could be more important than harvesting in the spiritual field? He then smiled at Han Yu. I initially intended to assist both of you, but since Li Shidi is unconcerned, I'll spare some effort and just help you drive away pests and rodents. Han Yu immediately stood up and thanked him earnestly. Thank you, senior brother's son. No need for formality, quickly sit down and cultivate, striving to reach the first layer of qi cultivation as soon as possible, Sun Kong said with a smile. That morning, many outer disciples passed by the spiritual field of Han Yu and Li Laodao. Lu Lanwei, Qunyan, and others also came to take a look, surprised to see Han Yu meditating, while Li Laodao was unexpectedly out and not in a hurry to cultivate. In the afternoon, a notoriously peculiar disciple named Lu grinned as he came to check. What a coincidence. Your spiritual field is harvesting, and mine is as well. Sun Kong, who was helping Han Yu guard the spiritual field, was immediately astonished. You've been in the sect for several years. Why haven't you planted the spiritual field with everyone? I got sidetracked with other matters, the person named Lu said with a smile. Sun Kong was left speechless. This person probably delayed the planting of the spiritual field due to some indecent reasons. Han Yu did not know this person, while only aware of his peculiarities. The simultaneous harvest of their spiritual fields was nothing worth discussing given the distance between them. Thus, he merely nodded to acknowledge their acquaintance and learned that the person's name was Lu Yun. Shortly after Lu left, Han Yu stepped out of the spiritual field and told Sun Kong that he felt he was close to breaking through to the first layer of qi cultivation. Sun Kang's face lit up with joy. That's wonderful. Once you reach the first layer of qi cultivation, you will truly be a practitioner. At that time, I will take you to Qinghe Fong Market for a stroll. He was unaware that Han Yu had already visited Qinghe Fong Market once. Just as they were speaking, Li Laodao, wearing a bamboo hat, hurriedly walked over, and Sun Kong raised his hand to greet him, but before he could say anything, Li Laodao headed straight for his stone house. Seeing this, Sun Kong did not pursue further conversation. After all, he was only being kind and not. Thank you today, senior brother's son, for helping me guard. Once I break through to the first layer of qi cultivation tomorrow and learn the spells, I will no longer delay your cultivation time, Han Yu said. Sun Kong nodded. Today, since no pests or rodents have come, I haven't had to exert myself. Once you learn the spells, you should be able to scare off those spiritual insects and stealing mice yourself. If it's truly unmanageable, you can still come find me for help later. Wei Qunyan approached with a smile, leading Lu Lan as they greeted Sun Kong, who happily shared the news about Han Yu's imminent breakthrough to the first layer of qi cultivation. Upon hearing this, Lu Lan congratulated him, and Wei Qunyan's eyes lit up as she smiled and said, Han Shidi, you truly deserve congratulations. We are both from the Nanli nation, so we should get to know each other better from now on. She then took on a concerned expression, reminding him, you are new here and still young. Some people's hearts are treacherous and hard to understand, so you must be cautious and observant moving forward. If you succeed in your breakthrough, you may tell others, but absolutely do not reveal it before the breakthrough. Should someone try to sabotage you at that critical moment, the consequences would be unimaginable. Although Han Yu was aware that Wei Qunyan had a private relationship with manager Wang, her words indeed held merit, so he nodded in agreement, indicating his understanding. Seeing the potential in Han Yu, Wei Qunyan set aside her previous discomfort from inviting him to dinner and led Lu Lan toward Li Laodio's stone house. Sun Kong asked in surprise about the reason. Wei Qunyan smiled. The spiritual rice in the spiritual field is gathering qi, such a good opportunity for cultivation, and Li Shidi isn't using it himself, but we cannot miss out on it. I'll chat with Li Shidi and see if he will allow us to cultivate in his spiritual field tomorrow. Wei Qunyan's statement is indeed somewhat novel, but upon closer reflection, it makes perfect sense. Since old Taoist Li does not pay attention to this excellent cultivation opportunity for the miscellaneous disciples for about 10 days, it would be a shame to let it go to waste. Wei Qunyan and Lu Lan arrived at the entrance of old Taoist Li's stone house. After knocking on the door, old Taoist Li, wearing a bamboo hat, came out. Sisters, do you have business with me? Wei Qunyan smiled brightly and stated her purpose for coming. After a moment of thought, old Taoist Li said, I have been busy in the market these past few days and indeed haven't been able to tend to the spiritual fields. You may enter the spiritual fields to cultivate in the next few days and help me clear the pests and rodents. After a few days, I will come back to take care of the spiritual fields myself. Wei Qunyan was overjoyed and nodded, saying, it's a deal. She immediately pulled Lu Lan, and the two entered old Taoist Li's spiritual fields to cultivate. Old Taoist Li took a deep look at them, swallowed hard, and returned to the stone house. Seeing this scene, Sun Kong frowned slightly, as if he wanted to say something. Han Yu asked in confusion, and Sun Kong explained quietly. Junior brother Li is not close to us right now. Even if I wanted to help I couldn't, and some things I can only tell you. During this cultivation period before the Qinghe spiritual rice matures, using it yourself won't do much harm. However, if Wei's sister and Lu Junior's sister absorb spiritual energy together, it will surely affect the harvest, resulting in less than 50 pounds per mu. At that time, if there is no harvest, and everything is turned in the path of cultivation, will lack resources. It will take more than a year to grind through, which would be quite a pity. Han Yu suddenly realized, looking at Wei Qunyan and Lu Lan, thinking to himself, they must know about this matter, yet they still didn't mention it to old Taoist Li, and went in to cultivate in the spiritual fields together. On the path of cultivation, one truly cannot rely on others' conscience. Someone like senior brother Sun Kong is hardly 1 in 1,000. The next morning, Han Yu told Sun Kong that he had broken through to the first layer of qi refinement, deliberately suppressing his wind control technique, demonstrating it, as if he were just starting to learn. Sun Kong hurriedly congratulated him, and upon hearing this, Wei Qunyan and Lu Lan both rose from old Taoist Li's spiritual field, smiling and congratulating him. Their demeanor seemed a bit closer than before. From now on, junior brother Han Yu, have shed your mundane ties and truly embarked on the path of cultivation. This is indeed a cause for celebration. That's right, now you are truly our little junior brother. In their words, there was an implied meaning. Before entering qi refinement, one could not even be considered a true junior brother. Now he was finally regarded as an equal disciple of the same sect. Seeing their change in attitude, Han Yu responded politely, but did not regard them as friends. In the morning, pests arrived with a swarm of spiritual insects, first entering Han Yu's spiritual fields. Han Yu unleashed his wind control technique, repelling the spirit insects with a gentle breeze. The swarm of spiritual insects then soared into the air, landing in old Taoist Li's spiritual fields. Wei Qunyan glanced over indifferently, continuing to sit cross-legged in meditation within old Taoist Li's spiritual fields. She had previously promised to deal with the pests and rodents, yet at this moment, she seemed to have completely forgotten, focusing only on absorbing the spiritual energy from the fields. Lu Lan hesitated for a moment, feeling a twinge of guilt. She stood up and released her wind control technique to drive the spirit insects away. The swarm of spirit insects took flight, landing far away in another spiritual field, immediately eliciting laughter. Lu Yun, don't get too comfortable. Come out and see your spiritual fields, the pests have arrived, someone shouted. Yet Lu Yun still did not come out. Just like before, many miscellaneous disciples laughed and speculated that he was busy with something inappropriate inside, bringing a bit of humor to the otherwise dull scene of the spiritual fields. In the afternoon, Wei Qunyan first cultivated to the limit of spiritual energy absorption, and then Lu Lan also reached her limit. The two departed together. Old Taoist Li had not yet returned, and the two did not help in guarding the spiritual fields. Not long after they left, a thieving spirit mouse appeared in old Taoist Li's spiritual fields, gnawing at the tender stalks and ears of the Qinghe spiritual rice. Sun Kong walked by, and upon seeing this scene, he sighed and said to Han Yu, "Junior brother Li is too old, and his spiritual root is poor. I fear he might give up on himself." Soon after, old Taoist Li returned and saw a thieving spirit mouse wildly active in his spiritual fields. His face darkened at first, but then he smiled and returned to the stone house. Seeing him like this, Sun Kong felt even more that he was giving up on himself, so he stopped talking to him. After greeting Han Yu, he left. Han Yu guessed why old Taoist Li smiled. This thieving spirit mouse was just right for him to practice on, even better than the spiritual rice. That evening, after practicing the Qinghe Qi refinement heart method and refining the medicinal power of the Xuanqing fruit, Han Yu consumed the spirit blood vine to specifically enhance his blood refining skill. After a round of cultivation, the distance to reach the third layer of qi refinement was drawn closer again. The progress in blood refining had also improved, with his total blood volume reaching 18 units. Tomorrow he would almost be able to practice the spirit refining technique again to enhance his cultivation qualification. Han Yu's cultivation was fulfilling. Daily farming and cultivation in the spiritual fields allowed him to progress steadily. He had no interest in the interactions of some miscellaneous disciples who had ulterior motives. However, he had not forgotten the conflicts of the Mo Shui sect and the 5 sects of the southern region, and a vague sense of crisis lingered in his heart. Caught. A large and a small crow flew in through the window. Han Yu reached out to stroke the hard iron feathers and smiled, saying, "In the past few days there have been spirit insects and thieving spirit mice in the spiritual fields. You can go out and have a bite. If you're full, you might even gain a bit of strength." Upon hearing this, the 2 crows immediately brightened up, cawing in response. In an instant they soared into the sky. Moments later, the sound of flapping wings echoed, and Han Yu looked out the window to see a flock of crows descending, led by the large and small crows, landing in various blocks of the spiritual fields. The commotion was not small, startling some miscellaneous disciples who called out a few times. The crows did not linger for long, catching some spirit insects and thieving spirit mice before soaring away into the night sky. Hanyu was astonished at how these crows had gathered into a flock, even more surprised that many of them could already catch spirit insects to eat. Even if only the large and small crows could capture thieving spirit mice, the remaining crows had gradually begun to transcend the ordinary category of crows. From initially raising them with the spirit-raising technique to now actually controlling a whole useful flock of crows. Hanyu's mind stirred. Just as he was about to rest, he heard an angry shout from old Taoist Li next door. What beast is this? Hanyu thought for a moment and realized that old Taoist Li must want to extract the essence blood from the thieving spirit mice. The large crow had taken away the thieving spirit mouse from old Taoist Li's spiritual fields, causing him to lose his target. No wonder old Taoist Li was cursing. When the large crow flew back under the cover of night, Hanyu specifically instructed it to restrain the crows and not to compete with old Taoist Li for the thieving spirit mice. The next morning, Hanyu saw old Taoist Li going out again. They exchanged glances, but old Taoist Li wore an unfriendly expression, opening his mouth to scold, but ultimately refrained from speaking to Hanyu, angrily waving his sleeves as he left. Hanyu could tell that old Taoist Li must have seen the large crow last night and realized he was hiding something, which was why he acted this way. Last night, a flock of crows captured spirit insects and stole spirit mice in the spiritual field, feasting on them. Today, not only was there no pest or rodent issue in Hanyu's spiritual field, but the entire area remained unaffected by any servant disciples encountering such problems. On the surface, Hanyu had broken through to the first layer of chi refinement. During the day, he practiced some spells, giving the passing servant disciples a glimpse of his newly attained level. When night fell, Hanyu once again activated the spirit refinement technique to refine his fire attribute spiritual root. After the operation, his daily absorption limit for spiritual energy increased slightly, but the cost was that he felt more acutely the weakness settling in his body. After circulating the blood refinement technique to replenish his blood energy, he would need to continue consuming essence blood and practicing the technique for 2 more days to completely heal his injuries. After his cultivation session, Hanyu sensed some unusual movement outside the window. Peering out, he saw a dark, silent flock of crows settling in front of the window. Getting up to approach, a large crow flew joyfully to him, landing on Hanyu's shoulder as if a child were showing off their accomplishments or toys to their parents. Have the crows you led gained some spirit after eating the spirit insects and stealing the spirit mice? Have the crows you led gained some spirit after eating the spirit insects and stealing the spirit mice? Can they play a greater role now? Caw. The large crow responded. Good, that's excellent, Hanyu replied. Take good care of your flock. There will be times when you'll be needed. The large crow joyfully hopped twice, gently pecking Hanyu as a sign of affection before flapping its wings and soaring into the night sky. Behind him, a small crow followed closely, and then a group of crows larger than ordinary ones, dark as ink, gradually showing signs of gaining spirit. Hanyu watched quietly, feeling lighthearted. In the following 2 days, pest and rodent problems did not reoccur, with only a few scattered ones that did not pose significant harm. After using the blood refinement technique to compensate for the damage from the spirit refinement technique, Hanyu immersed himself once again in cultivation. Wei Qunyan and Lu Lan continued to meditate in Elder Li's spiritual field every day. Until 3 days before the harvest of the Qinghe spiritual rice, Elder Li seemed to have an epiphany, also sitting in his spiritual field to cultivate, prompting Wei Qunyan and Lu Lan to stop coming over to absorb spiritual energy. On the evening before the harvest of the Qinghe spiritual rice, Sun Kong arrived at Han Ye's stone house with a bag, saying, Han Jr. brother, I see that your Qinghe spiritual rice is about to be harvested and the yield should be around 50 pounds. I brought you 10 pounds of spiritual rice today. If your yield ends up being less than 50 pounds, take advantage of the manager not paying attention to make up the difference to reach 50 pounds. Then according to the 10% harvest, it will be yours, so you will at least receive 25 pounds of spiritual rice. Return me 10 pounds, and you can keep 15 pounds for yourself. Otherwise, if you're not careful and end up like junior sister Lu, you may end up with nothing. Hanyu hurriedly expressed his gratitude for Sun Kang's kindness and asked senior brother Sun, will there be trouble if the manager finds out? Sun Kong pondered for a moment before replying, unless manager Wang catches you in the act. Generally, he won't specifically target you. Hanyu felt a sense of unease at this. Manager Wang was not known for his good character. Having just entered the sect for half a year, Hanyu vividly remembered the past deductions made by manager Wang. If he were caught this time, the outcome would likely not be good. Moreover, Hanyu actually did not need spiritual rice for his cultivation. A few pounds were not significant resources for him. After some contemplation, Hanyu handed back the 10 pounds of spiritual rice that Sun Kong had given him. Senior brother Sun, I am new here, and this is my first harvest in the spiritual field. I would rather risk having no gain than make a mistake. I will surely remember your kindness, but for this time I want to see how it goes first. Sun Kong seemed to understand and nodded. Your way of thinking is not wrong, but I worry you might not be able to accept it like junior sister Lu did if things don't go well. Han Yu sincerely thanked him a couple of times and watched as Sun Kong left. Unexpectedly, an hour later his door was knocked on again. Han Yu inquired and learned it was Wei Qunyan. Feeling puzzled, it was already late. Why was this woman not accompanying Manager Wang, but coming to find this young boy? Opening the door, Wei Qunyan walked in with a cheerful smile, saying, Han Junior brother, do you know why I am here? I don't know, Han Yu replied. Wei Qunyan smiled, I came to help you with your troubles. Since this is your first time planting in the spiritual field, even if you guard it every day, water it monthly, and repel pests and rodents, you may still not yield 50 pounds per mo. If you fail to reach that yield, not only will you not gain any small merit from the sect, but you will also have to hand everything over, ending up with nothing. Han Junior brother, you surely don't want to endure every day of cultivation without spiritual rice, do you? Han Yu was astonished, thinking, could it be that Wei Qunyan is actually a kind-hearted person? How could she come to help? But the next words from Wei Qunyan made Han Yu realize he had misunderstood her intentions. After all, Wei Qunyan would never give things away for no reason. I have 15 pounds of spiritual rice here, and I am familiar with Manager Wang, which is enough to ensure that when your harvest approaches you can make up for any shortfall to reach over 50 pounds. In this way you will receive 5 small merits from the sect and over 25 pounds of spiritual rice. With enough cultivation resources, wouldn't that be great? All you need to do is return 25 pounds of spiritual rice to me when the next season's Qinghe spiritual rice is harvested, and you can have all of this. You want me to take 15 pounds of your spiritual rice now and return 25 pounds in half a year? Han Yu looked at Wei Qunyan in surprise. Sister Wei, I'm afraid I won't be able to repay you then. You will definitely be able to repay it. Wei Qunyan said with a smile, with my help, and since we are both from the Southly Kingdom, I won't pressure you too hard. I will definitely make sure you can repay it. Han Yu didn't believe this. If there were any unforeseen circumstances with the harvest, she might not be so easy to talk to. Moreover, Han Yu truly did not need spiritual rice as a cultivation resource. Sister Wei, let's forget it. I'm new here. How can we forget it? Sister is just being kind, seeing you are so young, almost like my little brother. That's why I am willing to come help you. No, sister, I feel uneasy. If Manager Wang finds out, it would be bad. Han Junior brother, you are really amusing. How well do I know Manager Wang? Even if he finds out, he will turn a blind eye. Wei Qunyan persuaded repeatedly, but Han Yu just shook his head. Seeing that he really refused to borrow the spiritual rice, Wei Qunyan's expression turned cold. Han Junior brother, I hope you think this through. If you don't borrow this spiritual rice, not only will I lose face, but Manager Wang won't be polite with you either. Having said this, seeing that Han Yu still did not agree, Wei Qunyan snorted coldly and left Han Ye's stone house, heading toward Elder Li's stone house. Manager Wang. Han Yu felt a sudden heaviness in her heart upon hearing his name from Wei Qunyan. Was she trying to intimidate me in the name of Manager Wang, or did Manager Wang truly have a hand in this? If it were the former, it would be manageable, but if it were the latter, would Han Yu then be deliberately targeted for not borrowing spiritual rice, and thus not being exploited? Han Yu thought to herself, watching Wei Qunyan's actions. Wei Qunyan raised her hand and knocked on the door at the entrance of Li Laodio's residence. Junior brotherly. Junior brotherly. What is it? It's about the harvest of Qinghe spiritual rice. I'm resting, let's talk tomorrow. Li Laodao answered coldly. Junior brotherly, I'm thinking of your interests. Li Laodao replied icily. No need, please leave. Junior brotherly. Wei Qunyan asked a few more times, then in frustration stomped her foot and turned to leave. Looking at the direction she was heading, it was neither towards Manager Wang's residence nor her own, but rather to the stone house of that peculiar person Lu Yun who enjoyed self-indulgence. Han Yu waited quietly, and after a moment a distant scream from Wei Qunyan echoed. How can you be so disgusting? She then fled back to her own house in embarrassment. Han Yu had felt somewhat heavy-hearted, fearing she might provoke Manager Wang. However, upon hearing Wei Qunyan's outburst directed at Lu Yun, she couldn't help but chuckle. That peculiar senior brother Lu truly was odd, completely out of place among the diligent disciple laborers who were focused on cultivation and farming. It's as if the sect and the spiritual fields were mere externalities, and his own enjoyment was what mattered most. Wei Qunyan was usually considerate, able to chat amicably with anyone, but upon encountering such a peculiar individual as Lu Yun, she could no longer maintain her usual pleasant demeanor. Early the next morning, spiritual energy gradually spread in Han Yu and Li Laodio's spiritual field, with the heads of the Qinghe spiritual rice drooping and emanating a soft glow. Han Yu and Li Laodao began to harvest the heads of rice. As for the stalks, they would wait until the spiritual rice was completely harvested before slowly pulling them out. A disciple named Hua from the outer sect came to supervise the three of them along with Lu Yun as they harvested their respective spiritual fields. He was quite indifferent towards Li Laodao, not even uttering a word, merely casting a cold glance. However, he was relatively cordial towards Han Yu, who had already reached the first level of Qi training, even encouraging her to cultivate diligently and strive to enter the outer sect within 10 years. As for Lu Yun, when the disciple named Hua came to check on him, it was immediately followed by a flurry of scolding, provoking laughter from many of the labor disciples. From morning until afternoon, they harvested all the heads of the Qinghe spiritual rice from the 5 acres of spiritual field. After a gentle rubbing, the spiritual rice fell from the husks, unlike ordinary rice that was hard to dehusk. Han Yu was at the entrance of her stone house, finishing the dehusking of the spiritual rice, when Manager Wang, with his large belly, walked over slowly, followed by Wei Qunyan. Due to his obesity, his eyes were squinted, making it hard to discern his expression. Ahem, junior brother Hua, thank you for your hard work. Manager Wang, the disciple named Hua, replied with a nod. You should take a rest. He'll record this harvest for them. Manager Wang said. The disciple named Hua appeared somewhat surprised. This harvest consists of just 3 labor disciples, if senior brother does not mind such trivial matters. No worries, I'll handle it. Manager Wang added, and the disciple named Hua seemed to ponder for a moment, glancing at Han Yu and Li Laodao before taking his leave. After he left, Manager Wang gave a cold smile and walked over to Li Laodio's harvested spiritual rice. Manager Wang added, and the disciple named Hua seemed to ponder for a moment, glancing at Han Yu and Li Laodao before taking his leave. After he left, Manager Wang gave a cold smile and walked over to Li Laodio's harvest. Manager Wang, with his hands behind his back, observed him quietly and suddenly sneered. There's no need to check. Your yield is 29 jin per mu, not even 30. You should be punished. Li Laodao abruptly looked up at Manager Wang. Manager Wang mocked. What? Are you unconvinced? Given your age and your aptitude, you can hardly even reach the first level of Qi training. Do you think you can speak to me? Li Laodao shot a cold glance at Manager Wang, turned, and went back into the house. He pulled out a not-so-large measuring bucket. He had visited Qinghe Market multiple times, occasionally trading with those mundane folks, and had gathered some tools for his own transactions. Manager Wang, I want to measure this myself. This bucket is 20 jin. Manager Wang sneered again. What you measure yourself doesn't count. After finishing his sentence, he formed a hand seal, releasing a green light that flew out, accompanied by a howling wind that directly split the measuring bucket in Li Laodio's hands in two. One half of the wooden measuring bucket fell to the ground, while the other half remained in Li Laodio's hand. Manager Wang laughed with satisfaction. So what now? Do you still want to measure it yourself? Li Laodao looked deeply at Manager Wang, and Wei Qunyan pressed his lips tightly, lowered his head, and hoarsely said, I can forego measuring myself, but I hope Manager Wang won't punish me. Let's say my yield is 30 jin, shall we? Seeing him back down, Manager Wang smiled even more joyfully. His eyes, which were already narrowed into a slit, became so crinkled that they were nearly invisible. 30 jin per mu. Are you not yielding 29 jin? How should I calculate this? Li Laodao lowered his head and bent his waist, seemingly resigned. I can use Wei Shiji's spiritual rice to make up for it. I don't know about that. Manager Wang turned his back, took away Li Laodio's spiritual rice, and walked towards Han Yu. If you have anything to say, discuss it among yourselves. Wei Qunyan cheerfully approached Li Laodao. Junior brother Li, if you had done this earlier, wouldn't it have been easier? Lend me 5 jin of spiritual rice. Return me 10 jin next season. Do you understand? Li Laodao raised his eyes, his bloodshot eyes somewhat intimidating. Wei Shiji, regarding the gathering of spiritual energy in my spiritual field a few days ago, can you show me some leniency? Wei Qunyan's expression turned serious, her eyes haughty. You refuse to cultivate yourself, yet think you've given me some favor. If you can't even step onto the path of cultivation in this lifetime, what qualifications do you have to bargain with me? Listening to this, Li Laodao lowered his head, coldness gradually thickening in his bloodshot eyes. What you said is true, but I also wish to strive for improvement. May I borrow a bit more spiritual rice? That's more like it. Wei Qunyan swayed her body, smiling like a flower exuding charm. Junior brother Li, I'll lend you a maximum of 15 jin of spiritual rice, and you need to return me 25 jin next season. How does that sound? What if I can't repay it next season? Then it will just compound. Well calculated again. After all, we are fellow disciples. I won't let junior brother Li suffer losses, and junior brother Li won't let me lose money, right? Wei Qunyan spoke with a hint of pride. With Manager Wang present, she had no fear that the labor disciples would dare not repay their debts. Li Laodao kept his head down, his throat slightly moving, as if swallowing. Yes, Wei Shiji. With this matter settled, Wei Qunyan waited a moment to bring over the spiritual rice before walking towards Manager Wang and Han Yu. At this point, Manager Wang and Han Yu had already exchanged a few words. 12 years old, with 4 spiritual roots, and already at the first layer of Qi refinement. Steward Wang asked, his hands clasped behind his back and his large belly protruding prominently. Strictly speaking, after the winter passed, Han Yu had already turned 13, but he saw no reason to elaborate to Steward Wang. He had witnessed how Steward Wang had bullied old Taoist Li with his wind blade technique and remained cautious and wary. Not bad. By the time you're in your 20s, you should be able to enter the outer sect and become a junior brother, Steward Wang remarked. Han Yu pondered for a moment and replied, by then, Steward Wang, you will likely have already entered the inner sect. Steward Wang was taken aback before bursting into laughter. The inner sect. I dare not even dream of it, yet you dare to dream for me. Still, I enjoy hearing such words. He then asked Han Yu, have you practiced the wind control art and the water control art? Show them to me. Han Yu nodded in agreement. Just then Wei Kunyi approached with a smile and said, Junior brother Han, are you about to use some spells? May I also broaden my horizons? Han Yu did not reply. Instead, he pressed his fingers together to form a hand seal, channeled his spiritual energy, and deliberately suppressed the power of the wind control art as he cast it. Steward Wang exclaimed in surprise, you succeeded in casting it on your first try within 3 breaths. You've only just broken through, and yet you've already mastered the spell to this degree. You have remarkable talent in the way of spells. Han Yu was equally astonished. He had not expected that even his suppressed wind control art would be considered exceptional. If succeeding on the first try within 3 breaths was deemed good, then what of his ability to cast the wind control art twice in succession within a single breath? Was the effect of the mystic heart fruit, when taken regularly to sharpen the mind and aid in spell cultivation, truly so astonishing in the eyes of others? Seeing his bewilderment, Steward Wang laughed heartily. It seems junior brother Han is unaware of the intricacies of spell casting among us disciples. That's hardly surprising, as these are not matters known to menial disciples. Only outer sect disciples have a need to compare their spellcasting abilities. Casting a spell successfully within 10 breaths means you've learned it. Within 5 breaths, it's usable. Within 3 breaths on the first try, it's sufficient for practical combat training. Junior brother Han, your talent is truly commendable. Is that so? How do I compare? Wei Kunyi interjected teasingly, seeing the rapport between Steward Wang and Han Yu. Steward Wang shot her a disdainful glance and declined to comment. Could Wei Kunyi, even with her fawning, compare to a future outer sect disciple? Noticing Steward Wang's apparent regard for Han Yu and disregard for herself, Wei Kunyi felt a flicker of displeasure and reminded him, Steward Wang, how shall we calculate today's spirit rice harvest? Shouldn't they exploit this boy Han Yu? Steward Wang nodded and patted Han Yu's shoulder with his pudgy hand. Junior brother Han, seeing your promising future, I want haggle over every detail. Let's follow the sect rules fairly. If your spirit rice yield exceeds 50 gene per mu this time, it'll leave you with 20%. How does that sound? What? Wei Kunyi exclaimed in shock. Steward Wang, this. Why wasn't he forcing Han Yu to borrow spirit rice and let the interest accumulate? Instead, he was reducing his share from 90% to 80%. Steward Wang shot her a glare. Is this any place for you to speak? Wei Kunyi quickly fell silent, vaguely grasping Steward Wang's intentions. Han Yu was young, his cultivation was progressing steadily, and his talent in spells was exceptional. His entry into the outer sect was a foregone conclusion, and he might even become formidable in the future. Steward Wang had decided to be kind to him and avoid offending him. Han Yu understood this as well and marveled inwardly. By merely revealing a portion of his cultivation and spell prowess, the villain beside him had transformed into a benevolent and kind-hearted figure. On the path of cultivation, one could truly rely on no one but oneself. One's own cultivation was the most compelling truth. Compared to Han Yu, old Taoist Li, who appeared utterly talentless and worthless, was treated with starkly different disdain. Though aware of Steward Wang's true character, Han Yu did not offend him and repeatedly expressed his gratitude. Steward Wang then weighed Han Yu's spirit rice. Because Han Yu had always tended his spiritual fields, diligently clearing pests and rodents promptly and never overabsorbing the spiritual energy of the green rice, the yield exceeded 50 gene per mu, reaching exactly 51 gene. Steward Wang credited Han Yu with 5 minor merits from the sect and left him with 20% of the harvest from his 5 mu of fields, 51 gene of spirit rice. Junior brother Han, after another planting season, once you've accumulated 10 minor merits, you can go to the sect's Dharma transmission hall to learn new spells or to the steward's office to exchange for other items. As for the spirit rice, I advise you not to rush to the Qinghe market to trade for anything. Focus it all on your own cultivation. Our Wanshan Valley has always been peaceful. Before entering the outer sect, there's little need for combat prowess. Improving your cultivation to enter the outer sect is the sole priority. You can exchange for spells or other items using minor merits. Han Yu noted Steward Wang's advice, offering thanks while feeling a sense of absurdity inside. Steward Wang, usually harsh and ruthless, had become so agreeable after recognizing Han Yu's potential that even Wei Kunyi, who was by his side, looked unaccustomed to it. Afterward, Steward Wang led Wei Kunyi toward Lu Yun's spiritual field. You wretch! With your 3 spiritual roots, you're still so unmotivated. This time you'll be punished again. After a bout of scolding, Steward Wang stormed away from Lu Yun's field. Han Yu and Sun Kong, who had come to congratulate him, exchanged a knowing smile as they listened. Junior brother Lu really is. With 3 spiritual roots, why is he so fixated on that sort of thing? Sun Kong sighed sincerely and then offered his heartfelt congratulations to Han Yu. Steward Wang rarely thinks highly of menial disciples. For you to have such steady cultivation and well-tended fields that he made an exception and left you 20% of the spirit rice. Truly a great fortune. From now on, no one should dare to bully you in the fields. Han Yu asked. When senior sister Lu Lan produced 48 gene of spirit rice per mu last time, why didn't Steward Wang and senior sister Wei intervene? Wasn't senior sister Lu Lan also a 3 spiritual root disciple destined for the outer sect? Sun Kong explained. At that time, with so many eyes watching, they couldn't openly adjust the yield. Besides, Zhang Shan had used a spirit-stealing rat to reduce junior sister Liu's harvest beforehand, and she hadn't anticipated such a mishap. Moreover, borrowing spirit rice from senior sister Wei is hardly a blessing. Han Yu suddenly understood. As they spoke, Wei Kunyi carried the spirit rice to old Taoist Li's door. Junior brother Li, I've brought your spirit rice. She looked down to find the door tightly shut with a yellow slip pasted on it. Come back tonight. Gone on business. Wei Kunyi snorted coldly, turned back with the rice, and greeted Sun Kong and Han Yu with a smile. Before Han Yu was puzzled, old Taoist Li wasn't in his stone hut. When had he left? Sun Kong was also curious. I saw junior brother Li heading off with a few fellow disciples earlier. Where did they go? Could they be heading to the market this evening? On the day of harvesting the spiritual rice, some rejoiced while others were troubled. Han Yu, having seemingly broken through to the first layer of qi refining and displayed considerable talent in spellcraft, unexpectedly received 51 gene of Qinghe spiritual rice from manager Wang as per the rules, which was naturally a pleasant surprise. In contrast, old Taoist Li was much less fortunate. Everyone knew that he was old and lacked potential, so they weren't afraid to offend him, and he was openly bullied by manager Wang, and Wei Kunyan appearing powerless to resist. As night gradually descended after absorbing the medicinal power of the Xuanqin fruit from today, Han Yu sensed something strange. Though it was still the same Xuanqin fruit, it felt as though the medicinal effect on his body was diminished compared to when he first consumed it. Was this an illusion? Or did consuming the same type of spiritual fruit multiple times lead to such a situation? If that were the case, he would need to seek other spiritual fruits after a while. Han Yu felt that he still lacked some common sense in the path of cultivation. Of such matters could not be casually asked of other servant disciples, as asking too much would reveal that he possessed spiritual items which might incite envy. After cultivating, he continued to operate the blood refining technique to compensate for the damage caused by his spiritual refining practice. After a week of training, the blood symbol in his Danzhong acupoint trembled slightly, and he heard Wei Kunyan knocking on old Taoist Li's door. Li Shidi, are you back? I've brought you the Qinghe spiritual rice you wanted. Han Yu's face darkened slightly, and he sighed inwardly. Old Taoist Li practiced the blood refining technique and had allied himself with the demonic blood sect in Qinghe Square. Blood sacrifices were paramount to him, while spiritual rice, though useful, was secondary. Even so, seeing him being bullied made it hard for Han Yu to feel at ease. However, old Taoist Li had already embarked on the path of the blood sect and had intentionally severed contact with Han Yu. The door to old Taoist Li's room creaked open, and Wei Kunyan entered with a smug smile. Soon after the door closed again. Han Yu paid no mind, completing his training. After the crows arrived, he groomed their iron feathers and showed them affection. Once they departed, he prepared to rest. Lying on the stone bed, Han Yu felt something was amiss, but he couldn't pinpoint what was wrong for a moment. After a while, he suddenly sat up. Something's wrong. Why hasn't Wei Kunyan come out of old Taoist Li's stone house yet? After she entered, there had been no sound, which could only mean Han Yu's heart began to race. Since his youth, old Taoist Li had been a person of swift justice in the mundane martial world, and the later 3 friends of the Spring Forest were renowned heroes of the Nanli Kingdom. If he lacked strength, he could endure, but now that he had strength, the blood sect's techniques, like the blood drop, were far more powerful than the spells of the servant disciples of Wanchun Valley. Wei Kunyan was being reckless. Having sought him out at night, old Taoist Li could hardly suppress his anger. This matter could not be hidden. As long as old Taoist Li was not foolish, he would not wait at the spiritual fields of Wanchun Valley for the culprit to be investigated. If it truly drew the attention of cultivators above the disciple level, it would be akin to seeking his own death. Han Yu had to come up with a strategy. Old Taoist Li had demonic associates in the market and could leave at any time, but he had no intention of cultivating demonic arts. In the night, old Taoist Li's stone house was terrifyingly quiet. Han Yu pondered in his room and finally devised a countermeasure. If it truly came to the personal search by a foundation establishment cultivator to see if he practiced the blood refining technique, he would have to resort to the most extreme methods to avoid disaster. First, he would disable the blood symbol in his Danzhong acupoint, abandon the blood refining technique, and forcibly practice the spiritual refining technique, several times merging the excess blood essence into himself. Of course, this was only a last resort. As long as it wasn't too strict under the concealment of the concealment technique, the outer disciples should not discover Han Yu's abnormalities. After all, his blood refining technique had always shown no signs of unusualness greatly differing from old Taoist Li's practice. The next morning, Han Yu rose as if nothing had happened and began to remove the fine stalks of Qinghe's spiritual rice. The essence of the spiritual rice was all at the tips, and the stalks had no use other than to be buried in the fields for fertilizing. Old Taoist Li's stone house remained silent. While pulling out half an acre of fine stalks, Manager Wang approached, hands behind his back, belly protruding, walking leisurely. After casually greeting Han Yu, Manager Wang asked, "Han Shidi, have you seen Wei Qunyan today?" Han Yu shook his head slightly. "I haven't seen her." "Where has she gone?" "She said she'd come over last night, but never did." Manager Wang found it strange and walked towards Wei Qunyan's residence. As he reached the door, he saw 4 male servant disciples standing at Wei Qunyan's entrance talking. Manager Wang immediately felt displeased, suspecting that these people were also Wei Qunyan's guests, and scolded, "What are you doing here? Instead of practicing properly and guarding the spiritual fields, what are you all doing gathered here?" The servant disciples were all afraid of him, and 2 of them quickly admitted their mistakes and bowed to leave. One bold disciple quietly said, "Wei Shiji told us to come over this morning to act as her guards to go to the market to buy things. But we don't know why we can't get in touch with her at the appointed time." Manager Wang thought, could it be that Wei Qunyan found a servant disciple to enjoy herself with last night and has been having fun until now, to the point of forgetting to attend to me? With this thought, he grew angry, stepped forward, kicked open Wei Qunyan's door, squinted his eyes to look inside, and was immediately taken aback. There was no one in the room. Manager Wang frowned and looked around. He reached out to rummage through Wei Qunyan's room and noticed an iron box under her bed that faintly emanated spiritual energy, realizing it must contain her stored spirit stones. Turning back, he asked the person who had just spoken, "Did Wei Qunyan explain to you? Going to the market at the appointed time today?" "Yes, Manager Wang, she did explain." Turning back, he asked the person who had just spoken, "Did Wei Qunyan explain to you? Going to the market at the appointed time today?" "Yes, Manager Wang, she did explain." Manager Wang's face grew cold, and he gritted his teeth slightly. "Damn it, something's gone wrong again. No spirit stones brought last night, not attended to me, and today's promised visit not at home. Wei Qunyan is in grave danger. How could it be that not long after something went wrong in the spiritual fields again? Once the route steward finds out, I won't be let off easily. No, I can't report directly to the route steward. Oh, I need to figure this out myself. Gather all the servant disciples from the spiritual fields. Also call for Shidi Ji and Shidi Hua." With Manager Wang's orders, the entire spiritual fields area became noisy again. Han Yu stood with Sun Kong and Lu Lan joining the other servant disciples. Subsequently, Manager Wang began to question those who had not arrived today. Li Quan, Lu Yun, Wei Qunyan, and 6 others are absent. All other servant disciples are present. After counting, the outer disciple named Hua said to Manager Wang and asked, "Brother Wang, what's going on? Wei Qunyan may have been killed. Search Li Quan, Lu Yun, and the other SIXS residences for any clues. If not, we will search all the disciples' residences and the spiritual fields. Alive they must be found, and dead their corpses must be seen." Lu Yun, Li Quan. Among the 6, these 2 names struck the junior disciples surnamed Ji and Hua, and all the other menial cultivators, as utterly implausible. Neither bore the slightest semblance of a murderer. Lu Yun was notorious, resembling a lecher reincarnated, blessed with a promising triple spiritual root, yet devoting himself entirely to idle amusements, eccentric beyond reason. Such a man scarcely cared for cultivation or tending spirit fields. How could he possibly commit murder? As for Li Quan, he was even less plausible, an elderly frail man with a quintuple spiritual root, his innate aptitude so meager that he might well be outmatched by ordinary servants unfit for cultivation. Could such a man truly have slain the cultivator Wei Qunyan? If any deed had been done, it was surely the work of the other 4. At Supervisor Wang's command, the outer sect disciples surnamed Ji summoned 2 menial disciples and began searching, first 2 stone huts, then Lu Yun's. They kicked open his door and dragged him out half naked. A roar of laughter erupted across the entire spirit field. Even the female disciples blushed crimson. Indeed, Lu Yun remained as bizarre as ever. The outer sect disciple surnamed Hua chuckled twice, then led 2 more menial disciples toward Li Quan's stone hut to search. He emerged moments later, face darkened with grim foreboding. "Senior Brother Wang, something is gravely amiss. That wretch has mastered the heretical arts of the demon blood sect and slain Wei Qunyan." At these words, the crowd erupted in shock and disbelief. Could this ancient Taoist master, Li Lao Dao, so near death's threshold truly have acquired demonic cultivation techniques and murdered Wei Kunyi. Is this true? Supervisor Wang's face turned ashen. He strode forward without delay. It is true, Senior Brother Wang. The corpse lies within the hut, its vital essence completely drained. The marks are unmistakably those of the demon blood sect. The outer sect disciple surnamed Hua spoke these words while Supervisor Wang inwardly seethed with regret. Had he known that old scoundrel was dangerous, he would never have heeded Wei Kunyi's urging and pressed him so mercilessly yesterday. And Wei Kunyi herself, what folly! She neglected proper cultivation, yet thrived in matters of wealth and desire. Now she had paid for it with her life. Then fury surged anew. That wretched old man had secretly studied demonic arts beneath my very eyes. How long he could not fathom. When Supervisor Liu arrived to investigate, punishment would surely fall upon him. Reaching Li Lao Dao's doorway, Supervisor Wang glanced at Wei Kunyi's desiccated, grotesque corpse and gritted his teeth. That beast could not have fled through the sect's main gate. He must have escaped to the Qinghe market and altered his appearance to vanish. Brothers, the matter is urgent. Delay is perilous. I intend to pursue Li Quan immediately to the market. Once captured, I shall report to the disciplinary office. What say you? If Senior Brother Wang insists, we dare not obstruct, but surely we must inform the disciplinary office first. The outer sect disciples surnamed Ji and Hua exchanged a glance, offering no assent. Though Supervisor Wang ruled menial disciples with iron authority, he could not afford such arrogance toward fellow outer sect disciples. Hearing their words, he conceded, Brother Hua, would you kindly report to the disciplinary office on my behalf? Please speak favorably. I acted in haste, driven by urgency to apprehend the demonic cultivator Li Quan, and dared not waste a moment. Brother Hua nodded. Supervisor Wang continued, Brother Ji, I entrust you with guarding the spirit fields and all menial disciples here. No one is to move, not until I return, nor until someone from the disciplinary office arrives. Yes, Senior Brother Wang. Upon the disciple surnamed Ji's prompt reply, Supervisor Wang released his banana leaf flying artifact, activated it, and shot toward the Qinghe market. Brother Hua likewise unfurled a 7-foot-long leaf, clearly a refined flying artifact, and mounted it, hastening back toward the sect to report to the disciplinary office. Han Yu observed the scene and surmised that this incident would surely summon a Foundation establishment cultivator from the disciplinary office. Without hesitation, he quietly activated his spirit refinement art to refine his fire affinity spiritual root. In the past, each activation required 3 days of meticulous replenishment using his own vital blood to mend internal damage. Now, however, he sought rapid depletion, so he repeated the art again and again. After 5 cycles, Han Yu's body trembled with exhaustion and profound weakness. His ki blood diffused outward, repairing damage and preserving his outward composure, but his vital blood was vanishing at an alarming rate. When depletion reached a critical threshold, even the blood talisman at his Zhongtan acupoint flickered precariously. Han Yu steeled his resolve. Surviving this crisis brought by Li Lao Dao meant no further scrutiny. Restoring his vital blood would take merely half a month. For absolute safety, sacrifice was necessary. Moreover, this vital blood was no wasteful expenditure. It was being channeled through the spirit refinement art to elevate his innate cultivation potential. He shattered the blood talisman outright. Searing agony pierced his Zhongtan acupoint, nearly forcing him to vomit blood. Thus Han Yu's first level of blood cultivation collapsed, leaving no trace of his prior practice of the blood cultivation art. Soon after, Supervisor Liu arrived, face stormy, clad in violet robes, accompanied by 2 inner sect disciples, several outer sect disciples, and Brother Hua. After inspecting Li Lao Dao's dwelling, Supervisor Liu returned, expression glacial. Wang Hui has done well indeed. And you too. You share his blindness, watching idly. We failed, elder brother. Both disciples surnamed Ji and Hua bowed low, speechless before his rebuke. Who among you knew Li Quan best? Step forward. Supervisor Liu's voice cracked like ice. Silence followed. Han Yu glanced at Sun Kong and Lu Lan. Sun Kong signaled silently, do not step forward. I will handle this. Lu Lan's eyes glistened faintly, still grieving Wei Kunyi's sudden death. What? Not a single soul familiar with him. Not even those who frequented his company. Supervisor Liu demanded again. Who among you has spoken with Li Quan within the past month? Hearing this, Han Yu, Sun Kong, and Lu Lan knew evasion was futile and stepped forward one by one. Sun Kong explained, we share adjacent spirit fields, so we exchange greetings each dawn and dusk. Supervisor Liu scrutinized the trio, growing impatient. Only that. Li Quan was reclusive, rarely socializing, Sun Kong replied. Recently I reminded him of the harvest season. He did not even respond. Still unsatisfied, Supervisor Liu prepared to press further. Han Yu thought swiftly. If he volunteered that he had traveled to the sect alongside Li Lao Dao, he would instantly face the most rigorous interrogation. No matter how prepared, he felt certainty was impossible. At that very moment, Supervisor Wang streaked in atop his banana leaf. Elder Brother Lu, disaster. The Qingham market surely harbors elite cultivators of the demon blood sect. Li Quan was groomed by them. Must you remind me of this? Supervisor Lu frowned, voice sharp with contempt. Immortal acquiring demonic arts. Of course he obtained them from the market. Wang Hui, your transgression is grave. Supervisor Wang pleaded, face twisted in anguish. Elder Brother Lu, let my punishment wait. Other menial disciples have also been slain. What a... Supervisor Lu launched himself skyward and landed squarely upon Wang's banana leaf. Other menial disciples were killed. Yes, for more slaughtered yesterday, using the same demonic arts of the demon blood sect. Supervisor Wang wailed. Which disciples? Supervisor Lu barked. Also from our spirit fields, Wang stammered, voice trembling. Fury exploded. Supervisor Lu kicked Wang off the leaf. You've done well indeed. Kneel, await judgment. Wang hastily activated wind riding art to cushion his fall. Upon hearing the command, he froze, kneeling motionless, awaiting sentence. Supervisor Lu drew a deep breath and instructed the two inner sect disciples behind him. Go to Qingham Market. Conduct a thorough investigation into Li Quan's final movements and all those with whom he associated closely. Detain anyone suspicious. Interrogate later. Those who resist, kill them on the spot. The two inner sect disciples swiftly mounted their artifacts. Supervisor Lu turned his gaze upon Sun Kong, Lu Lan, and Han Yu, then fixed it intently upon Lu Lan. Last time, wasn't the spirit beast sect cultivator also connected to you? Lu Lan recoiled, stammering, Elder Brother, please, I know nothing. Seeing her genuine terror and trembling, Supervisor Lu extended a finger to sense her spiritual aura, pure and untainted. He nodded. It appears you truly have not practiced heretical arts. He then addressed the assembly. Remain where you stand, do not move. I shall report directly to the sect master for final judgment. Two inner disciples went to the market to report the incident regarding Li Laodao, while the steward Lu went to inform the sect leader. Steward Wang knelt on the ground, not daring to move, and the other outer disciples wore serious expressions, keeping a close watch on all the servant disciples present. The servant disciples fell silent. Even Lu Yun, who usually stood out for his oddity, curled up into a ball, not daring to make a sound. After a full half an hour, the two inner disciples returned to the spiritual field, and after inquiring about the whereabouts of Lu Gan, waited there. Not long after, a palanquin, carrying flowers, flew in from the direction of the sect, landing above the spiritual field, immediately bringing with it a fragrant aroma. A middle-aged woman with half-white hair sat atop the palanquin. Immediately after, a black cane soared into the air, held by a stern-looking middle-aged man. Both the middle-aged woman and the man were dressed in jade-white elder robes, clearly elders from Wanchun Valley in the late stage of foundation establishment. Subsequently, Steward Lu and several other stewards arrived with a group of inner and outer disciples, easily numbering in the dozens. The two elders and a few stewards hovered in midair, while the remaining disciples put away their magical tools and descended. The sect leader has issued a decree, Steward Lu announced loudly. The inner and outer disciples, as well as the servant disciples, all bowed to listen, with only Steward Wang still kneeling. The stewards slightly inclined their bodies, awaiting the sect leader's orders. The two elders showed little reaction, merely listening. In front of the spiritual field, there are those from the spirit beast sect engaging in improper conduct, and behind them, there are demonic cultivators from the blood demon sect that must be strictly managed. Wang Hui shall be stripped of his merits by the steward's office and assigned to guard outside for 10 years, while the management of the spiritual field will be delegated to another selection by the steward's office. Steward Wang's body went limp, collapsing to the ground. To be stationed outside for 10 years, where the winds and rains are unpredictable and the spiritual energy is insufficient. Not only would their cultivation progress be halted, but they might also face fights and killings. Would they even be able to return? Steward Lu continued to announce, at the spiritual field, all servant disciples are to line up and step forward to be personally identified by the esteemed Elder Yin and Elder One of the sect's law enforcement. All inner and outer disciples listen up, form groups of 3, supervised by the stewards, to search every stone house and spiritual field. Any illegal or improper items must not be overlooked. Our resources for the servant disciples must not be tampered with. As Steward Lu announced, the servant disciples lined up in 2 rows, stepping forward one by one to be personally identified by Elder Yin and Elder One, who were standing on the ground. The other stewards led the blue-clad inner disciples and green-clad outer disciples to begin moving through the various stone houses and spiritual fields. Lu Lan, Han Yu, and Sun Kong were called to the front by Steward Lu. Elder Yin Elder One, this female disciple, was previously associated with Zhang Shan from the Spirit Beast sect, and now she is related to Li Quan. Please identify her first. Elder One adjusted his half-white hair, still leaning against the flower-laden palanquin, the fragrance overwhelming. Is that so? Little girl, come here, and let me have a look. With tears in her eyes, Lu Lan cautiously walked up to Elder One. Elder One placed a hand on her shoulder, and then smiled, saying, I see that you have our Qinghe Qi cultivation method, no problem. Senior brother, Yin, what do you say? If you say there's no problem, then naturally there's no problem. Elder Yin said coldly. Also, you're older than me, so you should call me Junior Brother Yin. Elder Wen gave him a faint glance, pursed his lips, and then looked towards Han Yu and Sun Kong. What about these two are not familiar with Li Quan, but have spoken to him within the past month, that Li Quan is particularly reclusive and does not get along well with others, Steward Lu said. Practicing the evil methods of the demon sect, of course, they wouldn't have any good friends. Otherwise, how could they hide their bloody and foul-smelling state from good friends? Elder Wen remarked, waving for Sun Kong to step forward, and also placing a hand on his shoulder. This one is fine too. He then signaled for Han Yu to step forward, stretching out his hand and pressing down, surprised. Your blood energy is surging quite vigorously, isn't it? At such a young age, where does all this vitality come from? Elder Yin immediately frowned, saying, blood refinement technique. Steward Lu was taken aback, and Sun Kong and Lu Lan were also startled. Han Yu's breath also tightened. No. Elder Wen said, look at his hair, eyes, and the aura surrounding him. The vitality is his own, definitely not from blood refinement technique. It resembles someone who has consumed some potent spiritual medicine, resulting in such vitality at such a young age. Elder Yin stepped forward for a closer inspection, nodding. Indeed, the demonic cultivators of the blood demon sect feed on the blood of humans, beasts, and even ordinary wild animals. As soon as they take a bite, they must have a bloody aura, their eyes turning red and their hair changing color. The deeper their cultivation, the more pungent the smell of blood. This disciple's vitality is robust, indicating that he has consumed spiritual medicine. He then asked Han Yu, what kind of spiritual medicine did you take? Han Yu thought for a moment and described the appearance of the spirit blood vine, a vine with red liquid inside. After I drank it, the vine looked like snake skin. Elder One and Elder Yin both nodded. Indeed, the spirit blood vine is used to enhance vitality. This one is fine too. Next, Han Yu stood together with Sun Kong and Lu Lan, all three feeling as if they had survived a calamity. Even if they felt nothing was amiss inwardly, they could not help but feel tense in front of the two white-robed elders of the sect. After they were identified not long afterward, Elder Yin reached out and seized the arm of a servant. This one has also practiced the blood refinement technique and has already consumed blood food, but has not yet reached the first level of blood refinement. Steward Lu immediately stepped forward to search the person thoroughly and then handed him over to the disciples for custody. Elder Wen also spotted someone frowning as he asked, have you practiced the beast heart communication contract of the spirit beast sect? The servant disciple quickly shook his head, and Elder Wen smiled faintly, lying to me. That's not very good. Elder Wen also spotted someone frowning as he asked, have you practiced the beast heart communication contract of the spirit beast sect? The servant disciple quickly shook his head, and Elder Wen smiled faintly, lying to me. That's not very good. Han Yu and the others watched this scene in shock, truly not expecting that the usually peaceful spiritual field of Wanchun Valley, aside from the two previous incidents, would actually harbor people secretly cultivating other techniques. With a stern expression, Elder Yin could not help but say in a deep voice, our Wanchun Valley has always been friendly and dislikes conflict. Previously, when we followed the destruction of the blood demon sect, it was because the demon sect used our disciples for practice. Now we are actually being treated as soft persimmons. How can they look down on us like this? Elder Wen sighed. Senior brother Yin, there's no need to think so. Fighting and killing has never been our sect's forte. Planting and alchemy is what we excel at. Call me Junior Brother Yin, Elder Yin reminded. Elder Wen's expression also turned cold. Then let's continue, Senior Brother Yin. Elder Yin fell silent, choosing not to correct him further, and continued to investigate the other servant disciples. One by one, the servant disciples passed, and no more spies appeared. Including the servants' quarters, aside from the two spies captured earlier, no abnormalities were found. When it was Lu Yun's turn to stand in front of Elder Yin first gazed at him intently, then inquired in confusion, have you consumed the fierce sungrass in recent days? Your cultivation seems to have improved, but your desires are hard to control. Lu Yun looked bewildered and shook his head. It seems I haven't eaten any. Elder Yin reached out to sense his dantian and frowned. Haven't eaten? That's strange. Oh, why are you not wearing lower garments? Laughter erupted as someone tried to explain Lu Yun's usual habits in a low voice. Elders Yin and Wen, upon hearing this, were not angry or scolding, but looked at Lu Yun in surprise. Elder Wen said, this is indeed a rare talent too. When you enter the outer sect, let me know, and I will help you investigate thoroughly. Steward Lu and the other disciples were greatly surprised, not expecting the elders to take notice of Lu Yun, and for a moment no one laughed. Even Lu Yun, who usually had a thick skin and was carefree, showed a hint of touched emotion. After examining Lu Yun Elder Yin and Elder Wen conducted another inspection of the other servant disciples. They searched the stone houses and spirit fields of the servant disciples, once more confirming that there were no other spies, and then took the 2 spies away along with Manager Wang. The other stewards and inner and outer sect disciples departed on their magical tools. Only 2 outer sect disciples, surnamed Ji and Hua, remained in the spirit fields, tasked with supervising the servant disciples' cultivation and guarding the spirit fields until the new steward arrived. Everyone return and cultivate in peace. The elders have checked for hidden dangers in the spirit fields, and there are also elders pursuing the demon cultivators in the market. You servant disciples can feel assured. After the outer sect disciples surnamed Hua finished speaking, the servant disciples gradually dispersed. Wei Kunyi Li Quan and 8 other disciples either died or were spies. The stone houses were vacated, and after carefully counting the items inside, they were taken away. Wei Kunyi's corpse was also dealt with by the inner sect disciples and handed over to the spirit fields for burial. Sun Kong called out to Lu Lan and Han Yu, "Junior sister Lu, junior brother Han, why don't you come talk with me? Today's events came suddenly, and I know both of you must be feeling uneasy." Lu Lan indeed felt uneasy. At first, she had a good relationship with Zhang Shan, who turned out to be a spy from the spirit beast sect trying to plot against her. Recently, she had become close to Wei Kunyi, who was now dead. "No need, I'll just go back to cultivate," she replied. "Be careful. Too many distracting thoughts during cultivation can lead to mistakes in your circulatory path, which is a matter of life and death." Sun Kong reminded her, and Lu Lan responded with a muffled sound before hurriedly returning. Sun Kong then looked at Han Yu, who was also considering how to assess the damage caused by forcibly operating the 5-time spirit refining technique, and did not agree to his invitation. "Senior brother Sun, can we talk another day?" "All right, let's discuss it another day. Once you've finished with your spirit field matters, we can go to the market together and relax," Sun Kong proposed. Han Yu nodded in agreement and returned to his stone house. He let out a long breath and began to cultivate the Qinghe Qi cultivation technique, refining the residual power of the Xuanqin fruit. He couldn't rush, he needed to calm down first. Even after surviving a calamity and confirming his safety, he shouldn't be in a hurry to cultivate the blood refining technique. Han Yu had not yet assessed the damage caused by the spirit refining technique. It was evident that his aptitude had improved slightly, and today, he could absorb more medicinal power and spiritual energy, which was unmistakable. Feeling the increase in his cultivation speed, Han Yu thought, "If the blood refining technique does not dissipate, I won't pass the elder's scrutiny, and I certainly won't gain these aptitude improvements. It's fortunate that I preserved my life and enhanced my aptitude. That's already quite good. If I can spend another half a month to a month cultivating it, will be completely worth it." After reaching the limit of the spiritual breath increase today, Han Yu began to slowly investigate the damage caused by the spirit refining technique and the adverse effects of dissipating the blood refining technique. The loss of blood energy was significant, dropping to about 5 drops of essence blood. The pain in his dantian point was still present, evidently indicating that the blood refining technique wouldn't just dissipate easily, it would likely require a good amount of essence blood to repair and recondense the blood talisman. Meanwhile, the bodily injuries were continuously consuming the remaining essence blood to compensate, and it was currently impossible to estimate how many days it would take to fully recover. The fire-attributed spiritual root had been refined to 40%. Once another 60% was refined, Han Yu's cultivation aptitude would transform from 4 spiritual roots into 3 spiritual roots, leading to a significant enhancement in his cultivation aptitude. Next, I must prioritize healing and nourishing my blood energy, while also continuing to practice the Qinghe Qi cultivation technique. I should wait until I'm fully healed before heading to the market. After making this plan, Han Yu copied a segment of the spiritual blood vine and consumed the spiritual liquid that enhanced blood energy, slowly operating the blood refining technique's circulatory path, focusing on healing first rather than rushing to condense the blood talisman. The next day, Han Yu went out to continue tidying up the spirit rice stalks in the spirit field. After a day's work, he finally managed to clean everything up. Because of Sun Kang's previous suggestion, Han Yu did not rush to find the steward to plant the Qinghe spirit rice, but planned to wait for another 2 months to plant it together with Sun Kong, Lu Lan, and others. After the first harvest of the spirit field, the planting time was relatively flexible. As long as one harvest occurred within a year, there was no immediate obligation to plant. Furthermore, the new steward for the spirit field had not yet arrived. After another day, Han Yu heard from Sun Kong that a demon cultivator had indeed been captured at the Qinghe market, and along with the 2 servant disciples who had been spies captured a couple of days ago, they were all executed by the sect. As for whether the captured individual was Lao Dao Li, even Sun Kong was unaware. It was also on this day that 2 stewards arrived at the spirit fields. The head steward was an inner sect disciple dressed in blue with golden thread, named Sister Li, who had an arrogant demeanor and spoke little. It was said that this sister Li was at the 8th level of qi refinement, had dual spiritual roots, and was only 30 years old with a bright future ahead. She could be said to be someone all servant disciples looked up to a level of cultivation that they might never reach in their lifetime. The deputy steward was a 6th level qi refinement outer sect disciple surnamed Hong, who was quite older experienced, and spoke with a smile appearing quite amiable. The arrival of head steward sister Li and deputy steward brother Hong clearly indicated the sect's increased attention to the spirit fields. The servant disciples were initially quite nervous, fearing that life would become difficult. After a few days, they found that sister Li and brother Hong were less involved than the previous manager, Wang only requiring the registration of all servant disciples going out, and they felt relieved to continue their lives as usual. Since these two had higher cultivation than the previous manager Wang Han, Yu was particularly cautious, no longer allowing the big crow to lead many crows to fly in groups near the spirit fields. Instead, he only let the small and large crows return at night to avoid drawing attention. Simultaneously, in addition to practicing the Qinghe Qi cultivation technique every day, the recovery of his blood energy was also steadily progressing. Firstly, his essence blood had not yet recovered to its original level, and the pain in his dantian point was still present, indicating he was not yet ready to recondense the blood talisman and restore the first layer of blood refining. Secondly, Han Yu, out of caution towards sister Li, the inner sect disciple, was also reluctant to condense the blood talisman carelessly. Thus, after more than 20 days, Han Yu's essence blood was no longer being consumed on himself, indicating that the damage caused by the spirit refining technique had been completely repaired, and the total essence blood had also recovered to 12 drops. The pain in the dantian point had also disappeared. Han Yu was now able to recondense the blood talisman and restore the first layer of blood refining at any time. Meanwhile, with the improvement in cultivation aptitude, Han Yu now only needed about 4 months to reach the third layer of qi refinement with the Qinghe Qi cultivation technique, instead of the 5 months he previously required. One day, Sun Kong cheerfully approached Han Yu's stone house and said, "Junior brother Han, come eat a meal with me to celebrate." Han Yu was surprised. Celebrate? Has senior brother Sun already broken through to the third layer of qi refinement? Sun Kong nodded with a smile. Han Yu immediately congratulated him. Congratulations, senior brother Sun, on advancing one step closer to becoming an outer sect disciple at the 4th layer of qi refinement. Sun Kong laughed, saying, "That's still a long way off, not comparable to junior sister Lu." The two joked as they arrived at Sun Kang's residence, where Lu Lan was already busy at the stove. Due to the joy of Sun Kang's breakthrough and not inviting outsiders, only Lu Lan and Han Yu were present. They indulged a little and used a pound of spirit rice along with some dishes. After exchanging congratulations and having a meal, Sun Kong asked Han Yu and Lu Lan, "In a couple of days, do you want to go to the market for a stroll?" Going to the market? Han Yu indeed had this thought. Firstly, the spiritual rice was of little use for his cultivation, and he should exchange it for other items that could aid in his practice and enhance his strength. Secondly, the medicinal effect of the xuanqing fruit on him was diminishing, and it wasn't easy for the crow to find spiritual herbs and fruits. He should broaden his horizons and see if he would exchange for pills or trade spiritual fruits and herbs with others. However, is it appropriate to go to the market at this moment? Before Han Yu could ask, Lu Lan had already turned to Sun Kong and asked senior brother Sun, "Don't we need to go through a registration check with senior sister Li and the others to enter the market? That would be quite uncomfortable. It's better to honestly cultivate in the spiritual field and not go out," Sun Kong explained with a smile to Lu Lan. What Lu Junior sister mentioned was more than 10 days ago. Senior sister Li is an inner sect disciple, lofty and devoted to her cultivation. Senior brother Hong is also a senior outer sect disciple at the 6th level of qi refinement and is unlikely to focus on this matter. In recent days, senior sister Li and senior brother Hong have been focused on their cultivation, and as long as they register their names when entering and exiting, no one will conduct a serious investigation. The traffic to the market has returned to normal. Only then did Lu Lan realize, saying, "Then we can indeed go to the market to take a look. It's just that I have several months of spiritual rice harvest left, and I don't have much to exchange right now, so I can only watch the excitement." "We're actually just going to watch the excitement." Sun Kong said to her, "In 2 months, there will be a grand competition for inner and outer sect disciples, and both groups need to select many items for cultivation and combat from the market." The market has already begun to bustle with activity. This year, our sect's Immortal Fate Festival is also upcoming, which will draw many people to our Qinghe market. After all, some elders and their families are cultivators and will bring their children to the market specifically to purchase cultivation items. After hearing this, Lu Lan felt a bit yearning. Doesn't that mean that for the next 6 months, our Qinghe market will become increasingly lively? It would be nice for us to go and take a look. Sun Kong had just broken through to the 3rd level of qi refinement and was in high spirits. Lu Lan also wanted to see the excitement and stroll around. Han Yu also had plans to seize the opportunity to broaden his knowledge. Thus the three of them discussed and decided to visit Qinghe Market together in 2 days. On the night after their return, when the little crows came again, Han Yu instructed them to wait for him outside the market. Unless there were unforeseen circumstances, they need not show themselves. If there were emergencies, they would be a useful trump card. 2 days later, Han Yu met up with Sun Kong and Lu Lan, bringing along 30 pounds of spiritual rice, as well as copies of the spirit blood vine and chuanqing fruit. Junior brother Han, why are you bringing so much spiritual rice to the market? Sun Kong asked in surprise. Are you not going to cultivate next? I'm not necessarily looking to exchange anything. I just thought it would be convenient in case I needed something, Han Yu. But you can't bring so much. What if someone takes an interest in it? Sun Kang's expression grew serious. Junior brother Han, listen to me, and just bring 5 pounds of spiritual rice. You're also new to Qinghe Market, and there's no need to bring so many conspicuous items. Han Yu initially planned to exchange for spells, but seeing Sun Kang's good intentions, he followed his advice, returning the 30 pounds of spiritual rice and taking only 5 pounds in a small cloth bag. Only then was Sun Kong reassured. With just this amount of spiritual rice, you won't need to bring a hat or veil to conceal your identity. You can confidently buy things, and surely no one will have any ill intentions. It's definitely fine for the three of us as outer sect disciples to travel together. As he spoke, he also brought along 5 pounds of spiritual rice, stating that he could lend it to Lu Lan and Han Yu for purchasing items when they reached the market, as long as they returned the same amount afterward. The three of them then walked along the path leading to the spiritual fields, and at the end of the path, they saw an outer sect disciple named Hua guarding a table with a registration book, where everyone had to register their names to go out. After Han Yu and the others registered their names, they followed a few other outer sect disciples at a short distance to head towards Qinghe Market. Upon arriving at Qinghe Market once again, Han Yu couldn't help but recall the situation from the last time when old Taoist Li brought him here. At that time, old Taoist Li was likely meeting with the devil cultivators from the Mo blood sect and had no time to stroll around with Han Yu, who had copied the refining spirit technique from a vendor named Zhu Lao-san. Though it had significant flaws, it could indeed be used in Han Yu's hands to refine his spiritual roots and enhance his cultivation aptitude. Let's go, junior brother Han, I'll introduce you. This is the Reed Mat district, where mundane items are traded by sect servants and visiting mortals. There are very few visiting mortals, and they cannot enter the market without permission. This area is the Bamboo Shed district, where most of the outer sect disciples and loose cultivators trade. Further ahead are the proper shops, where transactions are generally fair. Our Wanshan Valley primarily maintains order in the shops, and only if someone dies in the Bamboo Shed district or Reed Mat district will they intervene. The market also has inns and tea houses for lodging. If visiting sects come for visits or the Immortal Fate Festival, they will stay within the market. As Sun Kong led Han Yu and Lu Lan, he introduced various aspects of the market. Han Yu had prior knowledge of some things and was also learning new information. After taking around, Sun Kong, Han Yu, and Lu Lan observed the outer and inner sect disciples coming and going in the shop district, and eventually returned to the Bamboo Shed district and Reed Mat district to see what items they might acquire. A plump man with an open shirt approached them, cheerfully enticing customers. Spells, secret techniques, pills, and talismans are all available, my friend. Is there anything you desire? Han Yu recognized this as Zhu Lao-san, who sold various incomplete items and found it amusing while maintaining a calm demeanor. Lu Lan curiously asked, do you really have everything? Sun Kong quickly replied, this brother Zhu is a disciple of the alchemy room and has a wide network. He indeed possesses many items, though they may not be quite the same as the genuine ones. Zhu Lao-san chuckled, oh, junior brother recognizes me. You've been to the market quite a few times, haven't you? Which sect are you from? From the spiritual fields, Sun Kong replied. Zhu Lao-san smiled, the spiritual fields. A month ago, an old man from your spiritual fields colluded with devil cultivators, leading to the death of 5 outer sect disciples. This prompted the elders to personally visit Qinghe Market for a thorough investigation over several days, which disrupted my business. Sun Kong laughed awkwardly. That did happen. So can you do me a favor with your business? Zhu Lao-san said, his gaze falling on Lu Lan's head. Look at this junior sister. The hairpin she's wearing was sold by me. She should know best that although the items I sell may have different effects, they are definitely worth the price. Sun Kong shook his head repeatedly. We didn't bring much spiritual rice. We're just here to enjoy the excitement before the disciple competition. As he spoke, he signaled Lu Lan and Han Yu to leave quickly. After Han Yu had taken a few steps, a white spiritual dog appeared before him, panting with its tongue out. This spiritual dog looks somewhat familiar. Before Han Yu could take a closer look, a girl in a crimson dress swiftly approached, picked up the white spiritual dog, and stuffed it into her medicine basket. This little creature is quite mischievous. I hope you can forgive me, fellow Taoist. After saying this, she slightly bowed and walked towards a nearby stall with her medicine basket. Han Yu then recognized her as Zhong Yue, the servant disciple who sold moonlight grass before, and the white spiritual dog was hers. Naturally, Zhong, you could not recognize Han Yu as they hadn't seen each other for several months, and he had worn a bamboo hat back then. Sun Kong, Lulan, and Han Yu strolled through the bamboo shed area. Han Yu noticed that the prices were not much different from what he had seen before. It was still 4 to 5 pounds of spiritual rice for 1 spirit stone, and 1 spirit stone could also be exchanged for a condensation chi pill, or 3 wind control talismans, or 1 wind blade talisman. The last time Han Yu came, he saw that there were vendors selling spiritual blood vines, but this time he did not see any. Is there anywhere here that sells spells? Or perhaps some insights into cultivation would be good too. Han Yu asked Sun Kong. Sun Kong replied softly, of course there are people selling spells, but firstly the prices are quite steep, and secondly, it is not easy to sell them publicly in the bamboo shed area. After all, Qinghe Square falls under the jurisdiction of the Wanshan Valley sect, and within the sect one can learn spells twice only after being promoted to an outer disciple. For the rest of the time, learning spells requires at least 10 minor contributions. If these servant disciples and loose cultivators in the bamboo shed area were to trade spells openly, wouldn't it render the minor and major contributions of Wanshan Valley utterly wasted? How could the square be more important than the sect? Han Yu realized. As for the insights into cultivation that you desire, junior brother Han, are you looking for knowledge on identifying spiritual herbs, spiritual items, magical tools, talismans, or formations? Sun Kong asked Han Yu again. Han Yu nodded. Sun Kong explained, identifying spiritual herbs is common knowledge held by servant disciples in the medicine garden and the alchemy department, but their knowledge is quite limited. To truly know a lot, one must specifically study how to plant spiritual herbs or refine pills to gain that understanding. Han Yu then understood. If he wanted to know the effects of various spiritual grasses and fruits or the powers of spells and secret arts, he would have to spend spiritual rice to learn about these topics rather than casually purchasing insights. It seems that the knowledge to identify spiritual grasses and fruits and understand their effects is part of the foundational knowledge for alchemy and cultivating spiritual herbs. Looking at what is sold in the bamboo shed area, I see nothing worth buying. Sun Kong said, why don't we go to the reed mat area and get some mundane things? That way it won't be a wasted trip. Han Yu pondered for a moment and said, senior brother Sun, please wait a moment, I will go buy something. With 5 pounds of spiritual rice, I exchanged 4 pounds and 6 ounces for 1 spirit stone. Then Han Yu quietly duplicated a spirit stone and used it to exchange for a condensation chi pill. You bought a condensation chi pill? Sun Kong expressed some surprise. Yes, I want to test the effect of the pill on my cultivation, Han Yu replied. Sun Kong, being somewhat knowledgeable, reminded Han Yu. Pills can indeed speed up cultivation, but one cannot rely entirely on them. For example, the condensation chi pill has a limit on how many times one can take it. If you exceed that limit, the pill will lose its effect. The condensation chi pill can release enough spiritual energy for cultivation in one day, but if one has poor spiritual roots, they can only absorb a limited amount of energy each day, which wastes half the effect of the pill. Junior brother Han, both you and I have 4 spiritual roots, so using the condensation chi pill is some. Han Yu was taken aback. He initially wanted to try the specific effects of the condensation chi pill to see if it would benefit him. Since Sun Kong had clarified, he was no longer curious. The Xuanqin fruit is surprisingly comparable to 3 condensation chi pills, also possessing the effect of calming the mind and clearing the heart. No wonder there are no vendors selling Xuanqin fruits in the bamboo shed area. This spiritual fruit is truly exceptional. It's no wonder that even now, when Han Yu can replicate 2 drops of essence blood daily, he can still only replicate 1 Xuanqin fruit. Understanding the effects of the condensation chi pill allowed Han Yu to assess the effects of the Xuanqin fruit in his mind. After some thought, he went to exchange another condensation chi pill for a wind blade talisman, which contains a wind blade spell that can be activated with spiritual breath. This time Sun Kong did not say anything further. After all, the spiritual fields had been somewhat disturbed in recent months, and it was good for Han Yu to have some means of self-protection. Han Yu was left with 4 ounces of spiritual rice, which could hardly be exchanged for anything in the bamboo. Upon reaching the reed mat area, those 4 ounces of spiritual rice became quite precious. When exchanging them for food and necessities with these mundane people who could not embark on the path of cultivation, they were all taken aback. Usually they were the ones seeking to exchange for spiritual rice, which was scarce, and it was rare for cultivators to actively offer spiritual rice to buy things. The 3 of them each bought 2 items, and the 4 ounces of spiritual rice were nearly spent. They arrived at a place selling flour cakes where a middle-aged man with a long donkey-like face wrapped in a headscarf shouted, 3 immortal friends, would you like to try my flour cakes? They are made from the finest fresh flours and glutinous rice. Han Yu bought 3 portions using up his spiritual rice and distributed 1 portion each to Sun Kong and Lu Lan. He instinctively glanced again at the middle-aged man with the long donkey-like face. The middle-aged man smiled cheerfully, and his voice was not hoarse, but Han Yu always felt there was some similarity between him and old Taoist Li. Could it be due to their similarly ugly donkey-like faces? Junior brother Han Yu ended up spending first on this trip to the square. Sun Kong spoke up. Lu Lan followed with her thanks, saying that if he had any cultivation issues in the future, he could just look for her. Han Yu smiled and said, "When I first arrived at the spiritual field department, I was grateful for the help from senior brother Sun and senior sister Lu. This bit of spiritual rice is nothing, just a token of my appreciation. Please don't take it to heart. Moreover, since I specifically came to stroll around, it would be inappropriate to come empty-handed and leave empty-handed." Sun Kong and Lu Lan felt that this little junior brother was thoughtful and considerate, and it was indeed nice to have each other's support and interaction in the future. Just then someone shouted loudly to another person, "Senior brother Zhao, hurry to the tavern and take a look. The tavern has hung up this year's predictions for the top 10 inner and outer disciples." As that senior brother Zhao responded and went to take a look, many servant disciples and loose cultivators in the bamboo shed area could no longer contain their excitement and rushed towards the center of Qinghe Square in front of the tavern. Sun Kong and Lu Lan also became interested and pulled Han Yu along towards the tavern. They hadn't even reached there when the crowd was already packed. Many servant disciples were excitedly chatting, creating an atmosphere akin to a lantern festival or temple fair. Seeing that it was quite difficult to move forward, Han Yu reminded Sun Kong and Lu Lan, "Should we come back another day to take a look? The top 10 rankings will eventually be known. It's too crowded now." Lu Lan said, "Since we're here, it would be a pity not to see it with our own eyes. Junior brother Han, please wait outside for a moment. We'll be back after we take a look." "What?" Han Yu was taken aback, and when he regained his senses, he saw Lu Lan and Sun Kong squeezing into the crowd. What's so interesting to see? It would be better to cultivate diligently and aim for the top 10 in the future. Besides, even if they are in the top 10, aren't they just disciples below the foundation establishment realm? Han Yu thought to himself, and noticing a shop nearby that sold spiritual herbs and pills, he stepped over. He hadn't had the chance earlier, and now was just the right time to ask what he could exchange for his xuanxin fruits and spiritual blood vines, and how many spirit stones he could get. The crowd thronged the cobblestone street, all surging toward the tavern to watch the commotion. Han Yu walked to the shop bearing the plaque, 100 Herbs Pavilion. The scent of medicinal herbs mingled with the faint, acrid aroma of burnt elixir fire seeped through the half-closed door, slightly pungent, yet remarkably invigorating. "Customer, are you here to sell spirit plants or purchase pills?" From behind the counter emerged a middle-aged cultivator with a goatee clad in green robes, unmistakably an outer disciple of 10,000 Springs Valley. As he spoke, he sized up Han Yu with a smile. "Are you truly a fellow disciple of our 10,000 Springs Valley, not some outsider disguised in gray robes?" Han Yu asked, "At the very foot of our 10,000 Springs Valley, would anyone dare to impersonate us?" Impersonating a menial disciple of 10,000 Springs Valley carries the least risk. Donning gray robes gives an 80% resemblance, and shedding them leaves no one the wiser. The goateed middle-aged cultivator then asked Han Yu, "What would you like to buy or sell?" Han Yu placed the blood vine on the counter. The goateed middle-aged cultivator nodded, showing no sign of surprise. A faint green light flickered at his fingertip as he lightly touched the vine. Approximately 3-year-old blood vine roots, well-preserved, useful for enhancing physical strength. Valued at 1 spirit stone. 1 spirit stone. Han Yu was somewhat startled. Compared to the price of blood vines sold at the bamboo shed stalls, the offer at 100 Herbs Pavilion was indeed cheap. However, considering this was a legitimate shop backed by 10,000 Springs Valley, where ambushes were unheard of, the price wasn't too exorbitant. 1 spirit stone could accomplish nothing. If it was better to keep the blood vine for personal use. Han Yu retrieved the blood vine, and then took out the mystic heart fruit from his bosom. The goateed middle-aged cultivator immediately grinned. "Mystic heart fruit. This is excellent. Customer, do you wish to sell it? Please appraise its value in spirit stones." Han Yu said. The middle-aged cultivator nodded once again, touching the mystic heart fruit with a speck of green light. 5-year mystic heart fruit, superior quality, suitable for refining clarity and qi gathering pills. Han Yu inquired, "What kind of pill is that? Is it the same as the qi condensing pill?" The goateed middle-aged cultivator, seeing that the shop was empty, decided to enlighten him. "Of course not. The qi condensing pill is effective during the early and middle stages of qi refining, but for the middle and later stages, one should choose the qi gathering pill. When the mystic heart fruit is added during the refining of the qi gathering pill, it forms the clarity and qi gathering pill. This pill not only enhances cultivation, but also calms the mind, keeping distracting thoughts at bay. It is immensely beneficial for the cultivation of alchemy, spellcasting, artifact forging, and other auxiliary arts." After speaking, the goateed middle-aged cultivator turned around and retrieved a fragrant wooden box, placing it before the mystic heart fruit. "How about this? 15 spirit stones. Will you sell, customer?" Han Yu's heart jolted. He had never imagined the mystic heart fruit would be worth 15 spirit stones, equivalent to 15 qi condensing pills. 15 spirit stones. Will you sell customer? Hanya's heart jolted. He had never imagined the mystic heart fruit would be worth 15 spirit stones, equivalent to 15 chi condensing pills. If sold elsewhere, it might even fetch more than 15 spirit stones. I am inclined to sell, but spirit stones are of little use to me. I wish to exchange for certain items. Might it be possible to trade directly here? Hanyu inquired. You can exchange for pills or other medicinal herbs, or take spirit stones. Nothing else is accepted. You'll have to buy what you need from other shops with spirit stones. The goateed cultivator replied. Only then did Hanyu understand, and he asked further, what if I wish to acquire knowledge about medicinal herbs? Do you have such resources here? The goateed cultivator chuckled, first sealing the mystic heart fruit in the wooden box, then pulling a gray jade slip from his waist pouch, and setting out 10 spirit stones, a common compendium of spirit plants plus 10 spirit stones. Would that suffice? Hanya's face lit up with delight as he quickly collected the jade slip, and spirit stones agreed. Finding it inconvenient to carry everything in his hands, he turned to the goateed cultivator. Senior brother, how many spirit stones for a storage pouch? The goateed middle-aged cultivator let out a hearty laugh. Roughly 5 mystic heart fruits could fetch you 1 storage pouch. So about 75 spirit stones. Hanyu was inwardly astounded, yet found it reasonable. With a storage pouch, carrying items became both convenient and discreet. Truly an indispensable tool for travel. Having concluded the transaction, he prepared to take his leave when a white spirit dog padded up panting and stood behind his feet. Hanyu looked up in surprise to see the girl in crimson zhong yue trotting in again. She grabbed the white spirit dog by the scruff and said with a grin to the goateed middle-aged cultivator, Brother Yang, have you seen how lively it is outside? The tavern has announced this year's predicted top 10 inner disciples and top 10 outer disciples. Even many mortals have come to join the fun. The goateed middle-aged cultivator chuckled. You little rascal, why aren't you out there watching? Isn't that your favorite pastime? Zhong Yu giggled. Those people are just joining the excitement blindly. Wait until I enter the outer sect and become the top outer disciple. They'll all be crowding around me then. Good ambitious. Brother Yang, the goateed cultivator said with a smile. Zhong Yu nodded, then glanced at the white spirit dog in her hands. Seeing it still staring at Hanyu by the door, she remarked with slight surprise. What's your name, little junior brother? Didn't I see you once before in the bamboo shed area? Yes. How peculiar. My spirit dog loves sniffing out medicinal herbs, and twice it has run to your feet. Could it be that you carry? Before Zhong Yu could finish, Brother Yang's face darkened. Zhong Yu's silence. Prying into another's secrets is the gravest taboo. If you encounter someone with a volatile temperament, it could cost you your life. Remember this well. Do not invite disaster with your words. Yes, Brother Yang, I know I was wrong. Zhong Yu shrank her head, then turned to Hanyu with an apologetic smile. Little junior brother, I apologize too. She then took a handful of moonwort from her medicine basket and pressed it into Hanyu's hands. This is my apology gift. With spirit stones, a jade slip, and now the moonwort, Hanyu found his hands full. Zhong Yu rummaged through the 100 herbs pavilion and thrust a large cloth sack at him. Take it, don't be shy. Seeing her sincerity and generosity, Hanyu did not refuse. He accepted the sack, stuffed the 10 spirit stones, the jade slip on spirit plant knowledge, and the blood vine inside, then bid farewell and left. Zhong Yu watched his retreating figure and chuckled. That little junior brother is young, but carries quite a lot. I forgot to ask his name and background. Brother Yang stroked his goatee and shook his head slightly. Zhong Yue, you must be careful. Our Qinghe Market and 10,000 Springs Valley are relatively safe. Asking fellow disciples is fine. But out there asking such questions could bring immediate mortal danger. Zhong Yu nodded and asked with a smile, I know, Brother Yang. By the way, you've been an outer disciple for years. Why haven't you tried for a spot among the top 10? Brother Yang sighed. Years have slipped away, and I've never achieved much in the outer sect. How could I embarrass myself on stage? Besides, if those in the top 10 are over 40, the stewards will intervene. As the two spoke, they watched the tide of people outside the shop, each lost in their own thoughts. After leaving the herb pavilion, Hanyu noticed that Sun Kong and Lu Lan had not yet returned. With 10 spirit stones in hand, he pondered for a moment and re-entered the spirit law pavilion, hoping to find suitable techniques for his cultivation. Upon entering, the shop assistant was engrossed in the lively scene outside regarding the top 10 predictions for inner and outer disciples, barely paying attention to Hanyu. Hanyu inquired a couple of times, discovering that even slightly offensive spells were priced above 20 spirit stones, while techniques like wind control and water manipulation cost 10 spirit stones each. He thought to himself, so the spells issued by the sect are so highly valued. No wonder loose cultivators desire entry but are unable to. Being a servant disciple in the sect is indeed much better than being a helpless loose cultivator. In this light, the token of entry for Wanshun Valley was indeed exceptionally precious. Since he could not afford it, Hanyu turned to leave, but just as he reached the door, someone suddenly patted him on the back. Han Yu looked back in surprise, seeing a person with bloodshot eyes who sneered coldly and passed by him, a faint metallic scent wafting past his nose. Is this a sign of practicing blood refining technique? Is this a demon cultivator from the blood demon sect? Just as Han Yu was about to observe more closely, the demon cultivator vanished into the surging crowd outside, making it impossible for him to pinpoint the person. Is this demon cultivator deliberately targeting me? Or did they sense that I practice blood refining technique? Han Yu pondered heavily, turning to look at the spot where the demon cultivator had touched, but saw no abnormalities. Seeing that Sun Kong and Lu Lan had still not returned, Han Yu went to the commoner's reed mat area and purchased a set of gray clothes and a set of black clothes. Afterward, he quickly changed from his servant gray outfit to the black attire in a secluded corner, discarding the servant gray clothes. With this, he should be safe. Just as he had walked 100 steps before Sun Kong and Lu Lan could return, Han Yu spotted that bloodshot-eyed person reappear, who grinned at him before vanishing again. Han Yu's heart sank completely. With a stern expression, he quickened his pace towards the outskirts of Qinghe Square. There was no time to wait for Sun Kong and Lu Lan. If the demon cultivator was indeed targeting him, the two of them would not be of much help and would instead hinder him. It would be better to take advantage of the fact that the entire Qinghe Square was distracted by the top 10 predictions for Inner and Outer Disciples event and see if he could leave safely. Even if he couldn't leave safely, being alone outside the square would provide him with some backup, which was much better than being hindered by others. Han Yu hurried past the reed mat area where the horse-faced vendor was still selling flour cakes at the end of the area. Exiting Qinghe Square, Han Yu stood at the entrance, glancing back at the two large trees on either side, confirming that no one was following him. However, he felt that the other party had no intention of letting him go and was undoubtedly still trailing behind. I hope there won't be any unexpected twists and that no one is following me. Han Yu had never truly fought against anyone before and was unsure of other cultivators' methods, feeling genuinely anxious. After walking for a while, he arrived at the nearest dense forest outside the square, where a large crow landed on his shoulder from the treetops above. Han Yu looked up and saw not only small crows, but also over 10 other crows perched on the trees, all with glossy feathers and glimmering eyes, gradually calming his heart. After quietly instructing the large crow a few times, it cawed loudly, soared into the sky, and then beckoned all the crows to hide among the branches, waiting silently, while clutching a wind blade talisman. Just as he was getting ready, and in barely a dozen breaths' time, a dark red blood beam shot out from the forest behind him. The demon cultivator from the blood demon sect had indeed followed him. Upon seeing the dark red blood beam, Han Yu recognized it as a spell from the opponent's blood refining technique. Unlike the blood droplet technique, this fist-sized mass appeared particularly foul, composed of an unknown substance. Han Yu immediately activated the wind blade talisman, unleashing a burst of azure light that cleaved through the dark red blood beam. Once the mass was sliced open, it fell to the ground, revealing a bloody heart split in two. Wind blade talisman. As a servant disciple, how many do you have? How many can you use? The male cultivator who had just slapped Han Yu in Qinghe Square stood behind a tree, his eyes bloodshot, sneering coldly and looking extremely sinister. Once you've used up your wind blade talismans, that will be your death. Tisk. It's been a long time since I've encountered such a tender and delicious meal filled with blood energy. Did you know I would want to feast on your essence, so you intentionally exuded such rich blood energy? Upon hearing this, Han Yu finally understood the reason for being targeted. It turned out that the concealment technique had indeed hidden his cultivation level, and he had not yet solidified the blood talisman for the blood refining technique. However, his blood energy was still abundant, and being young made him appear weak and easy to deceive, making him a prime target for the demon cultivator. While the demon cultivator provoked and threatened him, he cautiously remained hidden behind the tree, showing only half of his face, evidently wary of Han Yu's countermeasures. Without hesitation, Han Yu turned and fled, covering a considerable distance in the blink of an eye. The demon cultivator was taken aback. He had initially thought Han Yu would have some backup or would employ tricks, but he never expected the other party to choose to flee so decisively. This realization struck the demon cultivator. Han Yu probably really had no other means. Recalling that servant disciples from Wanchun Valley rarely obtained offensive spells, the demon cultivator became increasingly convinced that he had been overly cautious, and now, seeing through the facade, he felt no need for further hesitation. He retrieved a bloody heart from his storage bag at his waist and shouted, "Go." The sacrificial heart transformed into a dark red blood beam racing towards Han Yu's back. At the same time, the demon cultivator leaped from behind the tree, pursuing Han Yu like a specter. After just 2 steps, the wind suddenly sharpened, and 2 azure glimmers descended from above, one to the left and one to the right like lightning. Caught off guard, the demon cultivator was horrified and hurriedly rolled to the side, narrowly avoiding one of the wind blades. However, the other wind blade struck at his arm with blinding speed. The demon cultivator felt a sharp pain in his arm, blood splattering everywhere as one of his arms was severed. It was a close call. The wind blade nearly sliced through his abdomen, and the consequences would have been dire. What is happening? The demon cultivator was alarmed and confused, looking up to see over 10 trees surrounded by a flock of crows, their dark golden eyes shimmering with a strange light fixated on him, as if mocking his predicament. What is going on? He cried out in pain, clutching his arm. At the same time, the sacrificial heart, losing its control, crashed into a tree, producing a dull sound and splattering foul blood. Hanyu turned back, a flicker of determination flashing in his eyes as 6 droplets of essence appeared before him. The 6 blood droplets, resembling shattered stones and gold, surged forth, all aimed at the one-armed demon cultivator. The demon cultivator stared dumbfounded, a fellow disciple. Blood refining technique. What is happening? A misunderstanding. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, a tremor ran through the back of his head, and a blood hole pierced through his forehead. That was another blood droplet which had come from behind to finish him off. Darkness enveloped him as the demon cultivator's last thought gradually faded away. How could there still be someone trying to kill me? What is happening? Just after the blood hole appeared in the demon cultivator's forehead, Hanyu's 6 blood droplets finally reached the front of the demon cultivator. Hanyu controlled the 6 blood droplets, keeping them suspended in midair, looking towards the back of the forest. He remained vigilant. The demon cultivator was not killed by him. It was another person's blood droplet that had done the deed. A horse-faced, middle-aged man holding a tray topped with flour cakes slowly emerged. Little brat, it's been a while since we last met. Are you doing well? Little child. Hanyu looked surprised at the middle-aged man with a horse-like face selling flour cakes upon hearing this address. Dao master. Didn't I say? From now on call me Dao friend. The old Taoist with a headscarf casually put the flour cake into his storage bag and replied. Hanyu fell silent for a moment and asked, Dao master, how did you change into this appearance? I have consumed quite a bit of essence blood recently, and I am now at the 3rd level of blood refining, so my appearance has naturally become a bit younger, the old Taoist answered. Moreover, with the Wanchun Valley chasing me, how could I not disguise myself? While speaking, he noticed that Hanyu's 6 blood droplets were still floating and had not been put away. The old Taoist felt somewhat gratified. You little child, your thoughts are getting more and more. Are you afraid that I would eat you as materials for blood refining at this moment? Hanyu remained silent. The old Taoist did not mind, and just chuckled, flicking his fingers to release a bit of blood light, condensing the essence blood from the dead demon cultivator. As the essence blood was refined, the demon cultivator's body gradually withered, and suddenly it exploded into a blood flower, splattering on the surrounding ground, causing the soil to emit a hissing sound and rise in black smoke. Afterward, the old Taoist collected the essence blood and said, Do you see? One should never be careless. Even if the enemy's corpse is reduced to dust, one must burn and refine it to be at ease. Yes, thank you for the teaching, Dao master, I understand, Hanyu replied. The 6 blood droplets still remained unreturned, and the crows on the tree continued to watch the old Taoist below. The old Taoist looked deeply at Hanyu's brows and eyes. What you are doing is correct. I have taken the essence blood of humans to cultivate, and I have already embarked on the path of evil magic. You indeed should be careful and vigilant. After saying this, he turned and left. Walking out of the woods with a calm expression, the old Taoist was not as indifferent as he appeared on the surface, secretly astonished. This little child has truly raised my crows into spirit beasts. That group of crows which had a rough understanding of spirit and could cast spells, combined with Hanyu's blood droplets, indeed made the old Taoist somewhat afraid that he might turn against him and kill him to claim credit in the Wanchun Valley. Once the old Taoist was out of sight, Hanyu finally breathed a sigh of relief, retracting the 6 blood droplets and quickly refining the essence blood back into himself. After that, he signaled the crow to retrieve the demon cultivator's storage bag. The large crow cawed once, and one of its subordinates flew forward, grasping the storage bag and flying back toward Hanyu. Seeing nothing unusual, Hanyu took the storage bag. Inputting a bit of spiritual essence, he sensed a space the size of a cabinet containing 2 jars, one filled with essence blood and the other with a heart soaked in filthy blood. Aside from that, there were 5 spirit stones, 2 to 3 gene of spirit rice, and 3 jade slips. It was somewhat inconvenient to check what the 3 jade slips contained at this critical juncture. Hanyu needed to leave quickly. He tossed the 2 jars out of the storage bag, then changed from black clothing back into gray, and let the large crow take the storage bag away, first planning to have it delivered to him later that night. After doing all this, Hanyu headed back toward the Qinghe workshop. Passing through the reed mat area, he saw the old Taoist still maintaining his horse-like face and pretending to be Immortal, selling flour cakes. Hanyu did not stop and directly walked into the workshop to meet with Sun Kong and Lu Lan. If traces in the forest were discovered, it would mean that demon cultivators had appeared outside the Qinghe workshop. It was certainly inappropriate for Hanyu to act alone. Having companions would help avoid suspicion. Just after passing the bamboo shed area, he saw Sun Kong and Lu Lan waiting by the street. Upon seeing Hanyu, both of them showed joyful expressions. Sorry Han Shitty, just now the Qinghe Brewing House not only announced the top 10 predictions for inner and outer disciples, but also listed their cultivation levels, origins, and specialties in spells, Sun Kong said. Lu Shimmy and I got a bit carried away and forgot you were waiting outside. Hanyu smiled slightly. No need to apologize, I haven't waited long. It was indeed a bit long. I wandered through a couple of shops, and even went outside the workshop to duel with a demon cultivator, and then returned. Having seen the excitement, shall we head back now? Sure, Lulan suggested. Sun Kong and Hanyu also agreed, and the three of them walked together towards the exit of the workshop. On the way, Sun Kong also casually introduced the top 10 predictions for the inner and outer disciples to Hanyu. Hanyu listened and found that he did not recognize the names. The predicted top 10 inner disciples were all talented individuals in the 9th level of Qi refinement. The predicted top 10 outer disciples were a bit younger, all being talented disciples at the 6th level of Qi refinement. Among them there was also an outer disciple at the 7th level of Qi refinement, who due to his rapid cultivation had not yet undergone assessment, lacking enough merit to enter the inner sect, but was predicted to be the first among the outer disciples. Only in their 20s and already at the 7th level of Qi refinement, such cultivation talent truly makes one feel like they can never catch up. Sun Kong exclaimed. This senior brother has the potential to establish a foundation before the age of 40. Indeed, Hanyu nodded, thinking to himself that as long as he continued to practice his spiritual refining technique, there was no reason he couldn't elevate his talent to that level in the future. He then heard Sun Kong mention a name. The predicted 8th outer disciple is senior brother Jinqi. Hanyu was surprised. Senior brother Jinqi. Is he that highly cultivated? Sun Kong nodded. Yes, senior brother Jinqi has been at the 6th level of Qi refinement for 2 years now, excelling in using talismans in conjunction with his own spells to attack. Oh Han Shitty, do you know senior brother Jinqi? Not exactly, it's just that when I first entered the sect, senior brother Jinqi sent me to the spirit field. Oh, I see. You are indeed fortunate. Senior brother Jinqi, who is 8th among the outer disciples, escorted you. Just as Sun Kong was speaking, a large crowd was blocking the entrance of the workshop. A disciple in green from the outer sect shouted, by the order of the elder, all entry and exit at the Qinghe workshop is to be halted immediately, awaiting further instructions. Only after the handling will entry and exit be permitted. Some people immediately could not help but shout, what happened? What needs to be handled? After the elder has dealt with it, you will know. After the disciple in green finished speaking, he no longer paid attention to anyone. Moments later, a series of flying magical tools swept over the heads of the crowd, and 7 or 8 elders from Wanchun Valley, including stewards and inner disciples, returned from outside towards the workshop. Not long after, the outer disciple guarding the entrance of the Qinghe workshop announced, demon cultivators have been fighting among themselves, and there are still hidden demon cultivators within the workshop. All entry and exit must reveal their hair, eyes, and release spiritual essence for inspection. The crowd gathered at the entrance of the workshop began to murmur and slowly moved forward. After going through the inspection, they walked out one by one. Lu Lan whispered, why are there demon cultivators again? It seems our Wanchun Valley has drawn their attention. Sun Kong also whispered. After a short while, the three finally arrived at the entrance of the workshop. After examining their eyes, hair, and releasing spiritual essence to confirm they were clean and without any bloody aura, the three finally left the workshop and returned to the spirit field. The spirit field also received news about the demon cultivators and became strict as well. Sister Li, an inner disciple wearing a blue robe with golden threads, stood at the end of the spirit field, personally inspecting all returning miscellaneous disciples, accompanied by outer disciples Hongji and Hua. After another round of checks, Hanyu, Sun Kong, and Lu Lan finally returned to the spirit field. Standing at the forefront of the spirit field, Lu Lan said, I will no longer go outside, I will stay here and cultivate, and once I reach the 4th level of Qi refinement, I will go to the outer sect. What bad luck to encounter demon cultivators the moment you step outside. Sun Kong also nodded in agreement. It shouldn't have been a venture outside. A month has passed, who would have thought there would still be demon cultivators? One can enjoy the spectacle, but one cannot lose their life. Hanyu also felt that the situation in the workshop was indeed dangerous. If one did not have enough assurance, it was wise to be cautious about going to the workshop. After the three returned home, Hanyu practiced until nightfall. The 2 crows quietly landed in the stone house. The large crow extended its claw and handed the storage bag to Hanyu. 5 spirit stones, 2 to 3 caddies of spiritual rice, and 3 jade slips. These items were in the storage bag. Hanyu placed the jade slip of common spiritual plants he obtained today, 10 spirit stones, the spiritual blood vine. He didn't sell the copied Xuanqin fruit, the spiritual blood vine, and 50 caddies of spiritual rice into the storage bag. The jade slips of Qinghe Qi cultivation method obtained at the entrance and common knowledge within the sect gifted by senior brother Jinqi were also put into the storage bag. The items related to cultivation were instantly cleared away. Han Yu felt a sense of safety. Carrying all his items with him felt truly wonderful. Even if there were searches in the future, it would be difficult to find anything in his stone house. Then Han Yu took out 3 jade slips and began to examine them carefully. The first jade slip, blood sacrifice technique. By mixing a small amount of one's own blood with the internal organs of others, one could control the refined organs during battle, achieving the purpose of defeating enemies with minimal consumption of one's own strength. Han Yu frowned after reading it and directly tossed the jade slip aside. This technique was too harmful, better not to practice it. Upon sensing the second jade slip, Han Yu was pleasantly surprised. This was a general cultivation spell called Fire Technique, which released a flame directly towards the enemy, burning them to death, similar to the Wind Blade technique. It could be used by both demonic cultivators and ordinary cultivators. This was also the first truly offensive spell Han Yu obtained. Wind Control Technique and Water Control Technique were too weak for attacking enemies, consuming spiritual energy without much effect. The best use of Wind Control Technique was still for traveling, and Water Control Technique was more convenient for watering fields. At most it could help expel pests from spiritual fields, but it could not even kill sneaky spirit mice. The third jade slip contained the Tracking Technique. This was the spell that the demonic cultivator could use to track Han Yu after merely brushing against him. It sounded like a useful spell. However, it was not yet needed for Han Yu, but he could practice it during his free time later. After putting these 3 jade slips into the storage bag, Han Yu took out the jade slip of Common Spiritual Plants Identification to start examining it. Call. The big crow let out a cry and jumped onto his shoulder. Han Yu paused and said, "I forgot to acknowledge your contributions while looking at today's harvest." He took out a piece of spiritual blood vine and said to the big crow, "Share it among yourselves." The big crow took the spiritual blood vine, tossed it to the small crow, and gently pecked Han Yu. Han Yu was initially puzzled, but then understood. "Oh, the reward isn't important. No, I should praise you, right?" Han Yu reached out to smooth its feathers, offering a few compliments. The big crow comfortably closed its dark golden eyes, letting out a soft coo. Then it joyfully spread its wings and soared into the night sky. Seeing it fly away, the small crow grabbed the spiritual blood vine, hopped in front of Han Yu, and unabashedly sought praise. Han Yu knew that whenever the big crow was present, the small crow dared not overstep. Now that the big crow was not around, it seized the opportunity to get close to him. He gently patted it twice, praising its prowess. The small crow then chirped with joy and soared away. After they had all left, Han Yu continued to examine the Common Spiritual Plants Identification and its basic functions. These common knowledge points were not particularly profound, but they were very important to Han Yu. With this knowledge, even if the crows could not find spiritual plants in the future, he could replicate items to exchange for the spiritual fruits and herbs he desired in the market. He didn't need too much, just one would be sufficient for a long time. As night fell, Han Yu released the jade slip, the day's harvest vivid in his mind, and he reflected on all his abilities. He needed to assess his true strength and establish his future principles of action. Having reached the second layer of qi cultivation with the Qinghe qi cultivation method, he could utilize the wind control technique, water control technique, and conceal breath technique. Now he had 2 new spells to learn: tracking technique and fire technique. There was also the mundane martial arts communication technique taught by old Taoist Li. These were unrelated to demonic cultivators and could be useful in the future. With 12 drops of essence blood from the blood refinement technique, he had yet to recondense the blood talisman in the Dantian. Currently, with demonic cultivators and spies frequently appearing near Wanchun Valley, it was not suitable to condense the blood talisman. He had mastered spells like blood droplet technique, spirit nurturing technique, and bloodthirst technique. These were related to demonic cultivators and should not be exposed in public. In addition, the 2 crows could spit out wind blades. The big crow led a group of slightly sentient crows, providing significant assistance. When measuring against the miscellaneous disciples at Wanchun Valley, Han Yu felt that even 3 miscellaneous disciples at the 3rd layer of qi cultivation would not be his match. However, regarding the loose cultivators, demonic cultivators, and spies from Qinghe Market, Han Yu was uncertain about their backgrounds and methods, making it difficult to say. With the continuous emergence of demonic cultivators and spies, it was indeed unsuitable to frequent Qinghe Market. Han Yu decided to reach the 3rd layer of qi cultivation first and master the fire technique. If the medicinal effect of the xuanxin fruit diminished for him, he would consider going to Qinghe Market to exchange for new spiritual plants or pills. After making a clear decision, that evening Han Yu ceased to go out, occasionally spending time with Sun Kong and Lulan, chatting and having meals together. The rest of the time, he focused on cultivating and improving his spells indoors. Unknowingly, 2 months had passed. There had been no further news of demonic cultivators or spies, and life in Wanchun Valley gradually returned to tranquility. Every few days he practiced his spirit refinement technique, and his fire attribute spirit root had already refined 80%. With his continuously improving aptitude, he gained more spiritual energy from daily practice. Initially estimated to take 4 to 5 months to reach the third layer of qi cultivation, he had now only spent 2 months. In just over a month, he could reach the third layer. Under the cleansing and awakening effects of the xuanqin fruit, he had mastered the fire technique and tracking technique proficiently. Han Yu could cast the fire technique once within a breath, and his spiritual energy was sufficient to release it 5 times. Although it could not compare to the wind control technique and water control technique, the fire technique itself required higher standards for an offensive spell. Han Yu's achievement was already quite remarkable. To his knowledge, outer disciples generally released spells every 2 to 3 breaths, which could already be considered practical for combat. One morning as Han Yu stepped out of his stone house, he sensed the gathering of spiritual energy in the fields. Sun Kong and Lu Lan were both sitting cross-legged in his spiritual field cultivating. It turned out that their spiritual field was about to yield another harvest. Due to the gathering of spiritual energy, pests and rodents had begun to arrive. The management of the spiritual field was now similar to a year ago and was not strict. The big and small crows led their group to feast on high-quality food infused with spiritual energy under the cover of night. The crows benefited significantly, not only becoming more intelligent, but also developing tougher claws and feathers. 2 new crows capable of spitting wind blades appeared, and the big crow brought these 2 to meet Han Yu, showcasing its subordinates. Han Yu praised it a few times, and it left in high spirits. A few days later, after the harvest from their spiritual field, both Sun Kong and Lu Lan had over 50 caddies, earning them 5 small merits in the sect, as well as over 50 caddies of spiritual rice. With the resources for cultivation in hand, both of them were in great spirits, and specially sought out Han Yu to celebrate. The 3 of them then planted Qinghe spiritual rice in the fields together in sync with the other miscellaneous disciples. After planting the new Qinghe spiritual rice, many miscellaneous disciples at the spiritual field excitedly conversed and shared news. It turned out that the competition between the inner and outer disciples had already concluded. Han Yu, Sun Kong, and Lu Lan were busy with their cultivation, harvesting from the spiritual fields and sowing the seeds of Qinghe spiritual rice. They had no intention of joining the excitement at Qinghe Square and were unqualified to witness the competition between the inner and outer sect disciples. Thus, after their busy schedule, the competition between the inner and outer sect disciples had already concluded. The diligent servant disciples at the spiritual fields compared the results of the matches with their previous predictions, discussing with a sense of participation. Some even boldly approached the usually proud senior sister Li with their questions. To their surprise, senior sister Li did not scold them harshly, but instead remarked that the top 10 results of the inner sect disciples were well-deserved. She had also participated in the inner sect competition, though her rank was not high. The servant disciples realized that senior sister Li was not necessarily arrogant, as she simply had no interest in mundane conversations with them. Her focus was on topics concerning the inner sect disciples, those who had reached the 7th layer of qi refinement and the future of foundation establishment. The servant disciples were concerned with the first 3 layers of qi refinement and the spiritual fields, and considering this, it was already commendable for senior sister Li to fulfill her duties. It was naturally boring and unproductive for her to waste time explaining to a group of servant disciples. As Sun Kong and Lu Lan excitedly discussed, Han Yu inevitably overheard. What caught his attention was senior brother Jin Qi, whose combat power was quite impressive. He was predicted to place 8th among the outer sect disciples, but ultimately ranked 5th. With such strength, accumulating 2 more years of achievements and smoothly advancing to the inner sect after reaching the 7th layer of qi refinement would be a natural progression. Another matter was the genius mentioned by Sun Kong, named Sheng Yin, who reached the 7th layer of qi refinement in his 20s. Unsurprisingly, he secured 1st place in this outer sect competition. Since the top 10 competitors received sect merits as rewards, his 1st place merit allowed him to directly enter the inner sect. This Sheng Yin also possessed a dual spiritual root for cultivation. Compared to senior sister Li, who was 30 years old at the 8th layer of qi refinement and also had a dual spiritual root, they were quite similar. In this comparison, it turned out that senior sister Li was also considered a genius in the eyes of the servant and outer sect disciples, but having entered the inner sect, she was not regarded as particularly powerful in comparison. Han Yu looked at these geniuses with dual spiritual roots and couldn't help but think what a pity during the qi refinement stage one can only refine one type of spiritual root. Only by completely restoring one's original essence during foundation establishment can one begin to refine a second spiritual root. Otherwise, if one could refine both dual and single spiritual roots, wouldn't I also be able to achieve such a cultivation speed? This was also the limit of the spiritual refining technique. No matter how one repaired it after refining the spiritual roots with the spiritual refining technique, the repaired Bodhis essence and losses would always have certain disharmonies, much like a person who originally had 10 fingers suddenly losing 2. One could only wait until they crossed the major boundary and completed the essential enhancement of life to fully merge, after which they could refine a second spiritual root. After the competition between the inner and outer sect disciples concluded, many servant disciples had also planted Qinghe's spiritual rice in the spiritual fields. In a little over a month, the Celestial Fate Grand Ceremony would commence, and Wanchun Valley would be recruiting new disciples. It was said that the atmosphere at Qinghe Square had become even more lively. Having resources for cultivation in hand, and learning from their previous lessons, Hanyu Sunkong and Lu Lan chose not to join the festivities and focused on cultivation, occasionally gathering to socialize. Unknowingly, another month passed. One evening, Hanyu concluded his practice of the spiritual refining technique, feeling a slight tremor throughout his body. The last remnants of the red fire spiritual root gradually dissipated within his body, and Hanyu felt as if a hole opened in both body and mind, leaving him empty and powerless, extremely weak. He hurriedly circulated his vital blood, trying to compensate for this feeling of emptiness as much as possible. After a moment, out of the 12 vital blood vessels in his body, he had consumed a full 8, and only then did Hanyu feel the emptiness gradually subside, while the remaining vital blood continued to be consumed slowly. Meanwhile, the discomfort he felt was still difficult to eliminate. Hanyu had anticipated this moment. The changes accompanying the complete refinement of the fire spiritual root were normal. He took out the prepared spirit blood vines and drank the juice from 2 of them in one go, operating the blood refining technique to replenish his vital blood before finally pausing. Due to the presence of demonic cultivators and spies, Wanchun Valley's sect had intensified inspections. The risks of using the blood refining technique were considerable, so Hanyu had yet to condense the blood talisman and was merely consuming his vital blood while practicing the spiritual refining technique, gradually replenishing it completely. Now, the refinement of the fire spiritual root in the spiritual refining technique did not mean its complete disappearance. Rather, it transformed into nourishment for the other 3 spiritual roots. When Hanyu looked at his spiritual roots again, the golden white metal spiritual root, the blue-green wood spiritual root, and the dark blue water spiritual root all exhibited increased vitality compared to before. They had completely transformed into 3 spiritual roots. The limit for absorbing spiritual energy and medicinal power and converting it into spiritual breath had suddenly increased. Among the inner and outer sect disciples, perhaps 3 spiritual roots were not considered anything special, but among the servant disciples, the qualification for cultivating with 3 spiritual roots was almost certain to allow one to become an outer sect disciple, already deemed a genius in their eyes. After refining the fire spiritual root, Hanyu took several days, consuming 1 spirit blood vine each day before finally replenishing his vital blood and visibly filling the deficits in his body. The Qinghe Qi refinement technique absorbed more medicinal power every day, and the sprouting of spiritual seeds in his dantian became increasingly apparent, only needing a little more to break through to the 3rd layer of Qi refinement. As he was on the verge of reaching the 3rd layer of Qi refinement, Hanyu also discovered a slight flaw in the refinement of the fire spiritual root. The power and release speed of the flame technique could no longer be enhanced, only maintained at its current state. Although it remained strong, the inability to improve was somewhat regrettable. This was clearly the disappointment from losing the fire spiritual root. The spells were not unusable, but they were noticeably inferior to those suited to his own spiritual roots, thus limiting their ultimate growth. Therefore, the gains from enhancing the spells of the metal, wood, and water spiritual roots, increasing their limits and accelerating the cultivation speed, far outweighed the losses. On another night, the big crow brought in a new crow, which also had the ability to spit wind blades. With this, the entire crow group had 5 crows capable of spitting wind blades. The other crows had sharp claws, tough feathers, and were somewhat intelligent, so they could also serve as combat power. Hanyu felt gratified, praised the big and small crows, and allowed them to spread their wings and fly away. In the deep silence of the night, with the moonlight gently illuminating the surroundings, Zhang Shan, who used to secretly release spirit mice, was no longer around, nor was Wei Qunyi, who secretly met with Manager Wang. Even the old Taoist Li, who practiced the blood refining technique, and Manager Wang, who was dealt with by the sect, were nowhere to be found. Hanyu gathered his thoughts, casting aside the various past events of the year, like clearing away the surface foam from tea, and began his cultivation. Today marked his breakthrough to the 3rd layer of Qi refinement. As the spiritual breath circulated throughout his body, the medicinal power of the Xuanqing fruit continuously transformed, and the spiritual seed in his dantian trembled slightly. A small complete sprout appeared within the dantian, causing a gentle tremor. After another circulation, the spiritual breath surged significantly, with the sprouts serving as both the starting and ending point, continuously absorbing the spiritual breath within Hanyu. He had reached the third layer of qi refinement. Hanyu opened his eyes, feeling a surge of joy within his heart. After more than a year in Wanshun Valley, he had finally reached the third layer of qi training and transformed his 4 spirit roots into 3. The subtle enhancement of his lifespan, the strengthening of his physique, and the increase of spiritual breath within him were also evident. The path of cultivation and the pursuit of immortality truly captivated him, making it hard to extricate himself. Next, he needed to allow this budding potential to grow a leaf and reach the 4th layer of qi training. But his cultivation speed was far faster than that of other outer disciples, and he had registered his 4 spirit roots within the sect. This would likely lead to complications. Hanyu thought to himself, for safety's sake, I shouldn't rush into the outer sect after reaching the 4th layer of qi training. Otherwise, I might attract the elder scrutiny. Who knows what might happen? Moreover, the efficacy of the xuanxin fruit is diminishing. I must find a way to resolve this. Having consumed too many xuanxin fruits, Hanyu gradually developed a tolerance. The fruit's effects had been notably weaker since he was at the 2nd layer of qi training, and now it had weakened further, barely sufficient for a day's cultivation. Though it was currently more than enough considering the future, Hanyu needed to prepare alternative items in advance. After this year's Immortal Fate ceremony, when Qinghe Market is no longer so bustling, I will go take a look at the market. The more lively it is, the more trouble it brings. It's better not to get caught up in all this commotion. Resolute in his decision, Hanyu practiced for another day. The next morning, noticing that the spiritual field was somewhat dry, he used the wind control technique to fetch water and irrigate the field. After a busy day, he had roughly watered half of the spiritual field. The following morning, while irrigating the field again, he suddenly heard a commotion and scolding voices. Hanyu paused his work and looked up to see Sun Kong and Lu Lan approaching along with other outer disciples. Upon closer inspection, he saw senior brother Hong reprimanding Lu Yun, which made everyone laugh. This Lu Yun had always been peculiar. Even though he received special attention from elder, when he showed little enthusiasm for cultivation, preferring to hide in his room and amuse himself. It seemed he had once again provoked the usually mild-mannered senior brother Hong. The sound of senior brother Hong punishing Lu Yun echoed far in the spiritual field. Sister Li also heard and stepped out of her dwelling, releasing her shuttle-shaped magical tool and soaring into the air for a glance. Upon seeing Lu Yun, Sister Li cast him a disgusted glance, slowly descending, too lazy to pay him, and accidentally glancing over, she noticed Hanyu with his fingers together using spiritual breath to form the wind control technique, and then he lifted 2 large buckets of water, preparing to fetch more. Sister Li's heart stirred. Hold on. Hanyu was surprised and stopped looking at Sister Li. Sister Li, did you call me? Yes, are you Hanyu? Hanyu was astonished. Sister Li knows me. Sister Li explained. Before Wang Hui was sent to guard outside the sect to lessen his punishment, he informed us of the situation at the spiritual field. Disciples with 3 spirit roots like Lu Yun and Lu Lan are eligible to enter the outer sect and possibly even the inner sect. I have a rough idea. Among the 4 spirit root disciples, there aren't many with talent. Wang Hui mentioned that at your young age you have considerable talent in spellcasting, making you a potential expert in the outer sect. You appear young and are skilled in spellcasting. You must be the Hanyu he mentioned. Only then did Hanyu realize that Steward Wang, in an effort to mitigate his punishment for inadequate supervision of the spiritual field, had strained to present the situation in a better light, making him one of the less noticeable talented outer disciples. Though he wasn't exactly a genius, it was indeed rare for his name to be recognized by Sister Li, and even I didn't expect Steward Wang to remember my practice of magic. Hanyu said. Sister Li, I should be the Hanyu that Steward Wang spoke of. Indeed, you are quite young. Sister Li's lips were slightly thick, her voice calm. How long have you been cultivating? What is your cultivation level? What spells have you learned? Hanyu had long prepared for such questioning. Sister Li, I have been cultivating for over a year now. Currently, I am at the 1st layer of qi training, and in a few months I expect to reach the 2nd layer. I have mastered the wind control technique and the water control technique. For a 4 spirit root disciple, this is considered a fast cultivation speed. Have you taken any elixirs? Sister Li asked. I have consumed some unnamed spirit fruits and spirit blood vines, Hanyu replied. Sister Li nodded. I see, then you have indeed worked hard on your cultivation. Just now I saw you use the wind control technique, which is indeed rare for a 1st layer outer disciple. Once you accumulate 10 small achievements, go to the sect to exchange for a new spell to learn. That would be a fitting reward for your magical talent. Thank you for your guidance, Sister Li, Hanyu responded. Sister Li looked at this junior brother who was fair-skinned and gently, feeling a sense of appreciation. This Han junior brother appeared much more pleasant. If he had slightly better cultivation aptitude, such magical talent would undoubtedly be more effectively utilized, far better than that slothful Lu Yun, who possessed 3 spirit roots but hardly bothered to cultivate. At that moment, a banana leaf rushed by, and senior brother Jean Chi stood atop it, calling loudly, "The sect master has issued an order." Sister Li's expression changed immediately as she stepped forward to inquire. "Jean Chi, what happened?" Jean Chi replied solemnly, "Sister Li, it's serious." As he spoke, senior brother Hong, senior brother Ji, and senior brother Hua hurriedly approached to hear him out. Jean Chi declared loudly, "The sect master has issued an order. All necessary outer disciples must remain at their posts. All other inner and outer disciples must gather at the sect. All outer disciples and sect servants must be immediately eliminated if they act recklessly." After announcing, Sister Li pointed at senior brother Hua, indicating for him to stay behind. Immediately afterward, senior brother Hong, senior brother Ji, and senior brother Hua all took to their magical tools, following Jean Chi to the sect, leaving only senior brother Hua to guard the spiritual field. Senior brother Hua hurriedly shouted for all outer disciples to return to their quarters, forbidding them to go out and to await the sect's arrangements. Han Yu secretly felt astonished, yet couldn't help but feel relieved. Fortunately, he had not reformed his blood talisman and entered the first layer of blood cultivation. Indeed, trouble had arisen once more. One could not rule out the possibility of demonic cultivators or spies from the Spirit Beast sect or the Little Tianluo sect. If the entire sect conducted a thorough investigation, no one would discover any connection between Han Yu and the demonic cultivators. After 2 days of solitary cultivation in his room, senior brother Hong and senior brother Ji returned to the spiritual field, after which the restrictions on the spiritual field were lifted. Sister Li, the inner sect disciple, did not return to the spiritual field. Senior brothers Hong, Ji, and Hua, all outer disciples, appeared visibly dispirited and listless. The outer disciples, including Han Yu, naturally had no idea what had transpired, merely feeling puzzled. A day later, the outer disciples finally learned what had happened. This year's Immortal Fate ceremony in Wanshan Valley only had 5 disciples, all of whom possessed 5 spirit roots. All other disciples were intercepted halfway and forcibly taken away from Wanshan Valley. The Immortal Fate ceremony in Wanshan Valley lost all its prestige, becoming a laughingstock. In response, Wanshan Valley became furious, gathering all sect disciples to demand an explanation from the Spirit Beast sect, Little Tianluo sect, Xuani sect, and Lingjin sect. However, due to their poor skills in combat, and with all 4 sects acting simultaneously, the elders, stewards, and inner and outer disciples of Wanshan Valley ultimately retreated, opting instead for negotiation and reprimands, warning against such actions in the future. This also explained why senior brothers Hong and others were so dejected, feeling frustrated and helpless. The sect had been bullied by a coalition, yet could not retaliate. How utterly vexing. As Han Yu listened to Sun Kong and Lu Lan exchanging words about the newly obtained news, he noticed the faint worry etched on their brows. Ultimately, Wanshan Valley is their sect. With Wanshan Valley's presence, these miscellaneous disciples can practice with relative peace of mind. Whether cultivating spiritual fields or engaging in other pursuits, they are on a righteous path of cultivation far superior to the scattered cultivators in Qinghe Market, whose practices are incomplete and whose lives are merely a day-to-day struggle. Now, with Wanshan Valley being bullied by the other 4 sects of the southern region and unable to hold the Celestial Fate Convention, the relationship has truly soured. If things continue like this, once Wanshan Valley collapses, what future do these miscellaneous disciples have? If they were to fall to the status of scattered cultivators, obtaining cultivation methods and resources would become a grueling struggle for survival. No one wishes to live such a disordered life. After Sun Kong and Lu Lan returned, a sense of crisis surged within Han Yu. The current situation of Wanshan Valley is not only plagued by the bullying from the other 4 sects of the southern region, but also by hidden demonic cultivators. Most importantly, they lack strength and are not adept in combat. He feared they would truly be treated like fish on a chopping board. What would Han Yu do if something significant occurred in Wanshan Valley one day? There was no time to worry about anything else. He must increase his strength as much as possible and as quickly as possible. He had to resume practicing blood refinement art. If necessary, he would use demonic methods such as blood droplet technique and bloodthirsty technique to safeguard his life. Today, he aimed to condense the blood symbol to bolster his life-preserving capabilities. Having elevated his cultivation to the 3rd layer of Qi refinement, Han Yu's replication ability in his right hand had also increased. He could replicate 3 drops of essence blood or 2 segments of spiritual blood vines each day. The Xuanqing fruit was more difficult to replicate, allowing only 3 to be replicated over 2 days. Han Yu also tried replicating other items. He could replicate 2 ordinary spirit stones or 2 ordinary jade slips each day. Rumor has it that higher quality spirit stones and jade slips are even harder to replicate. As for storage bags, Han Yu would need to accumulate 7 or 8 days worth of time to replicate one. Having one in the short term was more than sufficient, and he had no need for more. Sitting cross-legged, he familiarized himself with the circulation of blood energy around his body, forming the blood symbol at the Danzhong point. A line appeared on the blood symbol. Han Yu effortlessly returned to the first layer of blood refinement. Following that, he replicated 3 drops of essence blood for refinement. The first line solidified completely and began to faintly reveal a second line. In the following days, aside from continuing his daily practice of the Qinghe Qi refinement heart method, Han Yu dedicated all his replication attempts to essence blood, striving to rapidly enhance his strength while temporarily disregarding the risk of being discovered by the sect. The atmosphere within Wanshun Valley was visibly despondent and tense. Han Yu witnessed firsthand that the miscellaneous disciples in the spiritual fields were mostly frowning, while Senior Brother Hong, Senior Brother Ji, and Senior Brother Hua wore grim faces and did not smile. Even Senior Sister Li from the inner disciples had not visited the spiritual fields again. Han Yu's resolve to improve his strength grew ever firmer. Relying on others was unreliable. Only his own strength could offer him a glimmer of hope in the future. That evening, after refining 3 drops of essence blood, the second line clearly appeared on Han Yu's blood symbol, the blood energy circulating fully around his body, reaching the second layer of blood refinement. In terms of essence blood alone, he could condense 27 drops. With 1 more replication, he could have 30 opportunities to use the blood droplet technique in battle. For a cultivator in the early stages of Qi refinement, having such an attack frequency was simply terrifying, not to mention he possessed the cultivation of the 3rd layer of Qi refinement and spells along with a flock of crows. Han Yu felt slightly comforted, yet he remained unsatisfied and continued to strive towards the 3rd layer of blood refinement. It would be difficult for him to reach from the 3rd to the 4th layer of Qi refinement in a short time. However, advancing from the 2nd to the 3rd layer of blood refinement would only take about a month. Call. After concluding his cultivation, the flock of crows returned to the stone house under the cover of night. As Han Yu reached out to pet one, the large crow lifted its wing, pointing toward the window, and let out a soft call. Is something happening? Han Yu stood at the window, but under the moonlight, he saw nothing. Just as he was about to question the large crow further, he suddenly spotted a shadow swiftly passing overhead, quietly flying towards the direction of the steward's residence. The area where the steward resided was devoid of lights, not a sound to be heard, as if the shadow that had just passed was merely an illusion. Is someone going out under the cover of night? What could they possibly be doing? It surely wouldn't be anything honorable. Han Yu felt an even stronger sense of crisis. Wanshun Valley is now in a precarious state, with enemies lurking among the 3 outer disciples in the spiritual fields. Who is the one that has started going out at night, and what are they doing? If even they have begun to waver, wouldn't that mean the sect's morale is already in disarray? He truly needs to quickly gain more self-defense power and carefully consider his future escape routes. In the solemn and majestic main hall of Wanshun Valley, spiritual wood serves as pillars entwined with spiritual cage fruits that glow brightly, illuminating day and night. The spiritual wood emanates a peculiar medicinal fragrance that is refreshing. However, at this moment, no one in the hall was entranced by the fragrance. Instead, the atmosphere was thick with tension. At the center, the sect master sat on a dais adorned with a golden crown and clad in a robe of golden silk with a long beard flowing down. Beside him, another chair of equal height bore the supreme elder of Wanshun Valley, dressed in a robe of patterned white jade. On the left and right, there were 8 chairs occupied by elders of Wanshun Valley, all wearing long robes of white jade, including Elder Yin and Elder Wen among them. Behind the elder chairs stood more than 30 purple-robed stewards, with Steward Lu and Steward Fong among them, both wearing serious expressions. 2 blue-robed inner disciples stood at the entrance, looking stern and unsmiling. In front of the hall stood a large bronze cauldron, behind which many inner disciples stood silently, their breaths scarcely audible. Bang! A muffled sound echoed in the hall as Elder Yin slammed the armrest of his chair and stood up. Sect Master, are we just going to endure this? Last time when we gathered all the inner and outer disciples, we intended to confront them, but in the end we only sent people to inquire and warn them. And what happened? The people we sent to inquire returned without a shred of dignity left for us. The Xianyi sect and Lingjin sect shirked responsibility, claiming it was a coincidence, while the Shaotian Luo sect avoided us entirely, not allowing our people to enter. The Spirit Beast sect was the most audacious, first biting back and accusing us of harboring demonic cultivators, suggesting we could be colluding with remnants of the demonic sect, and saying that Wanshun Valley should reflect on why no new disciples joined at the Celestial Fate Convention, showing how unloved we are. Such utter nonsense and slander against us, Wanshun Valley. As he grew more agitated, Elder Wen coughed lightly. Elder Yin, let's first listen to what the sect master and supreme elder have to say. Elder Yin sighed and slowly sat back down. I can't bear this indignation. And also, Sister Wen, please address me as Junior Brother Yin. All right, Elder Yin, there's no need to be in such a rush. The sect master cleared his throat and finally spoke. Today I have gathered everyone here for this matter. 100 years ago, the 5 sects of the southern region united to eradicate the blood demon sect, and they were quite united. Now the other 4 sects harbor ill intentions towards us in Wanshun Valley. We have suffered losses, inquired, and yet received no explanation. Elders and stewards, let's discuss a countermeasure together. After the sect master finished speaking, the great hall fell into silence, and for a moment no one spoke. Even Elder Yin, who had been emotionally agitated just moments ago, refrained from speaking. After a moment, the Supreme Elder said, "In my opinion, we should still discuss matters with the other 4 sects. We need to clarify their true intentions and see if we can negotiate. After bargaining, we need not completely sever ties." Upon hearing this, Elder Yin couldn't help but stand up, bow, and say, "Supreme Elder, last time you mentioned that misunderstandings might arise and suggested we ask the 4 sects, but the result..." Before he could finish, another elder stood up and said, "Elder Yin, that statement is mistaken. The Supreme Elder's idea is precisely based on the current state of our Wanshun Valley. Calm and composed, not hasty or flustered. This is the way to resolve issues. If we truly lose our composure and recklessly confront the Spirit Beast sect and the other 3 sects, are we to give up on cultivation altogether? What about the heritage and Tao lineage of Wanshun Valley? Ultimately, this is merely an obstruction to the immortal fate grand ceremony, leading to conflicts with the 4 sects. It is far from a life-or-death struggle that would jeopardize our Tao lineage." Elder Yin said coldly, "Brother Bai, although what you say is not wrong, I fear they will not give us any chance to breathe and only wish to completely devour us. First they sent spies, then disrupted the immortal fate grand ceremony and insulted our sect's envoy. This encroachment step by step means we are just waiting to be killed. If enduring for a moment could resolve this, then so be it. However, continuing to endure will eventually lead to death. It would be better to confront them sooner and avoid such humiliation." Before Elder Bai could respond, the Supreme Elder slowly spoke. "Yinming, how do you know they intend to devour us and not attempt to extract benefits from our sect?" Elder Yin replied, "Supreme Elder, isn't it obvious? They have no intention of negotiating with us." Elder Yin spoke to the Supreme Elder with a bow, saying, "Even if they are merely extracting benefits now, they will undoubtedly seek to extract even more in the future. Ultimately, they will still seek to squeeze and devour our Wanshun Valley until it is finished." "No, you are mistaken." The Supreme Elder said faintly, "You think I am weak for seeking peace with the 4 sects, yet you do not understand that the principle of the world is to conquer the rigid with softness. When the teeth are gone, the tongue will not fall. This is why the soft ultimately survives longer. As long as there is even a sliver of room for negotiation, we should do everything we can to avoid conflict with them. If they want something or have conditions we can give." Elder Yin exclaimed, "Are we to just allow them to oppress us?" "Of course not. If we do nothing, that would be self-destruction." The Supreme Elder rose and walked to a spirit-wood pillar, expressing his thoughts to the 8 elders and various stewards. "We need to soften our stance. We must also work to repair our relationship with the 4 sects. As long as we find a reliable ally among the 4 sects, the other 3 will not easily regard us as prey to be taken at will, thus allowing us to gain an opportunity without fear of a combined attack." Elder Yin was not entirely opposed. After hearing this, he paused and said, "The 4 sects are cooperating, even disrupting our immortal fate grand ceremony, seemingly aiming to cut off our roots. Finding an ally willing to cooperate with us seems quite difficult, doesn't it?" Elder Yin also stood to bow and added, "At this time, seeking an ally is actually a gamble. If we choose correctly, we may be safe, but if we choose poorly and they take all our benefits, how do we respond when they turn against us? If there is even a slim chance, it is worth trying," the Supreme Elder said. "Given the circumstances, we should delay as long as possible and negotiate whatever conditions we can. This is certainly better than immediately provoking the 4 sects to attack us, don't you think?" This statement left Elder Yin and Elder Yin speechless. The Supreme Elder had indeed considered this, and it could not be said to be wrong. After all, Wanshun Valley is not strong and is not skilled in combat, so it is impossible to withstand the combined assault of the 4 sects. Softening our stance to negotiate terms and dragging out time to find room for maneuver is indeed the wisest course of action at the moment. However, it sounds truly frustrating and humiliating. Just then, seeing that no one opposed the Supreme Elder's proposal, the sect master spoke up. "The Supreme Elder is wise and steady, and all of you elders are concerned for the sect. It brings me great comfort that we are united within the sect. However, the principles of heaven and earth, yin and yang, complement each other. We must not be overly obstinate in one direction. We should adopt the Supreme Elder's methods and also try other self-preservation strategies." The Supreme Elder stroked his beard and nodded slightly. "I agree, Sect Master, please speak. I am willing to support you." The Sect Master, seeing him say this, first smiled slightly and then said solemnly, "Our Wanshun Valley has never provoked external enemies. We focus solely on cultivation, farming, and alchemy. It is utterly impossible to attack. We must strengthen our defenses and not allow them to invade. I believe we must enhance the sect's defensive formation and, in addition to the main defensive formation, set up a secondary defensive formation solely to protect the main peak of the sect. When necessary, all disciples should reside in the main peak to collectively resist external enemies. Upon hearing this from the sect master Elder Yin, an elder Wen nodded in agreement, including the Supreme Elder Bai, and others who also concurred. Given the dire situation where the sect could even face collapse, it is indeed necessary to ensure proper self-defense. Even if we cannot fight back, we must fully defend ourselves. The sect master continued, we will recall all stationed disciples and consolidate resources at the sect's main peak, including the Qinghe marketplace. One elder spoke up, but sect master, if our stationed disciples return, there may be rogue cultivators and demons causing chaos in the area, leaving the people in distress. Narrow-minded, the Supreme Elder shook his head slightly. Those mundane people do not care who the stationed immortal sect is, as long as someone is there to help them, it is sufficient. If our Wanshan Valley were to perish, if the Spirit Beast sect sent someone, they would be welcome just the same. In any case, our own safety is paramount. At worst, after the crisis, we can send disciples back to slay demons and eliminate evil spirits. No one spoke further. They only heard the sect master continue. There is one more matter I would like to discuss with all of you. In this critical moment for the sect, we need to uplift spirits and encourage our disciples to strengthen their abilities, so I want to issue a special decree. A special decree. The sect master continued to explain amidst the puzzled looks of the crowd. A special promotion of outer and inner disciples, relaxing the restrictions on learning spells, accepting rogue cultivators, and increasing the collection of sect resources. First, any rogue cultivator wishing to join Wanshan Valley upon verification that they are not spies or disciples of the four sects may be accepted as a servant disciple, serving our Wanshan Valley and learning our foundational Qi training methods. Second, any servant disciple reaching the third level of Qi training may be promoted to an outer disciple, enjoying the freedom to move about allocation of residence and tasks. Third, any outer disciple reaching the sixth level of Qi training may be promoted to an inner disciple, enjoying the service of attendance residence at the main peak and a chance to learn foundation establishment techniques. Fourth, the original collection rate of 80% will be raised to 90%. This allows more resources for cultivation within the sect and motivates more people to quickly cultivate and become outer disciples rather than being content as servant disciples. This is the special decree I propose, and it is a method to enhance the strength of our sect's disciples. After the sect master finished speaking, the hall first fell into silence, then the elders and stewards erupted into discussion. Are the scattered cultivators really reliable? If they only take advantage without offering their service, it will be us who suffer. Elder Bai could not help but speak after hearing the unprecedented decree from the sect master. Elder Wen then said, our sect retains 90% of the spoils, leaving only 10% for the disciples. This makes life too difficult for the service disciples. Furthermore, another elder remarked, isn't it a bit too lenient to allow outer and inner disciples like this? The sect master's eyes gleamed with golden light, exuding an imposing aura as he spoke in a deep voice. Everyone, in extraordinary times we must take extraordinary measures. We have no choice but to do so. He then explained in detail to the crowd, when scattered cultivators enter our sect, they must first undergo scrutiny to confirm there are no abnormalities. Only then can they start as service disciples. In this way, regardless of their loyalty to Wanshan Valley, they must contribute resources to the sect in exchange for cultivation techniques. Elder Bai ceased to speak further. The sect master stroked his beard and continued, as for service disciples, if they have the opportunity to become outer disciples, they naturally will not need to surrender 90% of their gains. If they do not have that opportunity, they must contribute more resources to the sect. Everyone from the sect master down to the elders, stewards, inner and outer disciples must contribute, and the service disciples are no exception. If no one contributes, how can we strengthen the sect's protective formation? How can we establish the small protective array for the main peak? How will Wanshan Valley survive this crisis? Elder Wen nodded. The sect master is indeed far-sighted. I am naturally willing to obey. The other elders also ceased further discussion. After all, in this moment of crisis, relaxing the promotion assessments for the inner disciples and making exceptions for their training is a matter of necessity. All the elders and stewards said, we are willing to follow the sect master and the grand elder's arrangements to serve the sect tirelessly. We do not fear death. The inner disciples outside also repeated, we are willing to serve the sect tirelessly. We do not fear. After a formal assembly in the sect hall, external communications were made to discuss alliances, while internally they strengthened and increased formations which for the time being did not affect the ordinary service disciples. The first to affect the service disciples was the unprecedented decree. That morning as Han Yu just stepped out of the stone house, he heard a commotion around the spirit field, quite noisy. The first to affect the service disciples was the unprecedented decree. That morning as Han Yu just stepped out of the stone house, he heard a commotion around the spirit. Under normal circumstances, the service disciples would obediently follow orders without daring to speak out. However, this time someone had gotten wind of the order ahead of time and spread the news privately. Many service disciples were already gossiping and whispering among themselves before gathering. Some even had the audacity to ask Senior Brother Hua, who was known for his gentle temperament, directly, "Senior Brother Hua, I've heard that the sect will allow scattered cultivators to come in and take our jobs as service disciples. Is that true? I've heard from the service disciples in the medicinal garden that the sect will make us surrender 90% of our gains. Is that true?" Seeing that the questioner only had a vague understanding and was mumbling the usually good-natured Senior Brother Hua straightened his face. No more questions, quickly gather together and await the sect's orders. The many service disciples could only gather together anxiously. Han Yu, Sun Kong, and Lu Lan stood together exchanging glances without saying much. Senior Brother Hong and the others counted the number of disciples, and finally Senior Brother Hua sighed helplessly. "Who lives next to Lu Yun? Quickly call him over, we're only missing him." At this, even the most anxious service disciples couldn't help but laugh. The atmosphere suddenly lightened. Lu Yun, that quirky character, must be amusing himself in his own room. However, since Elder Wen had previously expressed support for this peculiar character, Senior Brother Hong and the others found it inconvenient to publicly scold or insult him. Sometimes they couldn't help but lose their temper when he acted absurdly, but it was a rare occurrence. Moments later, Lu Yun lazily arrived, wiping his hands, and Senior Brother Hong began to announce the sect's orders. "The sect has decreed that during this extraordinary time, we must take extraordinary actions. Effective immediately, the unprecedented decree is to be implemented. First, we will recruit scattered cultivators. Those who meet the criteria will enter Wanshan Valley as service disciples and may receive foundational qi cultivation techniques." The service disciples were all stunned. They are really allowing scattered cultivators to join Wanshan Valley and take their opportunity to farm. What will they do when the scattered cultivators arrive? Second, all service disciples must surrender 90% of their gains. The original requirement and punishment standards remain unchanged. At this point, a service disciple could not help but voice his frustration. "How can we survive like this? First, scattered cultivators take our chance to farm, and now we must surrender 90% after farming honestly. Can we still have hope in cultivating?" Senior Brother Hong cast a cold glance at the speaking service disciple, causing him to shrink back and dare not speak, fearing punishment. To everyone's surprise, Senior Brother Hong only glanced at him without pursuing the matter further, but continued to announce, "Third, all service disciples at the third level of qi cultivation will be exceptionally promoted to outer disciples starting today, enjoying the privileges of freely moving as outer disciples assigned housing and task execution. Fourth, any outer disciple who reaches the sixth level of qi cultivation will be exceptionally promoted to inner disciples, enjoying the treatment of being served by servants residing on the main peak and receiving guidance in foundation establishment. In addition, the exchange of sect spells will require significantly less sect contributions. For example, the wind blade technique, which originally required 10 small contributions, now only requires 5 small contributions to be exchanged for learning." Senior Brother Hong's words were drowned out by the sounds of surprise from the crowd. Sun Kong could not help but raise his hand, his voice trembling. "Manager Hong, I am currently at the third level of qi cultivation. Does that mean I can become an outer disciple today?" Another service disciple at the third level of qi cultivation was also incredibly excited. "Is this really happening?" "Indeed, that is the case," Senior Brother Hong said with a calm gaze. "Starting today, you all are outer disciples. Please wait to register, verify your cultivation level, and you will be issued outer disciple clothing, merit identity, jade pendants, personal housing, and you will no longer be forced to work. You are free to act as you wish, taking on tasks to earn sect contributions." Sun Kong could no longer contain his joy and shouted, "I've become an outer disciple." Lu Lan was equally thrilled, cheering with joy. Looking around, there were at least 20 or 30 others who had reached the third level of qi cultivation and were now qualified to be exceptionally promoted to outer disciples. Han Yu was also astonished. He first felt happy for Sun Kong, and Lu Lan then thought that under such standards, if he revealed his third level of qi cultivation, now could he also possibly become an outer disciple? This thought flashed through his mind and quickly dissipated, because there was truly no reasonable cause. It would only bring disaster upon himself. Wanshan Valley's bold decision to promote and recruit disciples clearly aimed to enhance the sect's strength to cope with the severe situation. The service disciples at the third level of qi cultivation were overjoyed, drowning out the earlier complaints from some service disciples. Senior Brother Hua and Senior Brother Ji smiled and said to Senior Brother Hong, Congratulations, senior brother Hong, you will also be an inner disciple. However, the older senior brother Hong's expression remained much the same as usual. He simply chuckled and waved his hand. It's merely a stroke of luck meeting the right time, no need for congratulations. After Brother Hong finished announcing the disciples at the third level of Qi refinement, hurried forward to register, eager to become outer disciples. Sun Kong pressed down on Han Ye's shoulder and whispered, Junior brother Han, don't worry. If I have the strength, I will definitely help you reach the third level of Qi refinement as soon as possible. Lu Lan also chimed in, Junior brother Han, after we leave you must pay attention and not let anyone bully you. Also practice hard and become an outer disciple as soon as possible. Once we are in the outer sect, we will still help each other. Han Yu nodded and said, actually am close to reaching the second level of Qi refinement. Once I reach the third level, I can come find you. Sun Kong and Lu Lan were both a bit surprised, not expecting Han Yu with his 4 spiritual roots to progress so quickly in his cultivation. He was almost at the second level of Qi refinement after just over a year, nearly comparable to those with 3 spiritual roots. However, it wasn't the time to discuss this further with Han Yu. The two of them continued to queue to register their names, cultivation levels, and spiritual roots. That peculiar Lu Yun was right behind them, also registering at the third level of Qi refinement, which surprised many. Could it be that this eccentric was actually progressing at a decent pace? No wonder the management often punished him. He hadn't truly been discarded, and it seemed he indeed had some merits. Brother Hong, once I become an outer disciple, how should I handle the spirit field I cultivate? A miscellaneous disciple at the third level of Qi refinement couldn't help but ask after registering. If you are reluctant, you can always come back and continue cultivating. Brother Hong replied, outer disciples have many ways to earn merit and rewards, and there are not too many restrictions. Unlike miscellaneous disciples who earn very little over a year or so, only a few minor merits. It's a significant waste of time and effort. If you are willing to engage in such foolishness, the sect won't force you to stop. If you delay your cultivation, that is your own choice. The questioning disciple suddenly understood and quickly said, then I definitely want to continue cultivating the spirit field. Well, your spirit field will be handed over to new disciples to cultivate, which can be seen as them taking advantage. Brother Hong said this, and the many miscellaneous disciples about to become outer disciples no longer felt regret, all filled with excitement and hope for becoming outer disciples. Afterward, Sun Kong, Lu Lan, Lu Yun, and others were led by Brother Hong to the sect's main peak to undergo cultivation assessment. The remaining miscellaneous disciples below the third level of Qi refinement had expressions of hope, feeling that reaching the third level and becoming outer disciples was very promising. Others looked troubled, mumbling, clearly distressed at being scattered cultivators with a 9/10 revenue share, making life suddenly much harder for them. Han Yu stood among the crowd, no familiar faces around him. He didn't say much to others, quietly standing for a moment, seeing some miscellaneous disciples chatting while others returned to their rooms, and he too returned to his stone house. Junior brother Han. In the afternoon, a voice called from outside. Han Yu went to the door and saw Sun Kong and Lu Lan dressed in blue smiling at him. Junior brother Han, we are now outer disciples. Han Yu congratulated them with a smile on their new status and wondered why they were back at this time. Sun Kong explained, after becoming outer disciples, we have much more freedom. As long as we don't wander into prohibited areas, we can explore other places. Lu and I came back to bid you farewell and to pack some of our belongings to take to our new residence. Han Yu nodded and asked them about the situation after becoming outer disciples. Regarding this matter, Sun Kong smiled wryly and shook his head slightly. Actually, not much has improved. This time the special decree is fundamentally aimed at getting us to grow quickly and possess the ability to use spells in combat for emergencies. So some benefits inevitably lag behind. He showed Han Yu the square jade pendant at his waist. This is the identity merit registration jade pendant. Outer disciples earn merit through tasks, and verifying identity is essential. Our batch of outer disciples has much rougher jade pendants than those of previous outer disciples. Also, outer disciples would normally receive at least a banana leaf or something similar as a flying magical artifact, but we can't get that and can only exchange for it later with our merits. Our living quarters are insufficient, and there are even cases where 2 or 3 outer disciples temporarily live together. The sect is urgently building us houses. After talking to Han Yu, Sun Kong added, but ultimately being an outer disciple is still better. Lu and I now have the opportunity to learn more spells. Junior brother Han, if you have the chance, you should try to become an outer disciple as soon as possible. Han Yu naturally agreed, then sent Sun Kong and Lu Lan off from the spirit field. As they parted, Sun Kong remembered something and solemnly warned Han Yu, tomorrow the first batch of scattered cultivators will enter the sect. They are all very selfish and ruthless, not easy to get along with. They might have some hidden tactics up their sleeves. Especially since all the spirit fields around you are unoccupied, and now that we have entered the outer sect with Zhang Shan dead and Li Quan having fled, they will certainly come to arrange for scattered cultivators to plant fields close to you. So no matter what, you must be cautious and vigilant, and don't fall for tricks or let anyone bully you. If you find yourself in a tough spot, come find me. And junior sister Lu understood. Han Yu nodded, appreciating Sun Kang's thoughtfulness. Brother, son, sister Lu, I understand. That night the moonlight was cool, and the spirit field was quiet. A large and a small crow landed in the stone house. Han Yu had just spoken a few words with the two crows when the larger one reminded him that there was someone outside. Han Yu looked out the window and saw a shadow on a magical artifact heading towards the management office. The distance was too far to see clearly who it was, so Han Yu could only remember it in his heart. At least one of the three senior brothers in the spirit field was not very trustworthy, perhaps more than one. Early the next morning, while Han Yu was inspecting his spirit field, Brother Ji led three people in gray clothes toward him. He brought one man and one woman to Lulan's spirit field and said, "You two just cultivate this 5 acres of spirit field." He then brought another man about 40 years old and carrying a sword looking like a chivalrous hero to Sun Kang's spirit field and said, "You will cultivate this 5 acres of spirit field." After briefly announcing the spirit field harvest matters to these three, Brother Ji hurriedly left. The couple and the middle-aged hero exchanged glances and then looked at Han Yu. The middle-aged hero approached Han Yu, clasped his hands in greeting, and said, "This friend, please." Fellow Taoist is polite." Han Yu returned the greeting. "I am Li Tonghai. May I ask how you address yourself?" "I am Han Yu." "Oh, Taoist Han, I am new here and quite unfamiliar with the famous sect of Wanshan Valley, so I hope you will provide guidance." As the middle-aged hero spoke, the couple also approached to introduce themselves. The man was quite handsome and named Tian Qing, while the woman was much more ordinary-looking, named Hui Ling. Han Yu briefly got to know them and shared a few words about cultivating spirit fields and the rules of the spirit field, then returned to his stone house. Li Tonghai, Tian Qing, and Hui Ling, 3 scattered cultivators, began cultivating 2 spirit fields, thus becoming Han Yu's new neighbors. They were new arrivals, and Han Yu had no way of knowing their cultivation levels or character. He only knew that to survive future crises, he must enhance his own cultivation as much as possible. Every day, he practiced the Qinghe Qi refinement heart method and refined blood and blood refining technique, getting ever closer to the 3rd level of blood refining. More than 20 days passed in a flash. In the hurried cultivation, due to the pressing sense of time, Han Yu's progress in the 3rd layer of Qi refinement was not particularly noticeable. Even though he possessed a triple spirit root cultivation aptitude, it would take at least a year or 2 to advance from the 3rd to the 4th layer merely by diligently practicing the Qinghe Qi refinement method. Even if he practiced diligently every day, reaching the limit of spiritual breath absorption would still take over 6 months. Now he devoted himself entirely to blood refining techniques to quickly enhance his self-protection capabilities. He finally reached the 3rd layer of blood refining with 3 blood patterns merging on the blood symbol of his dantian, allowing him to transform his essence blood into 45 blood drops. As his strength increased, his essence blood was refined, becoming translucent and sparkling like red agate when condensed outside his body. The penetrating power that could traverse through earth, wood, and stone had significantly amplified, and he could manipulate it with ease, far surpassing his previous abilities. One could say that these 45 drops of essence blood not only represented a quantitative increase, but it also gained significant qualitative enhancement. This was the greatest achievement of Han Yu's efforts during this period. Han Yu was uncertain about the true inheritance of the demon blood sect and the capabilities of a 3rd layer demon cultivator. Considering that Wanshan Valley could be besieged at any moment, he realized that his safety was not guaranteed. If enemies targeted him, they would not necessarily assign opponents of the same realm. Strangely enough, just when he thought Wanshan Valley was about to face a joint assault from 4 sects dividing it among themselves, the valley had gradually returned to tranquility over these past 20 days, even becoming more prosperous than before. With the implementation of the special recruitment order, the number of inner disciples surged by dozens, while the outer disciples increased by hundreds. The miscellaneous disciples also welcomed an influx of over 100 from among the scattered cultivators. Furthermore, with the sect's external and internal formations in place, along with an increase in contributions to the sect, the workload also intensified. Everywhere within the sect, people were busy practicing spells and fulfilling tasks, creating an atmosphere of prosperity indeed. Han Yu did not know how Wanshan Valley had managed to stabilize the situation, but seeing the bustling activity around him, he could not help but feel a glimmer of hope. Perhaps Wanshan Valley could withstand the storm and not be breached. Swish, swish. As he stepped out of the stone house in the morning, a faint sound of sword chirping came from not far away. Han Yu was used to it. Li Tonghai was a person who was never apart from his sword. He had to practice sword techniques daily to stay accustomed. Because of this oddity, many miscellaneous disciples regarded him with a hint of caution. His love for sword techniques gave off an air reminiscent of the spirit sword sect. However, Li Tonghai claimed to be at the 2nd layer of Qi refinement, and the sword techniques he practiced were merely mundane family traditions. At this moment, there were over 20 scattered cultivators joining the spiritual fields, and management was quite lax with no one really scrutinizing them. Since the special recruitment order was issued, the miscellaneous disciples were eager to become outer disciples at the third layer of Qi refinement, and the outer disciples were also striving to cultivate and improve their skills. As long as these scattered cultivators did not cause trouble and submitted the sect's resources on time, no one would bother to investigate them in detail. After finishing his sword practice, Li Tonghai slightly nodded at Han Yu, sheathing his sword on his back before entering the house. "Qinggu, it's time to eat." From another stone house, voices could be heard. Hui Ling stood at the door calling to Tianqing, who was standing in front of the spiritual fields. "Got it, why the rush?" Tianqing replied impatiently and nodded at Han Yu. Daofren Han. Daofren, after responding, Tianqing was about to head back into the stone house. His wife Hui Ling felt embarrassed by her husband's reprimand in front of others and awkwardly smiled, attempting to retreat into the house. At that moment, a giant banana leaf flew from the direction of the sect's main peak. Han Yu looked up, and Tianqing and Hui Ling, who were about to enter the house for a meal, also turned to look. They saw a lively and adorable girl in a green outer robe with a crimson belt descending gracefully on the banana leaf, accompanied by a child of about 10 years. "This is the spiritual fields." The girl in the green robe with a crimson belt first spoke to the child, then suddenly exclaimed, "Xiao, by where have you been again?" The white spirit dog under her feet dashed to Han Yu, panting with its tongue out, its tail wagging vigorously. The girl's cheeks flushed slightly with mild anger. As an outer sect senior sister, she should assert some authority in front of the miscellaneous disciples, yet this Xiao Bai was too unruly. However, after glancing at Han Yu, the girl exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, junior brother, have we met at Baichao Pavilion in the market?" Han Yu replied, "Yes, I have seen you before, and you gave me some moonlit grass." He recognized that the girl in the green robe was indeed Zhong Yue, who sold moonlit grass with her white spirit dog. It seemed she truly liked crimson, as she still wore it even after changing into the green outer disciple's robe. Yes, it's you. How curious, Xiao Bai is so close to you." Zhong Yu excitedly spoke a couple of sentences, but just as she was about to continue, she suddenly felt that this might undermine her authority as an outer sect senior sister. Thus, she tried to put on a serious face, but in her youthful exuberance, she appeared more amusing than imposing. Zhong Yu probably felt she was quite stern and pretended to lower her voice. "Junior brother, please show respect." Han Yu found it amusing and replied seriously, "I have met senior sister." The two exchanged smiles and were about to speak again when Tianqing hurried over, bowing deeply, his tone filled with genuine joy. "This outer sect senior sister, I am Tianqing, currently a miscellaneous disciple of the spiritual fields. I respectfully wish you good health and success in your cultivation." After speaking, he raised his face to showcase his handsome features as much as possible. However, Zhong Yu did not seem pleased and slightly frowned. Your heart is not in the right place. If you keep talking to me, you'll let Xiao Bai bite you." "Oh." Tianqing was taken aback, not expecting that his respectful greeting aimed at leaving a good impression would be met with such treatment. His wife Hui Ling hurried over nervously and cautiously, asking Qinggu, "What are you saying to this outer sect senior sister?" Tianqing shot her a cold glance, signaling her to be quiet, and then respectfully bowed to Zhong Yue. "If senior sister has orders, junior brother will certainly comply and take my leave now." After saying that, he pulled Hui Ling away, muttering under his breath, "Who told you to come over and embarrass me?" "But I was worried you didn't know the rules of the spiritual fields." The couple continued to talk as they returned to the stone house. Zhong Yu withdrew her displeased gaze and remembered the business at hand. She turned to the child beside her, saying, "Wei Xiaoluo, you live next to this junior brother, right? I'll explain the rules of the spiritual fields to you. If you have any questions, you can also ask the other senior brothers in the spiritual fields." Zhong Yu pointed at the now vacant stone house of old Taoist Li and spoke to Wei Xiaoluo. Wei Xiaoluo's eyes sparkled with cunning, nodding repeatedly, though his thoughts remained unknown. After arranging this matter, Wei Xiaoluo entered his stone house. Zhong Yu noticed that the white spirit dog was still in front of Han Yu and immediately scolded, "Xiao Bai, why aren't you coming back? If you don't come back, I'll cut off your food." Only then did the white spirit dog run back to her side. "Bad Xiao Bai, I'll deal with you later." Zhong Yu lightly kicked it in annoyance and stepped onto the banana leaf. After speaking, she suddenly remembered something and turned to look at Han Yu. "Junior brother, perhaps I shouldn't say this, but I can see Xiao Bai really likes you. I think you possess some spiritual herbs that will surely accelerate your cultivation. Now that the sect's special recruitment order is rare, if you can quickly reach the third layer of Qi refinement, prioritize your cultivation to become an outer disciple. The advantages of being an outer disciple far exceed those of being a miscellaneous disciple. Moreover, a new special recruitment order is coming soon. Even you miscellaneous disciples should prepare well for the grand competition." Han Yu felt a flicker of displeasure in his heart upon hearing the first two sentences from Zhong Yu. This Zhong Yu was always outspoken at the Baichao Pavilion and now with the white spiritual dog approaching, she again mentioned the spiritual herbs she carried. Although her words did not seem malicious and only urged him to use the spiritual herbs for cultivation quickly to reach the third level of qi refinement and enter the outer sect, one can never truly know another person's heart. She spoke far too much, especially when speculating about what others possessed, which is truly a taboo. However, upon hearing the last sentence, Han Yu was astonished. There's a special order from the sect. Even the miscellaneous disciples are to compete. Yes, I heard it from a senior sister in the inner sect. Zhong Yu said our Wanshun Valley is not in a good situation right now. When necessary, even miscellaneous disciples must play their part. Han Yu exclaimed, but it has been nearly a month, and we haven't seen any enemies. The enemies haven't come directly, but the situation hasn't improved either. All the inner and outer sect disciples at the main peak are busy. Zhong Yu explained if there were truly no further disputes with the sect need to be so vigilant. This is true. Han Yu then asked, is it possible for the sect to promote a disciple at the second level of qi refinement to the outer sect? If you excel in spells and stand out in the competition among the miscellaneous disciples, the new sect order may very well elevate you to an outer sect disciple. Hearing Zhong Yu's words, Han Yu felt a stir in his heart. If this were truly the case, there was indeed a chance to reveal his second level of qi refinement and become an outer sect disciple. However, thinking of his current cultivation at the third level of blood refinement, if he went to the main peak to meet with the deacons and elders at the foundation establishment stage, it would indeed be risky, so he temporarily dismissed the thought. Thank you for the reminder, senior sister. However, there is one thing I must advise you about, senior sister. Your white spiritual dog's ability to detect spiritual herbs is commendable, but you should manage it well in the future and not use it on others, otherwise it may not bode well in the future. Zhong Yu smiled apologetically at Han Yu. This. I truly feel embarrassed. I will pay more attention in the She then scolded the white spiritual dog at her feet. You naughty little one, did you hear that? If you dare disobey again, I will cut off your dog food and let you starve. The white spiritual dog whimpered, and only then did Zhong Yu urge the banana leaf to leave. Before departing, she left a sentence. If you need anything, junior brother, just send a message, and I will definitely help you as a token of apology. Watching the girl Zhong Yu fly away on the banana leaf, Han Yu returned to the stone house. Inside another stone house, the couple Tianqing and Hui Ling were eating in silence, their faces solemn and expressionless. Tianqing put down his bowl and chopsticks, his face cold, as he stood up. Hui Ling couldn't help but speak. Qingge, could it be that you have taken a liking to that outer sect senior sister? Nonsense. Tianqing replied without even turning his head. As his close companion, Hui Ling knew well how insincere his words were, her eyes reddening with grievance. Qingge, you said before that as long as I brought you into Wanshun Valley, you would treat me well. We would be a pair of immortal companions for a lifetime, and you would never despise me. And so what? Tianqing asked coldly. Did I rely on your help to enter Wanshun Valley? I came in here because the sect made an exception for scattered cultivators. I entered on my own merit. What does that have to do with you? Hui Ling sat quietly in her place, silently crying. But ultimately, she did not dare to provoke her beloved, fearing his anger, and refrained from speaking. The more Tianqing looked, the more annoyed he became, coldly saying, crying. That's all you know how to do. If I had known you were this useless, I shouldn't have allowed you to cultivate my profound techniques. You, a mere miscellaneous disciple of Wanshun Valley, having any connection with me, the sole heir of Qianhuan sect, is already a great fortune. Do you still want to talk back to me? Hui Ling did not dare to respond, only able to cry silently. Her husband Tianqing was someone she had met over a year ago in Qinghefang City. Because he was handsome and knew how to sweet-talk, she fell for him without hesitation and promised to find a way to bring him into Wanshun Valley. Back then, Hui Ling was still a miscellaneous disciple of Wanshun Valley. Now that they had finally made it into Wanshun Valley as a couple, happiness had not followed, and Tianqing's greed for senior sisters left her feeling sorrowful. Hui Ling had never heard of the Qianhuan sect that Tianqing mentioned. However, the mystical art of illusion and concealment was indeed extraordinary, allowing even a former miscellaneous disciple like her to slip past the deacons and enter. Beyond that, there was nothing remarkable, not at all like a true heir. Around noon, footsteps approached outside Han Ye's stone house. Senior brother, I am Wei Xiaoluo here. Han Yu stepped out. Wei junior brother, what brings you here? Have you not yet asked for your senior brother's esteemed name? My surname is Han, and my name is Han Yu. Then I shall call you senior brother Han. Wei Xiaoluo, quite clever, smiled with a hint of flattery. I would like to ask senior brother Han, there was originally a female disciple named Wei Qunyan from Wanshun Valley, a native of the Southern Li Kingdom. Have you heard of her? Han Yu was taken aback, but showed no signs of surprise. Wei Qunyan. She was originally a miscellaneous disciple in the spiritual field department. I have indeed seen her. Wei Xiaoluo quickly asked, where is she now? Where has Wei Qunyan gone? Who are you to her? I am a child of the Wei family, and I should refer to Wei Qinyan as sister, but I am too young in a branch line, so I have never met her. Wei Shaluo hurriedly replied, explaining the circumstances. Wei Qinyan used to contact people from the Wei family in Qinghefang City once every month or two, but recently there has been no contact, and the Wei family feels uneasy. Just right, I have cultivation talent, so I found a way to enter the sect to see what was going on. Han Yu had nothing to hide, and told Wei Shaluo Wei Qinyan has already died. What? How did she die? She was killed by demonic cultivators. Her luck was not too good. Han Yu then recounted the time of Wei Qinyan's death, and Wei Shaluo suddenly realized, no wonder there has been no contact with the Wei family for so long, but turns out she has already died. Then a hint of joy appeared in his eyes, and he asked Han Yu some questions about life and planting spiritual fields before hurriedly leaving. Han Yu was confused. Oh, how could a fellow member of the Wei family be happy about Wei Qinyan's death? What strange behavior is this? Forget it, it has nothing to do with me. I'll just focus on my cultivation. That night, after finishing his practice, Han Yu sensed some unusual movements outside again. This time it was not the movement of a flying artifact in the sky, but rather some miscellaneous disciple sneaking around the spiritual field doing something. Just a flash of a figure left behind a pungent odor before vanishing without a trace. Was it an original miscellaneous disciple of Wanshan Valley, or a scattered cultivator who had just recently joined? Human hearts are difficult to gauge, and Han Yu did not rush to go out and investigate. The next morning a commotion arose outside, and Han Yu went out to check. Senior Brother Hong, Senior Brother Hua, and Senior Brother Ji had grim faces standing in front of a large area of dead spiritual rice seedlings, along with several miscellaneous disciples. Nearly 20 acres of spiritual fields belonging to Li Tonghai Tianqing and a few others had been entirely poisoned. Who did this? Brother Hong, dressed in blue and already an inner sect disciple, with his chi refinement at the 6th level, asked coldly to the gathered outer disciples. Naturally, no one answered. I do not care whether any of you did this intentionally or unintentionally, spreading the poison known as spirit-corrupting powder into the spiritual fields. If you are willing to step forward, I will not pursue you to the ends of the earth. Our Wanshan Valley has never favored conflict and is known for its kindness and tolerance. If you are willing to come forward, there will surely be a chance for you to repent and start anew. If you do not step forward now, once I catch you, do not say anything about the sect. I will personally tear you to pieces, making you wish for death. His words were fierce, yet still no one responded. Just wait and see. Brother Hong swiftly scanned the expressions of the crowd, but ultimately found nothing. Anyone who has poisoned the spiritual fields today, come with me. The rest of the outer disciples gather, and do not move or leave. I want to see if anyone can find any clues. Li Tonghai Tianqing and Hui Ling, along with 2 other outer disciples, were taken away by Brother Hong for questioning, while Han Yu and the other outer disciples awaited further interrogation. Moments later, a frightened outer disciple rushed out of the management office exclaiming, I truly do not know. I don't know. To be facing death and still dare to flee. Brother Hong chased out the door, his fingers together, and shouted, Go. A swarm of serrated black leaves floated by him, spiraling through the fleeing outer disciple's body. The outer disciple was instantly severed in 2, blood gushing forth. At the same time, a pungent odor began to waft from the disciple's corpse. Brother Ji and Brother Hua immediately rejoiced, saying, Indeed it was him. This is the scent of spirit-corrupting powder. Indeed, this thief. Brother Hong nodded, his face showing anger. What great audacity. To act so brazenly beneath my very eyes. Fortunately, we caught the source in time, and have an explanation for the sect. Brother Hua laughed, saying, This isn't too bad. Rather, it shows merit. Brother Hong then turned his anger into joy. What you say is true. The 2 of you follow me to control the scent of spirit-corrupting powder to prevent harm to the spiritual fields. The rest of the outer disciples return to your places, and do not move about carelessly. Focus on your cultivation. With his words, the outer disciples hurriedly returned. After Han Yu returned to the stone house, he thought to himself that this matter was suspicious. By common sense, if someone were to use spirit-corrupting powder, they would never dare to meet Brother Hong. Yet that outer disciple did exactly that, and was killed on the spot by Brother Hong. Did Brother Hong uncover the truth, or was it a deliberate act to leave no witnesses? Could the brother who went out at night be this Brother Hong, who is at the 6th level of chi refinement, and has already become an inner sect disciple? With these doubts in his heart, Han Yu increasingly felt that the spiritual fields were fraught with danger. Not only was Brother Hong suspicious, but also the other 2 brothers, as well as all the other outer disciples, could not be trusted. From now on, he must be even more cautious and work to increase his own strength. Early the next morning, Wei Shaluo, who had just entered the sect, found Han Yu again. Brother Han, why didn't you tell me that the place I am living in is actually Li Quan's residence, the same place where Wei Qinyi was killed? I heard someone mention it yesterday, and I was quite uneasy. Han Yu had not considered this aspect before, but upon hearing Wei Xiaoluo say so, he replied that is indeed quite a coincidence. Not just a coincidence, it's downright chilling. I also share the surname Wei and live in this cursed house. Nothing bad will happen, right? Wei Xiaoluo said, Brother Han, you are the one I trust the most. If anything happens, you must help me. Han Yu glanced at him, nodding unperturbed. The one who trusts me the most yet seeks information from others. You have your own methods of gathering information. Do you still need me? It is unclear whether he is merely cunning or has other motives. In any case, it is best to keep a distance from Wei Xiaoluo. Just as the two were talking, a large banana leaf slowly floated down, on which stood 3 people. Han Yu smiled upon seeing them. The first was Brother Jin Qi, who had reached the 6th level of Qi refinement 2 years ago, and had now been granted permission to wear the inner sect's blue robes. Following Brother Jin Qi were 2 outer disciples in green robes, Sun Kong and Lu Lan. As the banana leaf slowly descended, Sun Kong and Lu Lan exchanged smiles with Han Yu, saying little, and stood behind Brother Jin Qi. Brothers Hong Ji and Hua hurried over. Brother Hong, Jin Qi slightly cupped his hands in greeting. Did Brother Jin come to convey new orders from the sect? Brother Hong smiled in return and asked. Jin Qi replied, Brother Hong reported matters yesterday, which the sect greatly appreciated. Thus I was sent to announce your rewards and other orders from the sect. A minor achievement is nothing to mention. Brother Hong humbly smiled. He then gathered the outer disciples to listen as Jin Qi announced the rewards and orders from the sect. Inner sect disciple Hong Liang, for his contributions in guarding the spiritual fields and promptly capturing the traitor, is awarded a major merit from the sect, 1 opportunity to learn a spell from the transmission pavilion and a bottle of gathering Qi pills. Outer sect disciples Ji Yida and Hua Qi similarly have 5 minor merits and receive a bottle of condensing Qi pills. Hong Liang, Ji Yida, and Hua Qi all showed joy and quickly thanked the sect for the rewards. Jin Qi solemnly announced the sect also has a new exceptional order. 3 days later, all outer disciples will participate in the grand competition. Those with outstanding talents, exceptional potential, and specialized skills will be selected to enter the outer sect. Upon this announcement, all the outer disciples displayed joy, eager to try their hand. Someone asked, Brother, are there any cultivation restrictions for participating in the outer disciple competition? Is it limited to the 1st or 2nd levels of Qi refinement? Jin Qi replied, there are no restrictions on cultivation. As long as you are above the 1st level of Qi refinement, you can participate. You must have been in the sect for over a year to qualify. The outer disciples were all elated except for the recently joined scattered cultivators, whose faces were less than pleasant. Tianqing could not help but say, Brother Jin, why do we have to be in the sect for over a year to participate? I am a scattered cultivator and already possess cultivation, so I do not need a year's practice. Jin Qi replied, this is an order from the sect, and I can only convey it and act according to my duties. Tianqing hesitated to speak, but ultimately did not voice his thoughts. If one thinks carefully, it becomes clear that the restriction of being in the sect for over a year is to block scattered cultivators from entering the outer sect, ensuring they contribute, as outer disciples, to Wanshan Valley. Scattered cultivators come from diverse backgrounds, and their intentions are hard to read. If they were allowed into the outer and inner sects, the internal formations and secrets of Wanshan Valley would leak, leaving no possibility to guard the mountain gates. After Jin Qi concluded his announcements, he explained the specific times, locations, and relevant details for the outer disciples' participation to Hong Liang. Sun Kong and Lu Lan took this opportunity to speak with Han Yu. Brother Han, your spellcasting has always been excellent. This time you must participate in the outer disciple competition and strive to enter the outer sect. Indeed, we will be waiting for you in the outer sect. Han Yu hesitated, saying, can I do this? I just reached the 2nd level of Qi refinement. Sun Kong and Lu Lan exchanged glances and laughed, saying, we have both reached the 3rd level of Qi refinement and become outer sect disciples. Now among the outer disciples, those at the 2nd level of Qi refinement are already considered strong. You are a talent in spellcasting. You will surely qualify for the outer sect. After Jin Qi finished speaking with Hong Liang, he happened to catch this remark and looked at Han Yu with a smile, saying, isn't this brother the one who entered the sect with a token a year ago, whom I brought to the spiritual fields, eh? Han Yu approached Jin Qi with a smile, saying, yes, senior brother Jin, back then when I first arrived and knew nothing, you even gave me a jade slip containing the rules and knowledge of the sect. I must thank you, senior brother Jin, for your care back then. Jin Qi chuckled. As fellow disciples, helping each other is only natural, no need for thanks. Have you reached the 2nd layer of Qi cultivation now? Yes, senior brother Jin. You have quite the talent for techniques. Jin Qi asked again. Han Yu replied, I'm not sure if that's true. Manager Wang and Sister Li have both said that my techniques are quite good. I don't know if they were just encouraging me. Senior brother Wang. He is usually quite strict. If he said your techniques are good, it must indeed be the case. Jin Qi said with a smile, Work hard, take advantage of this opportunity to join the outer sect. Han Yu nodded in agreement. Sun Kong and Lu Lan looked up and saw that the spiritual rice they had planted was all poisoned and dead, feeling a sense of regret. That spy is truly despicable, such good spiritual rice, and it was poisoned before we could harvest it. They likely want our sect to have fewer resources, making it hard for us to resist their sect. Such spies must be severely punished once discovered. As they discussed this topic, Jin Shi's expression became serious. Their sect was facing great enemies and danger was indeed looming. Afterward, Jin Shi, Sun Kong, and Lu Lan left on banana leaves. Many outer disciples gathered around Hong Liangji Yida and Hua Qi, inquiring about the outer disciple competition and signing up to participate. Han Yu quietly observed for a moment before silently returning to his stone house. That night, after finishing his training of the Qinghe Qi cultivation method and blood refining technique, Han Yu could no longer use the refining technique within the Qi cultivation realm. He had already mastered other spells and began to contemplate the upcoming outer disciple competition. If he didn't participate, it would be somewhat unreasonable. So many people had witnessed it today, and Jin Shi, Sun Kong, and Lu Lan had expectations of him. If he participated, how much should he perform? Should he aim to become an outer disciple? This required careful consideration. Tomorrow he would simply inquire about the situation and then find a way to exchange his 5 minor skills at the Law Exchange Pavilion for a spell. At that moment, a large and small crow flew in and landed in front of Han Yu. Just as he was about to groom their feathers, the large crow softly called out, indicating that there was something happening outside. Han Yu stood up and looked outside, only to see a figure quietly standing in front of his spiritual field with a pungent odor wafting through the air. The person who had released the poisonous substance had come again, this time intending to poison his Qinghe spiritual rice. This matter could not be ignored. Han Yu quietly instructed the large and small crows, and they flew out of the window, stealthily approaching that person. Han Yu himself quietly opened the door using the concealment technique to minimize his presence, with 2 drops of essence blood hovering by his side, ready to strike down that person. That person was quite alert. Whether he sensed the 2 crows approaching or noticed Han Yu stepping out, he immediately put away the poisonous substance and turned to flee. The 2 crows promptly unleashed wind blades from their mouths. Under the night sky, that person suddenly fell to the ground with a muffled grunt. Clearly not dead, but his leg had certainly been injured. Han Yu slowly approached, not getting too close, but using the small technique taught by old Taoist Li, he transmitted his voice secretly. "Who are you?" The person suppressed his voice and bitterly said, "I am a disciple of the Spirit Beast sect. I am one of our own. I am from the Wei family of the Southernly nation." It turned out to be the newly initiated Wei Shaoluo. He had actually started poisoning the Qinghe spiritual rice with the poisonous substance just a few days after entering the sect. Han Yu, seeing him reveal his identity and mistakenly take himself for one of the Spirit Beast sect's own people, transmitted his voice again. "What does it matter if you are from the Wei family? Since you have commanded the Spirit Beasts to break my leg, you must be from the Spirit Beast sect. I wonder if you know that the Spirit Beast sect has decided to let the Wei family overthrow the regime in the Southernly nation. I came to Wanchun Valley to contact Wei Qinyan to incite her to rebel against Wanchun Valley, and secondly to poison." Wei Shaoluo hurriedly spoke, unable to suppress a deep breath, clearly in great pain. Han Yu continued to transmit his voice. "Do you have any identification?" "Yes, it's all in my storage bag." "Who else knows your identity?" "Hong Liang knows too. He killed someone yesterday to help cover for me." Before Wei Shaoluo could finish, 2 drops of blood essence shot through the night sky, piercing through his forehead, and his body immediately slumped to the ground. Han Yu raised his hand, and the large crow descended from the sky, landing on his shoulder. "Bring me his storage bag." Han Yu also transmitted his voice to the large crow. The large crow nodded, spread its wings, seized the storage bag beside Wei Shaoluo, and returned to Han Yu. Seeing nothing amiss, Han Yu immediately put Wei Shaoluo's body into his own storage bag, instructing the large and small crows to quickly clean up the surrounding bloodstains before hastily returning to his stone house. Hong Liang, at the 6th layer of Qi cultivation, chose to side with the Spirit Beast sect. Yesterday's killing of that outer disciple was indeed intentional on Hong Liang's part. The poisonous substance was his frame-up, and he had deliberately killed someone in public. This matter must not be made public. Wei Shaoluo could only be missing, not killed by Han Yu. Otherwise, with the current turmoil in Wanchun Valley, Han Yu would immediately become a thorn in the side of the Spirit Beast sect spies, not knowing when he would be schemed against. After calming his emotions, Han Yu carefully inspected Wei Shaoluo's storage bag for any tracking spells or similar techniques left behind. Only then did he examine the items inside. After calming his emotions, Han Yu carefully inspected Wei Shaoluo's storage bag for any tracking spells or similar techniques left behind. Only then did he examine the items inside. Finally ingest it, unless they were foolish enough to drink it themselves. A jade slip named Basic Qi Cultivation Method which was much simpler and rougher than the Qinghe Qi cultivation method. This was the method mostly used by loose cultivators outside. Wei Xiaoluo had practiced this to reach the first layer of Qi cultivation before mingling into Wanchun Valley. Another jade slip was the Qinghe Qi cultivation method. This was obtained by Wei Xiaoluo after entering the sect, and Han Yu himself also possessed it, rendering it useless. Lastly, there was one more jade slip, Beast Heart Telepathy, which detailed the method for disciples of the Spirit Beast sect to communicate with their spirit beasts. In the initial stage of cultivation, they can establish a telepathic connection. With further cultivation, to ensure absolute control over the spirit beasts, one must cultivate the Beast Heart telepathy pattern, named the Beast Heart Telepathy Contract. Han Yu glanced at it, thinking that he didn't need to have absolute control over the crows. The large and small crows raised through the blood refining technique had a good relationship with him, and the Beast Heart Telepathy Contract was unnecessary. However, the initial stage of cultivation for short-range telepathy could still be learned. Finally, there was a token of Wei Xiaoluo's identity as a spy of the Spirit Beast sect, a heavy object shaped like a beast's head, neither metal nor iron. After inspecting the items, Han Yu put them all back. After a moment, the large and small crows returned, signaling to Han Yu that they had cleaned up all the bloodstains. Having been raised through the blood refining technique, they were extremely sensitive to blood. Now, they were spiritual birds, far more perceptive in this regard than humans. After praising the two crows, Han Yu rewarded them each with 2 drops of essence blood, instructing them to take Wei Xiaoluo's storage bag and hide it outside. Having tidied everything up, he waited quietly for dawn. The morning sunlight spilled over the spirit field in Wanchun Valley, causing the green seedlings to sway gently. Han Yu, as usual, patrolled around his spirit field. The spirit erosion powder from yesterday had only appeared briefly and had not yet harmed the Qinghe spirit rice. Not far away, the sound of swordplay echoed as Li Tonghai practiced his swordsmanship once more. He nodded slightly at Han Yu before returning to his stone house. Han Yu merely nodded in response. Was Li Tonghai righteous and fearless, or was he simply not intending to hide anything? Was he a member of the Spirit Sword sect, or just a straightforward martial arts hero? Perhaps Han Yu could test Li Tonghai by asking about the martial exploits of the 3 friends of the Spring Forest. That might reveal whether he was involved in the martial world. However, this was not particularly necessary for Han Yu. With many spies within the sect and the atmosphere unstable, his primary concern was self-preservation. It was not his responsibility to help the sect root out spies, nor did he possess the strength to do so. Qinggu, it's time to eat. A gentle call came from not far away. Han Yu felt a hint of awareness and turned to see Tianqing bowing his head, inspecting his spirit field. Just now was he looking at me? As soon as Han Yu thought of this, Tianqing's face lit up with an expression of having just spotted him, smiling as he greeted. Han, senior brother, are you also inspecting the spirit field? Yesterday I noticed you didn't sign up for the servant-disciple competition with Manager Han. Are you going to register today? Tianqing continued to smile. Han Yu naturally wouldn't tell him the truth of his thoughts, merely saying, I don't have much confidence in this, and am still considering whether to participate. Han, senior brother, you are too modest. Yesterday, both inner and outer disciples praised your talent and techniques. The opportunity to become an outer disciple is right before you. How can you not participate? Tianqing showered him with compliments. If Han, senior brother, participates, you will surely become an outer disciple and learn even more profound techniques from the sect. Tianqing showered him with compliments. If Han, senior brother, participates, you will surely become an outer disciple and learn even more profound techniques from the sect. To understand more in advance. The concealment technique was sufficient for him to face Qi refining realm cultivators without revealing flaws, but once a foundation establishment realm cultivator got close enough to probe his internal spiritual presence, they would easily discover the blood symbol from his practice of the blood refinement technique. Now that he had reached the 3rd layer of blood refinement, there were already 3 blood patterns on the symbol, making it impossible to dispel his cultivation easily. Qinggu, it's time to eat. Are you chatting with Han, senior brother? Huiling spoke as she walked over. Tianqing shot her a cold glance. What does it have to do with you? Go back and wait. Oh. Huiling looked aggrieved, wanting to say something, but hesitating. I just wanted to ask, Han, senior brother has been in the sect for more than a year. He should have at least 10 small skills by now, right? Can he go to the technique pavilion to exchange for techniques? Tianqing's eyes brightened at once, but then he immediately darkened his expression. Nonsense. How can we pry into Han, senior brother's affairs? After saying this, he forced a smile at Han Yu, saying apologies, and hurriedly pulled Huiling back to the stone house. What use is it to say these things to someone with the surname Han? After entering the house, Tianqing slapped Huiling's face with his hand. Huiling murmured, Qinggu, didn't you say that the secret technique of the Qianhuan sect, which changes one's appearance, is hidden among the 5 sects of the southern region and within the demon cultivators of the Blood Magic Gate? You want to infiltrate the most peaceful Wanchun Valley and obtain the ancient secret techniques through the technique pavilion. I was just going to help you inquire. Slap. Another slap struck her face. Tianqing gritted his teeth. Is there a way to inquire like that? We risked being detected by Foundation establishment cultivators to enter Wanshan Valley, barely managing to blend in, and you almost caused us to be exposed. I can't personally choose techniques from the technique pavilion without knowing what secret techniques I need, and I must also utilize my Qianhuan sect's unique methods to unleash the maximum power. How could you possibly ask a servant disciple at the second layer of Qi refinement? He knows nothing. Huiling's face was red from the slaps, and with tears in her eyes, she softly said, Qinggu, please don't be angry. I was thinking. It's precisely because he is a servant disciple at the second layer of Qi refinement that we are able to ask him. Look at how young he is with cultivation comparable to both of us at the second layer, soon transitioning into the outer door. The servant disciples of Wanshan Valley are generally inexperienced. If we approach him with a few questions at the door, he won't understand what's going on at all. Even if he notices something is off, we could just kill him directly, and it wouldn't be much trouble. The secret would still be. Don't you agree, Qinggu? Tianqing raised his hand, causing Huiling to shrink back, fearing another. However, Tianqing merely touched her swollen cheek and smiled. What you said does make some sense. Huiling immediately smiled flatteringly. Tianqing twisted her arm hard, and she didn't dare to cry out in pain, fearing that her beloved would become an. Think carefully about how to trick this kid into going to the technique pavilion to help check the techniques. We must come up with a good plan. We managed to evade the Foundation establishment cultivators with the secret technique. We cannot return empty-handed. Another pair of restless individuals. Han Yu sensed the unusual expressions and words of Tianqing, and Huiling, feeling that it was becoming increasingly difficult to cultivate peacefully in this spirit field. They had brought in 3 neighboring loose cultivators, all of whom had issues. Wei Shaluo was a spy from the spirit beast sect. Li Tonghai was suspected to be a spy from the spirit sword sect, and the motives of the couple Tianqing and Huiling were unclear, but they were clearly seeking something. If the servant-disciple competition was not too strict in its scrutiny, becoming an outer disciple would also be a good choice. At least once he moved to the main peak, he would be far away from these loose cultivators, and there would be significantly fewer spies. Of course, the chances of encountering elders and stewards would also increase greatly. This had its pros and cons. Han Yu pondered this in his heart as he walked towards the management office. Hong Liang and Ji Yida were not present. Only Hua Qi, who was usually the easiest to talk to, was there. Upon seeing Han Yu, Hua Qi smiled. I heard that Brother Jin called your name yesterday. Why didn't you register for the servant-disciple competition? It turns out you wanted to avoid the crowd and came today. Come, I'll register you. It needs to be submitted to the sect tomorrow, and the official competition will be the day after. Han Yu had already decided not to refuse to avoid drawing attention. Then I'll trouble Brother Hua. No trouble at all, and no need to be polite. Given your age and talent, even if you don't enter the outer door this time, you will definitely enter in the future. Hua Qi smiled as he registered Han Yu's name and age. Han Yu, 13 years old with 4 spiritual roots at the second layer of Qi refinement, had been in the sect for 1 year and 2 months. After completing the registration, Han Yu attempted to inquire about the details of the servant-disciple competition. Hua Qi was friendly, and since Han Yu was also quite promising and no one was there to interrupt, he began to explain the upcoming competition. This time the sect's servant-disciple competition is once again breaking the norm to admit outer disciples. To put it simply, it is because our sect's situation is severe and we must increase the number of reliable disciples under our banner. Over the past month, our sect has tried every means to communicate with the other 4 sects, attempting to forge connections and offer them benefits in hopes of gaining a respite, but there has been almost no progress. The sect must prepare for the worst while avoiding mixing good with bad. We can only choose the more outstanding and useful among the reliable servant disciples to further strengthen the sect and the main peak's power. Hua Qi first explained the reasons for the new exceptions, and Han Yu, who had been puzzled before, suddenly felt enlightened. The disciples of the miscellaneous sect originally numbered 2 to 3,000. Previously, a few hundred entered the outer sect after reaching the 3rd level of Qi refinement. It is said that due to the crisis in the sect, dozens fled, and now only about 2,000 remain. After scattered cultivators join the sect, they become miscellaneous disciples and are not counted in this grade. It is estimated that more than 1,000 miscellaneous disciples will participate in the competition, divided into 20 platforms for the contest, which will take almost a whole day. Additionally, there will also be selections for refining tools, alchemy talismans, and spiritual herbs among the excellent ones. Han Yu listened to Hua Qi introduce many details about the miscellaneous disciples, and then inquired about those who would observe and host this grand competition. Hua Qi replied, the ones supervising the selection are the inner sect deacons, while maintaining order are the inner and outer disciples. The final results will be reported to Elder Bai and Elder Yin, and then to the sect master and the supreme elder. Han Yu asked in surprise, does this mean that all 2,000 disciples must undergo a tiered examination? from the deacon to the elders, and then to the sect master. That must take quite a bit of time, right? A day may not be enough for the selection. It's not that exaggerated. Hua Qi laughed heartily from the registration stage. We have already eliminated 99% of the possibility of spies infiltrating. They are all trustworthy disciples of the sect. Only those miscellaneous disciples who genuinely qualify to enter the outer sect will be noticed by the deacons. The rest cannot even enter the outer sect. Even if they have other intentions, they can only return to farming and serving, and there is no need for further scrutiny. Listening to Hua Qi's detailed explanation, Han Yu gradually relaxed. The sect master and elders of Wanshan Valley are currently very busy. The miscellaneous disciples who are granted special admission to the outer sect are mainly the responsibility of the deacons, and at that time, they will only distribute the identity tokens and clothing of outer disciples and arrange for accommodations without further verification. If that's the case, it wouldn't hurt to give it a try as an outer disciple. After all, the miscellaneous disciples are mixed with spies, and even someone like Hong Liang, who is in charge, secretly joined the Spirit Beast sect, which poses a significant danger. Senior brother Hua, I have some sect's small contributions left. Is it still possible to exchange for spells at the Law Transmission Pavilion? Han Yu inquired. About that, Hua Qi pondered for a moment. I am currently overseeing the spiritual fields, and both Senior Brother Hong and Senior Brother Ji are not here right now, so I truly cannot take you to the Main Peaks Law Transmission Pavilion. If you go on your own, you might be mistaken for a spy by the Main Peaks patrol team. You need someone familiar to take you to it. Do you have anyone familiar? For instance, yesterday's Senior Brother Jean, or the two outer sect junior brothers and sisters. I can send a message for them to take you to the Law Transmission Pavilion. Han Yu thought to himself that although Senior Brother Jean is a good person, it wouldn't be right to trouble him now. Sun Kong and Lu Lan are familiar with him, but they just entered the outer sect, and he has no magical tools to transport himself back and forth. Suddenly thinking of someone who still owes him a favor and happens to have a flying magical tool, he said, Outer disciple, Zhong, you can pick me up and drop me back. Hua Qi looked somewhat surprised though. Zhong Yu, that reckless little girl. A few days ago she brought the miscellaneous disciple Wei Xiaoluo here, dropped him off, and then left. It was Wei Xiaoluo who found Senior Brother Han to register, but she didn't even hand him over to us. Saying this, he couldn't help but chuckle. Do you know this little girl? It should be fine to have her take me to the law trans. Alright, I don't have time right now. When I return to the main peak in the evening, I will send a message for you. She will come to pick you up tomorrow. Hua Qi said. Thank you, Senior Brother Hua. Han Yu expressed his gratitude. Since Senior Brother Hua was willing to say so much and send a message, it was already a gesture of goodwill. Han Yu naturally could not demand that he neglect his responsibilities and cultivation to take him to the Law Transmission Pavilion. Returning to his spiritual field from the management office, before he even entered the house, Tian Qing popped his head out smiling and greeting. Hey, Senior Brother Han, did you register? Yes, I registered. Oh, that's wonderful. Since we entered the sect, my wife and I have had the best relationship with Senior Brother Han, and we are the most cared for by you. Tian Qing appeared very happy now that Senior Brother Han has registered for the competition. It seems you will soon become an outer disciple. We definitely need to celebrate this properly. Senior Brother Han, you must not decline. I have wine and dishes here, and I will steam another pot of spiritual rice. You must come for lunch to celebrate in advance. My wife and I also have a few heartfelt words to share with you. Han Yu was somewhat dazed by this sudden outburst of enthusiasm and hurriedly declined. No need, let's talk about it later. He didn't even need to think much to know that the other party must have ulterior motives. A meal might lead to all sorts of troublesome matters. Senior Brother Han, I will have to trouble you more in the future. You must favor us. Tian Qing quickly said as he walked over to enthusiastically persuade him. No need. Han Yu directly frowned and returned to his stone house. Such matters do not need to be entangled. If he didn't want to go, then he wouldn't. The previous Wei Xiaoluo who wanted Han Yu's help had now completely cooled down. What help were Tian Qing and his wife even talking about? Was it the kind of help that was life and death? Han Yu thought that having refused nothing would happen, but unexpectedly by noon Tian Qing and Hui Ling actually brought wine and dishes to his door, saying they must express their gratitude. Seeing them come to his door, Han Yu simply did not hold back. He opened the door, left the dishes and spiritual rice, and told them to take the wine back. Alright, I accept your kindness. Seeing them come to his door, Han Yu simply did not hold back. He opened the door, left the dishes and spiritual rice, and told them to take the wine. This kid doesn't seem so easy to deal with either. What should we do? Senior Brother Han, could you let us in to say a few words of gratitude? Hui Ling pleaded softly. Han Yu shook his head slightly. There's no need to thank me. There's nothing you need to thank me for. Whatever you want to say doesn't need to be hidden. You can say it right here, and it's the same. Tian Qing and Hui Ling both gritted their teeth at once. This brat was not only difficult to deal with, but was simply a stubborn stone. How can we talk here? Although it's some distance from the road, can it be the same as talking inside the house? Hui Ling hesitated for a moment, looking at Tianqing, and tentatively asked, Han, you seen your brother Han? Besides thanking you, we also want to ask you about learning spells at the Law Transmission Pavilion. As we understand it, the sect only requires 10 small contributions to exchange for a spell. Is that correct? Seeing that the couple no longer insisted on entering the house to speak, Han Yu felt a bit more at ease. Talking like this at the door shouldn't cause any problems. 10 small contributions can exchange for quite decent spells. The sect has a special allowance now, so now only 5 small contributions can be exchanged for ordinary spells. Tianqing and Hui Ling were greatly surprised. Is that so? Was it not always 10 small contributions before? Now it's only 5. How come we didn't know? Oh, we are scattered cultivators, just starting out, and it's inevitable that we are different from your original disciples. After saying a few words, Tianqing did not let Hui Ling speak anymore, and instead talked directly to Han Yu, senior brother. Han, do you currently have enough small contributions to prepare for exchanging spells? If not, senior brother Han, do you have any plans for exchange? My wife and I have been in Qinghe Fangshi for many years and have quite a bit of experience. Perhaps we can help you consider it. Consult. Han Yu immediately rejected, saying, there is nothing to consult about. I won't tell others what spells I exchange for. Tianqing's face first stiffened, then, after a moment of contemplation, he joyfully said, so senior brother Han is indeed planning to exchange for spells before the great competition, right? I won't pry into what spells you've exchanged, senior brother Han. I just want to share some suggestions and experiences with you. Whether you listen or not is entirely up to you. How does that sound? After speaking without caring whether Han Yu was impatient or not, he directly continued. In the foundation establishment stages 1 to 3, most cultivators think of combat spells like wind blade technique or fireball technique, or defensive spells like earth control technique. However, they fail to consider that true combat for early stage cultivators is extremely perilous. With their weak strength, how can they ensure they remain undefeated? First, you must avoid being detected by your enemy, able to attack and retreat at will. That is what it means to stand undefeated. Han Yu wasn't originally prepared to listen further, but Tianqing's words actually made some sense, sparking his interest. Oh, if that's the case, what spell should I choose? Seeing that he was finally willing to say a few more words, Tianqing instantly became animated. Senior brother Han, listen to me. I really have some insights in this area. Spells like wind blade technique, fireball technique, and earth control technique may seem useful, but they are not particularly effective for early stage cultivators. The truly useful spells are actually 2. One is the wind control technique, which you have already learned. Once you have this spell, if you cannot defeat your opponent, you can turn and flee, and generally enemies at the same early stage will not be able to catch up. The other spell, I can't quite remember if it's called phantom body or illusion, maybe it's not named that, but I know the spell's purpose. It uses spiritual aura to create an illusion combining reality and mirage, making it impossible for the enemy to find your true figure. In this way, when the enemy attacks you, they will hit the illusion, and you will have ample time to either escape or launch a deadly strike against them. This is the essential combat and life-saving method for early-stage cultivators, and I believe it will definitely be useful for senior brother Han once exchanged. Han Yu listened carefully, noticing that the couple Tianqing and Hui Ling seemed particularly eager for him to exchange for this spell, and he sensed that something was amiss. He'll think about it. I still feel that wind blade technique is a bit better, he said. Tianqing couldn't help but be surprised. Had he wasted his breath with all that advice? At that moment, a banana leaf flew from the direction of the sect's main peak, landing in front of Han Yu's spiritual field. 2 inner disciples dressed in blue landed on the ground. One was Hong Liang, and the other was Wang Hui, who managed the spiritual field. Upon seeing the 2 inner disciples land directly here, Tianqing's hand trembled slightly, and Hui Ling instinctively swallowed, both feeling tense. However, Hong Liang and Wang Hui disregarded them and continued their conversation. Junior brother Wang, this is the residence of Wei Kunyi's brother Wei Shaluo. He specifically asked me to inquire about you, wanting to thank you for taking care of his sister. Of course, he also wants to ask about some matters regarding his sister Wei Kunyi. Wang Hui had a somewhat complex expression as he spoke. I don't know if his sister triggered the magic cultivator's attack early. Is that my misfortune or my good fortune? If it weren't for angering that old scoundrel Li Quan, she might still be living well, and I would still be managing the spiritual field instead of being exiled outside. Now that the sect is in trouble, I finally have the chance to come back, otherwise I might have really died out there. As the 2 conversed, they passed by Han Yu's spiritual field and arrived at the location where Li Laodao originally managed the spiritual field, which is now where Wei Shaluo resides. Wei Shaluo, aren't you supposed to meet junior brother Wang? I've called him over, come out quickly. Hong Liang called. After calling out a couple more times, Wang Hui couldn't help but say, is he not here? Hong Liang frowned. Not here? That shouldn't be. It was agreed upon. Wei Shaluo. Wei Shaluo. After calling out a couple more times, Hong Liang frowned and walked to the window, peering inside and becoming displeased. He really isn't here. This kid is so carefree he asked me to invite you over, yet he himself has run off somewhere. Wang Hui suddenly recalled the previous matters with Zhang Shan and Li Quan and suggested, isn't it a bit strange? Should we search around? If they were to search and find any items belonging to the spirit beast sect, wouldn't Wei Xiaoluo be exposed? How else could he continue being a spy? Hong Liang immediately covered for Wei Xiaoluo. There's no need to search, he probably just happened to be out. He then asked Han Yu, Tianqing, and Hui Ling, have you seen Wei Xiaoluo? All three shook their heads, indicating they had not seen him. Hong Liang then asked Li Tonghai, who had just stepped out the door with a sword on his back, and you come here. Have you seen Wei Xiaoluo? Li Tonghai walked over, and upon getting closer, he first stared at Hong Liang in surprise, then seemingly realized something, and lowered his head to answer. Manager, Hong, I haven't seen him. Hong Liang didn't want to complicate things too much, and after hearing the answer, he waved his hand directly. All right, it's none of your business. You all can go back. Where has that kid Wei Xiaoluo run off to? He then smiled at Wang Hui, saying, Junior brother Wang, you just returned not long ago, and I haven't had the chance to treat you to a welcome meal. I also need to learn more about managing the spiritual field from you. Since it's dinner time today, let me treat you to a round of fine Qinghe wine at the market. How does that sound? That would be too much. Qinghe wine is quite precious. Wang Hui patted his stomach and laughed heartily, his eyes flickering, then asked, should we look for Wei Xiaoluo or search for him? It's just a coincidence that he's not here. There's no need for that. Hong Liang waved his hand again, laughing. Let's go have a meal first, and after we come back we might just run into him. Han Yu listened intently to their conversation and understood why Wei Xiaoluo was missing, while Hong Liang was desperately downplaying the seriousness of the matter. If they were to search carefully, what if Wei Xiaoluo left something that pointed to him? Wouldn't that be seeking death? Seeing that Hong Liang was still unwilling to search Wei Xiaoluo's residence or find his whereabouts, Wang Hui glanced at Hong Liang with a thoughtful expression and smiled. Oh, what senior brother Hong said makes sense. He glanced around, saw Han Yu, and immediately walked over with a smile. You are Han Yu, right? I remember you. Have you reached the second layer of foundation establishment yet? Senior brother Wang, I have already reached the second layer of foundation establishment, Han Yu replied. Oh, that's good, Wang Hui said with a smile, patting him on the shoulder. Last time you told me I could become an inner disciple, and now I truly have become one. It seems I have you to thank. It turned out to be an unexpected reality. As he spoke, he signaled strongly with his eyes and deliberately patted Han Yu's arm hard. Han Yu immediately realized, making eye contact with Wang Hui to confirm what message he was trying to convey. At this moment, Hong Liang approached as well. Han Yu glanced at Hong Liang again and suddenly noticed that his eyes had a faint redness compared to others with a bit of bloodshot. Huh, is this a trace of the blood refining technique after consuming blood food? Hasn't he allied with the spirit beast sect? Moreover, Hong Liang's hair isn't red and there's no bloody scent around him. Han Yu was uncertain about the situation with Hong Liang, but Wang Hui's hints had been received, which was always a... At that moment, Wang Hui, perhaps worried that Han Yu was too young and didn't know what to do specifically, said, Junior brother Han, I see that you have great talent in magical arts. Your future is bound to be bright. I have always gotten along well with Junior brother Ji and Junior brother Hua. If you ever need assistance in the future, feel free to seek them out. Just mention my name and they will definitely not refuse. Yes, Senior brother Wang, I understand. Han Yu nodded in response. Hong Liang chuckled beside them. Senior brother Wang truly is someone who appreciates talent. If other servant disciples knew of this care, they might feel uncomfortable. Those talentless individuals neither bring me benefits nor pose a threat. Why should I fear them? Wang Hui said boldly. Senior brother Hong, shall we go and enjoy some fine Qinghe wine? Let's go. Today we must drink to our heart's content. As the two conversed, they rode on banana leaves towards the Qinghe market. Li Tonghai watched their disappearing figures with a cold snort full of anger before heading straight back to his stone house. Tianqing and Hui Ling, the couple, let out a sigh of relief and shrank back towards their home. Han Yu, not bothering to care about Li Tonghai's unusual behavior at that moment, darkened his gaze and suddenly called out to Tianqing and Hui Ling, you two wait. He did not seek trouble, but unexpectedly, as soon as Wang Hui returned to the spiritual field, he brought trouble with him. He instructed him to find Ji Yida and Hua Qi to report Hong Liang's abnormalities. In such a rush, caught up in the trouble of inner sect disciples' betrayal, should he send a message or not? Regardless of whether he sent it or not, Han Yu would have to face scrutiny from the elders afterwards. For safety's sake, Han Yu had to either quickly flee the spiritual field and Wanchun Valley or once again forfeit his 3 levels of blood refinement. Otherwise, with the blood symbol suspended at his dantian, any elder probing with Foundation Establishment realm power would not be able to conceal it. The breath-restraining technique could help him conceal his aura when not being touched by outsiders, but while probing in person at the Foundation Establishment level, it could not be hidden. It was because of this that Han Yu called out to Tianqing and Hui Ling. Whether fleeing Wanchun Valley or forfeiting the blood symbol again, trouble had already caught up and the matter had escalated. This couple had ulterior motives and concealed malice, so Han Yu simply decided to resolve it all at once. Senior brother Han, what else is there? You ask what else there is. Han Yu pressed his fingers together, and in an instant a flame surged forth from his fingertips, striking directly at Tianqing. Tianqing pulled Hui Ling in front of him as a shield, while retreating, shouting, "Why are you attacking us? Are you perhaps a spy? Under Senior Brother Wang's orders, I am here specifically to capture you." Han Yu shouted, "You two are acting suspiciously, prying into the affairs of the Law Pavilion, and you still want surrender." As he shouted, another flame spell shot towards Tianqing. Tianqing was horrified. This kid was merely 12 or 13 years old at the second level of Qi refinement. How could his spells be so proficient? He hurriedly formed hand seals and crouched down. Han Yu's first flame struck Hui Ling. She was caught off guard as her husband used her as a shield, and suddenly her body ignited, rolling on the ground and crying out in agony. Her previously ordinary face underwent a drastic change, no longer resembling her former self. The second flame chased after Tianqing, but burned nothing. That Tianqing trembled violently, and with a bang shattered, revealing it to be an illusion. The real Tianqing had already stepped onto the wind control technique, fleeing 100 feet away in a flash. This person rode off into the distance, and before the other servant disciples could react, he rushed straight towards the exit of the spiritual field. Han Yu called out a couple of times, seeing that no one was stopping Tianqing. He simply stopped shouting. Looking at Hui Ling on the ground, her eyes filled with tears, her beautiful face was already on the verge of death. Han Yu did not relax his vigilance at all, pressed his fingers together, and prepared to cast another flame spell. Hui Ling's voice was faint, gritting her teeth. She whispered, "The 1,000 illusion secret technique. I once recorded a copy and carried it with me. This technique can deceive Foundation establishment cultivators probing and is useful for transformation. You are a genius. One day surpass this secret technique over Tianqing and make him regret for me. Take a breath of vengeance." With these final words, she breathed her last, her eyes fixed on Han Yu. Han Yu focused, not relaxing his vigilance, and sent another wind control technique rushing towards Hui Ling. Seeing that she truly had died, and there was no hidden trick, he quickly moved forward and took out a jade slip. As he looked again, Hui Ling's eyes gradually closed as if she had already passed away. Just as he put away the jade slip, Li Tonghai and several servant disciples arrived at the sound, and saw a female corpse lying in front of Han Yu. All of them were astonished. Not far away, more servant disciples Ji Yida and Hua Qi also rushed over upon hearing the commotion. "What happened? Han Yu, who killed this woman? Oh, isn't this Ling Hui?" Ji Yida and Hua Qi asked in surprise upon their arrival. Han Yu hurriedly explained, "Just now Tianqing and Hui Ling came to me questioning about the spells of the Law Pavilion, I felt they were not well-intentioned." Just then Senior Brother Hong and Senior Brother Wang arrived, and Senior Brother Wang instructed me to handle something. This couple was spying nearby, and I suspected they were spies, and indeed there was something wrong upon testing them. I killed Hui Ling on the spot, and Tianqing just fled outside. Hua Qi shook his head directly. "You say this is Hui Ling?" "No, this is Ling Hui. She was originally a servant disciple of the spiritual field, having disappeared for about a year after leaving Wanchun Valley without a trace. I never expected her to return with a new identity and become a spy." Ji Yida said, "The situation is urgent. Let's not discuss the reasons for now. We must capture that Tianqing first. He can't have run far." Han Yu immediately said that Tianqing isn't the most important thing. There's another matter that requires both of you to quickly inform the sect. This is also the most important task entrusted to me by Senior Brother Wang. What could be more important than capturing spies? Ji Yida frowned and asked. Han Yu stepped forward and whispered to Ji Yida and Hua Qi. "Senior Brother Wang hinted to me that Hong Liang has issues. Right now, he went to the market together with Hong Liang. The sect should capture Hong Liang first." "What?" Ji Yida and Hua Qi were greatly shocked. "Are you serious?" "Indeed, Senior Brother Wang hinted to me, and I also saw Hong Liang's eyes turning red, as if he had cultivated the blood refinement technique," Han Yu said. "How do you know that the blood refinement technique causes one's eyes to turn red?" Ji Yida asked. "Last time when Elder Wen examined me, he specifically explained it." After Han Yu replied, Ji Yida and Hua Qi exchanged glances, then made a quick decision. "He'll go after Tianqing. Hua Shidi, you go to the sect to report on Hong Liang. You 4 servant disciples first confine Han Yu in the room, and he is not allowed to leave a step waiting for the sect's judgment. The other servant disciples all return to your rooms and are not allowed to go out. Anyone going out will be treated as a spy." With everything arranged, Ji Yida took off on his artifact, heading straight for the exit of the spiritual field. Hua Qi rode on his artifact towards the main peak of the sect. Li Tonghai and the other servant disciples returned, while the 4 servant disciples guarded Han Yu in the stone house. Once inside the stone house, Han Yu let out a quiet sigh. At this moment, he had to either seize the opportunity to escape the spiritual field while the senior brothers were away, or forfeit his 3 levels of blood refinement. He must make a decision. Thinking of what Hui Ling had said about the Thousand Illusion secret technique, which could deceive Foundation establishment cultivators' probing and methods of transformation, Han Yu's heart stirred. If he mastered this ability, it could have significant applications in the future. Picking up the jade slip of the Thousand Illusion secret technique, Han Yu observed it for a moment, gradually revealing a look of joy. This secret technique arrived just in time. The Thousand Illusions secret art in Han Yu's hands originates from a sect known as the Qianwan sect. The secret techniques in his possession mainly manifested in the abilities demonstrated by the couple Tianqing, such as concealing their cultivation, altering their appearance, and creating illusions to confuse enemies. What surprised Han Yu the most was, of course, the method of concealing cultivation. While the method of concealing cultivation through the breathing technique was already quite powerful, Tianqing and Hui Ling, who practiced the Nine Illusions secret art, had been scrutinized multiple times by Foundation establishment experts during their visits to the market in Wanchun Valley, yet they never encountered any issues. Especially during their entry, Hui Ling was originally a servant disciple of Wanchun Valley practicing the Qing Qi cultivation method with only the second level of Qi refinement, yet she managed to evade the scrutiny of a Foundation establishment expert, showcasing the remarkable concealment capabilities of the Nine Illusions secret art. Time was of the essence. Although the Nine Illusions secret art had other aspects such as Tianqing's actions to find relevant techniques from the 5 sects of the southern region to enhance the secret art or to modify it, Han Yu could not afford to think about that for now. He replicated a xuanqing fruit and swallowed it, relying on the clarity and heightened cultivation state brought by the fruit to rapidly cultivate the Nine Illusions secret art, gaining the ability to conceal his cultivation. At that time, combined with the breathing technique, the probing of Foundation establishment experts could easily be concealed. Reality and illusion give rise to each other. All forms return to illusion. Using spirit as a medium, blood as a guide, connecting spirit and blood to alter fate. Han Yu sat cross-legged inside the stone room, beginning his cultivation. The spiritual breath guided his essence, blood slowly altering according to his will, gradually concealing his cultivation and the blood symbol in his dantian. Practicing the blood refining technique became a convenience at this moment, allowing him to rapidly condense his essence blood while combining concealment and transformation. The core principle of the Nine Illusions secret art is not like the breathing technique, which merely operates through spiritual breath to hide cultivation, but rather a comprehensive transformation involving both spiritual breath and essence blood, disguising and transforming from all aspects, including spiritual breath, the meridians, the dantian, and flesh, making it a truly deceptive secret art. No wonder even close-range probes by Foundation establishment experts cannot detect any abnormalities. This secret art can indeed be called powerful. Outside, the atmosphere in the spiritual field was silent, while Han Yu focused his mind, diligently practicing the Nine Illusions secret art. Successfully operating it for the first time, the state, filled with blood qi, was concealed. Operating it again, the secret art became even more attuned to his will, concealing the third level of qi refinement to the second level with the blood symbol in his dantian completely obscured, leaving no trace. Even if a Foundation establishment individual came to investigate without harming him, they would not detect his true cultivation or the blood refining technique. This secret art is indeed formidable in terms of concealment. Han Yu activated the Nine Illusions secret art once more, ensuring the illusion was thoroughly stable. Not long after, the voice of Ji Yida could be heard from outside. Has he come out at all? Senior brother Ji, he hasn't come out, he's been cultivating inside the room. A servant disciple answered in response. With a serious expression, Ji Yida walked into the stone room, first sensing Han Yu's spiritual breath to check if it was normal and pure, then carefully observing his hair and eyes. He then began to inquire. Han Yu, tell me about the specifics of your conversation with Tianqing and Ling Hui. Did senior brother Ji catch Tianqing? Han Yu asked. Senior brother Ji did not answer Han Yu's question, instead pressing, answer what I ask you. If you conceal anything, I will question Tianqing, and you will be taken as a spy. Han Yu then detailed the day's events to Ji Yida. Tianqing and Hui Ling insisted on treating him to a meal and questioned him about the spells available for exchange at the Law Exchange Pavilion, which was very suspicious. Later, when he encountered Wang Hui and Hong Liang, he intended to capture them, resulting in one death and one escape. What did Tianqing ask regarding the spell exchanges? Ji Yida inquired further. He asked if there were any illusion spells available at the Law Exchange Pavilion and suggested I exchange for such spells. Han Yu replied, I sensed that the couple was plotting to have me exchange first so they could later seize my spells. Ji Yida listened intently and nodded. All right, I will ask Tianqing again. Tianqing has been captured. Han Yu was naturally not afraid of the questioning. He was merely telling the truth, only omitting the specific illusion spells Tianqing was looking for. At that moment, Ji Yida suddenly turned around, pretending to strike, and shouted, Spy, still trying to act innocent. Han Yu looked at him in surprise. Their gazes met, and Ji Yida awkwardly scratched his nose. I was just testing you. No other intention. It seems you really aren't a spy. After leaving the stone room, Ji Yida did not depart, but remained outside, using a magical artifact to monitor any unusual activity in the entire spiritual field. At first, Han Yu did not understand why he did not go to verify with Tian Qing, but then he realized. Ji Yida had not actually caught Tian Qing. His earlier mention of asking Tian Qing was merely a test. If Han Yu had been flustered and spewed contradictory and evasive lies, he would have fallen into the trap. Soon after, several flying magical artifacts arrived with Steward Lu and another steward leading Jin Shi and several inner disciples along with Hua Qi and a few outer disciples. Ji Yida promptly urged his magical artifact forward and reported in midair. The two stewards descended, confirmed Ling Hu's corpse, established that Tian Qing had escaped, and then inspected the residences of Tian Qing and Ling Hui before calling Han Yu out. It seems that this disciple named Han Yu is likely not a spy, Steward Lu said, placing his hand on Han Yu to sense his cultivation and spiritual breath, confirming there were no traces of other techniques. He nodded. If he were a spy, he wouldn't have reported Wang Hu's situation, nor would he have actively sought to capture Tian Qing and Ling Hui. Ji Yida lowered his head to report, indeed. It's precisely because of this that we didn't search too aggressively, nor did we force any interrogations. Hua Qi added from the side. However, the situation was urgent at the time, and we were unable to verify the matters concerning Brother Hong, and Brother Wang worried that Han Ye's words might not be true, so we could only keep him under observation for now. Steward Lu nodded. That is to be expected. Our Wanchun Valley is not a sect that is overly harsh in its demands. You all have done your best in this matter. He pressed down on Han Ye's shoulder to offer comfort. You personally eliminated a sect spy and conveyed important intelligence. This is commendable, and the sect will not let down those who have meritorious service. Next, you need not think too much. There will be rewards for you within the sect. Han Yu felt relieved, having successfully navigated the situation with the 9 illusions secret art, and softly acknowledged. At that moment, Ji Yida asked, "What about Brother Hong Liang? He likely practiced the blood refining technique. You elder, Yin has already taken people to capture him personally." Steward Lu remarked. Indeed, he had practiced the blood refining technique. Ji Yida felt a slight chill. Thankfully, they had discovered it early, or would we have been refined for our essence blood? He glanced at Han Yu again, thinking that this Han disciple was truly a loyal and devoted disciple. Tian Qing had already fled from Wanchun Valley, and unable to pursue him, Steward Lu and the others did not waste any more energy searching. The group waited outside Han Ye's stone room, attentively awaiting news from the market. Outside Qinghe Square, banana leaves fell from the air. 2 ancient locust trees stood before him, and Wang Hui was about to enter the square when Hong Liang called out to him. "Wang Shidi, wait a moment, let's have a chat." "Chat? What is there to talk about? I can barely wait to enter the square and enjoy Qinghe's fine brew." Wang Hui smiled as he spoke. "I also have some thoughts I want to share with you." Hong Liang stopped feeling sentimental as he said, "Once upon a time, both of us were outer disciples. At that time, the inner disciples soared through the skies over Qinghe Square, and we outer disciples could only watch and envy. But what use is envy? The inner disciples enjoy numerous privileges and are highly valued. It's something we outer disciples can only dream of. To become an inner disciple, the conditions were exceedingly harsh back then. One had to reach the 7th level of Qi training, accumulate merit within the sect, and pass the internal assessment to enter the inner sect." Wang Hui listened carefully and nodded. "That's true, but it was indeed difficult to enter the inner sect back then. However, we are quite lucky now to have the special promotion decree allowing us to finally become inner disciples." Before he could finish, Hong Liang shook his head dismissively. "Can our inner disciples compare with the original inner disciples? Such a special promotion means we are inferior in all aspects compared to the original ones. For example, regarding this magical tool, we were originally unable to fly directly into Qinghe Square. Now that we've become inner disciples, we still can't. What do you think we can achieve?" Wang Hui chuckled. "The sect is currently facing greater dangers than ever. Naturally, Qinghe Square cannot allow disciples to fly around using magical tools. This is quite reasonable." Hong Liang smiled mysteriously. "He Wang Shidi, your temperament is quite good, completely different from what I used to see. Could it be that the sect assigned you to guard, and it has tempered your disposition?" Wang Hui maintained his smile. "I naturally have my temper with those who are not up to par. However, I would never dare to have a temper with the sect. Moreover, since I made the mistake first accepting the punishment, what right do I have to complain? Such open-mindedness is indeed rare." Hong Liang commented. At that moment, a middle-aged man with a horse-like face walked out of the square, slowly approaching while carrying a tray. Upon reaching Wang Hui and Hong Liang, the middle-aged man displayed a flattering smile. "2 immortal masters, would you like to try the flour cake I made? It's made from fresh flowers and top-quality rice." Hong Liang chuckled. We have no gold or silver to—" As he spoke, he pulled out a small knife, carefully cutting 2 small pieces of light pink flour cake and handing them to Hong Liang and Wang Hui. Wang Hui looked at Hong Liang, smiling. As he spoke, he pulled out a small knife, carefully cutting 2 small pieces of light pink flour cake and handing them to Hong Liang and Wang Hui. Wang Hui looked at Hong Liang, smiling. Hong Liang reached out to take a piece of flour cake, smiling as he said, "Then I shall give it a try." He took a bite, nodding slightly, "Fresh, sweet, and soft, it's quite good." He then looked at Wang Hui. "Wang Shidi, would you like to try some too?" Wang Hui smiled broadly, but did not take the flour cake, instead stepping back towards the square. "Wang Shidi." Hong Liang's expression changed slightly. "What are you doing?" "Hong Liang, do you take me for a fool?" Wang Hui said while retreating. "If we were inside the square, I might have fallen for it, but outside the square—" Before he could finish, the middle-aged man selling rice cakes suddenly had his bright red hair explode, a heavy, bloody aura emanating from him. In an instant, he transformed into a blood shadow, crashing into Wang Hui, who was trying to escape, knocking him to the ground. Then a foot stomped heavily on Wang Hui's chest, forcing a mouthful of fresh blood from him. Amidst the swirling blood energy, a hoarse voice dripped with sarcasm. "Long time no see, Wang Guanshi." Wang Hui struggled to open his eyes, and seeing the face obscured by blood, recalled it with shock and anger. "Li Kuan, you old rascal." "Indeed, it's me." Li Lao Dao's face was triumphant and sinister. "Wang Guanshi, you've repeatedly disdained me with your words. Do you think I Li could ever tolerate such humiliation? I didn't expect to still be in Qinghe Square. I didn't expect that I would reach the 7th level of blood training and become the leader of the blood demon sect here. Today I finally have you, this fat pig, under my foot to ground you into dust. Ha! This is truly the most satisfying thing in life." Hong Liang whispered a warning. "Kill him quickly and escape. Do I still need to pretend to fight you?" As he spoke, someone from the square had already come out to peek. Upon seeing Li Lao Dao covered in blood, they screamed, "Demon cultivator!" Panic began to spread. "The disciples from Wanshun Valley must be rushing here quickly," Li Lao Dao said coldly. "How can I feel relieved without making sure he dies clearly? Let's kill him. It's a pity I didn't prepare better, otherwise it could have been more discreet." Hong Liang frowned. "Moreover, you insist on killing him. Hurry up and do it." Li Lao Dao waved his hand. "Today I vent this bad mood, and my heart will feel smooth. From now on I will hide and contact as before, but won't cause any trouble." As he spoke, 7 or 8 dark red, slightly murky blood droplets shot towards Wang Hui beneath him. Bang, bang, bang. Several muffled sounds followed. Li Lao Dao looked down in surprise. The blood droplets hit a thick banana leaf, which was Wang Hui's usual flying magical tool. In a life-or-death situation, Wang Hui had released this object as a protective measure. After all, it was a refined magical tool, and the barrage of 7 or 8 blood droplets only damaged its surface, causing its spiritual light to flicker erratically. With blood oozing from his mouth, Wang Hui dared not hesitate, clinging to the back of the banana leaf like a fat caterpillar, urging his spiritual energy. The banana leaf began to shake violently, lifting him 5 feet off the ground, heading straight for Qinghe Square. Witnessing this scene, Hong Liang couldn't help but feel angry. If it weren't for Li Kuan wanting to kill Wang Hui, I wouldn't have had to trick him out. How could this incident have arisen? Now that Wang Hui is not dead, I can no longer stay in Wanshun Valley. At this point, why aren't you making a move? Do you still have any hopes? Li Lao Dao shouted angrily, blood energy surging wildly as another 7 or 8 blood droplets shot towards Wang Hui's banana leaf. At the same time, his body transformed into a blood shadow, his blood-red hair flying in the wind. His fists clenched tightly, arms raised high, unleashing all his qi and blood to strike towards Wang Hui. Hong Liang looked pained. With no other choice, he gritted his teeth. He activated 2 fire talismans in his hand simultaneously, sending them towards the banana leaf. Now Wanshun Valley could no longer stay. If Wang Hui dies, he is a traitor. If he doesn't die, he is still a spy. There is absolutely no possibility of remaining. In the next moment, 7 or 8 blood droplets struck Wang Hui's banana leaf. "Help me." The banana leaf lost all its spiritual light, developing several holes, and began to fall slowly. Following this, Li Lao Dao, with his blood hair glimmering, punched through the banana leaf. The stench of blood rushed towards him. The tearing sound of the banana leaf was right next to his ear, and Wang Hui's eyes widened in terror. "For the Dao Dai!" Li Lao Dao roared with sinister delight, striking Wang Hui's bulky figure. Wang Hui's entire body flew up like a torn bag, then fell heavily. In Qinghe Square, a few outer disciples from Wanshun Valley had already arrived, first shouting, "Demon cultivator, don't escape." Li Lao Dao looked up and saw that a radiant light from magical tools had already risen in the square, realizing he could no longer delay. Otherwise, if foundation-building cultivators arrived, he would not be able to escape. Surrounded by blood energy, he surged with all his might, activating his bloodthirsty technique, transforming into a lightning-fast beam of blood light. It swept past Hong Liang, pausing briefly to take him along, and then dashed into the dense forest. After several breaths, the two stewards stationed in the square rushed, overheard the details of the incident, and directly headed towards the dense forest pursuing the demon cultivator. Not long after, Elder Yin and two stewards returned with stern faces. The disciples of Wanshun Valley could tell from their expressions that they had certainly failed to capture the demonic cultivator. Is he still alive? Elder Yin inquired, glancing at Wang Hui, who had been laid flat to the side. He still has a breath left, but his organs are shattered and his chest and ribs are broken. Elder Yang from Baichao Pavilion said, I have given him a revival pill. We shall see if he can pull through. He is also a disciple of Wanshun Valley and hurried here to assist as soon as he heard about the life-threatening situation of a fellow sect member outside the market. Elder Yin frowned slightly, walked behind Wang Hui, sensed his foundation establishment realm magic power, and said, it's not that he cannot survive. Another revival pill and 2 blood-boosting pills, I will assist him. Elder Yang took out 2 bottles of pills and poured out 3 pills. Elder Yin gestured for him to wait a moment, activated his magic power, and cleared the congealed blood and broken bones within Wang Hui's body, causing him to vomit blood profusely before administering the 3 pills. After a moment, Wang Hui slowly regained his senses. Elder Yin Hongliang colluded with the rogue disciple Li Quan, who has cultivated the blood-refining demon art. I understand. Focus on circulating your qi and healing properly. Elder Yin said, you have done well this time, but you were too reckless. Wang Hui weakly replied, I only noticed something off with Hong Liang today at the spirit field. At that time, Hong Liang invited me for drinks, and I had no idea he was going to kill me today. Thinking there was still time, I only sent a robe disciple to deliver the message as a safeguard. I thought once we reached Qinghe Market, he wouldn't be able to escape. I never expected him to act today, especially outside the market. Elder Yin nodded slightly, seeing that Wang Hui seemed able to speak a few more words, and asked, is Li Quan the robe disciple you oppressed? Yes, he is currently at the 7th layer of blood refining. According to his own claims, all the demonic cultivators from the Blood Demon sect near Wanshun Valley are under his command. He should have officially joined the Blood Demon sect by now. Wang Hui spoke in a low voice. You deserve this. Elder Yin shot him an unhappy glance. Li Quan can only wait for death on the righteous path, yet you forced him down the path of demonic cultivation, and he has become so ruthless, achieving what he has today. He must have consumed a lot of human blood. He then asked Wang Hui, how did you notice something was wrong with Hong Liang? Previously, there were 2 instances at the spirit field where the robe disciples were missing, either having defected or been killed, so I paid extra attention. Wang Hui replied softly. Today, Hong Liang took me to find Wei Qunyi's brother Wei Xiao, claiming that he had something important to say and benefits to offer me. I went without any defenses. However, Wei Xiaoluo was not there, and no one knew where he had gone. When I tried to search for Wei Xiaoluo, Hong Liang repeatedly tried to stop me and deliberately changed the subject, which made me suspicious of him. I initially thought he might be worried about the sect, as his eyes looked a bit red. At that moment, combined with my suspicion, everything fell off, so I hinted to the robe disciple Han Yu. This kid has a talent for magic and is indeed clever and resourceful. Elder Yin listened carefully, but his face darkened. Wei Qunyi's brother Wei Xiaoluo. Wei Qunyi is the daughter of the Prime Minister of Nanli Kingdom, with whom you have a scandalous relationship. So if it weren't for your involvement in such lowly matters, you wouldn't have been tricked today, nor would Li Quan have come to kill you. Wang Hui awkwardly chuckled, I suppose. So, Elder Yin. You, what a scoundrel. Elder Yin nearly slapped this rascal dead, but ultimately held back. You have both merits and faults, now focus on healing. With that, Elder Yin coldly snorted, waved his sleeves, and departed, followed by those who came with him, mounting their flying tools toward the spirit field. The stewards of Qinghe Market, inner and outer disciples, and Elder Yang exchanged glances and lifted Wang Hui to take him back to the market to recover. The black vine staff and over a dozen flying tools landed successively as Elder Yin and the others arrived at the spirit field. Steward Liu and another steward led Jin Qiji Yida and Hua Qi among other inner and outer disciples forward to greet them, while only Han Yu and 4 other robe disciples who had previously watched over Han Yu remained. Steward Liu quickly reported to Elder Yin about the situation at the spirit field and his preliminary handling. Han Yu Yida and Hua Qi had all personally investigated and found no issues, while all other robe disciples were strictly prohibited from leaving. Elder Yin glanced at the corpse of Ling Hui on the ground, and then looked at Han Yu. At your age, to have reached the 2nd layer of qi refining, and to have developed your spells to this extent, being intelligent and courageous, you are indeed a fine talent. He couldn't help but feel regretful in his heart. If it were a peaceful time, this Han Yu would have worked hard to advance to the inner sect, and would have been a valuable asset. Now, there is not much time to cultivate such promising disciples. Have you signed up for the robe disciple competition the day after tomorrow? Elder Yin asked again. Reporting to Elder Yin, I have signed up, Han Yu replied. Since you have signed up given your current combat ability, it would be natural for you to be promoted to an outer disciple. I cannot use your promotion to outer disciple as a reward. Elder Yin considered for a moment. Do you have any specific requests? Hanyu replied. I wish to quickly improve my cultivation and learn more spells. But if it is difficult, I can accept other options. Elder Yin was not surprised by his response. Your wishes are quite common on the cultivation path. How about this? I will grant you 10 small contributions from the sect, and you can exchange for spells at the teaching pavilion, and I will additionally give you a bottle of chi gathering pills. These chi gathering pills are quite effective for enhancing cultivation in the late stage of chi refining. Using them in the early stage of chi refining may be slightly wasteful, but they have remarkable effects. You may take one every 10 days. Use them cautiously and do not overdose. Hanyu quickly expressed his gratitude. Elder Yin took out a bottle of chi gathering pills from his storage bag for him, while the records of Han Ye's contributions would naturally be taken care of by Hua Qi and Ji Yida, so there was no need to mention them. Has that Wei Shaluo been found? Elder Yin asked again. No, Steward Lu Ji Yida and Hua Qi all shook their heads. Are there any other suspicious robe disciples? As Elder Yin spoke, his gaze swept across, and suddenly his expression turned severe, and he waved his hand. The black vine staff swept through like a giant black python, smashing the stone house of Li Tonghai over 100 feet away. Immediately after, a sharp ringing of a gold alarm echoed, and Li Tonghai, with a flushed face, held a long sword in front of him, being forced back repeatedly by the black vine staff, retreating all the way to the spirit field outside the stone house, trampling down the seedlings of Qinghe's spiritual rice into the mud. Sensing Li Tonghai's aura, Elder Yin coldly said, You at the 8th layer of Qi refining have infiltrated my Wanshan Valley's robe disciples. Sneaking around, when has your Lingjian sect ever engaged in such clandestine activities? Do you have no shame, Jianxine? Li Tonghai gritted his teeth and shouted, struggling to resist the sword while angrily retorting, Isn't your Wanshan Valley colluding with the remnants of the Blood Demon sect even more shameful? What? Elder Yin, Steward Lu, the inner and outer disciples along with Han Yu and others were all astonished. Steward Lu and another steward flanked and surrounded Li Tonghai. Elder Yin slowly relaxed his black vine staff and ceased his aggressive attacks. Li Tonghai hurriedly lowered his head to glance at the spiritual sword before him, noticing that the sword's spiritual light was already unstable, which pained him deeply. Defending against a foundation establishment stage attack, with his late chi refinement stage strength, even if only for a few breaths, had taken a considerable toll. Of course, as long as the sword wasn't destroyed and he remained alive, it was already his utmost effort, coupled with Elder Yin wanting to question him. Don't kill him yet. Let me ask him first. As Elder Yin spoke, Steward Lu and the other steward placed their swords beside Li Tonghai, restraining him from moving wildly. Elder Yan's black vine staff hovered ominously above Li Tonghai's head, ready to burst his brain with, You say that Wanshan Valley colluded with demonic cultivators. What do you mean? Elder Yin fixed his gaze on Li Tonghai and asked. Li Tonghai sneered. I saw with my own eyes that the steward of the spirit fields and the inner disciple Hong Liang practiced blood refining techniques. Is this not a fact? Elder Yin frowned. Do you know that this time I brought people specifically to hunt down Hong Liang? Did you catch him? Did you kill him? Did you perhaps let him go? Li Tonghai was initially taken aback, then dismissively replied. Elder Yin found Li Tonghai's words increasingly absurd. Feeling more confused, the sword cultivators of the spirit sword sect had always had a good reputation, and this person didn't seem like the type to flee in panic. Why would he adamantly claim that Wanshan Valley colluded with demonic cultivators? Could there be some misunderstanding in this? Everyone present knows that our Wanshan Valley has repeatedly eliminated spies among our disciples. Any demonic cultivator spies caught would only meet a death sentence. You disciples of the Spirit Sword sect, where did you hear that we in Wanshan Valley colluded with demonic cultivators? Such absurd rumors, we've never even heard of them. Yet Li Tonghai remained unconvinced and said, Everyone present is from your Wanshan Valley. Isn't it you who decides right from wrong? What's so surprising about that? Aside from your Wanshan Valley, which of the other 4 sects in the south knows nothing of your collusion with demonic cultivators aiming to overturn the south? They are just waiting to join forces to eradicate your evil sect. Our Wanshan Valley has become an evil sect who spread such ridiculous claims. Do you mean that the other 4 sects harbor animosity towards our Wanshan Valley simply because of these laughable rumors? While Elder Yin was enraged to the point of laughter, the 2 stewards and numerous disciples all felt the absurdity. We farm, grow spiritual herbs, and practice alchemy. We hardly even refine combat techniques. What kind of evil sect behaves like this? Yet seeing Li Tonghai with wide eyes and a righteous demeanor, seemingly convinced, only added to the absurdity. I saw with my own eyes that there are indeed disciples in your Wanshan Valley who are demonic cultivators. Li Tonghai shouted, I act on the orders of my master to investigate this matter, and although my identity is now exposed, it can be considered a noble sacrifice. When my master arrives to destroy your Wanshan Valley, even if I perish at your hands, I will find peace." Elder Yin observed his words and demeanor, realizing he was likely not the type to commit heinous acts, and helplessly said, "Disciples of the Spirit Sword sect, if our Wanshan Valley has indeed colluded with demonic cultivators, I, as an elder leading stewards and disciples to hunt them down, can't be a falsehood, can it? Why don't you believe it, yet deeply trust those rumors? Who exactly told you that we in Wanshan Valley colluded with demonic cultivators? What are we supposed to gain from such collusion?" After several questions, Li Tonghai also realized that Elder Yin was trying to patiently explain to him, raising suspicions as he looked around. "Did you really go after the demonic cultivators? There's no collusion within your sect to overturn the South and create carnage." Elder Yin countered, "We only wish to cultivate farm practice alchemy. What benefits would carnage bring us?" The two stewards and several disciples nodded in agreement. "Perhaps you are just disguising yourselves, or maybe you have all been deceived," Li Tonghai said, half convinced. "I think perhaps it is your sect that has been deceived." Elder Yin frowned and said. Li Tonghai still did not believe. What exactly happened today? What about that Hong Liang? Elder Yin was about to explain when Li Tonghai shook his head again. "You don't decide. Han Yu, you speak." Everyone was astonished and turned to look at Han Yu. Han Yu was also a bit surprised. "Me? Yes, although you are young, you practice daily and patrol the fields with a firm resolve. You are not someone who would indiscriminately kill for demonic sect techniques. Tell me the details, and I will trust you a bit more," Li Tonghai said earnestly. It turned out that after practicing swordsmanship each day, Han Yu patrolled the fields and returned to cultivate, which Li Tonghai had observed, knowing Han Yu was a dedicated practitioner and a simple servant disciple. He did not trust what others said, but if it were Han Yu speaking, he believed it would not be false. Han Yu then recounted the events involving Wang Hui, Hong Liang Tianqing, and Ling Hui from today. Li Tonghai asked for details, and Han Yu answered one by one. After Li Tonghai finished asking, he frowned in thought. "Is it true that your Wanshan Valley has not colluded with the demonic sect?" "Of course not," Elder Yin replied irritably, and the others nodded. "Then why? How would we know?" Elder Yan's expression darkened. "Kid, who is your master? Are you not afraid we will kill you, a mere 8th layer Qi refinement disciple, for being a spy in Wanshan Valley?" Li Tonghai respectfully replied, holding his sword across his chest. "My master is Yi Guxing." "What?" Elder Yan's face instantly turned pale, and he hurriedly withdrew his black vine staff, fearing he might accidentally kill Li Tonghai. "You are a disciple of Yi Guxing?" "Indeed." Li Tonghai raised his head in response, subtly revealing a sense of pride. "Does your master intend to attack Wanshan Valley?" Elder Yin asked tremulously. "If Wanshan Valley is an evil sect, my master naturally would not let it go. My master has a deep-seated enmity with the Blood Demon sect. It is well known that they cannot coexist." Elder Yin immediately grew anxious. "But our Wanshan Valley has indeed not colluded with demonic cultivators. It's merely a misunderstanding." Feeling that his words might not carry enough weight, Elder Yin quickly added, "Come, I will take you to meet the sect master and the supreme elder to clarify the truth, and you must certainly explain it to your master. Wanshan Valley is indeed a righteous sect, never engaging in demonic acts." After saying this, he reached out to grab Li Tonghai's arm, and they rode a magical tool directly toward the sect's main peak. Steward Lu was surprised to see the usually tough Elder Yin so wary of Yi Guxing from the Spirit Sword sect. Afterward, he handled the follow-up arrangements of the spiritual fields with another steward and led the inner and outer disciples away, leaving only Ji Yida, Hua Qi, and Han Yu still at the scene. "Thank you for your hard work today, junior brother Han," Hua Qi said to Han Yu. "I will remember your contributions. You may go rest now. By the way, do you need to go to the Law Transmission Pavilion tomorrow? I can call for Zhong Yu. If she is unavailable, I can take you myself after the servant-disciple competition." Han Yu replied, "Please tell senior brother Hua to inform Zhong Yu. If she is busy and cannot leave, I will wait until after the servant-disciple competition to exchange for the techniques." Ji Yida, Hua Qi, and the other 4 servant disciples each left, taking Ling Hu's body with them. Han Yu stood in place looking at the collapsed stone house of Li Tonghai, which had originally been Sun Kang's residence. Then he looked at Tianqing and Ling Hu's stone houses, which had originally been Lu Lan's residence, then at Wei Zhaoyuo's stone house, which had originally been Li Laodio's residence. Now all the houses were empty. His neighbors had surprisingly changed so quickly. This momentary sentiment passed, and Han Yu returned to his room, calming his mind, and began to tally today's gains. The 1,000 Illusions secret art was learned in haste, and many subtleties had yet to be explored. Just the disguise alone helped Han Yu evade the probing of the Foundation establishment stage. Aside from that, he obtained a bottle of Qi gathering pills and 10 minor sect contributions. Thus Han Yu's sect contributions had accumulated to 15. Of course, for Han Yu, the greatest gain was actually that he did not expose his trump card, did not have to leave Wanshan Valley in haste, and could enjoy a period of peaceful cultivation. As night fell, the spirit field lay in tranquil silence. The moonlight gently illuminated the spirit field and the stone house, spilling through the window into the interior. Han Yu sat cross-legged on the stone bed, pondering the priorities of his cultivation during this quiet night. The Qinghe Qi cultivation method was the primary focus, requiring daily practice to reach the limit of spiritual breath growth. The blood refinement technique could rapidly enhance combat and survival abilities, and it too was something to be practiced daily for improvement. The Thousand Illusions secret art was crucial for Han Yu to remain undetected and required further mastery. Once he fully learned the art of illusion and transformation, entering and exiting Wanshun Valley would become much easier. In addition, the Spirit Beast Sect's Beast Heart telepathy contract that he had obtained yesterday could also be practiced quietly, strengthening his bond with his crow. Previously, Han Yu had only planned to practice a little without fully learning the telepathy patterns. Now, with the Thousand Illusions secret art to conceal him, he could also cultivate the telepathy patterns depending on his needs and available time. Moreover, there were the rewards from Elder Yin gathering Qi pills and 10 small merits. Tomorrow, Han Yu would go to the Law Exchange Pavilion to exchange for spells, and he needed to carefully consider what spells to obtain with his total of 15 small merits. Initially thinking of exchanging for the Windblade technique, he now had many more options to choose from. With these thoughts swirling in his mind and priorities established, Han Yu took out a translucent white gathering Qi pill, opened his mouth, and swallowed it while activating the Qinghe Qi cultivation method. He wanted to personally compare the effects of the gathering Qi pill and the Xuanxin fruit on his cultivation to better determine his resource planning for future training. The medicinal power of the gathering Qi pill gradually diffused as Han Yu circulated his spiritual breath, transforming its efficacy into spiritual energy, ultimately nurturing it in his dantian. The budding essence of his third level of Qi cultivation swayed slightly. Once this bud produced its first complete leaf, it would signify Han Yu's attainment of the fourth level of Qi cultivation. After circulating his energy several times, Han Yu slowly came to a halt, estimating the potency of the gathering Qi pill in his mind with mild satisfaction. Perhaps due to just starting to take the gathering Qi pill after refining its medicinal power today, the remaining potency remained intact surprisingly, allowing him to cultivate for over 3 more days. In other words, each gathering Qi pill alone was sufficient for more than 4 days of cultivation, focused on increasing spiritual energy, greatly surpassing the efficacy that the Xuanxin fruit could provide for Han Yu. As a mid to late stage cultivation pill, using it at this moment might seem wasteful, yet its effects were indeed rapid. The reason it surpassed the Xuanxin fruit was also due to Han Yu having consumed it too frequently, leading to a reduction in its effectiveness. However, if compared externally, the value of the Xuanxin fruit still surpassed that of the gathering Qi pill. Its unique ability to clear the mind and focus was distinctly different from the simple cultivation enhancement offered by the pills. Opening his eyes, Han Yu concluded his training for the day. The 2 crows had already settled quietly in front of the bed waiting for him. Possessing spiritual awareness, they understood how to evade detection and remain silent. The 2 crows did not barge in with loud calls at night. They were usually extremely restrained. Upon seeing them, Han Yu couldn't help but smile. Tomorrow I will choose a spell, and I need to see what other techniques are available to let you both out to play. Otherwise, once I become an outer disciple and encounter increasingly powerful fellow disciples, you two won't be able to find me anymore. The 2 crows softly cawed in response, nodding repeatedly, clearly reluctant to be away from Han Yu for long. After a moment, they spread their wings and flew away, prompting Han Yu to recall elderly. Regarding the matters of Hong Liang and Wang Hui today, he as a mere errand disciple had no way of knowing the outcome. He couldn't pursue the source of Hong Liang's blood technique without raising suspicion. Due to Hong Liang, the marketplace would likely be searched thoroughly. Right? Would Elderly's flower cake selling in the marketplace draw any attention? The next morning, a cheerful voice rang out from outside Han Yu's stone house. Han Shitty, Han Shitty. Han Yu got up to open the door, seeing Zhong Yu with a crimson sash, though without her white. Han Shitty, are you the one who wanted me to take you to the Law Exchange Pavilion to exchange for techniques? I heard from senior brother Hua Qi and came over today. Yes, I am not familiar with the other senior brothers and sisters, and it wouldn't be good to trouble them, so I can only ask you for help, senior sister Zhong. Han Yu replied, Senior sister Zhong, didn't you bring your spirit dog today? That little brat is too greedy, though I'm afraid it would offend you again. Come, I'll take you to the Law Exchange Pavilion. Step aboard. Zhong Yu said, releasing her banana leaf. Senior sister Zhong, how do you manage your spirit dog inside the sect? I also want to raise some spirit pets, but am afraid of misunderstandings. Han Yu asked Zhong Yu as he stepped onto the banana leaf. Zhong Yu smiled, saying, What's there to be afraid of? Just let the elders of the sect know, and that should suffice. Han Yu, seeing her speak so matter-of-factly, reminded her, I do not know any elders in the sect. Oh, I see, that's no problem. If you learn a beast taming technique, just register your spirit beast, and it will be fine. Our sect generally doesn't enforce strict regulations, but due to recent difficulties there have been many spies leading to intensified checks. Zhongyu said cheerfully, her voice like silver bells, lively and bright. Now the sect needs to know where your beast taming technique comes from, whether it's the spirit beast sect's beast heart telepathy contract. So you should exchange for one from the sect's law exchange pavilion. I understand now. Thank you for your guidance, senior sister Zhong, Hanyu said. No need to mention it. Speaking of which, I should congratulate you. Zhongyu said with a smile, senior brother Hua Qi told me that you shone brightly yesterday, with both the elders and deacons praising your exceptional techniques, personally defeating a spy, and collaborating with other senior brothers to relay messages, earning great merit. Hanyu was somewhat astonished. He hadn't expected Hua Qi to speak well of him to Zhongyu. That's too much praise. I just happened to be lucky enough to encounter it. You're quite humble, Han Shitty. Zhongyu's laughter was like a bell. While they chatted, the banana leaf gradually approached the main peak of the sect. Before getting close, a faint blue light swept over them from the air. Zhongyu reminded Hanyu, don't be nervous. This is a newly constructed formation on the main peak specifically to identify sect members. Generally, as long as you have the outer disciple identity token, you can enter. I heard that if enemies attack, it might isolate the inside from the outside, prohibiting anyone from entering or exiting. Hanyu felt a bit puzzled. Heard. It was said by an elder from the herb garden. Zhongyu explained with a smile, then urged the banana leaf to enter the main peak, passing through layers of buildings, arriving near the law exchange pavilion beneath the great hall of the sect. Look, that is the arena for your competition tomorrow. Standing in front of the law exchange pavilion, Zhongyu pointed to a large, empty stone platform halfway up the mountain, speaking to Hanyu. Hanyu glanced at it. It should have originally been the practice area for inner and outer disciples, and now the stone platforms were arranged, waiting for the competition to begin tomorrow. Zhongyu waited for him to finish looking, and then said, all right, you can go in and exchange for your spells now. I'll wait for you outside, and once you're done, I'll take you back. Thank you for waiting, senior sister Zhong. Hanyu nodded slightly and walked toward the entrance of the law exchange pavilion. No need to be polite. Zhongyu's cheerful voice followed him from behind. Upon entering the transmission pavilion, a beam of azure light rushed towards him. This azure light fluctuated from Hanyu, evidently due to his status as neither an inner nor outer disciple. Sensing the fluctuation, a youthful voice called out from a nearby room, disciples of the miscellaneous category who wish to enter the transmission pavilion must announce their names, possess minor achievements, and exchange for spell categories. As the voice faded, a blue-clad inner disciple stepped out of the room. Come over to verify your identity. Place your storage bag at the door. You are not allowed to bring it in. After verification, we will exchange techniques with you. Hanyu placed down his storage bag. A formation of azure light then enveloped the bag, preventing others from touching it or him from bringing it into the transmission pavilion. Hanyu approached and stated his identity to the inner disciple. I am Hanyu, a miscellaneous disciple from the Spiritual Fields Division with minor achievements of 15, seeking to exchange for beast taming and attack spells. Recalling his own 1,000 illusion secret technique, he added, or perhaps I could also consider illusion spells, and others. May I inquire if that is possible? We will discuss that once you enter the outer sect. As a miscellaneous disciple, you can only wait for me to fetch the spell jade slips and decide whether to exchange or not, said the blue-clad inner disciple, leading Hanyu into the room, stopping in front of a stone tablet. Another purple-clad steward in the room glanced at them, but said nothing further. Hanyu was not unfamiliar with the stone tablet. When he first entered, the steward had registered his name using a similar stone tablet, which also served to test spiritual roots and issue sect rewards. Compared to the one in the steward's office, this stone tablet in the transmission pavilion was much smaller and more delicate, merely 4 feet square. The blue-clad inner disciple addressed the stone tablet. Miscellaneous disciple Hanyu from the Spiritual Fields Division, here to exchange in the transmission pavilion. The stone tablet then displayed, Hanyu, miscellaneous disciple from the Spiritual Fields Division, 13 years old, 4 spiritual roots, minor achievements of 15. Place your spiritual breath on the stone tablet. The blue-clad inner disciple reminded Hanyu again. Before setting out, Hanyu had already concealed himself using the 1,000 illusion secret technique. He stepped forward, now outputting a bit of spiritual breath onto the stone tablet. The Qinghe Qi cultivation method is verified as accurate, the stone tablet displayed. At this moment, Hanyu realized that this stone tablet was not only smaller than that of the steward's office, but also possessed lesser capabilities. If it had been the steward's stone tablet, it should have been able to verify identity more precisely rather than just sensing cultivation methods. The blue-clad inner disciple nodded. All right, there will be no errors here. You want 3 types of spells: beast taming, attack, and illusion, correct? I will fetch the 3 simplest spells for you. 5 minor achievements can exchange for 1 spell, and with 15 minor achievements that will exactly use them all up. The purple-clad steward then looked up at Hanyu and slowly said, Fetch him the beast taming technique, sharp metal technique, and illusory body technique. The blue-clad inner disciple was surprised and whispered this. Steward, this seems to exceed the 15 minor achievements. The purple-clad steward named he replied, this miscellaneous disciple possesses talent for spellcraft, and he achieved merit yesterday. Oh, I am already aware of this in the sect's great hall. Tomorrow there will be a competition for miscellaneous disciples. Upon entering the outer sect, he can receive 2 out of 4 spells: Wind Blade Technique, Ice Condensation Technique, Earth Control Technique, and Flame Technique. There is no need to waste 5 minor achievements on such spells. I might as well give him something better. The blue-clad inner disciple nodded, but did not act immediately, still showing hesitation. Steward, he waved his hand. Go on, Elderby is here. I am saying this with his approval. If Elderby asks, just say this was personally handled by me. Understood. The blue-clad inner disciple finally stood up to fetch the spell jade slips. Only Steward, he and Hanyu remained in the room. Hanyu expressed his gratitude. I am Hanyu. Thank you, Steward, he, for your consideration. No need to thank me. You possess this potential yourself. If not cultivated, it would be a pity. Steward, he continued, his voice tinged with melancholy. The sect is facing difficulties hard to predict and endure. If one day the sect truly cannot continue, you disciples may very well be the last sparks of hope. Steward, his words were filled with pessimism and disappointment. After speaking, he looked at the 13-year-old boy before him and shook his head with a self-deprecating smile. What can I say to this child? What good will it do? Study well, it will all be useful in the future. As he spoke, the blue-clad inner disciple returned with 3 jade slips. The sect's techniques are not to be borrowed or sold. Once discovered, there will be severe punishment. All jade slips bear the sect's mark. Outsiders will not dare to purchase them. After the warning, he handed the slips to Hanyu. Since Hanyu understood that the techniques exceeded 15 minor achievements, and that Steward, he had specially accommodated him, he naturally did not nitpick. After thanking Steward, he left with the 3 jade slips. Though he had not yet utilized his copying ability today, it was regrettable that the sect had its rules and would not allow disciples to freely enter the transmission pavilion and select spells like choosing vegetables at a market. Otherwise, Hanyu could have quietly copied 1 or 2 spells. However, upon reflection, with detection formations in place for entry and exit, it was impossible to take more jade slips out of the transmission pavilion. Likewise, items sold in the market could not just be casually touched and copied. To copy better items and spells, Hanyu still needed to improve his own cultivation. Only then would he have access to better things. Upon reaching the entrance of the transmission pavilion, the azure light dissipated at one corner, allowing him to retrieve his storage bag. Hanyu placed the 3 jade slips into his storage bag and exited the transmission pavilion. Do you dare to shout and sell your worthless items in front of the transmission pavilion? Zhongyu was chatting cheerfully with someone. The one speaking with Zhongyu was Zhu Laosan, who sold junk in the market. He was now dressed in the blue of an outer disciple, but whether it was his plump figure or just a habit, he left half of his chest exposed, which was quite unseemly. Hey Zhongyu, what you said. If you lent me 10 times the courage, I still wouldn't dare to be reckless at the sect's main peak. Zhu Laosan replied, while glancing at Hanyu, who had just exited the transmission pavilion, seemingly assessing whether Hanyu would buy his wares. Just as well keep your little schemes to yourself, and beware of being severely punished by the stewards, Zhongyu said with a smile, then turned to Hanyu. Hanyu, have you selected your techniques? Are we heading back now? Yes, Hanyu responded. I still need to trouble junior sister Zhong. No need for politeness, no need for politeness. Zhongyu said, bringing out her banana leaf and beckoning Hanyu to hop on. Just as Hanyu was about to step forward, Zhu Laosan's eyes lit up, and he raised his hand to salute Hanyu. I wondered who it was. So it's our Wanshun Valley's newly emerged spell genius. I have heard of your achievements. Are you here to exchange spells today? Why not consider my suggestions? Hanyu's expression darkened, and he leaped onto the banana leaf, urging Zhongyu, let's go back. Zhongyu immediately burst into laughter as she urged the banana leaf forward, turning back to mock Zhu Laosan. Zhu Laosan, just look at your reputation. It's not so good. If you dare to harbor ulterior motives, beware of the sect punishing you. Zhu Laosan awkwardly chuckled twice and waited until they were far away before muttering to himself. Finding a big fool is becoming increasingly difficult. On the way back to the Spiritual Fields Division, Zhongyu asked Hanyu, are you aware of Zhu Laosan's reputation? Well, whether I know or not. I am just a minor miscellaneous disciple. How can I bear the title of a genius from Wanshun Valley? Just hearing that is a huge trouble. Hanyu explained. Zhongyu then realized, you are quite cautious. Many people are swayed by Zhu Laosan's sweet words and end up buying his junk. As they spoke, they arrived at the Spiritual Fields Division. Hanyu disembarked from the banana leaf, bid farewell to Zhongyu and expressed his gratitude. Zhongyu waved her hand in farewell. Rest well, tomorrow is the miscellaneous disciples competition, and I will cheer for you. After saying this, she mounted her banana leaf and departed. Once she left, Hanyu did not return to the stone house, but took out the 3 jade slips and headed towards the spiritual fields manager's office. Junior brother Han, what brings you here? As soon as Hanyu arrived at the spirit field management office, Hua Chi spotted him rising from the window to inquire. Ji Yida and intersect senior sister Li were also with Hua Chi. At his question, their gazes turned up. Hanyu stated his purpose. Senior brother Hua, yesterday, I earned 15 minor merits, and today, I went to the Dharma Transmission Pavilion to exchange for spells. Thanks to the care of Steward He, I obtained 3 techniques: beast taming art, metal sharpening art, and phantom body art. Now I have brought the jade slips here. Hua Chi, puzzled, replied, Oh, that's good. Since you have the 3 spells, go and cultivate them on your own. Why come to our office? Senior sister Li then explained, the 3 spells, beast taming art, metal sharpening art, and phantom body art, are worth 40 minor merits under the exceptional decree. Even with it, they cost 20 minor merits. Steward He has specially favored Junior brother Han. Junior brother Han, with your talent and spell techniques reported yesterday by Steward Lu and elaborated by Elder Yin, coupled with your feat of personally slaying Ling Hui, you have already gained some renown within the sect. Hanyu had indeed sensed his newfound fame among the stewards and some disciples. Hearing senior sister Li's emphasis, he mused inwardly. So this is fame. The disciples of Wanshun Valley truly lack skill in combat to the point that a menial disciple killing in battle has stirred so many. Junior brother Han, you mean to tell us that your spells were not obtained illicitly, but from the Dharma Transmission Pavilion, so that we won't mistake you for a spy during your cultivation? Is that it? After her explanation, senior sister Li questioned Hanyu. He nodded. Senior sister Li has hit the mark. The metal sharpening art and phantom body art are fine, but the beast taming art worries me. It might be mistaken for the spirit beast sex techniques. Although the Dharma Transmission Pavilion assured me it's safe to practice to avoid misunderstandings, I wanted to inform you all in advance. If you find it unsuitable, set this spell aside for later cultivation. Senior sister Li looked at him approvingly. Good, speaking up beforehand saves us much trouble. Had you not mentioned it the moment we saw you taming a spirit beast, would have detained you for interrogation and search. She then asked, have you decided which beast to tame? Hanyu nodded. Yes, it's a wish I've long held. When I first joined Wanshun Valley as a disciple, I brought a crow with me. Steward Fong's senior brother Jin Shi and manager Wang, we all witnessed it. Later, consumed by cultivation, I released the crow into the mountains to fend for itself. I wish to find that crow again and make it my tame beast. Senior sister Li wondered, an ordinary crow you brought. Is it a spirit beast? I don't know if it's a spirit beast, only that it's larger than a typical crow, Hanyu replied. If you practice the beast taming art, your first choice should be a spirit beast. Senior sister Li advised. If it's merely a common creature slightly stronger than its kind, there's no need to waste the beast taming art. Our sect's beast taming art differs from the spirit beast sects. It can only tame and nurture one spirit beast. Don't squander this precious opportunity, Junior brother Han. Hanyu bowed his head. Senior sister Li, I chose the beast taming art for this crow's sake. Without it, I wouldn't have considered the spell. Hearing this, she ceased persuading. Since it's your wish, you'll say no more. After a pause, she added, with Wang Hui and Hong Liang gone, I now oversee the spirit fields. After tomorrow's competition among menial disciples, you'll become an outer disciple. You may choose to stay on the main peak or request to return here to help manage the menial disciples. Hanyu was surprised. I can choose to return to the spirit fields. Just make the request and mention you've discussed it with me. Senior sister Li said. The main peak is bustling now with many newly promoted inner and outer disciples, yet no external tasks. It's noisy and crowded. Even the red-crowned cranes have mostly flown away and the banana trees look wilted. It's hardly a place for quiet. Hanyu too wished to avoid the main peak to escape the constant anxiety of encountering elders. Returning to the spirit fields with the crow matter settled with senior sister Li was ideal. Senior sister Li, if I truly become an outer disciple, I will choose to return to the spirit fields. At his words, senior sister Li's usually cold face softened into a faint smile as she nodded. Ji Yida and Hua Chi also offered kind smiles. Barring accidents, after tomorrow, Han, you would be an outer disciple and their colleague at the spirit fields, a far cry from his former status as a menial. Having settled matters with senior sister Li, Ji Yida and Hua Chi, Hanyu felt greatly at ease. Not only was the crow issue resolved, but his post as an outer disciple was also decided, allowing him to cultivate in peace. Even if Wanshun Valley couldn't hold out long, leaving from the spirit fields would be most convenient for Hanyu. Speaking of which, Elder Yin had hurried off yesterday with Li Tonghai of the Spirit Sword sect. The outcome was still unknown. Was Yi Gushing of the Spirit Sword sect truly so fearsome? Even the ever-serious Elder Yin had lost. Returning to his stone hut, Han, you first cultivated the green crop Qi cultivation method to refine the remaining energy from the Qi gathering pills, pushing his spiritual energy to the day's limit, then practiced the blood refining art once. Afterward, he delved into the Thousand Illusions secret art, gaining a bit more understanding. Then he carefully studied the 3 spells: beast taming art, metal sharpening art, and phantom body art. With an hour of practice on the metal sharpening art, he could already wield it with some power. Applied to a weapon, it greatly enhanced sharpness, cleaving iron like mud. Without a weapon, the art could form a solitary attack, already rivaling the wind blade technique at this novice stage. With mastery and his metal spiritual root, the metal sharpening art alone might surpass the wind blade technique in power. It was indeed superior to the wind blade and flame burst techniques. No wonder it wasn't a spell exchangeable for 5 minor merits. Turning to the beast taming art, Han Yu compared it with the spirit beast sect's beast heart communion contract to gauge their merits. Without cultivating the beast heart communion contract, merely achieving a heart-o-heart bond with a spirit beast, the beast taming art was relatively adequate. But compared to those who cultivated the beast heart communion contract and tamed multiple beasts, the beast taming art fell short. Han Yu would practice it for now, and if needed later, take up the spirit beast sect's technique. After an hour, he had grasped the basics of the beast taming art, but without the crow present, he couldn't test it. He then picked up the phantom body art. Upon learning it, Han Yu was stunned. The Thousand Illusions secret art and the phantom body art reacted in a marvelous way. The Thousand Illusions secret art contained illusion techniques like Tianqing's phantom escape from pursuit. Han Yu had only skimmed it as he had just acquired it and hadn't yet studied it. Yet with his first practice of the phantom body art, he directly conjured 2 phantom clones, an ability not recorded in the Dharma Transmission Pavilion's version. According to the Jade Slip from the Dharma Transmission Pavilion, the phantom body art, even at its peak, could only produce 1 phantom to confuse enemies. With refined mastery, it could make the phantom indistinguishable from the real body. Han Yu, a novice, had already manifested 2 phantoms with clear details far from mere blurry silhouettes. As he gazed at the 2 phantoms resembling himself, Han Yu finally understood why Tianqing and Ling Hui had been urging him to exchange for the illusion spells. It turned out that the Thousand Illusions secret art had such a significant effect in this regard. The degree of illusion was far more refined than merely practicing the illusory body technique, and right from the start 2 figures had materialized. As his skills became more proficient, the number could potentially increase. At that time, the enemies would find it difficult to distinguish reality from illusion, and Han Yu would have an additional layer of freedom to move in and out. Thinking of this, Han Yu's expression became somewhat peculiar. Previously, Tianqing had persuaded him to exchange for illusion-type spells for this very reason, allowing for opportunistic attacks or escapes. Now that Han Yu had mastered the Thousand Illusions secret art and learned the illusory body technique, he had indeed made Tianqing's persuasion a reality. If Tianqing, who had escaped from Wanshun Valley, knew this, he would surely feel delighted. After all, Han Yu was quite receptive to advice. The time spent cultivating seemed particularly swift. After practicing qi and blood techniques, he learned the 3 newly acquired spells, and by the time he came to his senses, the sky had already turned dark. Today, Han Yu did not utilize his copying ability. Instead, he began to accumulate it. If used daily, his copying ability would allow him to replicate items like the Xuanji fruit essence, blood, and jade slips. However, if he refrained from use for a period, he could accumulate the ability to replicate more complex and precious items. As his cultivation level rose, his daily copying ability also improved. If he refrained from using it for a few days, the accumulated copying ability became even greater. At present, there were no particularly worthwhile items to copy. The residual efficacy of the Qi gathering pill was already sufficient for Han Yu's current use, so he decided to accumulate his copying ability for future use. As night deepened, a large and a small raven flew in. After landing at the window, Han Yu reached out to stroke the large raven. Call. The large raven chirped softly, contentedly squinting its eyes. Han Yu also stroked the small raven, which joyfully made a soft chirp. Upon calling out, the small raven stole a glance at the large raven, and seeing the large raven staring at it, the small raven quickly shut its beak and hid to the side, not daring to compete for the affection that belonged to the large raven. Today I learned beast taming technique. It will be much more convenient for you to appear in the future. Which of you 2 will be my beast companion? As soon as Han Yu's words fell, both the large and small ravens poked their heads forward, clearly willing. Then the large raven cast a warning glance at the small raven. The small raven whimpered softly, feeling wronged, and helplessly shrank to the side, giving the opportunity to the large raven. Seeing this, Han Yu was not surprised. The distinction between the large and small ravens was clear, and the order of arrival was well understood. Furthermore, the large raven leading the raven flock indeed should use the beast taming technique first. Thus he lifted his hand and infused his spiritual breath into the body of the large raven, activating the beast taming technique. The large raven's body trembled slightly, its instinctive spiritual energy wanting to resist, but it reined it in. After a moment, Han Yu released his hand. Unlike the nurturing technique of blood refining, once the beast taming technique succeeded, the connection and mutual understanding between Han Yu and the large raven was much stronger. After all, the nurturing technique merely fed blood chi and essence blood. In essence, it was about making a mundane beast more ferocious. It did not necessarily turn it into a spiritual beast, but rather transformed it into a fierce beast that was close to its master. Now that the beast taming technique had succeeded within a mile, even if the large raven was not visible to Han Yu, he could clearly perceive its location. Within 20 zhang, mutual communication of intent would be swift and unproblematic. This also meant that the large raven could now cooperate closely with Han Yu, able to attack enemies tacitly, without any words, greatly enhancing Han Yu's combat power. Moreover, this was not the limit of the beast taming technique. As Han Yu's strength increased, his perception of the large raven's location and the distance of mutual understanding would continue to enhance. In addition, after using the beast taming technique, it basically severed the possibility of a spiritual beast rebelling. Should it have any hint of disloyalty, the master would quickly notice and administer punishment, or even kill. For Han Yu, this beast taming technique was a thoroughly practical spell. Although it was slightly inferior to the beast heart connection contract, it was already completely sufficient. After completing the beast taming technique, Han Yu looked at the large raven, clearly aware of its loyalty and affection towards him, and couldn't help but smile. The loyalty and obedience of the two ravens had been apparent to Han Yu even before the beast taming technique. Now, it was just clearer. After grooming the large raven's feathers and feeling the dual connection of his spiritual breath and blood chi with it, Han Yu felt increasingly affectionate. At this rate, within 2 days, the large raven could openly appear beside Han Yu. Early the next morning, as dawn broke, Ji Yida and Hua Qi urged all the participating disciples of the miscellaneous disciples competition to rise. With too many participants, transporting the magical tools one by one was too troublesome. Everyone walked out along the valley at the spirit field, crossing the medicinal garden, past a valley and a hill for pill refining, and finally passing several tall banana trees, they arrived at the foot of the sect's main peak. All the disciples passed through the blue light of the formation at the main peak, arriving at the competition platform halfway up the mountain. Soon a crowd of 1,000 or 2,000 miscellaneous disciples gathered at the competition platform. Most were participants in the competition, while a few were there to watch and cheer. In addition, there were the purple-clad steward and inner and outer disciples overseeing the event. Some inner and outer disciples were not there to fulfill tasks, but rather to enjoy the spectacle. As Han Yu and the miscellaneous disciples from the spirit field came to a halt, he saw Zhong Yu waving to him from a slightly higher position across. She really came to cheer for him. Looking in other directions, he spotted the thick-browed and Baiji's Sun Kong grinning foolishly, while the short Lu Lan stood on tiptoe waving. Han Yu smiled and nodded in response to both. In addition, Han Yu also saw Zhu Laosan weaving through the crowd, his chest bared, resembling a fat mud loach, squeezing through whenever he could. As the time for the competition arrived, a purple-clad steward soared into the air and announced the commencement of the miscellaneous disciples competition for entry into the outer sect. Inner and outer disciples stood at the front of each platform, beginning to check the list and call out names. At first, Han Yu's name was not yet called. He merely watched the miscellaneous disciples competing in the battle of spells from below the platform. The combat level of the disciples from Wanchun Valley was indeed very poor. Most of the time, both parties released wind control techniques, attempting to push their opponents off the platform. Many miscellaneous disciples ended up exhausting their spiritual energy and merely stared at each other on the platform. In such cases, neither side was qualified to continue in the competition and was directly driven off by the stewards or platform guards. It wasn't until an hour later that Han Yu heard his name called at one of the platforms. Miscellaneous disciple from the spirit field, Han Yu. Yes, miscellaneous disciple from the medicinal garden, Fang Dawei. As Han Yu stepped onto the arena, Zhong Yu's Sun Kong and Lulan all turned to look at the platform where Han Yu was and got up to walk over. Among the crowd, Zhu Laosan also turned his head, speaking to the servant disciple in front of him. Did you see that, junior brother? There is a formidable opponent on the stage. If you don't buy my items and end up facing this Han Yu, you'll be knocked off the platform and lose your chance at the outer sect. The servant disciple was somewhat skeptical. Is that true? Of course it's true. Would I lie to you? Zhu Laosan patted his chest, which had a tuft of hair. Let me tell you, becoming an outer sect disciple isn't just about hard work. You need to be flexible and adaptable as well. Take this bracelet I'm offering you as an example. It has 2 uses left. If you were to exchange it for a defensive talisman, it would cost several spirit stones, right? This is a chance to turn defeat into victory twice, and I'm selling it to you for 3 spirit stones. Isn't that worth it? The servant disciple was somewhat tempted, hesitating before saying, let's see first. Meanwhile, some stewards and inner and outer sect disciples heard the name Han Yu and glanced over at the arena. In a further small viewing platform, Li Tonghai, carrying a sword and accompanied by a purple-clad steward from Wanchun Valley, was also watching the ongoing competition among the servant disciples of Wanchun Valley. Seeing these amusing yet inferior servant disciples compared to the disciples of Lingjian's sect compete, Li Tonghai reaffirmed his thoughts after meeting the head of Wanchun Valley. Wanchun Valley is not a sect that enjoys fighting, but servant disciples appear harmless, focusing on farming and cultivating spiritual plants. How could they collude with demonic cultivators? They lack both the ambition and the ability. Perhaps it is indeed time to report the situation of Wanchun Valley to my master and let him decide. With my master's righteous nature, he would surely not let any demonic cultivator go, nor would he wrongly accuse a good person. Who exactly claimed that Wanchun Valley colluded with demonic cultivators? Fortunately, my master sent me to investigate, preventing any misunderstandings. Just as Li Tonghai was thinking, he suddenly saw Han Yu ascend the stage and focused his gaze. The purple-clad steward from Wanchun Valley noticed his gaze and said, "That must be Han Yu, your neighbor from the spiritual field." "Yes," Li Tonghai said. "He seems to be quite focused on his cultivation. He should be a decent practitioner. It's a pity with 4 spiritual roots it's hard for him to establish a foundation in this life," the steward said somewhat regretfully. Li Tonghai nodded slightly. "It is indeed a pity." He looked again and saw Han Yu adeptly using the fire technique to force his opponent to concede, no longer watching. "Go meet your sect leader. I have made my decision," Li Tonghai said. The purple-clad steward was overjoyed. "You are willing to activate the contact sword talisman and bring the Lingjian sect to discuss important matters." "That's right. My master will naturally come to clarify the truth," Li Tonghai said. "Whether Wanchun Valley has colluded with demonic cultivators, my master will know at a glance." The two no longer watched the servant-disciple competition and quickly left, returning to the main peak sect hall. Han Yu waited for a few breaths on the arena when a young man holding a medicinal hoe approached from the opposite side. Seeing the opponent's preparation, Han Yu was also somewhat surprised. Spiritual field Han Yu. The inner sect disciple guarding the arena confirmed their identities. "Yes. Medicinal garden Feng Dawei. Present. All right, the competition can begin now." With the inner sect disciple's announcement, Feng Dawei, the servant disciple from the medicinal garden, rushed forward, brandishing his medicinal hoe towards Han Yu. Before he reached Han Yu, he raised his finger, and a flame surged forward. Feng Dawei was startled and hurriedly dodged, running to a corner of the arena to escape the flames still shaken. "You can use fire technique." Han Yu nodded and asked him, "Is that a magical tool in your hand?" "No, it's just been refined. It's only hard and good for digging and loosening the soil, nothing else." Feng Dawei said, "I thought using my family's martial arts would count as an advantage, but it's better than using water control technique." He then cautiously looked at Han Yu. "Can you still cast spells? If you cast fire technique again, I'll concede." Han Yu then raised his finger, channeling spiritual energy, and unleashed a second fire technique. Feng Dawei immediately raised his medicinal hoe. "I concede." The inner sect disciple recorded the outcome and had the two leave the arena together. Han Yu still had to wait to be called again before starting the next round of competition. Just as he stepped off the arena, Zhong Yu approached. "Junior brother Han, your spellcasting is quite impressive. Many outer sect disciples aren't as good as you." Sun Kong and Lulan also came over to greet Han Yu, who had just won a match. The 4 of them gathered, and Zhong Yue, Sun Kong, and Lulan were somewhat surprised. However, Zhong Yue, with her cheerful and smiling nature, took out a small pouch. "These are fried melon seeds soaked in moonlight grass juice. Let's have some together." She invited Han Yu, Sun Kong, and Lulan to the side to eat seeds, talk, and chat. The seeds were slightly bitter but refreshing and fragrant, leaving a long-lasting aftertaste. Sun Kong and Lulan introduced each other to Zhong Yue, and together they gradually became familiar while munching on melon seeds. Han Yu quietly cracked a few seeds on the side, noticing Feng Dawei, who had just competed, waving at him with his medicinal hoe, and he raised his hand to nod. Feng Dawei smiled and turned to leave. Was that guy with the medicinal hoe a bit underhanded? If everyone uses magical tools for protection and offense like this, wouldn't they all be able to enter the outer sect? Lulan complained to Han Yu. Zhong Yu laughed. If anyone could obtain protective or offensive magical tools, they would have long accumulated enough resources for cultivation and wouldn't need to compete with these servant disciples for spots, now would they? Today the competition among servant disciples is for those below the 3rd level of Qi training. There won't be many who can produce magical tools or have mastered spells. Lulan nodded in realization. That's true. Those who cultivate with spiritual rice and spirit stones wouldn't still be unable to enter the outer sect at this point. Just then Zhong Yu suddenly spotted Zhu Lao San in the crowd. He was surrounded by dozens of servant disciples who were listening to him, gesturing and explaining something, occasionally nodding in agreement. Zhong Yu immediately frowned. "Junior brother Han, you really need to be cautious. Do you see that Zhu Lao San? That guy is just someone who follows behind senior brothers and sisters to pick up scraps. He hoards all sorts of worthless pills, nearly obsolete magical tools, and incomplete techniques as treasures. If it were just the usual, it would be fine, but now those servant disciples are buying his things that could really pose a threat. Han Yu looked over and nodded, raising his guard. Although those scraps were not very useful in the early stages of Qi training, being able to attack or defend even once could determine the outcome, so one must be cautious. Going forward, the rounds would only become increasingly intense, unlike his match with Feng Dawei. After about half an hour, Han Ye's name was called again. He ascended the arena once more, awaiting the start of the second round of competition. This time, Han Ye's opponent was a dark-skinned servant disciple. As soon as the match began, the servant disciple's gaze turned vigilant, holding two talismans in his hands, one on the left and one on the right. Facing an equally skilled first-round victor, it was evident that this opponent had more tricks up his sleeve. Upon seeing the situation, Han Yu activated his spiritual energy, extending his fingers forward, and a flame shot straight towards the opponent. Han Yu did not know what talismans the servant disciple was holding, so he had to launch an attack to probe. The servant disciple, seeing the fiery attack approaching, also grew noticeably tense and immediately activated a talisman, forming a protective barrier as thin as a cicada's wing. The flame struck the barrier, causing it to vibrate violently before slowly dissipating. Han Yu realized, so this is the utility of a protective talisman. It could withstand a single attack from an ordinary spell. The servant disciple then fixed his gaze on Han Yu, activating another talisman, and a blade of wind came rushing towards Han Yu. Han Yu waved his hand again, channeling his spiritual energy, sending forth another flame spell that collided with the wind blade. Without waiting to see the result of the collision, he immediately unleashed another flame spell. In just a few breaths, 3 flame spells were released smoothly and accurately, drawing exclamations from the audience. Who is this? How can his spells be so fast? How many times has he practiced? Not to mention the servant disciples of Wanshan Valley, even the outer and inner disciples were astonished. How could this disciple, who has yet to reach the 3rd layer of Qi refinement, be so skilled in combat? Not far away, 2 purple-robed attendants who were supervising also looked over, nodding slightly, saying one after another almost without delay, "This Han Yu truly has remarkable talent in spellcraft. No wonder he could kill the traitor. Such mastery of spells is rare among our outer disciples of Wanshan Valley." Amidst the crowd's astonished discussions, Han Ye's first flame spell collided with the wind blade, creating a loud bang on the stage as the flames forged from his spiritual energy, and the wind blade structure shattered upon impact, transforming into a fireball the size of a person, illuminating the entire arena with its fierce blaze. Before the flames had even extinguished, Han Ye's second flame spell had already surged through towards his opponent. The opponent squinted, unable to clearly see the bright flames burning, and before he could react, he was struck by Han Ye's second flame spell. With a startled scream, he rolled off the stage, frantically patting the flames on his body. A purple-robed attendant immediately stepped forward, conjuring a patch of ice to extinguish the flames on the servant disciple. Han Yu wins. After saying this, the attendant glanced at Han Yu on the stage, nodding in approval. Han Yu then raised his hand in salute to the attendant before stepping down from the stage. Zhong Yue, Sun Kong, and Lulan all approached, looking at Han Yu with expressions of astonishment. "Junior brother Han, you are truly impressive. You've only reached the 2nd layer of Qi refinement, and you're already this formidable. I feel like I'm not even your match." Zhong Yu exclaimed. Sun Kong and Lulan nodded in agreement. "I feel the same way. Your flame spell is amazing." Han Yu smiled, noticing Zhong Yu handing him some roasted seeds, which he took. Before he could respond further, a plump figure pushed through the crowd to stand before Han Yu. "This junior brother Han is truly remarkable. Your flame spell is incredibly refined. No wonder the spy would suffer at your hands." Zhu Laosan, showing a few strands of chest hair, came up and began to shower Han Yu with praise, but then quickly shifted the conversation. "Junior brother Han, did you feel that there were some aspects of the battle that were not quite perfect? For instance, if you had a defensive artifact or a protective talisman, you wouldn't have needed to risk using your flame spell to clash against the wind blade, wouldn't you agree? Or if you had an offensive artifact like a wind blade talisman or flame talisman, you could have ended the battle more easily, right? Also, since you are at the 2nd layer of Qi refinement and released 3 flame spells, your spiritual energy must not have recovered in time. You would need to supplement it with a recovery pill if you wish to participate in the upcoming grand competition, wouldn't you say?" Zhu Laosan, appearing slick, chuckled while hinting to Han Yu that he should buy something from him. Hearing this, Han Yu felt a stir in his heart. Although Zhu Laosan's words were aimed at selling his junk, the reasoning was not entirely incorrect. If he had offensive artifacts, defensive artifacts, flying artifacts, along with offensive and defensive talismans, it would indeed make combat much easier. Even if not for the grand competition, having them for personal defense was necessary. However, there was no need to buy Zhu Laosan's pile of junk. At this moment, Zhong Yu interjected, Zhu Laosan, there's no need to embarrass yourself by bringing out those things. Taking your pills would require several times the effort to patiently clean out the pill toxins that might not even be cleaned out completely. You should hurry along. As she spoke, she took out a small vial, saying, Junior Brother Han, I have some chi-gathering pills that you can borrow, or would you like to use them to recover your spiritual energy for now? You. Zhu Laosan grew somewhat angry, darkening his face, as he said, Zhong Yue, you are hindering my business. That crosses the line. Junior Brother Han is my friend. If you want to scam my friend, then you're crossing the line. First, Zhong Yu replied with a Zhu Laosan glared at her, clearly unhappy, but didn't choose to retaliate, merely saying, other servant disciples don't have your friendship right. None at all. Zhu Laosan then warned Zhong Yue, if you keep hindering my business, I really will get angry. Turning back to the other servant disciples, he shouted, Did you see that? Did you see that? Such a skilled disciple in spellcraft has also begun taking pills now. I have limited pills, talismans, and artifacts for sale. If you want to buy, act fast, first come, first served. Having shouted just a couple of times, several servant disciples began to gather around. Zhu Laosan was overjoyed, ready to sell his goods, but the servant disciples suddenly dispersed. Zhu Laosan looked around in confusion, only to discover a purple-robed attendant standing behind him, causing him to shudder. Attendant, by. I've been watching you for a long time, kid. Selling pills laced with toxins to casual cultivators in Qinghe Square, no one bothered to manage it before, but now you dare sell them to disciples within the sect. You're intentionally harming others and violating the sect rules, do you understand? Zhu Laosan immediately trembled all over. Attendant, by I didn't know anything during my first time. Please spare me this once. Go to the law enforcement hall and wait for your punishment. Attendant by seized him and stepped onto a flying artifact, leaving the arena. After Zhu Laosan was taken away, the servant-disciple competition became much quieter. Those who had been shouting and inciting others no longer thought about buying shortcuts. Han Yu went through 2 more rounds of matches. One opponent used the wind blade technique, and another had purchased defensive artifacts from Zhu Laosan, neither of which posed significant trouble for Han Yu. Fewer than 100 servant disciples were left. After refining the remaining chi-gathering pills for recovery, Han Yu participated in 2 more rounds and finally ranked among the last 20 servant disciples with a perfect victory. The remaining 20 servant disciples were all naturally admitted to the outer sect. Only one last matter remained: the final ranking of the servant-disciple competition. Since there is a grand competition, there will be rankings, which in turn will lead to rewards. This is one of the best ways to encourage the disciples. Although this time the grand competition is a special admission for the outer sect's miscellaneous disciples, it is only fitting to inspire and motivate all those miscellaneous disciples who have reached this point. In addition to the 20 individuals who just won their duels, the purple-clad steward has brought along 8 others who are also exceptional miscellaneous disciples admitted to the outer sect today, possessing special talents in areas such as talisman, crafting, weapon forging, alchemy, and herb cultivation. After bringing these 8 individuals, the purple-clad steward announced, You 28 have been specially admitted to the outer sect because the sect recognizes your talents and offers you preferential treatment, hoping you can contribute more to the sect. Now we will select the top 10 miscellaneous disciples from among you. From 1st to 10th place, the rewards will range from 10 minor merits to 1 minor merit, and from 10 spirit stones to 1 spirit stone, meaning the 1st place will receive 10 minor merits and 10 spirit stones, while the 10th place will receive 1 minor merit and 1 spirit stone. There will be no rewards beyond the top 10. Who wishes to participate in the competition for the top 10? If anyone wants to withdraw, you may do so now. After the steward finished announcing, 7 of the 8 newly brought individuals raised their hands to withdraw from the ranking competition. Among the remaining 23 others, feeling their strength insufficient, also withdrew from the top 10 contest. Only 18 miscellaneous disciples remained to participate in the final ranking competition. With 20 arenas, it seemed excessive at this point. The purple-clad steward announced that the ranking competition would commence on 9 arenas. Naturally, Han Yu was paired against an opponent named Li Xian, who was at the 2nd level of Qi refinement and wielded attack spells holding talismans in his hand. Such an opponent should not pose a challenge for Han Yu, considering he had just fought against a similar one. However, as the grand competition reached its climax, even miscellaneous disciples below the 3rd level of Qi refinement were among the elite. Li Xian was already capable of casting spells within 2 breaths, and with more than 1 talisman in hand, he launched a series of 3 attacks against Han Yu. Han Yu focused his mind and energy evading the first attack before unleashing 3 fire spells, eventually defeating his opponent with great difficulty. Thus Han Yu entered the top 9. Before Han Yu could step down from the arena to rest, another round of competition began. This time his opponent was named Wang Tung, who was even more exaggerated than the previous one, wielding an intact sword artifact, leaving one to wonder if it was a gift from an elder or something he had purchased with his own savings. At the 2nd level of Qi refinement, he could not unleash the full power of the artifact. Wang Teng merely held it, infused some spiritual energy, and swung the sword artifact, extinguishing Han Yu's fire spells. Seeing this situation, Han Yu couldn't help but fix his gaze upon that sword artifact. Having artifacts and talismans beforehand does indeed provide a strategic advantage in battle. Unfortunately, it was too large to replicate publicly. Otherwise, combining yesterday's accumulated ability to replicate with today's unused replicative capacity might have allowed him to duplicate this sword artifact. At present, the most crucial task was to see if he could defeat his opponent and secure a higher ranking. Han Yu pondered for a moment, activated his spiritual energy, first casting a wind control technique on himself, and then unleashing a wind control technique towards Wang Teng. Upon seeing the wind control technique approaching, Wang Teng hurriedly infused spiritual energy and swung the sword artifact. Han Yu, undeterred, took advantage of the low consumption of the wind control technique, rapidly launching multiple spells towards Wang Teng. Initially, Wang Teng was unconcerned, but gradually his expression grew serious. After several attempts to break through the wind control techniques with his sword artifact, he realized that Han Yu still had energy left while his own was depleting, causing him to panic. After once again slicing through a wind control technique, Wang Teng gritted his teeth and poured his remaining spiritual energy into the sword artifact. Suddenly, the artifact emitted a soft white light, and Wang Teng charged at Han Yu with the sword artifact. At the second level of Qi refinement, forcibly using such an offensive artifact could only yield this level of performance, far from being able to wield it freely. Han Yu swiftly evaded, utilizing another wind control technique. Wang Teng, caught off guard, was immediately pushed off the arena by the wind control technique. After standing up, Wang Teng, who had lost the match, looked at Han Yu with an unusual expression. "Did you anticipate my attack when you used the wind control technique on yourself?" Han Yu nodded and walked down from the arena. Wang Teng had little spiritual energy left and could not afford further consumption. This was Han Yu's plan. Casting a wind control technique on himself in advance provided a sense of security against the sword artifact, allowing him to escape at any moment. "You are truly impressive. You had nothing in hand, unlike me. I brought my father's artifact, yet I still couldn't win against you," Wang Teng said with admiration. He then walked to the other side to speak with a middle-aged man in blue who bore a resemblance to him, presumably his father. At this moment, Zhong Yue, Sun Kong, and Lulan all rushed over, urging Han Yu to quickly meditate and recover his spiritual energy. The next opponents will be even stronger. "Han Shidi, you have no talismans or artifacts, nor any spirit beasts or pills. You'll have to rely solely on your own spells to compete with them. Since you've already entered the outer sect and are now in the top 5, even if you lose, it will still be worthwhile." Han Yu nodded, refining a Qi gathering pill to restore his spiritual energy to perfection. "The other rankings are still being contested," Zhong Yu said excitedly. "I just checked while you were recovering. Han Shidi, you're already secured in the top 4. One more win will put you in the top 2, and 2 more wins will crown you first." Sun Kong and Lulan both expressed their excitement. "Han Shidi, you might just win first place in the grand competition for miscellaneous disciples." Han Yu shook his head slightly. The sect is facing difficulties, repeatedly making exceptions to admit outer sect disciples. For me to rank first at the second level of Qi refinement is not particularly commendable. "How can you say that it's not commendable? The first place in the grand competition is still the first place, and you will definitely receive special attention from the sect," Zhong Yu said earnestly. Han Yu still shook his head. "That will be quite difficult. They have artifacts and talismans. If they can use them, you can use them too." Zhong Yu had a sudden inspiration and suggested, "They'll bring Xiao Bai over to help you. What do you think? Xiao Bai can take a hit." Han Yu paused for a moment, then said, "I don't think that's necessary. A being in the top 4 is already quite good, and there's no need to risk hurting your spirit beast." Seeing his reluctance, Zhong Yu was a bit surprised and laughed. "Looks like Xiao Bai has escaped a beating this time. I'll just have to deal with it myself when I get back." At this moment, Han Yu was called again. He stepped onto the arena to face a miscellaneous disciple named by Ling Yun, who seemed to be around the same age as Han Yu, wielding a sword and wearing spirit armor with the glimmer of artifacts all around him. Han Yu knew at a glance that unless he revealed the blood refining technique and summoned a flock of crows, he could not win against this opponent simply by using spells. The artifacts not only had offense, but also defense, and he did not know how many talismans and pills were backing them up. Who is this Bai Ling Yun? Does he have any relation to the steward Bai who just captured Zhu Lao-san? If that's the case, it would indeed make sense. It seems that this time he could only hope for 3rd or 4th place, which would still be a decent reward. Just as Han Yu was about to give up, a spirit sword with glowing light flew in with a swoosh, descending from the sky and firmly embedding itself into the arena, the sound of the sword echoing endlessly. "Victory without merit, I will assist you." Whose flying sword is that? Han Yu, his opponent Bai Ling Yun, on the arena, and many spectators below all turned to look. To his surprise, it was him. Han Yu was astonished. In this competition for the miscellaneous disciples of Wanshan Valley, Li Tonghai, a spy from the Spirit Sword sect, boldly showed up and even wanted to help him. Looking at Li Tonghai's calm demeanor, he seemed quite cheerful. Beside him stood Elder Yin and another elder whom he had never seen before, both smiling and watching. It seems that Li Tonghai had been treated well in Wanshan Valley, as they showed no restraint towards him. "Senior Brother Han," Li Tonghai called out with a smile. "Everyone else has their magical weapons, yet you have nothing. Wouldn't that make it unfair for you to fight? This flying sword of mine is forged from pure gold, personally bestowed by my master. It has always been used to slay demons and clear injustice." He continued, "Today I'll lend it to Senior Brother Han, so you can have a good fight." Han Yu replied, "You are at the 8th level of Qi refinement, no need to call me Senior Brother Han. Since you have already called, why hide and change your words?" Li Tonghai chuckled. "Senior Brother Han, let's cut the small talk and use my sword." Seeing Li Tonghai's straightforwardness and the two elders from Wanshan Valley showing no displeasure, Han Yu reached out to grasp the flying sword that was embedded in the arena. The moment his palm grasped it, Han Yu made a judgment. The copying ability from the past 2 days was insufficient to replicate this flying sword. It would require 3 days of accumulation to replicate it. Replicating items like Xiankong fruit or essence blood had never been this difficult. It seemed that directly copying refined artifacts consumed even more copying ability. If it was not truly necessary, just for the sake of improving his cultivation, it would be more suitable to replicate Xiankong fruit, essence, blood spirit, blood vines, or pills. Han Yu held the flying sword and effortlessly pulled it out from the arena, the spiritual light flickering. On the other side of the arena, Bai Lingyun saw his potential defeat and couldn't help but exclaim, "We're about to start fighting. Isn't it against the rules to give away items like this?" Li Tonghai, along with Elder Yin, turned to Bai Lingyun and said with a smile, "All right, Lingyun, come down now." Bai Lingyun immediately felt wronged. "Grandpa, I haven't lost yet. If I say come down, then come down. With all your magical items, it's indeed unfair to your opponent," Elder Bai replied. "Just making it to the top 4 is already impressive," Elder Bai said. Bai Lingyun took a deep breath, angrily removed his armor, threw away his sharp sword and magical items, and tossed his necklace and bracelet to the ground. "Is this acceptable now?" Han Yu saw him sulking and not using his magical items, and he also returned Li Tonghai's flying sword back to the arena. Below the arena, the purple-clad steward looked towards Elder Bai. Elder Bai smiled. "If he wants to try, then let him try." The purple-clad steward nodded and announced the start of the match. Han Yu raised his hand and released a gust of wind technique, directly pushing Bai Lingyun off the arena. Bai Lingyun shouted, "Wait, I'm not ready yet." Han Yu seemed not to hear and used another gust of wind technique, pushing him directly off the arena. The purple-clad steward leaped up and caught Bai Lingyun. Bai Lingyun stood on the ground staring at Han Yu on the arena, who was clearly of the same age, his mouth pouting and his eyes gradually turning red as if he wanted to cry. Finally, he snorted loudly and called out, "This time I admit you are impressive." After shouting, he ran away without looking back. As he ran, he quickly raised his hand to wipe his eyes. "Bai Lingyun, your things." The purple-clad steward reminded him. Seeing Bai Lingyun had already run far away, he could only step forward to collect the pile of magical items and return them to Elder Bai. Elder Bai smiled as he accepted them. "This child has poor spiritual roots and is spoiled at home. His temperament needs to be tempered." Han Yu watched this scene and couldn't help but feel Bai Lingyun was about the same age as him, and with all those magical items, it would be harder to defeat him than an average 6th-layer Qi refinement cultivator. Before Han Yu could leave the arena, the purple-clad steward came to announce, "The battle on the other side has also ended. Han Yu and Meng Bao have determined the 1st and 2nd places in this competition." As he spoke, he gestured for a miscellaneous disciple covered in blood and leading a fierce beast with extraordinarily long fangs to come up to the arena. Facing each other before the match was announced to start, Han Yu drew out the flying sword given by Li Tonghai. This opponent was different from the others. He was covered in blood, and Han Yu had to be fully prepared. Meng Bao frowned, glancing at the flying sword in Han Yu's hand, then at the fierce beast beside him, and raised his hand. "I admit defeat. His sword is too sharp. I'm afraid he will hurt my long-toothed tiger." The steward was immediately surprised. "You want to admit defeat?" Meng Bao nodded. "Yes, his sword is too sharp." Han Yu asked him, "What if I don't use the sword and you don't use your long-toothed tiger? How about we compete like that?" Meng Bao helplessly replied, "Then I am even less your opponent. I am just skilled in raising spiritual beasts." Meng Bao added, "You are the 1st in this competition. I will take 2nd place." Han Yu, hearing this, decided not to say more. He had thought that 4th place would be the end, but unexpectedly, with Li Tonghai's intervention, he actually had the opportunity to rely on the advantage of the sword and achieve 1st place. Walking down the arena with the sword, he returned it to Li Tonghai with both hands at the stance. "Thank you for your help. I never intended to win 1st place. It was truly unexpected." "There is no need for Senior Brother Han to be so polite. Li Tonghai joked, returning the flying sword to its sheath behind his back. In my view, these miscellaneous disciples at the second layer of qi refinement are indeed not your match. Each relies on external forces to overpower you, a lone wolf without support. Since I saw this, I naturally had to lend a hand. From here on, I have no business. Senior Brother Han, may we meet again by fate. After speaking, he nodded slightly to Elder Yin and Elder Bai beside him, and the three soared into the air, leaving the main peak of Wanshun Valley on their magical items. Han Yu watched their figures and saw them cross over the protective array of Wanshun Valley after leaving the main peak, pausing in the sky like three black dots. Then a dazzling cold light flashed, shimmering like glass and shooting stars. This light flashed by and disappeared into the distance. The three black dots of Elder Yin, Elder Bai, and Li Tonghai quietly stayed there waiting for something. Good job, Junior Brother Han, first place. Zhong Yu's cheers came from behind. Han Yu turned around to see Zhong Yu's son Kong and Lulan approaching with smiles to congratulate him. Many miscellaneous disciples also looked over, some admiring, some envious, and some surprised. Even many stewards and inner and outer disciples paid attention to him. This competition for second-layer miscellaneous disciples isn't all that significant, is it? As soon as Han Yu finished speaking, the purple-clad steward walked over. One cannot say that after all it is a formal competition of the sect. Achieving first place is your talent. Come, I will take you 28 to the steward's room to change into outer disciple clothes, receive jade tokens, and register rewards. Han Yu responded and followed along with 25 others. Bai Lingyun had run away crying and had not yet returned, and another disciple was injured by Meng Bao's long-toothed tiger and was currently unable to walk. Thus, only 26 of the 28 went to the steward's room together. On the way, Li Xian, Wang Teng, and Meng Bao, who had previously lost to Han Yu, greeted him and praised his prowess, saying that achieving first place was indeed remarkable. There was no enmity among them. Since Han Yu was not arrogant, he politely responded a couple of times, and they had a cordial acquaintance. Upon reaching the steward's room, everyone changed into the outer disciple's green clothes, paired with slightly rough outer disciple jade tokens, and selected 2 spells each from Wind Blade Technique, Ice Condensation Technique, Earth Control Technique, and Flame Technique. Han Yu chose Wind Blade Technique and Ice Condensation Technique. After all, he had no Earth attribute spiritual roots, so there was no need to learn Earth Control Technique. The top 10 minor achievements were issued to Han Yu's outer disciple jade token from the stone tablet rather than being handed over to others for tallying. 10 spirit stones were also issued to him. Subsequently, the steward's room began to arrange for the destinations of these outer disciples. Han Yu asked, "Excuse me, steward, may I return to the spiritual fields? Sister Li has already told me to help her in the spiritual fields after I become an outer disciple. Do you wish to go to the spiritual field? Why not stay at the main peak?" The steward inquired of Han Yu. "Yes," Han Yu replied. "I wonder if the steward can make arrangements for me." Arrangements are naturally not difficult. After all, everyone is trying to stay at the main peak as much as possible, and there aren't many accommodations available here. They have already started sharing places among 2 or 3 people. If you are willing, we will not arrange a place for you at the main peak, and will directly send you to the spiritual field. It will save some trouble. But are you sure you want to go to the spiritual field? Yes, Han Yu answered. Good, then off you go. The steward pointed at the large stone tablet in the steward's office, inputting his magic to change Han Yu's identity. Now you are one of the outer disciples in charge of the spiritual field, and you can head directly there. Han Yu asked the steward, "I have some spirit stones and minor merits. Can I exchange them for some items?" The steward nodded. "You can exchange them with me." It turns out that within the sect, spirit stones cannot be used to buy items. Only major and minor merits can be exchanged for goods, while spirit stones need to be purchased at Qinghe Market. However, due to the current circumstances, spirit stones can now be used for purchases within the sect, though at prices even higher than at Qinghe Market. What do you wish to exchange? Is it appropriate to conduct exchanges in front of so many people? Han Yu hesitated for a moment. Although he had 10 minor merits, 20 spirit stones, and 50 pounds of spirit rice, and wanted to exchange for something, it seemed too inappropriate to do so in public. The steward noticed his caution and did not think much of it. "You can wait until there is no one around to exchange, or I can have a disciple introduce you first, and you can decide after a while. Please arrange for a disciple to assist me with the exchange." The steward, hearing Han Yu's request, nodded slightly and called out towards the direction of the side room of the steward's office, "Lu Yun." He called out, but there was no response. Frowning slightly, the steward called again, "Lu Yun." Still no answer. "Sheng Yin. Steward Lu, I am here." A young man in his 20s, dressed in intersect blue robes with a fair complexion, walked out from the side room and slightly bowed. "What is that rascal Lu Yun doing? Didn't Elder Wen ask him to come to the steward's office to get his behavior corrected?" Steward Lu asked impatiently. "Why is he absent again?" "I do not know," Sheng Yin replied, his lips curling slightly, clearly showing disdain for Lu Yun. That if it weren't for his exceptional constitution beyond his spiritual root, how could we allow him to behave this way, eh? Steward Lu snorted coldly. Forget it. You take this Hanyu to the side room and see what he wants to exchange. When you've discussed it, come find me for the exchange. If you see that rascal Lu Yun, give him a beating before sending him over. Shang Yin immediately rolled up his sleeves, clearly energized. Yes, he'll go right away. He even brought a hint of impatience when greeting Hanyu. Junior brother Han, come with me. Hanyu thought to himself that this inner sect disciple's enthusiasm seemed a bit excessive. Was Lu Yun really that detestable? Upon entering the side room, there was another inner sect disciple and several outer sect disciples. Shang Yin did not introduce Hanyu. Instead, he called another outer disciple over. Li Hua, come here and help this junior brother Han understand how to use minor merits and spirit stones to exchange for items within the sect. He also asked the others, have you seen Lu Yun? Steward Lu personally mentioned we could give him a beating to teach him a lesson. The others immediately perked up. One of them said, I know he went to the back small forest. Another said, let's go and give him a beating. Anyway, that brat has no shame and isn't afraid of being beaten. The group immediately followed Shang Yin out through the back door of the steward's office quite merrily. Anyway, that brat has no shame and isn't afraid of being beaten. The group immediately followed Shang Yin out through the back door of the steward's office quite merrily. Lu Yun afraid of getting beaten. This brat has an unusual constitution and recovers quickly. Oh, I don't know why. Li Hua said he should be cultivating diligently to repay the sect, yet he often goes missing to engage in some petty mischief. Not just us, even the stewards find him disappointing. Given a chance to beat him up, it's quite satisfying to get it out of the system. After all, he recovers quickly, and with his thick skin, he isn't afraid of a beating. As they spoke, Shang Yin and the other disciples from the steward's office brought Lu Yun back. Lu Yun had a bit of a bruised face, awkwardly putting on his lower garments and muttering, it's not a big deal, ooh, I just acted impulsively. You guys were a bit too harsh. Seeing Hanyu, he smiled and greeted, aren't you the one from the spiritual field? What's your name again? Oh, you've also become an outer disciple. Hanyu, at your service, senior brother Lu. Hanyu replied, unable to suppress a smile. Oh, you've also become an outer disciple. At the third layer of Qi cultivation. Pretty fast. Shang Yin kicked him lightly on the lower back, causing him to stumble. You idiot, has your brain been scrambled too? Today the miscellaneous disciples have a great competition, and you junior brother Han have come out first. Lu Yun was astonished. Huh? He came out first. Senior brother Shang, you also came out first in the competition before entering the inner sect, right? You all came out first. You idiot. Shang Yin had no desire to continue the conversation and merely cursed at him. The miscellaneous disciples entering the outer sect through exceptional merit cannot be compared to those who entered the inner sect as the first in the outer sect competition at the 7th layer of Qi cultivation, can they? But this rascal is quite refreshing to beat up, though I should take the chance to hit him again next time. Steward Lu wants to... Lu Yun immediately complied and rushed to the main hall of the steward's office. Moments later, he returned looking disheveled and drenched in scolding. Hanyu continued to listen as Li Hua explained the items that could be exchanged within the sect. Using spirit stones for exchanges is not cheap. If it weren't for the sect being in a dire situation and needing resources, they wouldn't allow spirit stones for exchanges now. 20 spirit stones and 50 pounds of spirit rice equivalent to 30 spirit stones could exchange for only a few dozen sect-inscribed talismans or 3 bottles of gathering chi pills. Spiritual plants and medicines cannot be exchanged because the sect is in trouble. These must be kept in reserve. As for exchanging techniques, 10 spirit stones can only count as 5 minor merits, and further exchanges must be done at the Law Transmission Pavilion. If one were to exchange for magical artifacts, it would be even more expensive. With Han Yes spirit stones and spirit rice combined with 10 minor merits, he could only exchange for the lowest grade magical artifact apart from the banana leaf. The banana leaf is indeed cheap, costing only 10 spirit stones or 5 minor merits for one. After all, it is harvested from a few large banana trees in Wanchun Valley and slightly refined before being distributed to outer disciples. Now it requires a specific exchange, which has already increased its price. Listening to these exchange prices and thinking about Bai Ling Yun's abundance of magical artifacts, Han, you couldn't help but feel envious. Having an ancestor who is an elder and a steward with the surname Bai, he indeed lives a rich life and generally wouldn't be wronged. Having thought of the items he wanted to exchange, Han Yu saw that the newly admitted miscellaneous disciples were leaving one after another, so he stepped out of the side room to find Steward Lu for the exchange. 2 protective talismans, 2 sharp metal talismans, 2 great strength talismans, 2 wind blade talismans, 2 flame talismans, 2 ice talismans, 2 earth control talismans, 2 cleaning talismans, and 1 flying banana leaf. Steward Lu repeated Han Yes' request, slightly puzzled. Aren't you exchanging for items that would help your own cultivation? A few days ago, due to my merits, Elder Yin rewarded me with a bottle of gathering chi pills. Steward Lu suddenly understood that is enough for your cultivation. Before long, you should be able to reach the third layer of Qi cultivation. After exchanging these items with Han Yu, he used 5 minor merits and 20 spirit stones, leaving him with 5 minor merits and 50 pounds of spirit rice. After collecting the stack of talismans and refining the flying banana leaf, using his spiritual breath, Han Yu could now fly between the spiritual field and other places, which was much more convenient. As Han Yu took his first few steps out of the steward's office, he encountered Steward by holding Bai Ling Yun's hand coming towards him. They seemed to be here to collect Bai Ling Yun's outer sect robes and jade pendant. Steward Bai smiled and nodded slightly to Han Yu. Bai Ling Yun was trying hard to maintain a stern face, seemingly unwilling to see Han Yu, but couldn't help but glare at him. Han Yu slightly bowed to Steward Bai, summoned the banana leaf, activated his spiritual breath, and soared into the air, flying towards the outskirts of the main peak. Glancing up, he noticed the distant figures of Elder Bai, Elder Yen, and Li Tonghai still present. Are they still waiting there? Han Yu thought as he passed through the sect's main peak's array of azure light, heading towards the spiritual field. Junior brother Han, impressive. As soon as the banana leaf landed at the spirit field management area, Hua Qi popped his head out with a smile. Indeed impressive, first in the competition. Ji Yida said. Han Yu smiled and replied, both of you must have watched the competition for the miscellaneous disciples, so you know that my first place was truly a stroke of luck, precarious at best. Furthermore, the competition for miscellaneous disciples below the third level of Qi refinement isn't worth much. No need to be humble. If you continue to be overly modest, it would be self-deprecating. Sister Li walked out, her appreciative gaze landing on Han Yu. Although your spiritual root is somewhat lacking, your talent in magic is truly rare among the disciples of Wanchun Valley. Moreover, junior brother Han, please tidy up your living quarters and bring everything to the management area. There are still available rooms here. Han Yu inquired, Sister Li, I've had my spirit field planted for a while now. Should I arrange for other miscellaneous disciples to take over or wait until harvest? After all, it's your own spirit field. Since you're already at the spirit field area, you might as well wait to harvest it conveniently. After Sister Li finished speaking, Han Yu agreed. He tidied up his belongings and moved into a room at the management area a bit away from Sister Li, Hua Qi, and Ji Yida. He then told Sister Li, I'll go look for my crow in the woods. Let's see if I can find it and use the beast taming. Sister Li reminded him, now that you are an outer disciple, you have much more freedom of movement. You don't need to mention this specifically to me. But you must be careful, the sect's management has tightened recently. If you encounter the sect's patrols, you must comply with their inspections and not resist to avoid misunderstandings. Also, it's getting late. Come back before dark. Han Yu nodded in response, urged the banana leaf to circle around the spirit field, and sensed the large crow in a dense forest not far from the valley. After calling the large crow, Han Yu returned to the spirit field and showed it to Sister Li, Hua Qi, and Ji Yida. The three were somewhat surprised. This crow carries spiritual energy. It counts as a spiritual beast. Junior brother Han Yu, of good luck. The crow you brought into the sect is also a spiritual beast, so now you have an assistant. Han Yu originally intended for them to see the large crow so that it would naturally follow him to help eat. After achieving his goal, he let the large crow fly away again. Junior brother Han, aren't you keeping this crow with you? Since I know where it is and have already used the beast taming technique, it will be easier to find it later. If I keep it by my side all day, it will consume quite a bit of resources. Han Yu offered a reason. Sister Li analyzed this choice has its pros and cons. The advantage is that you don't have to expend your resources and cultivation time, but the downside is that if you're not careful and someone or another spiritual beast kills your crow, you might not be able to notice in time. If you have extra energy beyond cultivation, it's still better to keep your spiritual beast close to you. Yes, Sister Li, I understand. After the large crow spread its wings and flew away, the sky darkened. Han Yu quietly cultivated in his room. He would need to wait until reaching the foundation establishment stage to refine his spiritual root again. He practiced the Qinghe Qi refinement heart method and blood refining technique daily without fail, and he needed to practice the Thousand Illusions secret technique and phantom body technique more to unleash greater potential. The beast taming technique and sharp gold technique were still not practiced enough. The beast heart communication contract wind blade technique and ice condensation technique had yet to be learned. The blood droplet technique, spirit nourishing technique, flame technique, wind control technique, and water control technique were all relatively well mastered. The bloodthirst technique had not been used since learning it. After finishing today's cultivation, he reached the daily growth limit of spiritual energy for the golden water and wood spiritual roots. Han Yu began to estimate the quantity of items he could replicate. After 2 days of accumulating replication ability, what could he replicate? He estimated he could replicate about 4 talismans and 3 gathering chi pills. He could replicate 3 xuanqin fruits, 4 sections of spirit blood vines, and 6 drops of his own blood. This was based on his previous actual verification, and after 2 days of accumulation, this was all he could replicate. The banana leaf could not be replicated, requiring about 3 days of accumulation. The storage bag would need about 7 to 8 days of accumulation. Hanyu had gradually discovered the patterns of replication in his right hand. Today, with many items in hand, he confirmed fully that smaller items with less spiritual energy and simpler refining methods were easier to replicate. Once the item size increases, even something as simple as a banana leaf, which isn't worth much spiritual stones, becomes laborious to replicate, requiring the same level of replication ability as Li Tonghai's flying sword. Hanyu thought to himself, "It seems that the targets I prioritize for replication in the future will be those that are unrefined, small-sized, yet highly effective spiritual plants and medicines, followed by some pills and talismans. Large-sized magical artifacts, on the contrary, are quite uneconomical." The night was as deep as ink, and Elder by Elder Yin and Li Tonghai stood like 3 statues quietly hovering in the sky. Nearly 6 hours had passed, and the emotions of the 3 had shifted from initial anticipation to growing impatience, and then gradually into disappointment, sinking their hearts. After the sword talisman was sent out, there was still no response. After a moment, the main peak formation and the mountain protecting formation both fluctuated successively. A faint floral fragrance slowly wafted in as Elder Wen's flower palanquin arrived in the air, closely followed by the sect master of Wanshan Valley, the Supreme Elder, and several other elders' magical artifacts. "Has Sect Master Yi not responded to the sword talisman?" the sect master inquired. "The sword talisman sent by the master has never failed to respond." Li Tonghai nodded, his expression serious and tinged with worry. "It seems that the situation in Wanshan Valley is worse than we imagined. This indicates that someone is deliberately obstructing the sword talisman, preventing Sect Master Yi from knowing the true state of Wanshan Valley," the sect master said slowly. "This means the other side knows that Wanshan Valley has not colluded with demonic cultivators and is intentionally trying to frame us, aiming to put us in peril. Moreover, there is at least one golden core cultivator lurking around Wanshan Valley, deliberately isolating our information, leaving us with no means to respond. Moreover, there is at least one golden core cultivator lurking around Wanshan Valley, deliberately isolating our information, leaving us with no means to respond. Who exactly is plotting to annihilate Wanshan Valley with such meticulous planning? And for what reason? They had no clue. Let me return to the Spirit Sword sect. I must personally inform the master that there is a conspiracy afoot, and we must not fall for the tricks of despicable people." Li Tonghai spoke urgently and anxiously. "If you leave alone now, you will be killed immediately, and will be disguised as having been killed by us from Wanshan Valley." The Supreme Elder immediately rejected his idea. "There is already immense danger lurking outside Wanshan Valley. Then what should we do? We can't just sit here and wait for them to come knocking." Elder Yin couldn't hold back his impatience, gritting his teeth as he spoke. The sect master gently shook his head and slowly said, "That cannot be the case. Elders, you must return immediately and safeguard the mountain protecting formation and the main peak formation. If necessary, gather all internal and external disciples to defend the formations. I and the Supreme Elder will personally escort Li Tonghai to the Spirit Sword sect. Once the message gets through both the Spirit Sword sect and sect master, you will surely not allow the conspiracy to unfold and stand by idly. As long as we have the Spirit Sword sect as an ally, Wanshan Valley can be saved." With the command of the sect leader Elder Yin, Elder by Elder One, and the other 8 elders dared not delay returning to the main hall of the sect's peak to activate the formation. The 8 elders entered the sealed core of Wanshan Valley, confirming that the sect's mountain protecting formation and the main peak formation were operating correctly. 2 elders remained behind to monitor the formation in case of any unforeseen circumstances, while the other 6 returned to the main hall. "This time I wonder if the sect leader and the others can reach the Lingjian sect safely," Elder Bai said solemnly, his voice echoing in the hall. The weight of this topic pressed heavily on each elder's heart. The fragrant aroma of the spiritual wood within the hall could not dispel the atmosphere of tension and unease. Elder Yan's eyes were sharp as he analyzed the situation. If it's just 1 or 2 golden core cultivators intercepting the external communications of Wanshan Valley, should not be overly difficult. What we fear is if they join forces. After all, we cannot be certain who among the Ling Beast sect, Xian Yi sect, and Xiao Tian Luo sect has fabricated rumors about our collusion with demon cultivators. It's even possible that there are those within the Lingjian sect who are not aligned with Yi Guxing. If that's the case, it would indeed be extremely unfortunate. Another elder spoke up. Another elder recalled the previous difficult negotiations for peace. "In my view, the Ling Beast sect is the most suspicious. They disrupted our immortal fate ceremony, and neither Xian Yi sect nor Lingjian sect offered any explanation, which seemed like they were being deceived. Only the Ling Beast sect outright accused us of colluding with demon cultivators, which is completely baseless and slanderous." Elder Bai sighed. On the surface it seems like this, but who knows the true circumstances? Wanshun Valley has been falsely accused without our knowledge, and now we are left speechless, unable to negotiate for peace. It's truly frustrating. Elder Yin was somewhat astonished. Aren't you in agreement with the Grand Elder advocating for peace? I thought you wouldn't be upset. What kind of talk is that? Elder Bai retorted, my family and I are all within the sect. How could I not wish for the sect to weather this crisis safely? When others bully us, I am naturally angered. Yet every sect is more adept at fighting than Wanshun Valley. We have no choice but to endure, that is a fact. Now the situation is such that enduring might not even bring us peace. How can I not feel frustrated and distressed? Elder Bai's words once again thickened the atmosphere in the sect's main hall. Among these elders, who isn't angry or worried about the sect's future? After a moment of silence, Elder Wen slowly spoke. Talking about these matters now is of no use. The sect leader and the Grand Elder are escorting Li Tonghai to the Lingjian sect tonight. If they succeed, we will be safe. If they fail, our safety will be much harder to secure. Given the current situation, we must concentrate all our strength and make preparations. Elder Yin, I need your help. Elder Yin reminded, Sister Wen, you should call me Junior Brother Yin. Elder Wen seemed not to hear and continued. Elder Yin, please gather all the deacons and disciples from the inner and outer sects to stand by. If something goes awry, we shall gather all our strength to protect the formation. Elder Yin, upon hearing this, rose and left the hall, navigating through the residences of the deacons at the sect's peak with his black staff. Before long, deacons such as Deacon Lu, Deacon Fong, Deacon He, and Deacon Bai gathered one after another, listening to Elder Yan's orders to assemble the many inner and outer sect disciples at the peak. Deacon Lu, who managed the distribution of staff during the day and was quite informed about the situation, stepped forward to report. Elder Yan, Deacon Hu Biao from Qinghe Square has yet to return. There are also 10 inner sect disciples and 29 outer sect disciples at Qinghe Square, the Mountain Gate, the Spiritual Fields, the Medicinal Gardens, the Alchemy Hall, the Weapon Refining Hall, the Talisman Hall, the Ancestral Tomb, and the patrol teams outside the main peak. Should we also call them back to the main peak? Elder Yin pondered for a moment. You handle this matter, go quickly and return quickly. Deacon Lu nodded, summoning his magical tool to soar out of the main peak. However, when he arrived at the blue light of the main peak's formation, the formation did not open as it usually would to allow Deacon Lu through. Deacon Lu was surprised to return, saying, Elder Yin, it seems I cannot go out. Elder Yin was not surprised. This formation has already activated a higher level of defense, strictly forbidding anyone from entering or exiting. The situation is not yet so urgent. I will return to discuss with the other elders. We should be able to temporarily lower the protective barrier of the formation to let you go and call back Hu Biao. Deacon Lu agreed. Just then Elder Yin suddenly sensed something and looked toward the deep night sky. There was a faint light like that of an oil lamp. Then it suddenly transformed into a bright blue light that flashed open. It's the everlasting spring. Indeed, there is an ambush. Elder Yan's complexion changed dramatically. The sect leader and the others are fighting for their lives. He then shouted sharply, all deacons and all inner and outer sect disciples at the main peak immediately stand by outside the sect's main hall, and under no circumstances are you allowed to go out. With Elder Yan's command, the deacons quickly sped up the gathering of disciples. The entire main peak of Wanshun Valley became tumultuous, but under the deacons' reprimands, the inner and outer sect disciples quickly fell silent. More than 200 inner sect disciples, including Jin Qi and Sheng Yin, gradually gathered behind the giant cauldron outside the sect's main hall. Over 1,600 outer sect disciples meanwhile lined up behind the inner sect disciples under the deacons' guidance. These outer sect disciples included not only the original 4th and 5th layer Qi condensation disciples, but also 3rd layer Qi condensation disciples like Sun Kong Lu Lan and Zhong Yu. Even by Ling Yun Meng Bao Li Xian and Wang Tung, who had just become outer sect disciples during the day, were summoned. Lu Yun hurriedly tied his belt, blending into the crowd. Even Zhu Laosan, who had just been punished earlier in the day, was dragged out, waiting to redeem himself. Everyone waited nervously in silence. Not only did the inner and outer sect disciples not know whether they would face a violent attack next, but even the elders and deacons were uncertain about the situation. After the flash of the everlasting spring, it had not shone again. The light before the sect's main hall, which had originally been quite bright, now gathered nearly 2,000 people, casting shadows behind the outer sect disciples, and the light on every face had turned dim. Sun Kong turned to look at Lu Lan, who was also looking at him. They exchanged a glance, both wanting to speak, but holding back. The deacons were nearby, watching closely to prevent any whispering or unrest. Senior Brother Sun, if Wanshun Valley is breached, can we still survive? I wonder how Junior Brother Han is doing at the Spiritual Fields. His staying outside the main peak, is it our misfortune or his? I hope the sect can safely weather this disaster so that we all can get through it. At the main peak of Wanshun Valley, the air had become stagnant, heavy enough that everyone instinctively held their breath. Time passed slowly, each moment feeling unbearable as the night gradually lightened like ink being diluted with water. The situation at other places outside the main peak remained unknown, yet the sky was gradually brightening. Let's go. The moonlight was dim, scattered over the protective mountain formation of Wanshun Valley. Above the formation, the master of Wanshun Valley, adorned with a golden crown and wearing a golden robe, stroked his 3 strands of long beard and spoke slowly. A jade gourd over a yard long at their feet emitted spiritual light, with the supreme elder standing shoulder to shoulder with him. Li Tonghai was right behind them. With the return of the 8 elders of Wanshun Valley to their sect, it was time for them to set off. This journey may not be peaceful, the supreme elder said slowly. Even if it is not peaceful, we must go. The Lingjian sect and Master Yi are our only possible allies. As the master spoke, a silent spell enveloped Li Tonghai, shielding him from the impact of the wind generated by their swift movement. At the Golden Core realm, the speed was too fast, and the wind pressure would harm those at the Qi refining stage. Without protection, Li Tonghai would hardly be able to stay standing and would fall from the artifact. Then the master urged the jade gourd, which swiftly streaked across the night sky, heading outside. 2 breaths later, they had already traveled 100 miles away from the protective mountain formation of Wanshun Valley. The anticipated interception did not occur, yet the master and the supreme elder did not show any signs of relief. Since events had unfolded, there must be a reason behind them. The sword talisman sent by Li Tonghai could not have failed without reason. There must be someone obstructing them. Would the other side allow them to leave Wanshun Valley? Especially after intercepting the sword talisman, it was even less likely. After another 10 breaths, the jade gourd had reached 1,000 miles beyond Wanshun Valley. Suddenly, a beam of sword light appeared ahead. A middle-aged man standing on a flying sword with his brows raised saw the jade gourd and joyfully transmitted his voice. Is that Master Qi of Wanshun Valley? I am Ku Yuan from the Lingjian sect, sent by Senior Brother Yi to inquire about the whereabouts of disciple Li Tonghai. Today I suddenly received a fragmented sword talisman from Li Tonghai, which was vague in its message, suggesting that my senior brother's disciple is in peril. Master Qi of Wanshun Valley did not stop the jade gourd, but directly responded through spiritual transmission. This is not a place for conversation. Let us return to the Lingjian sect together to discuss with Master Yi. With that, he hastened the jade gourd even faster, showing no intention of pausing to wait for this Ku Yuan of the Lingjian sect. The sword light flashed, and Ku Yuan aligned his flying sword with the jade gourd, flying towards the direction of the Lingjian sect. While laughing, he said, Li Tonghai, since you are here, why not greet your uncle master? Have you grown wings? Thanks to Master Qi's magical protection, Li Tonghai was now able to speak and act. Uncle Ku, what brings you here? If I hadn't come, your master would surely blame me. Ku Yuan laughed heartily. Your sword talisman was incomplete, so your master sent a talisman to Zhou Chaos Capital, which is closer to Wanshun Valley. Poor me, just enjoying wine and revelry with a courtesan, and I had to abandon my beautiful companion to come find you, this ungrateful disciple. Tisk tisk, what a wonderful wine and beautiful woman I had to forsake tonight. Seeing that his reasoning was sound and fit his usual temperament, Li Tonghai gradually set aside his doubts and smiled, saying, Uncle, you remain as carefree as ever. If my master knew, he would probably punish you again. Your master is cold and uninteresting. One must understand that the joys of life are found in the world of mortals, and always preaching about how wine and lust corrupt the mind will cloud the sword heart. Ku Yuan said dismissively, in my opinion, longevity and enjoyment are what one should pursue. Master Qi of Wanshun Valley urged the jade gourd with all his might, remaining silent. The supreme elder chimed in beside them. If you have such interests, upon returning from the Lingjian sect, I will present you with a jar of treasured spirit wine. You may indulge in leisure for a month in the capital of Namli. What harm is there in that? Is that true? Ku Yuan exclaimed joyfully. It is indeed true, the supreme elder replied with a smile. It's a deal, Ku Yuan said excitedly. At that moment, a sudden bright light appeared ahead, and the jade gourd collided with an invisible barrier, shaking violently. Almost simultaneously, a massive black bear with wings suddenly emerged from the invisible barrier, leaping towards the jade gourd, its enormous paw measuring a yard in width slamming down. It has finally come. Master Qi of Wanshun Valley urged the jade gourd to quickly retreat, evading the winged black bear, shouting, Spirit Beast Sect. Indeed it is you. No one responded. Silvery threads suddenly appeared, wrapping around Ku Yuan's flying sword and intertwining with the jade gourd like silver snakes. Seeing this scene, Master Qi clenched his teeth. Heavenly net. Why has the Xiaodian Luo sect come here instead of staying at their mountain gate to predict fortunes? Have we of Wanshun Valley offended you? A light laugh rang out as a figure wearing a veil indistinguishable as male or female, young or old, stood in the air, holding a silver spindle. Master Qi, you are mistaken. Not everything that is destroyed must have a reason behind it. The fall of Wanchun Valley is simply fate. A robust man in armor flew out from behind the invisible barrier, stepping on the forehead of the winged black bear, its roaring patterns from chest to jaw particularly fierce. He sneered, "That makes sense. That is merely your slander." Master Qi retorted angrily, "In truth you are clearer than I, and that Wanchun Valley has never colluded with demonic cultivators. Terminate you. That is merely your slander." Master Qi retorted angrily, "In truth you are clearer than I, and that Wanchun Valley has never colluded with demonic cultivators. So what?" A sword quietly extended, piercing through Ku Yuan's body. Then the voice echoed as a greeny Taoist withdrew the sword, saying calmly. Ku Yuan, unable to believe it, knelt on the flying sword, blood in his mouth, turning to look. Xian Yi sect. You three families are actually working together. Indeed, Wanchun Valley deserves to be eradicated, the greeny Taoist said coldly. The veiled person from the Shaotian Luo sect smiled, and added, "Kill the two disciples of the Lingjian sect. Then tell Yi Guxing that this is the doing of Wanchun Valley colluding with demonic cultivators. I imagine enraged Yi Guxing will single-handedly destroy all of Wanchun Valley." Right. Seeing the three Golden Core Realm cultivators before him, none of whom were easy opponents, just then another Golden Core Realm cultivator from the Spirit Beast sect appeared riding a giant one-horned python. Master Qi of Wanchun Valley felt an inexplicable sorrow and anger. Why are your three sects targeting our Wanchun Valley? Such ruthless measures. You wouldn't understand even if I told you, so just be muddled and perish along with your spirit. The robust man from the Spirit Beast sect responded, then urged the winged black bear forward, its paw swinging like a small mountain, creating a howling wind rushing towards Master Qi's Jade Gourd. Outnumbered, Master Qi dared not counterattack, urging the Jade Gourd to retreat in an attempt to escape. At that moment, a vast expanse of silver threads suddenly appeared behind him, blocking their path back. The Shaotian Luo sect member chuckled lightly. At this point, how could we let you escape? The Jade Gourd accelerated, instantly dodging the silver threads, evading the winged black bear's attack, then turned and charged forward. At that moment, Ku Yuan suddenly spat out blood, barely standing up as the flying sword broke free from the silver threads, shouting, "Go! I will hold them off." With that, he swept his long sword, sending out several beams of sword light, sharp to the extreme. The winged black bear, one-horned python, silver threads, and the Xian Yi sect Taoist were all temporarily unable to approach the Jade Gourd, creating a safe zone around it. Master Qi instantly seized the opportunity, urging the Jade Gourd to rush forward frantically, trying to bypass the invisible barrier. The Supreme Elder turned to look at Ku Yuan, shouting, "Let's go together." He threw a green vine that flew straight towards Ku Yuan, wrapping around his waist, pulling him onto the Jade Gourd. "Thank you," Ku Yuan said gratefully, blood at the corner of his mouth. "No need for thanks. Wanchun Valley has no reason to abandon a life-saving benefactor," the Supreme Elder replied solemnly. "Then I still have to thank you." Ku Yuan suddenly raised his eyes, and a beam of sword light pierced through the Supreme Elder's dantian. "I never said I would save your lives. Thank you for facilitating my escape." You, Grand Elder of the 10,000 Spring Valley, stared wide-eyed at Ku Yuan, disbelief etched across his face. Simultaneously, the green vine in his hand transformed into a razor-sharp whip, lashing toward Ku Yuan's head. Ku Yuan had anticipated this move. Though both were Golden Core cultivators, the Grand Elder's seniority and superior strength meant that any further aggression on Ku Yuan's part would only result in mutual annihilation. In that hair-trigger instant, before he could even recall his flying sword, Ku Yuan launched himself backward. Yet without his sword to aid flight, relying solely on Golden Core cultivation, his speed plummeted dramatically. The Grand Elder gritted his teeth and forcibly channeled spiritual energy, once more conjuring another whip of verdant vine. At the same time, Sect Master Qi bellowed, "How dare this villain!" He pivoted the azure Jade Gourd, its mouth erupted with a palm-sized sphere crackling with lightning and inscribed with intricate talismanic runes. "Save me!" Ku Yuan glimpsed the faint serpentine flicker of electricity dancing across the sphere and cried out in alarm. This was the 10,000 Spring Valley's secret art, the Azurewood Thunder Pellet. Should both the vine whip and this pellet strike him simultaneously, his physical body would be obliterated instantly. At that very moment, a silvery thread coiled around Ku Yuan's arm, yanking him swiftly beyond the Grand Elder's reach. Simultaneously, a Taoist from the Xian Yimen stepped forward, unfurling a golden broth talisman that formed an impregnable barrier before the Azurewood Thunder Pellet. Crack! The Azurewood Thunder Pellet fissured along a fine seam, unleashing torrents of lightning. In an instant, emerald serpents of raw power writhed wildly, ripping through the surrounding sea of clouds, carving voids in their wake, twisting moonlight itself into a shimmering jade-hued radiance. The barrier conjured by the golden broth talisman proved truly unassailable, withstanding dozens of violent impacts from the azure lightning. Only after the last bolt dissipated did the talisman reach its limit. It trembled faintly once, then dissolved slowly into wisps of golden light. Behind the talisman's fading glow stood three unscathed cultivators, the Xian Yimin Taoist, a disciple of the Shao Tian Luo sect, and Ku Yuan of the Lingjian sect. The Shao Tian Luo sect cultivator chuckled. We knew you 10,000 Spring Valley disciples were all like tortoises, hoarding resources for decades without ever waging war, contributing barely a fraction even during the purge of the demon blood sect. Still, you must possess something formidable. Since you've deployed the Azurewood Thunder Pellet, surely the Etherealwood Thunder Bead isn't far behind. If you truly possess such resolve, why twist truth so brazenly, and press us so relentlessly? Sect Master Qi swept her gaze across the circle, fixing it upon two golden core cultivators from the Lingshou sect, and one each from the Xian Yimin Lingjin sect and Shao Tian Luo sect. As she thundered, do you truly fear mutual destruction? Did we not tell you plainly? This is the 10,000 Spring Valleys' ordained fate. The androgynous figure from the Shao Tian Luo sect, veiled and holding a silvery spindle, laughed softly. We originally intended a slow, methodical advance, but while we remained patient, you grew restless instead. So that granted us the perfect opening. Do you truly believe every Lingjian sect cultivator is as rigid and single-minded as Yi Guxing, obsessed with absolute moral binaries dividing good from evil as if by divine decree? Look at this junior brother from the Lingjian sect. Has he not likewise chosen your annihilation? Such deliberate psychological barbs drew neither flinch nor retort from Sect Master Qi or the Grand Elder. Prolonged attrition would only entomb the 10,000 Spring Valley slowly, deepening despair with every passing moment. To entertain such enemy rhetoric, to let doubt fester, hesitation take root, would mean the Shao Tian Luo sect had already succeeded to unsettle the mind, paralyze resolve, and seal one's doom right here. Golden Core combat unfolds at blinding speed. From Ku Yuan's ambush of the Grand Elder to Sect Master Qi's Azurewood Thunder Pellet shattering against the Golden Broth Talisman, the entire sequence unfolded in less than a breath. Only then did Li Tonghai draw his sword in furious outrage. Senior uncle, what are you doing? You know full well the 10,000 Spring Valley never conspired with demonic cultivators, yet you slander them under false pretenses and launch treacherous strikes. Do you not fear your sword heart? Ku Yuan sneered. Sword heart. Again the sword heart. To hell with your sword heart. I love wine, I love beauty, I love life's pleasures. I refuse to be like that stubborn fool, Yi Guxing, treating life and death as trivial and chasing nothing but sword heart clarity. The Lingjin sect needs allies, not endless austerity. It needs a better life, not a cult of the sword heart where every breath is measured in sacred principles. I've heard enough. I've endured enough of you fools, madmen all. Our Tao paths diverge, we cannot walk them together. Li Tonghai's gaze turned cold with disdain. Your will lacks sincerity. You could have left the Lingjian sect long ago, for another sect where disputes would be settled fairly. Yet you chose this path, to poison our sect itself. My master will surely strike you down. Ku Yuan instinctively ducked his head, as though an actual swordlight spanning the southern heavens had just swept past, demanding evasion. What is there to fear? Boomed the burly man of the Lingshou sect. United, our four sects can crush the 10,000 Spring Valley, and Yi Guxing himself. For generations, the 5 sects of the southern realm have honored separate destinies, never interfering in one another's affairs. The Grand Elder wrenched the sword, piercing his torso free, spat out 2 pills, and swallowed them coldly. When the demon blood sect ravaged the land, we united in righteous self-defense. No act of ambition, only survival. The 10,000 Spring Valley pursues cultivation alone, cultivating spirit herbs, refining pills. Why must we bear such persecution? Sect Master Qi sent a silent mental transmission. Grand Elder, are you unharmed? My dantian is ruptured, the golden core remains intact, but spiritual energy flows sluggishly. I cannot sustain prolonged combat. The Grand Elder replied. Then break through immediately. I still possess dozens of Azurewood Thunder Pellets. We may yet fight our way out. Let me hold the rear. The Grand Elder gazed deeply, then answered. Does that not mean? There is no time for hesitation. These old bones will take as many enemies with me as possible, far better than letting our entire sect perish here. With his final transmission, the Grand Elder added, take Li Tonghai to find Yi Guxing, the only cultivator in the southern realm with the strength to turn the tide. That sword heart was forged for precisely such a moment. Their silent communion lasted but an instant. Then the Azure Jade Gourd unleashed 10 Azurewood Thunder Pellets in rapid succession, hurtling straight toward the invisible barrier ahead. Hundreds of azure lightning bolts crisscrossed and detonated in thunderous harmony, violently shaking the previously imperceptible barrier. Immediately afterward, the gourd blazed with brilliant spiritual light, and charged forward with unstoppable momentum. Zzz. A grating shriek pierced the air, the barrier finally shattered. In the next heartbeat, 5 golden core cultivators, 3 ahead, 2 behind, closed ranks sealing both the gourd's path forward and its retreat. 10 azurewood thunder pellets expended, along with immense spiritual energy, to force open our pre-established obstruction. Sect Master Qi, how much strength do you retain for self-preservation? The Shao Tian Luo sect cultivator smiled faintly again. Surely this too fell within your calculations, asked the Grand Elder. Naturally. Before the Shao Tian Luo cultivator could finish, Sect Master Qi and the Grand Elder roared in unison. The azure jade gourd transformed into a dazzling meteor, propelled to its absolute velocity limit, and shot forward. Instantly, the 2 Ling Shou sect cultivators and the Xian Yimen Taoist rushed to intercept. Simultaneously, the Shao Tian Luo cultivator's silvery thread shot forth like a streak of starlight. At that precise moment, the Grand Elder hurled himself into their midst. A golden core erupted from his Zifu hovering midair, its azure surface webbed with ominous spreading cracks. The burly man and the Xian Yimen Taoist recoiled in shock, halting mid-motion and retreating frantically. Was this elder truly prepared to detonate his golden core? The second Ling Shou sect cultivator, fully channeling his horned serpent, froze momentarily at the sight. That single infinitesimal delay was all it took. A blinding column of azure light pierced heaven and earth, swallowing everything within dozens of li, engulfing both him and his horned serpent utterly. An ancient voice echoed, lingering like incense smoke. 10,000 years of evergreen spring. Only after a long suspended silence did the celestial azure radiance gradually fade. At the epicenter of the golden core detonation, the Grand Elder and the Ling Shou sect cultivator astride the horned serpent were reduced to dust, leaving no trace of flesh or bone. The burly Ling Shou sect cultivator's black bear mount bore bloodied paws. The Xian Yimen Taoist stood in tattered robes, heart pounding with residual dread. The Shao Tian Luo sect cultivator's veil fluttered away, revealing a gaunt, pallid face. Even standing at a distance, both he and Ku Yuan had been forced to muster full defenses against the blast's aftershock, faces contorted in shock, composure utterly shattered. Never imagined a sect as sluggish as the 10,000 Spring Valley could bite back with such ferocity, remarked the Shao Tian Luo cultivator. My junior brother is dead, roared the burly Ling Shou sect cultivator. That old 10,000 Spring Valley fiend took my young golden core brother with him. What use is lamenting now? The Xian Yimen Taoist interjected. From the moment we resolved to jointly eradicate the 10,000 Spring Valley, we accepted this possibility. That was merely one golden core cultivator. Next comes the sect master, and the ethereal wood thunder bead capable of threatening even golden core cultivators. Perhaps 2 or 3 more golden core cultivators will fall. For a single sect like the 10,000 Spring Valley, the cost is staggering. The burly Ling Shou cultivator ground his teeth. Lose 2 or 3 more golden core cultivators, and our 3 sects may find ourselves entirely bereft of golden core elders. Had we known this, perhaps we should have. We agreed from the outset to wear them down slowly, like grinding a tortoise's shell, said the Shao Tian Luo cultivator. After all, no plan survives contact with reality. Who foresaw that even a tortoise might bare its fangs with such fury? Our benefactor demanded only a 30-year moratorium. No presence allowed upon the 10,000 Spring Valley's ley lines. The terms were generous and binding. This, too, is destiny. Noticing the 3 sects conversing as if excluding him, Ku Yuan interjected, should Yi Guxing join them, the toll will exceed 2 or 3 golden core cultivators. Yi Guxing's involvement does heighten the danger. Then why not strike the 10,000 Spring Valley now, while it has no golden core cultivators remaining? Its mountain-protecting formation anchored to the ley lines cannot be breached overnight, and we dare not assault it recklessly lest we damage the very veins of earth we seek to control. What then when Yi Guxing arrives, when Sect Master Qi returns, or when the entire Ling Jian sect descends upon us? Urgent priority, we must all journey to the Ling Jian sect to summon every golden core cultivator from our respective sects. Either slay Sect Master Qi before she regroups, or persuade Yi Guxing by any means necessary. If all else fails, Ku Yuan, you alone must face Yi Guxing. The Ling Shou sect Xian Yimen and Shao Tian Luo sect cultivators exchanged glances, then turned as one toward Ku Yuan. He blinked, stunned. If I could even raise my head before Yi Guxing, would I be standing here beside you? Forcing a medicinal pill into his mouth, Sect Master Qi of Wanshun Valley dared not pause for a moment. He channeled the pill's power into his spiritual energy while desperately urging the azure jade gourd forward, racing straight toward the spirit sword sect thousands of miles away. Catching sight of faintly flickering sword glints and distant lights in the distance, Sect Master Qi and Li Tonghai finally breathed a sigh of relief. The Spirit Sword Sect's mountain gate was perched atop 9 solitary precipitous sword peaks, their cliffs carved, as if by axe strokes, their surfaces pitch black, like quenched cold iron. The rock textures resembled intersecting sword scars, and day and night, sword light flickered and dimmed without cease. This was the most distinctive feature of the Spirit Sword Sect. As they neared the sect, 2 disciples flew over on their flying swords, calling out, "Who goes there?" "It's me," Li Tonghai responded. "Let us in quickly. Senior Brother Li." The 2 disciples glanced at each other in surprise, then looked at Sect Master Qi with suspicion. "And who is this with you?" "Sect Master Qi of Wanshun Valley." "What?" "The Wanshun Valley that colluded with demon cultivators." The 2 disciples exchanged a look, their expressions turning wary. "Senior Brother Li, why are you with him? Don't you know the sect master despises demon cultivators the most?" "This is a misunderstanding. I was sent by my master to investigate this matter, and my findings confirm that Wanshun Valley has not colluded with demon cultivators. I must take him to see my master and explain the whole truth." Li Tonghai hurriedly explained. The 2 Spirit Sword Sect disciples exchanged glances, but given the gravity of the situation, they dared not fully trust him. "Senior Brother Li, please wait outside. We will report this to the sect immediately. Go quickly and inform my master. If you encounter my senior brothers or sisters, ask them to come as well," Li Tonghai instructed cautiously. One of the Spirit Sword Sect disciples hurried away. Unable to contain himself, Li Tonghai shouted after him, "Be swift." Before long, before the Spirit Sword Sect disciple could return, 4 figures rapidly approached from the horizon. The robust cultivator of the Spirit Beast Sect and Ku Yuan stood side by side atop a double-winged black bear. The gaunt cultivator of the Little Heavenly Luo Sect rode a silver-white spindle, and a Taoist from the Profound Unity Sect stood on a Dharma sword. As soon as the 4 arrived, Ku Yuan immediately twisted the truth, bellowing, "Qi Wanfa of Wanshun Valley. Not only have you colluded with demon cultivators, but you dare to deceive a disciple of my Spirit Sword Sect. You deserve death." With that roar, he pressed his fingers together, unleashing a burst of sword Qi aimed directly at Li Tonghai. The cultivators from the Spirit Beast Sect and Profound Unity Sect also launched their attacks at Li Tonghai simultaneously. If this man died, Qi Wanfa would have no way to defend himself, and Yi Guxing would find it impossible to verify the truth. They understood this logic, and of course Sect Master Qi did as well. As the sole witness who could convince Yi Guxing, if Li Tonghai perished, would Yi Guxing believe him, or Ku Yuan and the other sects? There was no doubt about the outcome. Without hesitation, Sect Master Qi used his golden core power to shield Li Tonghai, firmly urging the azure jade gourd to block in front of them. From the gourd's mouth shot 10 azure with thunder pearls, their chaotic lightning neutralizing the attacks from Ku Yuan and the other 3. At that same moment, Sect Master Qi's expression flickered, and he looked to the side, exclaiming in surprise, "Sect Master, Yi has arrived." The gaunt man from the Little Heavenly Luo Sect let out a soft, sinister laugh, knowing his full-force ambush had succeeded. Veins bulged on his thin hand as his spiritual energy nearly failed to control the silver-white spindle. By the time Sect Master Qi regained his senses, a mere instant had passed, yet a silver-white thread had already pierced through his chest at the Tanzhong acupoint. His face pale and drained of color, the cultivator from the Little Heavenly Luo Sect clutched the thread with his own hand, exerting every ounce of strength, his eyes wild with ferocity. "Qi, this is fate. Accept it." "Nonsense. How could my sect be destroyed by the likes of you?" Enduring the searing pain in his body and the disruption of his spiritual energy, Sect Master Qi roared in fury. A golden sword flew from his storage pouch, and he gritted his teeth as he slashed at the silver-white thread. At the same time, he tried to take a medicinal pill. But with 4 golden core cultivators working together, how could they give him that chance? The thunder of the azure with thunder pearls had subsided, and Ku Yuan, the Taoist from Profound Unity Sect, and the robust cultivator from Spirit Beast Sect all attacked from the front. Their assault engulfed both Li Tonghai and Sect Master Qi. The gaunt cultivator from Little Heavenly Luo Sect poured immense spiritual energy into pulling the silver-white thread. In an instant, flesh and blood flew from Sect Master Qi's chest, leaving a gaping hole the size of a fist. Though Sect Master Qi's golden sword severed the silver-white thread, and he finally managed to swallow the pill, the combined attacks of 3 golden core cultivators struck him with full force. Was Wanshun Valley truly destined to fall? Was he fated to die here? In despair, Sect Master Qi tried to channel his disrupted spiritual energy, attempting to raise the azure jade gourd to shield himself and Li Tonghai. But it seemed too late. Just then a sword light blazed forth from the sword peaks, dazzling and incomparable, illuminating the entire world in an instant. "Who dares to harm my disciple?" A cold voice rang out. "Senior brother, it's Qi Wanfa, the sect master of Wanshun Valley. He wants to kill your disciple Li Tonghai." Ku Yuan immediately shouted. "No, Li Tonghai tried to speak, but Ku Yuan and the other 3 golden core cultivators jointly exerted their spiritual pressure, rendering him speechless and red-faced. Sect Master Qi, one hand clutching the bloody hole in his chest, placed his other hand on Li Tonghai's back, straining to protect him with his spiritual energy. Speak quickly. Master, save me. Uncle Master wants to kill me. He has colluded with outsiders not only to destroy Wanshan Valley, but also to murder me. Li Tonghai shouted toward the source of the sword light. Another sword light flared as a white-haired man stepped onto a flying sword, followed by hundreds of spirit sword sect disciples. Their sword lights flickered like a sea of fireflies, almost illuminating the night, and their sword, Qi's sword, into the sky, rushing forward. Ku Yuan quickly explained again, Senior brother, this Qi Wanfa is extremely cunning. He has deceived your disciples, saying what? The white-haired man's face was not aged and his sword-like brows arched. With just that one question, Ku Yuan faltered, not daring to speak immediately. Before Ku Yuan could answer, the white-haired man swept his gaze over the crowd, his eyes like lightning, sharp and intimidating. Even if my disciple was deceived, he should have informed me first. Why are you all so eager to kill him? What is the meaning of this? 4 golden core cultivators besieging 1. What is the reason for that? Has it been confirmed that Wanshan Valley colluded with demon cultivators? Yes. Ku Yuan immediately replied. Absolutely not. Li Tonghai, protected by the wounded sect Master Qi, knew the urgency and quick. Master, I heard with my own ears Uncle Master admit to the other 3 sects that they deliberately framed Wanshan Valley for colluding with the demon sect in order to destroy them. Is that so? Yi Guxing's gaze swept over sect Master Qi, who despite his own injuries was still protecting Li Tonghai. This indeed did not seem like the behavior of an evil person. But demon cultivators were cunning and treacherous. Who knew if this was also a scheme? In the past, during the purge of the demon blood sect, hadn't there been seemingly innocent and pitiful people who deceived others and slipped through only to cause further tragedies? When demon cultivators were involved, one had to be extremely cautious and interrogate thoroughly. Sect Master Yi, said Sect Master Qi, this is absolutely true. Wanshan Valley has never colluded with demon cultivators. Then who is colluding with demon cultivators? Yi Guxing pressed. Sect Master Qi was momentarily stumped. Helplessly he said, I do not know. Perhaps it is the 3 other sects who have ties to demon cultivators crying thief to divert suspicion, or perhaps no one is colluding with demon cultivators and they simply want to destroy our Wanshan Valley using this as a pretext. Ku Yuan and the cultivators from Spirit Beast Sect, Profound Unity Sect, and Little Heavenly Luo Sect shouted in unison, it is Wanshan Valley that colludes with demon cultivators. Yi Guxing frowned slightly. One-sided words. Where is the proof? Sect Master Yi, you are unaware. The robust cultivator from Spirit Beast Sect immediately cried out. From last year to this year, demon cultivators have repeatedly appeared in Wanshan Valley's Qingha market and among its menial disciples, causing many casualties. Ask any rogue cultivator and you will find witnesses easily. If Wanshan Valley is not in collusion, why do all the demon cultivators go there? Clearly Wanshan Valley is a nest of demon cultivators. The demon cultivators harbor ill intentions. Is it our fault that we capture them to prevent harm? Sect Master Qi demanded angrily. Have demon cultivators only targeted your Wanshan Valley for years? Sect Master Yi, this man is glibtant. Please execute this villain immediately. If you are unwilling, let us do it ourselves. The robust Spirit Beast Sect cultivator continued shouting at Sect Master Qi. Not only have demon cultivators appeared in your Wanshan Valley, but we have also captured one who personally confessed to colluding with your sect, intending to bring disaster upon the world. Furthermore, someone within your sect practices blood refining art. And just now on the way here, didn't your Wanshan Valley Supreme Elder use the demonic bloodthirst art to suddenly kill my junior brother? Nonsense. Utter nonsense. Sect Master Qi was furious at such blatant distortion of the truth. Yi Guxing listened quietly, then suddenly raised his hand. A sword light blazed brilliantly, illuminating his white hair like snow. Wanshan Valley claims not to know who the demon cultivators are. Spirit Beast Sect claims Wanshan Valley is in collusion with them. Tomorrow we shall go to Wanshan Valley and verify the truth on the spot. If it is proven that Wanshan Valley has colluded with demon cultivators, all who practice demonic arts will be immediately executed. Senior brother, and if it cannot be proven? Ku Yuan asked instinctively. Then I will first enforce the sect rules and punish you, then use my sword to seek justice from everyone here. Yi Guxing said calmly. What? This is hardly proper. As Yi Guxing's words faded, the 3 golden core cultivators from the Spirit Beast Sect, Xian Yi Sect, and Little Tianluo Sect spoke in unison. If this were done, wouldn't the 10,000 Springs Valley be cleansed and left unscathed? Even if someone in 10,000 Springs Valley truly practiced the blood demon sect's techniques, and all such practitioners were killed, wouldn't the valley still occupy the spiritual vein? their objective would still remain unattainable. Ku Yuan added, "Indeed, it's improper. Senior brother, why would you punish me?" Li Tonghai then said, "Master, I have more to say. Did you receive the sword talisman I sent Master?" Ku Yuan claimed you received the talisman, but it was incomplete. That's why you sent him a talisman and dispatched him to 10,000 Springs Valley to find me. On the way, he conspired with the 3 sects, including Spirit Beast sect, to ambush the Supreme Elder of 10,000 Springs Valley, forcing him to self-destruct his golden core. Nonsense. You've been bewitched by 10,000 Springs Valley. Ku Yuan tried to retort, but Yi Guxing's hand had already grasped the black sword with a round hilt. Senior brother, Yi Guxing said coldly, now I understand. No wonder your sword heart is tarnished and your sword rhyme is impure, carrying a trace of my own. I thought you were reforming and learning from me. Instead, you intercepted the sword talismans between my disciple and me. Senior brother, please spare me this once. I was just momentarily confused. Ku Yuan did not refute further. He knelt directly before Yi Guxing in midair, trembling as he begged for mercy. Yi Guxing turned his back and said slowly, after all these years you still haven't grown. When I first took you in, I tested your sword heart before the sword testing steel. You said you were oppressed by a landlord, and once you learned skills you would seduce his daughter and devour his fine food. Later I asked you why you didn't think to kill the landlord first to settle grievances. You had no answer. Even then I knew you seemed wild and unrestrained, but you were actually a coward who bullied the weak. Your nature was incompatible with the sword heart. Yet the world's principles don't dictate that only those aligned with the sword heart cultivate swiftly. Among my disciples there are those with 4 or 5 spiritual roots. Their cultivation may not be high, but their resolve is commendable. You, however, are incompatible with the sword heart and hard to correct. But your spiritual root is superior, fast in cultivation and deed enough to form a golden core. Behind him, Ku Yuan clenched his fists, slowly gritting his teeth. Sword chi at the golden core realm began to gather subtly. Sword heart, always the sword heart. They'll show you my true power. Master, Li Tonghai couldn't help but warn Ku Yuan is. Yi Guxing raised his hand calmly, still facing away. If he dares to strike, he'll think better of him. Speaking of the sword heart to him is useless. His pathetic sword chi is as obvious as his murderous intent. Once I see through it, he has no chance. I've had enough of you. Ku Yuan suddenly looked up, roared, and unleashed all his sword chi, surging. As a golden core cultivator of the spirit sword sect, though he lacked his flying sword, his sword chi still spread for dozens of zhang. Disciples like Li Tonghai with lower cultivation felt their eyes sting and ache. The 3 golden core cultivators from Spirit Beast sect, Xian Yi sect, and Little Tianluo sect watched tensely, ready to act. If Ku Yuan showed even a sliver of chance to win, they would swarm and kill Yi Guxing and Qi Wanfa. Sect leader Qi was even more anxious. Sword cultivators were truly formidable in attack. Without his flying sword, Ku Yuan's full-force strike would require many azure with thunder pellets to neutralize. With a sword, it would be even more terrifying. May Yi Guxing not falter. Under the intense gaze of all, Yi Guxing's long hair stirred and fluttered. A beam of sword light, like a startled swan spreading its wings, shot from the black sword, arcing diagonally upward with profound trajectory, freezing the air in an instant. Like a hot knife through snow, swift and effortless. Natural and supremely sharp, it cleaved through Ku Yuan's entire sword chi. Ku Yuan screamed and flew backward, a long bloody gash across his chest and abdomen. 2 elders of the spirit sword sect immediately flew forward on their swords, seizing him from both sides to prevent escape. Yi Guxing said, "You've lost your sword and your heart is defiled. What use is there in keeping you? Don't kill me." Hearing his words, Ku Yuan's eyes widened in terror as he screamed. "Shall I give you a sword and let you try again?" Yi Guxing asked. Ku Yuan shook his head frantically, shouting, "Senior brother, don't kill me. You shouldn't have colluded with outsiders to harm my disciple." Seeing that Ku Yuan lacked even the courage to fight again, Yi Guxing's gaze flickered slightly. Then he raised the black sword and a beam of sword light shot into Ku Yuan's Niwen palace at his brow. Ku Yuan fell silent, instantly his eyes dim. A golden core slowly emerged from his zifu. Yi Guxing reached out, enveloping the core in sword chi, and gazed at it quietly, refraining from crushing it outright. "Send it to the sword washing pool. His skills came from the spirit sword sect, and they shall return to it." An elder stepped forward, cradling Ku Yuan's golden core, and retreated slowly. Though silent, his hands trembled. Golden core cultivator Ku Yuan, dead just like that. Not only were the 3 from Spirit Beast sect, Xian Yi sect, and Little Tianluo sect horrified, but even sect leader Qi felt his scalp tingle. He knew Yi Guxing was strong, but never imagined he was this formidable. Killing a golden core cultivator like Ku Yuan was as easy as slaughtering a chicken. How far had this man cultivated his sword heart? What realm had he reached? At that moment, Yi Guxing turned his gaze to the 3 from Spirit Beast sect and said coldly, You seduced my junior brother and hunted my disciple. What do you have to say for yourselves? If you had allied and attacked 10,000 Springs Valley, I might not have been harsh. At most I'd have advised you. But you dared invoke the demon sect and ensnare my spirit sword sect. Your malicious intent cannot be forgiven. The round-hilted black sword swung, and a sword light, like a crescent moon, slashed toward the Xian E sect Taoist. The man's form stiffened slightly, then was cleaved in two by the light, revealing a puppet. They'll seek your guidance again in 50 years. The puppet uttered these words, then split apart and fell silent. 100 li away beneath a green pine on a mountain, the real Xian E sect Taoist staggered violently, steadying himself by gripping the trunk. His eyes were filled with terror. What a formidable sword! Without contacting or waiting for the other two, he quietly fled far away. Yi Guxing narrowed his eyes slightly. Another flash of sword light struck the gaunt cultivator from Little Tianluo sect. The gaunt cultivator instantly wrapped himself in silvery white threads. The sword light shattered the threads, leaving only a broken silvery spindle. The cultivator had vanished. 10,000 Springs Valley can only struggle on for a few more years. Heaven's will is to destroy you. The spindle echoed faintly. It seemed the Little Tianluo sect cultivator had also prepared a substitute, his true form fleeing elsewhere. Yi Guxing then looked at the spirit beast sect cultivator, who had already fled 100 li on a double-winged black bear. Go! The round-hilted black sword instantly turned into a meteor, tearing through the air with a piercing boom. After a few breaths, the sword returned stained with blood. Sect leader Yi, did you kill him? Sect leader Qi asked cautiously. Yi Guxing frowned slightly. One should be dead. Whether it was him or the bear, I'm not sure. Sect leader Qi felt a bit disappointed. Under the spirit beast sect's beast heart communion pact, the beast likely died before the man. Yet recalling that Yi Guxing had already helped vastly improving the situation, his spirits lifted. Thank you for your assistance, sect leader Yi. 10,000 Springs Valley now has a chance to survive. No need for that. They corrupted a disciple of my spirit sword sect and sought to harm my student. They should have foreseen facing my blade. Yi Guxing added, also after dawn I will go to 10,000 Springs Valley. Sect leader Qi rejoiced. Will sect leader Yi protect my valley? 10,000 Springs Valley is willing to ally with the spirit sword sect. Name your conditions. Yi Guxing slowly shook his head. No, I must first investigate whether you've truly colluded with demonic cultivators. Sect leader Qi paused, then said calmly, please investigate as you wish. Yi Guxing fixed his gaze on him for a moment, then nodded. 1,000 li away under the night sky, a bloody aura filled the air. The robust cultivator of the spirit beast sect bent over the corpse of his double-winged black bear, gulping down the blood essence of his dead beast. The sword wound on his back slowly healed. Blood-red strands of hair grew slowly, his eyes crimson and ferocious. Yi Guxing, 10,000 Springs Valley, ruining my grand plan to dominate the southern domain. A blessing in disguise. 10,000 Springs Valley still doesn't know the true reason for the three sects alliance. Xianyi sect and Little Tianluo sect think my spirit beast sect seeks only the promise of breaking through to nascent soul. That Xian E sect fellow boasts of challenging Yi Guxing in 50 years. He's dreaming. He plans to offer the spiritual vein of 10,000 Springs Valley within 30 years for a chance at nascent soul, becoming the first in the southern domain in 50 years. That fortune teller from Little Tianluo sect, always speaking of heavens, seems to have his own schemes. Regardless, the situation is still salvageable. As long as I enhance my strength first, anything is possible. Then my spirit beast sect may yet rule the southern domain as a hegemon. Suddenly recalling the sword light that crossed 100 li and still wounded him, the robust cultivator shivered slightly. This stubborn and insufferable sword cultivator. It seems the blood-refining art must be taught to more. The morning sunlight shone upon the spirit field. The slender stalks of the Qinghe spirit rice stood upright with delicate leaves unfurling, exuding vigorous vitality. The early rising laborers had already begun to circle around the spirit field, checking on the growth of their own plots. Han Yu stepped out of the room where the management disciples resided instinctively, making his way toward his spirit. On the way, some labor disciples, seeing him dressed in azure robes and wearing a jade pendant, approached and bowed to him, their eyes filled with eagerness and admiration. Senior Brother Han. Initially, Han Yu felt a bit unaccustomed, but after encountering 2 or 3 of them, he learned to nod slightly in response. Upon reaching his spirit field and glancing around, Han Yu did not linger and slowly walked back to the management office. The cultivators were each focused on their own matters, so it was naturally not a time for communal breakfast. Just as Han Yu was about to enter the building, a banana leaf flew over, carried by 2 outer disciples dressed in azure. As soon as they landed, they urgently called out, "Is Senior Sister Li at the spirit field? There's a serious problem." Han Yu asked in surprise, "What serious problem, senior brothers?" The Great Formation at the sect's main peak and the Protective Mountain Formation are both operating at full capacity, prohibiting entry and exit. The two outer disciples continued. We from the Alchemy Department, along with the Patrol Team Artifact Refining Department Ancestral Tomb and Herb Garden disciples, can no longer reach the sect's main peak. Hearing this, Senior Sister Li Ji and Hua Qi approached, their faces showing concern. The formation is activated at such a level. Could it be that enemies have arrived? Why can't we go to the main peak to assist? What use is it to stay here? Now that the formation is activated, we can neither go to the main peak nor leave the coverage of the Protective Mountain Formation. The two outer disciples from the Alchemy Department looked anxious, and Ji and Hua Qi also began to feel restless. Senior Sister Li frowned slightly, her voice serious as she said, "It seems that this situation is urgent. The sect is not even able to care for us inner and outer disciples as a precaution. Those in the Qinghe marketplace outside the Protective Mountain Formation, including the stewards and disciples, cannot return either. They can't even take shelter in the Protective Mountain Formation, which is a far worse situation than ours. Isn't anyone going to the main peak to inquire?" The two outer disciples from the Alchemy Department shook their heads slightly. "We only just discovered this today and came to inform you. However, a senior has already gone outside the main peak's formation to inquire about the situation. He should return soon. Please wait and keep an eye on the spirit field while I go ask around." Senior Sister Li instructed Han Yu Ji and Hua Qi, then took off on her magical tool, heading straight towards the sect's main peak. After a short while, Senior Sister Li returned, her expression grave. The sect leader and the Supreme Elder have gone to the Lingjian sect for assistance and have yet to return. Wanshan Valley is currently in a critical situation, with the Great Formations operating at full power to prevent Golden Core cultivators from infiltrating stealthily and completely destroying our sect. All we can do now is to perform our respective duties and wait for good news. We must not alarm the labor disciples and servants to avoid causing a riot. Upon hearing this, Han Yu Ji and Hua Qi fell silent. The situation was indeed perilous. If the sect leader and the Supreme Elder did not return, would Wanshan Valley be doomed? An outer disciple from the Alchemy Department couldn't help but say, "What if there's no good news?" Senior Sister Li shot him a glance and ignored him. Was such a question even necessary? If the news was bad, Wanshan Valley could not survive. Whether they could live or what fate awaited them would depend entirely on others' whims. The two outer disciples from the Alchemy Department also felt uncomfortable discussing this topic again as they took to the banana leaf and returned to the Alchemy Department. Back at the management office, Senior Sister Li Ji Hua Qi, and Han Yu exchanged glances without speaking. If the sect truly ceases to exist, Hua Qi spoke up, hesitating to continue. "In that case, we can only accept our fates. There's nothing more to say." Senior Sister Li's lips tightened slightly as she spoke. "For now, we must each fulfill our duties. Junior Brother Hua, accompany me to patrol the spirit field and ensure the labor disciples return to their quarters and do not venture out." Ji and Hua Qi nodded. Senior Sister Li then turned to Han Yu. "Junior Brother Han, is your beast-controlling crow around? Go find it, see if it is within the Protective Mountain Formation. If you can find it, bring it back." Han Yu nodded. "Yes, Senior Sister, it would be an additional helper." The usually aloof Senior Sister Li inexplicably smiled at this response. "You might find out when the time comes. If it truly came to that worst-case scenario, a mere lowly spirit beast, what help could it provide? It might be that there were spirit beast sects among the enemies, perhaps seeing him control a spirit beast could ignite a sense of appreciation, and he might even be taken under their wing, which would be better than the fate of other disciples." That was about all he could hope for, right? Senior Sister Li led Ji and Hua Qi to begin patrolling the spirit field as the labor disciples who had just come out were gradually ushered back into their stone houses, waiting quietly, without knowing what was happening. Han Yu found both the large and small crows at the edge of the valley in the spirit field's dense forest. Faced with the current situation, Han Yu felt a sense of unease. Would Wanshan Valley truly be able to survive this crisis? If he were in the Qinghe marketplace outside the Protective Mountain Formation, Han Yu would have a retreat, but now within the coverage of the Protective Mountain Formation, either Wanshan Valley would lift the formation or the enemy would breach it, otherwise it would be difficult for him to leave. If he were captured by another sect, his life and death would no longer be in his hands. Even if he lived, he would surely be exploited more severely with no possibility of being treated preferentially. That was certainly not what Han Yu wanted. As an outer disciple of Wanshan Valley, he still had considerable freedom. If captured, he would undoubtedly be completely at the mercy of others much worse off than the labor disciples. If the Protective Mountain Formation were truly breached, and there was no hope left for Wanshan Valley, he would have to take the opportunity to escape. He hoped that those sects would not spare even the ordinary disciples. Han Yu made up his mind, taking the large crow and returning to the spirit field. Just as he returned to the spirit field before he could speak to Senior Sister Lee, the ground suddenly darkened and faintly glowed red. Han Yu and the others looked up in shock, seeing half of the sky had turned a bloody red, resembling a sea of blood rolling back, the scent of blood thick in the air. Dozens of figures floated silently in the blood-red sky outside the protective mountain formation. The leader, dressed in a pure black robe with long blood-red hair cascading down, transmitted a chilling and mocking laughter into the protective mountain formation of Wanshan Valley. He. I am the Holy Blood True Man. I have heard that Wanshan Valley has been obliterated by golden cores, leaving you pitifully weak and helpless. I have come here today to show a bit of kindness and offer assistance. Holy Blood. Ji Yida instinctively repeated, shocked, and called out another name, the Demon Blood Sect. Indeed, it is the Demon Blood Sect. They never refer to themselves as demons, but rather as Holy Blood. Sister Lee murmured, but why is it the demon cultivators coming instead of the Spirit Beast Sect? Has the sect leader and the Grand Elder really been harmed? It would have been better if it were the Spirit Beast Sect that came. At least there would be a chance to survive. Hua Qi said softly. Sister Lee, Ji Yida, and Han Yu all agreed with this statement. If the Demon Blood Sect breaks in, all disciples of Wanshan Valley would become resources for their cultivation akin to spirit stones and spirit rice, which would truly leave them with no path to survival. An elder from Wanshan Valley's voice echoed at the mountain protecting formation. The remnants of the Demon Blood Sect do not speak too much. They merely wish to exploit the absence of our sect leader to enact schemes and harm the disciples of Wanshan Valley. The Holy Blood True Person emitted a sinister laugh. That is erroneous. You two Golden Core disciples of Wanshan Valley have already been killed, leaving only the weak and elderly cultivators in this valley. How pitiful it would be to let them be bullied. I have come today to ask all of you from Wanshan Valley to transform your essence blood and enter my body to assist in my cultivation. In doing so, you can bloodily sweep through the southern region together with me, dominating the world and never being oppressed again. Truly a win-win situation. I hope you will not be stingy lest you suffer the pain of being skinned and torn apart. Nonsense. An elder from the mountain protecting formation sternly rebuked. How can the entirety of Wanshan Valley allow you to act so recklessly? All disciples, listen up. When facing the remnants of the Demon Blood Sect, you must not have any thoughts of luck. They will drain your essence blood for their cultivation, and there is absolutely no chance of survival. Wrong. The Holy Blood True Person laughed again. Am I such a heartless person? At most I will use you as blood slaves. There is still a path to survival. As he spoke, he lightly clapped his hands. Bring them up. Suddenly 2 or 3 dozen individuals from the Demon Blood Sect appeared, escorting a group of people standing on a blood-red silk cloth that spanned 20 feet, close to Wanshan Valley's mountain protecting formation, revealing these people's appearances to all. Those from the Demon Blood Sect were wrapped in black cloth, only their eyes and blood-red hair visible, while the captives, including Han Yu and Sister Lee, saw clearly. Elder Hu, Sister Lee called softly. The inner and outer disciples on the main peak further away might not see clearly, but the elders controlling and maintaining the mountain protecting formation of Wanshan Valley could see clearly. The captives of the Demon Blood Sect were the Deacon, Hu Biao, and others from the Qinghe Market. This meant that the demon cultivators had first breached and plundered the Qinghe Market outside the mountain protecting formation. Everyone in Wanshan Valley, take a good look. If you become blood slaves, it can be like this, and you can still live. The Holy Blood True Person said, and Hu Biao and the others all trembled and prostrated on the red silk, bowing to him. Master. The Holy Blood True Person nodded in satisfaction. If you do not become blood slaves, it will be a different fate. With a wave of his hand, Hu Biao and the other blood slaves were taken down, and 5 others were brought up, among them a rather plump inner disciple of Wanshan Valley, wearing blue, who was none other than the former manager of the spirit field, Wang Hui. Senior Brother Wang. Ji Yida and Hua Qi exclaimed in unison. Sister Lee looked pained after he was recuperating from his injuries in Qinghe Market. He also took on the responsibilities of the market, yet unexpectedly, he was the first to suffer. I never expected that he who originally bullied the servant disciples would have such resolve at this moment. Han Yu also gazed intently, not having time to marvel at Wang Hui's courage to sacrifice himself for the sect, and he noticed that the 2 demon cultivators standing beside Wang Hui, though their faces were concealed, looked somewhat familiar. One resembled Li Laodao, and upon closer inspection, the other looked like Hong Liang. Indeed, even if Wang Hui sought mercy, these 2 would certainly not spare him. Li Laodao had ultimately officially become a member of the Demon Blood Sect. As the words of the Holy Blood True Person fell, 5 fingers spread wide, and Wang Hui, along with the other 4 loose cultivators, emitted a wail, followed by their bodies deflating, their corpses falling on the mountain protecting formation, leaving long trails of blood as they slid down. Only 5 essence bloods of varying sizes remained, gradually being taken into the hands of the Holy Blood True Person. The holy blood true person cackled, merging the 5 essence bloods into a blood-red pill, then commanded, "You little brats, listen up. Each of you contribute 5 drops of essence blood to me. I want to break through this mountain-protecting formation at once." The members of the demon blood sect responded in unison, each condensing 5 drops of essence blood and throwing them towards the holy blood true person. The holy blood true person was enveloped in a bloody aura combining all the essence blood and the blood-red pill, continuously making hand seals, seemingly incorporating some special technique as the red light on the blood-red pill grew increasingly brilliant, ultimately dazzling the eyes and surpassing even the sunlight. Is this to attack the formation? Hanyu was pondering when suddenly he felt his own essence blood stir as if it was responding to the blood-red pill high in the sky. What kind of attack is this? Is it summoning those cultivating blood techniques from afar? Hanyu thought to suppress the slight agitation of his essence blood, maintaining his composure. "I want to drink blood. Why are there again those cultivating blood techniques?" Huachi exclaimed in shock. The more the sect deviates from the norm, the more anxious those who should not be deviating become, giving the demon, "I want to drink blood. Why are there again those cultivating blood techniques?" Huachi exclaimed in shock. The more the sect deviates from the norm, the more anxious those who should not be deviating become, giving the demon cultivators an opportunity to exploit. Sister Lee said this, her gaze filled with worry as she glanced towards the main peak. Originally, the mountain-protecting formation was strong enough, but if chaos broke out at the main peak at this moment? As she spoke, Hanyu, Sister Lee Jiyita, and Huachi simultaneously cast spells, killing the 2 readied, frenzied servant disciples on the spot. Suddenly, a red light flashed from the direction of the sect's main peak, indeed, because the pill had drawn those cultivating blood techniques, causing turmoil. Immediately after, outside the mountain-protecting formation, the holy blood true person let out a maniacal laugh, suddenly flashing, and threw the blood-red pill. The pill traced out a bright red trajectory, and instead of landing on the mountain-protecting formation, it crashed into the towering ancient tree at the mountain gate. A tremendous roar erupted, a silent, yet palpable roar suddenly emanating from the giant tree. Then a massive invisible wave slowly brewed, gradually crashing outward against everything surrounding it. A cry of alarm immediately rang out from the mountain-protecting formation. "Ancient tree, quell your anger. This is the enemy attacking you. I do not let it affect the mountain-protecting formation, giving the enemy an opportunity to exploit." Too late. The holy blood true person laughed wildly, transforming into a blood light rushing forward with the wave of the ancient tree aiming to breach into the formation. At that moment, a branch of the ancient tree 2 feet thick suddenly shot out, abruptly turning to sweep, instantly striking him away. This branch, carrying immense force, came swiftly, and the holy blood true person was left with dirt on his face. Gritting his teeth to stabilize himself, he cursed. "The turtle shell is indeed hard. I knew the trick in advance, yet I couldn't break it even after creating such an opportunity." Suddenly, he noticed that over 10 disciples of the demon blood sect had already taken advantage of the gap in the formation and the ancient tree's attack on him, breaching into the mountain-protecting formation. The holy blood true person was instantly overjoyed, shouting loudly, "You little brats, go kill. Gather the essence blood. Coordinate inside and outbreak this Wanshun Valley formation." The formation has been broken. The demon cultivators have entered the mountain protection array. Jiyita and Huachi felt a chill run through their hearts. Are we really going to die here? Hanyu looked at the intact mountain protection array above and reminded, they must be working together from the inside and outside. That Xingxue Jinren hasn't entered yet, only his subordinates have. Jiyita and Huachi finally came to their senses, and senior sister Li also forced herself to stay calm. Indeed, only a few subordinates have come in, we just need to. Before she finished speaking, a blood-red figure, standing on a flying head, had already arrived above the spiritual field, bringing with it an overwhelming stench of blood, grinning maliciously at the 4. "I've found you." Senior sister Li Jiyita and Huachi were all taken aback, hurriedly unleashing their respective techniques. Senior sister Li launched her shuttle-shaped magic tool, while Jiyita and Huachi both simultaneously used a wind blade talisman. The 3 attacks shot towards the blood-red figure. However, the blood-red figure cleverly dodged by suddenly twisting its body and making a strange circular movement, causing the 3 attacks to miss. Before senior sister Li's shuttle-shaped magic tool could turn back, the figure waved its hand, releasing a dark red mist. At first glance, it was evident that this blood mist was suspicious. Senior sister Li Jiyita, Huachi, and Hanyu hurriedly retreated together. The blood-red figure cackled eerily, and several blood drop projectiles mixed into the mist, shooting out. Due to the invisibility of the blood drop projectiles' trajectory, by the time they emerged from the mist, the distance was already minimal, forcing senior sister Li and Huachi to dodge awkwardly. Jiyita and Hanyu were immediately pierced through their bodies. Ji Yida was struck through the shoulder blade, letting out a pained cry before turning and fleeing desperately. Hanyu was pierced through the chest, swaying slightly before transforming into a shadow that dissipated. The blood-red figure exclaimed in surprise just as a wind blade suddenly attacked from behind. The figure swayed slightly to evade and turned to see that the wind blade had come from a massive crow. "How dare you, beast!" Before the words could finish, Senior Sister Lee's shuttle-shaped magic tool had already turned around, heading straight for the blood-red figure. The blood-red figure stepped on the flying head, dodging the magic tool sideways, and then waved out another wave of blood mist to surround Senior Sister Lee's shuttle-shaped magic tool. Senior Sister Lee was instantly horrified. Under the blood mist, her magic tool was rendered ineffective. Whoosh! Another wind blade flew in. Is this beast never-ending? The blood-red figure became furious, shooting out a blood-drop projectile straight at the giant crow beast die. Just at that moment, as the blood-drop projectile was released, two spells suddenly shot up from directly below the figure. A sharp metal spell and a wind blade spell followed closely by a fire spell. The blood-red figure was immediately overwhelmed by the three spells. Hanyu revealed his form below, anxiously watching above. It seemed he had activated two talismans and followed up with a fire spell to achieve this rapid succession of spells. "You little beast." The blood-red figure was in a dire state, having lost an arm along with half of its shoulder, blood gushing everywhere, barely able to stand, its blood-red eyes fixated on Hanyu. No wonder it was just a shadow earlier. This little beast was hiding to deliver a fatal blow. "Die from..." With a heavy stomp on the flying head below, the head began to bleed from all 7 orifices, letting out continuous cries, bursting forth into a mass of blood that splattered over Hanyu below. In an instant, Hanyu below was completely engulfed by the filthy blood. It twisted slightly before transforming into a shadow. Next came another wind blade and a fire spell, landing on the blood-red figure. This wind blade was the third one unleashed by the giant crow, while the fire spell was cast by Hanyu from another location. The newly appeared Hanyu had a semi-transparent barrier in front of him. It turned out he had already activated a protective talisman in advance. The little beast is not behaving like a human. The two spells struck simultaneously, and the blood-red figure widened its eyes, letting out a scream as Senior Sister Lee's flying shuttle magic tool pierced through its chest. In its dying moments, it still fixed its gaze on Hanyu behind the protective talisman. "This guy? How can he be even more sinister than us demon cultivators?" "Han Jr. brother, what is this?" Senior Sister Lee put away the bloodstained magic tool, her eyes twitching, slightly unsure of what to say. Illusion techniques, talismans, spells, beast taming techniques. Did he really use them all like this? It feels like something is just off. It seems like that, yet it feels totally out of place with Wanshun Valley. "You're too clever," Huachi exclaimed with delight. "All right, junior brother Han, you're too clever." Senior Sister Lee also felt she had finally found the right words, nodding in agreement. Hanyu nodded, pointing towards the demon cultivator's body. The giant crow flew over, grabbed the demon cultivator's storage bag from its waist, and then screeched, dropping the bag. Hanyu immediately cast a fire spell, incinerating the demon cultivator's body along with the storage bag. Calling the giant crow over, they noticed that its hard claws, capable of tearing through stone, had a small bit of dark red blood slowly seeping out. Undoubtedly from an attack, though any normal person reaching out to grab it would be severely injured or worse. Fortunately, there were no signs of poison or other issues. "Junior brother Han, you really are cautious." Huachi watched this scene, unable to help but slightly open his mouth before speaking. Senior Sister Lee nodded as well, and in the blink of an eye she saw Ji Yida returning with his shoulder covered, riding his magic tool, her expression darkening. "Ji Yida, you're so quick to flee, leaving us to hold the fort for you." Ji Yida, however, did not argue, tremblingly exclaimed, "Run. Something even stronger is coming. The medicinal garden has been wiped out." After saying this, he didn't look back and urged his magic tool to escape further ahead. At this moment, Senior Sister Lee, Hanyu, and Huachi also saw a beam of bloodlight rushing in from several miles away, its momentum astonishing. The bloodlight engulfed a stone house belonging to a miscellaneous disciple, immediately bringing forth a scream, condensing blood essence that floated up. It was clear that this was something beyond the capabilities of Qi refining stage cultivators. Senior Sister Lee quickly readied her flying shuttle, and Huachi stepped onto his leaf-shaped magic tool. "Split up. Don't run around like Ji Yida, or we'll all die." Then Senior Sister Lee took off with her flying shuttle, and Huachi flew off in another direction on his magic. After they left, Han Yes figure split into two, heading in different directions, while his actual form gradually faded from sight. The Thousand Illusions secret technique, two phantoms hiding his figure, was just right for this moment. The giant crow descended, grabbing the hidden Hanyu, and quickly flying into the dense forest on the other side of the spiritual field. Hanyu landed on a branch and surveyed the surrounding flock of crows before revealing his figure. Taking out a soil control talisman, Hanyu activated it, lifting a cluster of bushes, hiding himself beneath the soil, while simultaneously communicating with the giant crow to sense everything around the dense forest. He also instructed the crows to eliminate any traces of soil. Next, all that was left was to wait. If the mountain protection array were to be completely breached, Han, you would first need to find a way to survive, then avoid the enemies, and escape to another place. If Wanshan Valley could still be preserved, then there would be no need for Han Yu to leave. If demon cultivators truly came searching, he would have to use all his means and fight to the death. While pondering in the soil, he suddenly sensed a new development through the giant crow's perspective. A bright light suddenly swept across the sky, clearing the blood-red half of the sky. Immediately following was a cold and resolute voice, clear enough for Han Yu, hidden beneath the bushes and soil, to hear. Demon cultivators, you shall perish. Upon hearing this, Han Yu felt a sense of relief in his heart. Although the sect master of Wanshan Valley and the supreme elder were unknown in life or death, the sword cultivators of the Lingjian sect were finally on their way. Could it be that Wanshan Valley might not be destroyed after all? Following a cold shout, a torrent of sword light swept across the protective mountain formation of Wanshan Valley, and in an instant blood-colored shadows darted away, accompanied by continuous cries of anguish. Yi Guxing, do you truly wish to be my enemy? Before the holy blood true man could finish speaking, Yi Guxing, wielding a round-handled black sword, his white hair billowing, his brows and eyes sharp, declared, Demon cultivators, all must die. With a fierce shout, the sword light had already been unleashed, traversing like a hanging galaxy, pouring down in an unstoppable torrent. The holy blood true man let out a shriek, transforming into a blood light and fleeing frantically. Yi Guxing stepped on his flying sword, resembling a rainbow from the heavens, closely pursuing him while pushing his black sword to its limits. In the blink of an eye, the sword light pierced through the back of the holy blood true man, continuing forward to strike out a blood-red golden core from his chest. Then, with a firm grip, he unleashed the sword energy, shattering the golden core into dust. Yi Guxing quietly watched as the corpse of the holy blood true man and the golden core were both obliterated, a look of satisfaction appearing in his eyes. With his heart and intent in harmony, the sword heart grew ever clearer. He lamented that 100 years ago he was still not strong enough to completely eradicate the demon blood sect, leading to the remnants of the demon cultivators still existing under the siege of the 5 sects. Now he had finally slain the last golden core of the demon sect. The past and old acquaintances could finally be at peace. Yi Guxing's mind momentarily flickered, seemingly flashing back to the carefree days of the small sect, yet it was merely a fleeting moment. He snapped back to reality, becoming even more resolute. He solemnly instructed the 30 or so disciples who followed Lingjian sect, slay all these demon cultivators, leave not a single one alive. The demon cultivators deserve to die. Sect Master Qi Wanfei and the disciples of the Lingjian sect were busy chasing the demon cultivators, who transformed into streaks of blood light and fled madly. Upon hearing Yi Guxing's command, the disciples of Lingjian sect responded with a roar. Voices quickly came from the protective mountain formation of Wanshan Valley. Sect Master, you have finally returned. Just now the demon cultivators used their techniques, and Elder Zhao suddenly displayed signs of practicing blood, refining, attacking Elder Wang in a frenzy, leading to both of their perishing together. On the main peak, a steward and a disciple also went mad. All were killed. Now the main peak is safe and sound. The demon cultivators also attacked the ancestral tree at the mountain gate, inciting the ancestral tree's wrath, which caused the protective mountain formation to fluctuate, allowing 15 demon cultivators to infiltrate the formation, currently slaughtering our miscellaneous disciples and inner and outer sect disciples of Wanshan Valley. Qi Wanfei was taken aback. 15 demon cultivators infiltrated. Are there any golden core cultivators among them? No, the highest is at Foundation Establishment. The voice of an elder came from the protective mountain formation. Qi Wanfei finally felt at ease and commanded, open the entrance to the protective mountain formation. I want to enter and slay the demon cultivators. Elder Yin, elder by elder, when you 3 lead 20 stewards with me to kill the demon cultivators. Yes, Sectmaster. The protective mountain formation opened an entrance, and Qi Wanfei immediately drove the green jade gourd inside. The main peak formation also opened an exit, with elder by elder Yin and elder, when leading 20 stewards flying out on their magical tools, converging and swiftly beginning to purge all the demon cultivators within the protective mountain formation. Before long, 12 demon cultivators were exterminated, and many miscellaneous disciples and inner and outer sect disciples were rescued. Sect Master, the Supreme Elder. Elder, by seeing that the demon cultivators within and outside the protective mountain formation had been eliminated and the urgency of the situation had lessened, quietly asked. Self-destructed the golden core, perishing together with a golden core from the spirit beast sect. Qi Wanfei's expression turned somber as he spoke. Upon hearing this, although elder by elder Yin and elder Wen had anticipated it, they could not help but feel sorrow in their hearts. The Supreme Elder had always insisted on overcoming rigidity with softness, striving for peace with the outside world to protect Wanshun Valley, yet when the time came to act his temperament was so fierce, truly sacrificing himself for the sect until death. We will discuss the matter of the Supreme Elder later. For now, there are still 3 demon cultivators within the protective mountain formation that must be found and killed before inviting the guests from Lingjian's sect inside. There should be 2 remaining. A steward spoke up. Inner sect disciple Li Yunxiao reported that 4 disciples from the spirit field killed a demon cultivator approximately at the cultivation level of the 9th layer of Qi refining. Qi Wanfei and the 3 elders were astonished the spirit field has such combat power. What were the casualties? Later they encountered a foundation establishment demon cultivator and an outer sect disciple Ji Yida died. Hua Qi and Han Yu separated and fled their fates unknown. Qi Wanfei nodded. Then let's quickly find and kill the remaining 2 demon cultivators. Everyone responded, driving their magical tools to carefully search in the spirit field alchemy room, crafting room, and herb garden, finding that many miscellaneous disciples had suffered casualties. It seemed that safety had been achieved. Wanshun Valley had likely passed through this calamity. Han Yu, hidden beneath the bushes and in the dirt, drew this conclusion through the information obtained from the Big Crow about the ongoing pursuit of the demon cultivators outside. Was Elder Li able to escape safely? Han Yu could not know. He rather hoped that it was not Elder Li who was escorting Wang Hui today. Had Elder Li followed the Holy Blood True Man to attack Wanshun Valley, he feared that he would truly find it difficult to escape from such a situation. Just as he was about to rise from the bushes, the Big Crow suddenly communicated to Han Yu through their mental connection that there was a situation. Han Yu immediately prepared himself. Before long, a demon cultivator panting hid within the woods, standing beneath the treetops, cursing soft. After years of lurking and cultivating, suddenly being summoned to attack Wanshun Valley. And yet, after all my efforts to break in, I ended up being slaughtered outside the protective mountain formation. What am I supposed to do now? Isn't this a dead end? As he glanced around, he saw a swarm of crows watching him from the branches, each possessing spiritual energy. The demon cultivator suddenly rejoiced. This bunch from Wanshun Valley is no match for me in a battle. They truly have some good things at home. These spiritual birds are just right for me to consume their essence blood to replenish myself. After saying this, he was enveloped in a surge of blood energy, transforming into a mass of blood mist that enveloped the surrounding crows. The crows flapped their wings and flew over, seemingly intending to claw at him. Yet as soon as they entered the blood mist, they became unsteady and lost their agility. The demon cultivator rejoiced. The obedient birds have thrown themselves into the net. This is splendid. He reached out to grab the crows within the blood mist, attempting to extract their essence blood to replenish himself. At that moment, 4 wind blades flew in from 3 different directions, aiming at the demon cultivator. The demon cultivator let out a strange cry, hurriedly transforming into a blood shadow, twisting and avoiding, hiding behind the bushes beneath another tree. You feathered beast, so you can use spells. All the better. This means even more essence blood for me. Just as he spoke, he suddenly sensed something, turned around, and was left dumbfounded. 30 to 40 drops of blood needles were floating behind him, almost within reach. Before he could react, they poured onto him, piercing through his body and turning him into a bloody mess. A crow descended from the branch, grasping the magical cultivator's storage bag. 2 blades of wind once again sliced through the corpse of the magical cultivator. Confirming that the storage bag was safe and that the magical cultivator was dead, Han Yu emerged from the bushes, casting a fire spell to incinerate the corpse. Amidst the rising flames, an unexpected scream rang out. Han Yu's brows twitched slightly. How powerful were the magical cultivator's life-saving techniques? If he hadn't used flames to burn the body, and if there was still blood, perhaps this magical cultivator could have come back to life. After burning the corpse, Han Yu had the crows swap the storage bags again for confirmation before finally taking the bag. Inside the storage bag were 2 dark red jade slips containing the blood refining technique, blood droplet technique, bloodthirst technique, and blood fog technique. The blood fog technique and blood escape technique were activated using one's own blood, which wasn't too disgusting. Han Yu could learn them. Although they were mostly useless, they could still save his life when necessary. Several empty jars stained with blood had likely been used to store blood, and they were now all empty. In addition, there were spirit stones, gold and silver jewelry, several sets of clothes, and identification documents. Lu Daniu Lu Family Village, Dawa Township, Heha County. Wang Yofu Kaishir Street, Heha County. Black Mountain Market entry permit. Lost items will not be. The first 2 identities were 2 disguises this magical cultivator used in a place called Heha County, one as a villager and the other as a county resident. The last identity was surprisingly an entry permit for the Black Mountain Market, which bore spiritual energy and special patterns. Han Yu had no idea where this Black Mountain Market was, likely not nearby. This magical cultivator had traveled a long way summoned by the holy blood true person only to be killed first, leaving him with no benefits. No wonder he was so resentful. Handing the storage bag to the crows for safekeeping, Hanyu then instructed the large crow to fly up and check. Seeing the stewards of Wanshan Valley searching for magical cultivators and disciples in the sky not far away, Hanyu released the banana leaves from the storage bag and slowly flew out. Hanyu. Steward Liu and another steward flew over asking, "Did you see any magical cultivators while hiding in the dense forest just now?" "I saw one severely injured and killed him," Hanyu replied. There was nothing to hide about killing an enemy. If he acted evasively, it would seem inappropriate. "Great!" Steward Liu exclaimed in delight, then asked, "How did you kill him?" "I exchanged for many talismans, and with the help of my animal-controlling crows I was hiding in the forest. The magical cultivator was severely wounded and caught off guard, thus he was defeated." "Are there any more magical cultivators?" asked the other steward. "I didn't see any more." "Take us to see the corpse of the magical cultivator," Steward Liu said to Hanyu. Hanyu nodded, communicating with the large crow to lead the crow group to hide elsewhere, and then led the two stewards to the place where the magical cultivator was burned. The two stewards confirmed that what had been burned was indeed a magical cultivator, and with the surrounding bloody aura, they no longer doubted. After searching the dense forest, they took Hanyu to meet the sect leader and 3 elders. As soon as they met, Hanyu saw that among the disciples with the sect leader, elders, and stewards were senior sister Li and Hua Qi. The two looked over and smiled, nodding. After Steward Liu reported, sect leader Qi Wanfa said, "In this case, there is still one magical cultivator left to find." Before he finished, a steward came to report, "Sect leader, we found a magical cultivator hiding in the spring water, and he has been captured and eliminated." "Good," Qi Wanfa nodded slightly. "Then there are no more hidden dangers. Open the formation's entrance and let the guest from the Spirit Sword sect in. Have some outer disciples come out from the main peak to count the losses and see how much has been lost." With Qi Wanfa's orders, the formation of Wanshan Valley was opened, and the sect leader, elders, and stewards welcomed the group from the Spirit Sword sect into the main peak. Senior sister Li Huaqi and Hanyu gathered together to assess the losses in the spirit field. Senior brother Ji was killed. He brought it upon himself. He was so frightened by the magical cultivators that he ran around like a headless fly, encountering another magical cultivator who ended up killing him. Senior sister Li spoke without a hint of nostalgia. After all, she wasn't familiar with Jiyita, and since Jiyita had escaped in panic, it was natural for her to have no good feelings. Huaqi had accompanied Jiyita in the spirit field for many years and felt a bit sad. "We usually got along quite well, though I didn't expect him to." "Forget it, no need to talk about him. Junior brother Hanyu are truly clever and resourceful, having eliminated another magical cultivator." Hanyu wore a helpless expression and said, "I just used up all the talismans I exchanged for barely managing to do it, and magical cultivators are truly hard to kill." "Indeed, magical cultivators are truly hard to kill. Our Wanshan Valley disciples are no match." Huaqi agreed. "It's good enough to be alive." Senior sister Li said, "Once the talismans are used up, we can buy more. If life is lost, nothing remains. You junior brother Han, don't feel bad. This time you personally killed a magical cultivator, and the sect will surely reward you." Hanyu nodded. Huaqi then said, "Our Wanshan Valley should be safe now, right?" "It should be," senior sister Li replied. As the three talked, they returned to the spirit field, where many servant disciples were still in despair, some crying and others fleeing. They quickly organized the order and assessed the losses. After the three announced the situation, and since the order in Wanshan Valley began to restore everywhere, the servant disciples in the spirit field gradually regained their composure, although they were still somewhat shaken. 35 people were confirmed killed by the magical cultivators, and 11 are missing. It's unclear whether they were killed or escaped to some place. The spirit field wasn't greatly damaged. At most, the servant disciples ran into the field to hide and accidentally killed a few stalks of green rice, which isn't much. Huaqi and senior sister Li couldn't help but say, "So the losses at our spirit field aren't that significant." The herb garden was completely wiped out by the magical cultivators. Who knows how to arrange things next? Hanyu quietly listened from the side. Not long later, a flicker of sword light appeared in the sky, and the three of them looked up to see a white-haired swordsman at the forefront, followed by other disciples from the Spirit Sword sect. The people from the Spirit Sword sect left Wanshan Valley. "Is the Spirit Sword sect just leaving like this?" Huaqi said in surprise. Senior sister Li and Hanyu were also puzzled. After a while, several banana leaves slowly flew from the direction of the main peak, carrying more than 10 outer disciples. Hanyu spotted Sun Kong, Lu Lan, Zhongyue, Lu Yun, and others, even by Ling Yun and Zhu Laosan. As the banana leaves landed, the outer disciples explained their purpose. The sect sent them to help in the spirit field. "What do we need help with?" Zhongyu asked, her eyes reddening. Senior sister Li was astonished. "Junior sister, what happened to you?" She is from the herb garden. Oh, many familiar faces there, and they suffered greatly from the magical cultivators. Zhu Laosan explained. Senior sisterly understood and patted Zhong Yu's shoulder. Junior sister, take care. Those magical cultivators have all been eliminated, and those junior brothers and sisters in the heavens can surely rest in peace. She then asked the more than 10 outer disciples who had just arrived, why did the people from the Spirit Sword sect leave so soon? Do you know the reason? Everyone shook their heads, indicating they didn't know. It seems we can only wait for news from the sect, Senior Sisterly said. Junior brothers and sisters, the situation in the spirit field has basically been organized. You can go back to report or help elsewhere. 1,000 li away under the night sky, a bloody aura filled the air. The robust cultivator of the spirit beast sect bent over the corpse of his double-winged black bear, gulping down the blood essence of his death. After the battle, Wanshan Valley was bustling with activity. Outer disciples such as Zhong Yu and Sun Kong visited once, while inner disciples like Jin Qi and Sheng Yin came back after more than an hour to assess the damage to the spiritual fields and to bring over the remnants of Ji Yida's belongings. Hua Qi received the belongings with some sadness, stating that if he ever had the chance to visit Ji Yida's hometown, the West Moon Kingdom, he would definitely help with his funeral arrangements. As evening approached, Deacon Lu and Deacon Fong came to the spiritual fields again, calling for sisterly Hua Qi and Han Yu to inquire about the current situation. Sisterly, being a dual spiritual root cultivator and one of the more outstanding inner disciples, was not intimidated when asked by the deacons, as she directly inquired about the sect's situation today. Facing the 3 loyal disciples who had survived life and death trials, Deacon Lu did not hold back. He advised them not to spread rumors among the outer disciples and proceeded to share some truths with them. Eventually, the outer disciples would find out, but it was not the right time to disseminate too much information to avoid causing unrest. The Grand Elder had self-destructed. His golden core Elder Zhao had perished alongside Elder Wang after practicing blood refinement techniques, and another deacon had also died from the same. Over 300 outer disciples had died, 12 outer disciples, and 3 inner disciples. The good news was that a golden core cultivator from the Beast Spirit sect had been killed by the Grand Elder, and the invading demonic cultivator Sheng Shui had been slain by Yi Guxing from the Spirit Sword sect, ensuring that Wanshan Valley was basically safe from further threats. Why do I still feel confused? Deacon Lu, why did the Beast Spirit sect attack us? Sisterly asked. I don't know, I only know their excuse is that we conspired with the demonic cultivators. Deacon Lu replied. As it stands, the demonic cultivators seem to be cooperating well with them. It appears they are the ones truly colluding with the demons. We still don't understand why they chose to jointly attack Wanshan Valley. Perhaps they intend to divide our sect's cultivation resources among themselves. Then why did the Spirit Sword sect leave in such a hurry? Aren't they going to ally with us? Deacon Lu, hearing this, couldn't help but smile wryly. If forming alliances were that easy, several sects in our southern region would have allied long ago. The ancestral teachings of the various sects in our southern region clearly prohibit forming alliances. They can only focus on developing their own sects. Just like how the Blood Demon sect wreaked havoc across 10,000 miles in the southern region 100 years ago, inciting heaven's wrath and public outrage, which resulted in 5 sects uniting to destroy them. Such occurrences are rare. Currently, the Beast Spirit sect, Xian Yi sect, and Little Tian Luo sect's superficial reason for wanting to eliminate Wanshan Valley is our alleged collusion with the demonic cultivators, which does not constitute an alliance. It is already difficult to deal with other sects, and forming an alliance with a cold and unyielding sword sect like the Spirit Sword sect is even more challenging. Currently, the 3 sects in the southern region are eyeing us hungrily, and we are left with no choice but to seek an alliance with the Spirit Sword sect. Yi Guxing from the Spirit Sword sect is concerned not about Wanshan Valley, but rather about the whereabouts of the demonic cultivators. After confirming that our elders and deacons are not affiliated with them, he left behind a sword heart talisman for us, then hurried off to the Beast Spirit sect, Xian Yi sect, and Little Tian Luo sect to check on the situation regarding the demons. If Wanshan Valley is attacked again, we can activate that sword heart talisman, and he will sense it immediately coming to our aid. As for anything else, if we are further oppressed or bullied by the other sects, the Spirit Sword sect will not intervene unless the other sects collude with the demonic cultivators. Is that so? It turns out the Spirit Sword sect's primary goal is not to assist Wanshan Valley, but to hunt down anyone associated with the demonic cultivators. While breaking the siege against Wanshan Valley and leaving a talisman for future assistance is indeed a significant favor, it is evidently quite different from the alliance and cooperation that Wanshan Valley had hoped for. While breaking the siege against Wanshan Valley and leaving a talisman for future assistance is indeed a significant favor, it is evidently quite different from the alliance and cooperation that Wanshan Valley had hoped for. Han Yu inquired. Upon mentioning this topic, both Deacon Lu and Deacon Fong smiled. Even without demonic cultivators, those three sects must provide Yi Guxing with an explanation. After all, they pursued Yi Guxing's disciple, instigated his junior brother, and led him to personally slay a fellow disciple of golden core cultivation. They will certainly have to pay the price for that. If they cannot counter Yi Guxing's strength, it is entirely possible for them to be directly killed within their sect. Sister Li immediately said, it would be best to kill all their golden core cultivators so they won't come to bother Wanshan Valley again. We never provoke trouble and have no idea why they are bullying us. If that happens, that would be the best situation. However, no matter how strong Yi Guxing is, he cannot single-handedly break through his sect's defenses. Wanshan Valley has the ancestral tree left behind by our ancestors, and the protective barriers of the Beast Spirit Sect, Xian Yi Sect, and Little Tian Luo Sect are equally formidable. Deacon Liu expressed his speculation. Yi Guxing might just be seeking to vent his anger. If it turns out they really are colluding with demonic cultivators, Yi Guxing will undoubtedly go all out to ensure they face a bitter end. Does Yi Guxing hate demonic cultivators this much? It's not just hate, it's an absolute enmity. As for the reasons, we cannot ascertain. After all, the Blood Demon sect committed heinous atrocities, including the horrifying act of refining blood from tens of thousands of innocent citizens in an entire city. It is evident that even Wanshan Valley stands opposed to demonic cultivators, so they are truly despised. Sister Li Huaqi and Han Yu listened, and all deeply agreed. It was indeed impossible for a sect that Wanshan Valley despised to be anything good. On this day, after Deacons Liu and Feng visited the next day, another deacon came bringing 4 individuals with sealed cultivation levels to work in the spiritual fields. They were cultivators captured by the demonic cultivators from Qinghe Market who had just been drained of their essence blood and turned into blood slaves, but had not yet begun to practice blood refinement techniques. Among the 4, one was formerly an outer disciple of Wanshan Valley, and the other 3 were loose cultivators, all appearing dejected and quite despondent. The former deacon from Qinghe Market, Hu Biao, had also been sealed and sent to work in the medicinal garden. A day later, the outer disciples gradually received the truth about the sect's changes. At this time, Sister Li also returned from the main peak with the latest news. In the past 2 days, Yi Guxing had repeatedly blocked the entrances of the Beast Spirit Sect, Xian Yi Sect, and Little Tian Luo Sect, forcing the 3 sects to send people to apologize, promising not to oppose the Spirit Sword Sect again. He also expelled from the sect the Golden Core cultivators who had pursued Qi Wanfang that night, declaring that Yi Guxing could kill them whenever and wherever he encountered them. Yi Guxing ultimately could not break through the mountain protection formations of the 3 sects and did not discover more traces of demonic cultivators. In the future, former Golden Core cultivators Song Wanxiong from the Beast Spirit Sect, Ling Yin Taoist from the Xian Yi Sect, and Qin Ting from the Little Tian Luo Sect might still be within their sects, but once they step outside, they risk being justifiably killed by Yi Guxing. It is indeed a rare sight for the 3 major sects to avoid Yi Guxing. No wonder Elder Yin did not dare to kill Li Tonghai upon learning he was Yi Guxing's disciple. He was willing to say a few more words instead. Upon realizing there was a chance to connect with Yi Guxing, he directly took him to the sect leader. Huaqi remarked, "This sect master Yi truly wields sword power over the southern region. However, it is a pity that he did not cause the 3 sects to cease targeting Wanshan Valley. I heard the deacons say that relying on others is not as good as relying on oneself. The Spirit Sword Sect helped us in a time of crisis and left behind a sword heart talisman, which is already a significant act of generosity. Wanshan Valley has no ties to them. We cannot always depend on others in the future. With that in mind, Wanshan Valley must make new arrangements." Before the sect's new plans were issued, rewards for Sister Li Huaqi and Han Yu arrived first. The 3 of them cooperatively killed a demonic cultivator, each earning 10 minor merits, 1 opportunity to practice in the Law Transmission Pavilion, and a bottle of Qi Gathering Pills. Han Yu killed a demonic cultivator on his own, earning a major merit, 1 opportunity to practice in the Law Transmission Pavilion, and the choice of any 1 available pill or magical artifact within the Qi refinement realm. This time, as the demonic cultivators attacked, Han Yu received a major reward, 10 minor rewards, 2 opportunities to practice in the Teaching Pavilion, a bottle of Qi Gathering Pills, and an opportunity to choose a medicinal pill or magical artifact. Instantly, his cultivation resources became abundant again. Han Yu did not rush to the Teaching Pavilion. With the safety of Wanshan Valley now assured, he had enough spells such as Thousand Illusions Technique, Sharp Gold Technique, Beast Taming Technique, Wind Blade Technique, and Ice Condensation Technique to study for a while. Learning more spells than he could handle would only be counterproductive. It was better to save his rewards for the future and exchange them for what he truly needed. For Han Yu, the most important thing right now was to speed up his cultivation. With the previous Qi Gathering Pills not yet exhausted, and now another bottle in hand, Han Yu was confident he could break through to the 4th layer of Qi refinement within a few months, at which point He could also report his breakthrough to the sect for advancing to the third layer. After all, with ample medicinal pills and generous rewards from the sect, it was reasonable to expect a quicker breakthrough. However, if it could be even faster, that would be ideal. Transforming 4 spiritual roots into 3 had significantly increased his daily spiritual energy intake limit, but to Han Yu it still felt a bit slow. He couldn't always compare his cultivation speed with that of the servant disciples and outer disciples enemies attacking wouldn't consider how long he had been cultivating. He just wanted to quickly improve his cultivation level and escape the predicament of being weaker than others. Han Yu flew to the sect's main peak on a banana leaf and inquired with the Steward Lu about which chi refinement pills would best enhance his cultivation, as he wanted to speed up his progress. If he could really improve his cultivation quickly, then even if he didn't exchange for a magical artifact, he would prioritize exchanging for medicinal pills. Steward Lu had a good impression of Han Yu, who had excellent spell talent and had personally eliminated the traitor and demonic cultivators among the outer disciples, so he pondered carefully and said, "Generally speaking, the tranquil chi gathering pill is superior to the chi gathering pill, and the chi gathering pill is superior to the chi condensing pill. That is all the medicinal pills available." Han Yu felt a bit disappointed. If it was merely the tranquil chi gathering pill, he could achieve the same effect by consuming the xuanqin fruit along with the chi gathering pill, and the effect on his cultivation progress would be the same. The daily absorption of spiritual energy and the enhancement of his spiritual energy limit would remain unchanged. What he sought were pills that could provide additional boosts beyond the daily limit. Steward Lu had not finished speaking and continued. "However, our Wanshan Valley primarily focuses on spiritual plants, and the founder has passed down numerous formulas for medicinal pills. Some pills are not available in our southern region. When I was a disciple in the alchemy department, I remember seeing a formula for a pill superior to the tranquil chi gathering pill known as the chi enhancement pill, which reportedly grants 10 days of cultivation effort immediately upon consumption for those at the chi refinement stage." Immediate enhancement. Han Yu was suddenly very intrigued. Such a pill exists. Steward Lu smiled and said, "We don't have it in the southern region, nor can we produce it, because we lack that crucial spiritual herb." "What spiritual herb?" "A spiritual herb called jade spirit berry, which is useless when unripe. Once ripe, it flows immediately, with just a slight touch, usable only for a few hours before it becomes ineffective, and it must be refined immediately by a highly skilled alchemist." Steward Lu continued with a smile, "The conditions are quite harsh. Even larger sects outside the southern region might not refine a batch of chi enhancement pills in several years, and the best disciples may not even get a few throughout their lives." After hearing this, Han Yu felt regret. The chi enhancement pill had great effects, but it was so rare that it wasn't worth pursuing, especially since it was not available throughout the southern region. If only he had the chance to replicate such a pill. "Then I won't exchange for anything just yet. I'll wait until my cultivation improves a bit more before exchanging for some usable ones." Han Yu bid farewell to Steward Lu and left the steward's office. Just after leaving, he saw Pig Third smiling and chatting with Bai Lingyun, speaking mysteriously and vaguely, hearing words like fate and no fate. Bai Lingyun had an expression of serene longing. Han Yu glanced over and then took off on the banana leaf. Was Pig Third advertising the spirit refinement technique again? Bai Lingyun had poor spiritual roots, but with 2 foundation establishment cultivators in his family, perhaps they could afford to help him refine his spiritual roots at the chi refinement stage. The spirit refinement technique was originally a unique secret technique of golden core cultivators which had not been disclosed before. In Pig Third's hands, it was practically akin to a tool for deception. Someone like Bai Lingyun might genuinely bring out some remarkable results from the spirit refinement technique. Han Yu returned to the spiritual field and continued his cultivation for another day. The next day, Steward Lu brought 11 outer disciples to the spiritual field and announced the sect's latest orders. Senior Sister Li Han Yu Huaqi and others gathered the servant disciples to listen. The sect has issued a decree that as the external threat has temporarily receded, the sect will begin to restore its strength fully. The exceptional regulations will no longer be enforced, and the rules for the 4th layer outer disciples and 7th layer inner disciples will be reinstated. Those who have been granted exceptions will retain their inner and outer disciple benefits without reversion. The exchange of minor contributions for spells in the teaching pavilion will not revert to the original price, encouraging disciples to learn more spells. Spirit stones will no longer be exchanged for sect items unless turned in for minor contributions. All inner and outer disciples are to receive various production and labor tasks to promote the restoration of the sect. Taking the spiritual field as an example, servant disciples who harvest over 50 pounds per mu can retain 30%, earning 5 minor contributions. Those harvesting over 30 pounds can retain 20%, earning 3 minor contributions, while those harvesting under 30 pounds will earn no contributions and must turn in everything. Inner and outer disciples can receive 10 mu of spiritual fields, earning 10 minor contributions upon harvest, retaining 50% of their harvest. The servant disciples were somewhat pleased upon hearing this, alleviating the fear and anxiety they felt when the sect was attacked and their lives were in danger. Although the inner and outer disciples had much better treatment than them, that was only natural. Steward Lu then said to Han Yu and the others, in light of the sect's weakened strength and the need to deal with external enemies, the sect has established a combat hall personally led by the sect leader, with many elders and stewards participating in training. Inner and outer disciples with combat expertise can join the combat hall, where exchanging for spells requires minimal contributions, and those who perform excellently will receive additional rewards. Senior Sister Li and Hua Qi looked at Han Yu with smiles. Han Yu smiled and said, I'm only at the second layer of Qi refinement. My cultivation is truly too weak. Previously, I relied entirely on the talismans I exchanged. Let me wait until I reach the fourth layer of Qi refinement, then I'll see if I can try it out as an outer disciple with a justifiable cultivation level. Steward Lu nodded. Don't forget to go at that time. With his performance in battle at the second layer of Qi refinement being so remarkable, there were hardly any like him in the entire Wanshan Valley. He would definitely have a place in the combat hall. Subsequently, he called the 11 outer disciples forward, 10 of whom came to receive their 10 mu of spiritual fields as normal. The last one was Pig Third, whose cultivation had been sealed. Steward Lu kicked Pig Third down and announced loudly, Yesterday, Elder Bai personally reported to the sect regarding the punishment of this Zhu San, specifically assigning him to the spiritual field as a servant disciple. The sect announces to all inner and outer disciples and servant disciples that the practice of all spells and secret techniques he spreads is prohibited, especially a secret technique called the Spirit Refinement Technique. The art of spirit refinement. Han Yu stood quietly behind Senior Sister Li and Hua Qi, listening. Yesterday, Pig Third sold the art of spirit refinement to Bai Ling Yun, which caught the attention of Elder Bai, leading to his immediate punishment. However, what was the reason for reporting the art of spirit refinement to the sect and prohibiting its practice? Excuse me, Deacon Lu, could it be that the art of spirit refinement is akin to the blood refinement technique used by demonic cultivators? Senior Sister Li inquired, what signs should we be vigilant about when investigating the practice of this secret technique? There's no need for investigation or vigilance. Practicing this secret technique will surely lead to a violent death. The sect forbids you from practicing it to preserve your lives, not because there's anything beneficial about this technique. Deacon Lu spoke, kicking Pig Third in frustration. This scoundrel selling it to loose cultivators in Qinghe Square is one thing, but now he dares to peddle such a perilous technique within the sect. It's utterly outrageous. Violent death. Perilous. Deacon Lu's words left Senior Sister Li Huaqi and the 10 outer sect disciples who accompanied them to tend the spirit fields curious and astonished. What type of secret technique is this to be so vicious? Seeing their curiosity, Deacon Lu refrained from explaining the effects of refining spiritual roots and simply shared the after effects. Practicing this art of spirit refinement is a direct assault on one's innate essence. Firstly, it shortens lifespan. Secondly, it leads to frailty and illness, making it easy to die violently within a few years. Even if one miraculously survives for a few years without dying, they must succeed in foundation establishment within 30 years, or else they will die due to the loss of lifespan. Moreover, the requirements for practicing this art of spirit refinement are exceedingly high. It requires exceptional talent in magic and extremely high aptitude for body refinement, sufficient cultivation resources to support a cultivator to reach the 6th layer of foundation establishment, and resources for both body refinement and the cultivation method. All four must be fulfilled to have any chance of success. Yet, even so, it remains a gamble with life and death. Senior Sister Li Huaqi and the other inner and outer sect disciples, as well as the miscellaneous disciples, were all utterly shocked. What a bizarre secret technique. Such high requirements for talent, such a plethora of cultivation resources, and yet so perilous and unpredictable. Who would possess such talent and not cultivate diligently, instead risking their lives for the sake of longevity? Isn't that seeking one's own demise? Everything related to Pig Third is untrustworthy. From now on, report to the sect any discovery of him attempting to conduct business, and you will receive a small merit point. The sect will naturally strip him of his cultivation, rendering him unable to even be a miscellaneous disciple. Cold sweat dripped from Pig Third's forehead as he lay on the ground, hurriedly proclaiming, Deacon Lu, I realize my mistake. I will focus on my cultivation from now on, never engage in business again, and will not harm my fellow disciples. The sect has granted me this chance for redemption, and I will cherish it. I hope you keep your word. Deacon Lu said, all items you have sold will be confiscated and destroyed by the sect to prevent them from harming other disciples. If any items with Dan poison or practitioners of the art of spirit refinement appear in the sect, you will still bear responsibility. I will surely reform. Pig third hastily proclaimed. After Deacon Lu's admonitions, he departed on his magical tool from the spirit field. Pig third slumped to the ground staring blankly. I've finally survived. Previously, some miscellaneous disciples had been killed by demonic cultivators in the spirit field, leaving some vacant spirit fields. After arranging 10 acres of spirit fields for the 10 outer sect disciples, senior sister Li Huaqi and Han Yu assigned Pig third 5 acres as well. After a brief discussion, the three of them also claimed 10 acres of spirit fields, each with Han Yu originally having 5 acres and then increasing it to 10. While serving as overseers of the spirit fields, all three also claimed additional fields. On one hand, the sect indeed needed it, after the miscellaneous disciples suffered casualties, vacant spirit fields awaited allocation. On the other hand, these spirit fields were about to yield harvests of Qinghe spiritual rice in 2 to 3 months. Once harvested, inner and outer sect disciples could receive 50% of the yield per acre. 10 acres would yield around 250 to 60 jin of Qinghe spiritual rice, and the sect would also grant 10 small merits. Such a bountiful return, not to mention Huaqi and Han Yu, even senior sister Li couldn't miss out on it. The sect's order to recover and rejuvenate was indeed powerful. With such generous rewards, all the inner and outer sect disciples immediately wished to participate in various labors. The next day, there were no vacant spirit fields left in the spirit field area. Within just a few days, even the medicine garden, which had suffered devastating losses, was filled with inner and outer sect disciples. In the midst of this bustling recovery, Wanshan Valley gradually returned to tranquility, slowly soothing the previous panic and pain. No traces of the remnants of the blood demon sect were found, and the three sects, Spirit Beast sect, Little Tianluo sect, and Xianyi sect, became even more reclusive than Wanshan Valley, each closing their doors as if they feared Yi Guxing would come knocking. As the sect stabilized, Han Ye's cultivation life returned to a calm state. Aside from patrolling his spirit fields and fulfilling his duties as a steward disciple, he consumed gathering qi pills and practiced the Qinghe qi cultivation method. In addition, he also consumed xuanqin fruits, focusing on practicing sharp metal technique, wind blade technique, ice condensation technique, beast mastery technique, and thousand illusion secret technique. He gradually became proficient in the sharp metal technique, wind blade technique, and ice condensation technique. The beast mastery technique also became more adept, and his connection with the large crow grew ever closer and more natural. Only the thousand illusion secret technique became increasingly profound. The deeper Han Yu delved, the more astonished he became. Under the enhancement of the thousand illusion secret technique, the illusion body technique could be released to create 1 phantom or 3 phantoms that will becoming even more unpredictable. Like Ling Hui, who could disguise herself concealing her cultivation and techniques, it was sufficient to fool even foundation establishment cultivators unless they were attacked or tested for spiritual power. Moreover, there was another layer of application of the thousand illusion secret technique that Han Yu had used before, akin to the illusion body technique referred to as the eye concealment technique. Similar to disguising oneself, but the actual application differed greatly. For instance, covering a storage bag to resemble clothing is a disguise. Completely obscuring a storage bag so that others cannot see it at all is the eye concealment technique. By mastering the thousand illusions secret technique, Han Yu could conceal his presence as much as possible during battles, while allowing enemies to see his phantoms, blurring the line between reality and illusion. This could turn the tide of battle. Now that the number of inner and outer sect disciples in the spirit field area had greatly increased, sect deacons occasionally came to check. Han Yu lived quite close to senior sister Li and Huaqi, and for various reasons he did not risk practicing the beast heart spiritual contract blood escape technique or blood mist technique, even moderating his daily practice of the blood refinement technique, only copying 2 drops of essence blood, yet still managed to accumulate some copying power. Unknowingly, nearly 2 months had passed, and only 2 gathering qi pills remained. Han Yu had accumulated over 10 days of copying power. He had mastered the sharp metal technique, wind blade technique, and ice condensation technique. The spiritual essence cultivated by the Qinghe qi cultivation method in his dantian swayed and was on the verge of fully unfolding, a leaf nearing the 4th layer of qi cultivation. Meanwhile, at the Zhong Shui, 4 patterns had already formed on the blood talisman, having reached the 4th layer of blood refinement. The blood refining technique surpasses the qi refining technique, and this result was indeed anticipated by Han Yu. With a continuous supply of his own pure blood, the progress of the blood refining technique was remarkably swift. Even though he had restrained his cultivation speed, it still exceeded that of his qi refining cultivation. The most commendable aspects of demonic cultivators are their rapid cultivation of techniques and the strange, ruthless nature of their spells. However, their shortcomings are quite evident. They harm the heavens and the earth, create numerous enemies, and are prone to madness, losing control. If they do not perish from their insanity, they are easily overwhelmed by attacks from others. Fortunately, Hanya's eyes and hair never change color, and there is no trace of blood on him. Coupled with the Thousand Illusions secret technique and the breath concealment technique, along with his own accomplishments in eliminating spies and demonic cultivators, no one would suspect anything amiss with Hanyu. After reaching the 4th level of blood refining, the number of blood droplets increased from over 40 to 68. Hanyu could surmise the purity and quantity of his blood. Without comparing it to that of demonic cultivators, at the same cultivation level, it would undoubtedly far exceed theirs. Achieving the 4th level of blood refining added another layer of assurance for self-preservation. The 4th level of qi refining was also not far off. One day Hanyu emerged from the management office and saw senior sister Li and Hua Qi conversing with several outer sect disciples coming from the main peak. At the forefront was Bai Lingyun, his face showing some irritation. Accompanying him was Meng Bao, who had once fought Hanyu during the outer disciple competition, along with Wang Teng and Li Xian. Perhaps they were all part of the same batch of outer sect disciples who had passed the outer disciple competition, as the four seemed to have a good relationship. Upon seeing Hanyu, Bai Lingyun couldn't help but wave Hanyu. Hanyu, come over here. Hanyu walked over a bit puzzled. Meng Bao, Wang Teng, and Li Xian greeted him with smiles, and Hanyu responded in kind. What brings you all to the spirit field, Oi? I'm looking for Zhu San. That guy is truly despicable. He actually dared to use the spirit refining technique against me. Bai Lingyun exclaimed angrily. It took me a full 2 months, and I still haven't even reached the 1st level of body refinement. If I had started cultivating the spirit refining technique, wouldn't my lifespan be cut short, leaving me to wait for death? Hanyu was surprised and asked, You want to cultivate the spirit technique? Isn't that forbidden in the sect? Bai Lingyun's face instantly turned red with embarrassment. I thought that the secret technique Zhu San mentioned was meant for me, while others couldn't cultivate it. I thought I could. My great-grandfather said that if I want to cultivate the spirit technique, I must first reach the 3rd level of body. After 2 months of cultivation, I realized that my talent above the body refinement level is not exceptional. If I rashly cultivate the spirit technique, my lifespan will begin to wane, and no amount of miraculous pills will be able to save me then. It turned out that Bai Lingyun had believed Zhu San's so-called fate 2 months ago, but now after struggling with body refinement, he finally realized the difficulty of cultivating the spirit technique and came to settle accounts with Zhu San. Before Hanyu could speak, senior sister Li waved her hand, saying, Zhu San truly deserves punishment. It's fine for you to relieve your anger on him. She even pointed them in the direction to find Zhu San. Bai Lingyun was overjoyed, and along with Meng Bao, Wang Teng, and Li Xian went over. It wasn't long before they returned with smiles. After all, he was quite naive. Merely scolding Zhu San a few times was enough to satisfy him. Hanyu, I see many disciples in the spirit field sitting cross-legged in meditation. Oh, what's the reason for that? Bai Lingyun curiously asked Hanyu. Perhaps because Hanyu was of the same age, he was more willing to converse with him. The grievances from losing to Hanyu in the outer disciple competition seemed to have unconsciously faded away. Hanyu explained that the spirit field was about to be harvested, and in about 10 days the spiritual energy would gather, making it easier to practice during that time. So that's how it is. Bai Lingyun exclaimed, I was learning to craft talismans at the talisman section and didn't realize this hidden wonder. Hanyu felt somewhat speechless. Ordinary servant disciples like them simply farm, grow spiritual herbs, fetch water for the alchemy section, and transport goods for the weapon refining section. Even if they entered the talisman section, they were merely assisting in making and organizing talisman paper. But you as a servant disciple get to craft talismans ahead of time. Your family's elders are capable, always a step ahead. Bai Lingyun and the others took their magical tools and left the spirit field. Hanyu and Huaqi also went to take a look at the spirit field and sat down to meditate for a while. Senior sister Li had a high cultivation level, so she couldn't cultivate in the spirit field, otherwise the yield would decrease. Not long after, a large crow, over 4 feet long, flew from afar and landed beside Hanyu. Hanyu stood up, cradling the large crow as he walked out of the spirit field. Senior brother Hanyu Crow is truly majestic. Zhu San greeted him cheerfully from the fields. He truly had the nerve to lower himself. Hanyu was so young and had a lower cultivation level than him, yet he called him senior brother. Hanyu glanced at him. Didn't Bai Lingyun teach you a lesson just now? Bai senior brother is kind-hearted. I sincerely admitted my mistakes to him, so he spared me. Zhu San replied with a smile. Just then the large crow spread its wings and flew into the spirit field, grabbing a struggling spirit mouse that was squeaking loudly. It circled around Hanyu for a moment, cawing twice. Go! Hanyu knew it was returning to feed other crows, helping them awaken. The large crow tightened its grip, killing the spirit mouse before flying off into the distance. Zhu San watched enviously. Senior brother Hanyu's spirit bird is extraordinary. Catching a single spirit mouse is worth 2 pounds of spiritual rice. Senior brother Han, why don't you let it bring the spirit mouse to you? Wouldn't it be better to exchange it for spiritual rice? Han Yu looked over saying, who would I exchange spiritual rice with? You. Zhu Xin immediately acted as if stung by a scorpion and hurriedly waved his hand. No, no. I wouldn't dare. After saying that, he hurried away, not daring to say more. Because Han Yu's beast taming technique was straightforward, the large crow as his spirit bird didn't need to be concealed. By the end of the day, he had caught a total of 7 spirit mice from the spirit field and taken them back to the dense forest. The servant disciples couldn't deal with the spirit mice and were endlessly grateful to Han Yu. Some outer sect disciples specifically told Han Yu not to let his crow catch the spirit mice in their spirit field, as they could handle it themselves. Senior Sister Li and Hua Qi found it amusing, saying that Han Yu's crow was indeed very intelligent and that catching so many spirit mice was surely for stockpiling. That night, the large crow brought back 3 new crows that could use the wind blade technique and possessed spiritual energy. Han Yu used the spirit nurturing technique to establish a relationship with these 3 crows using his pure blood. As a result, the group of crows now had a total of 8 crows capable of using the wind blade technique. Another day passed, and 3 more crows gained spiritual energy, becoming low-tier spirit beasts. 2 of them could use the wind blade technique, while the other one used the fireball technique, which surprised Han Yu slightly, as he had thought that all the crows under his command would eventually be able to use the wind blade technique. A few days later, Han Yu's crows increased by 2 more that could use the wind blade technique, bringing the total to 13 crows capable of casting spells. The blue-grain spiritual rice in the spirit field finally welcomed another harvest. One by one, outer disciples and servant disciples joyfully harvested the Qinghe spiritual rice from the spirit field recorded by Hua Qi and Han Yu. The sect intended to encourage growth. Servant disciples planting 5 mu of spirit fields only needed to yield more than 50 jin of spiritual rice per mu to receive 30% of the harvest and 5 minor merits. Inner and outer disciples planting 10 mu could obtain half of the spiritual rice and 10 minor merits. This means that as long as they sincerely cultivate the spirit fields, servant disciples can generally obtain over 75 jin of Qinghe spiritual rice, while inner and outer disciples can typically gather over 250 jin. This is clearly a considerable resource for cultivation. Qinghe spiritual rice can be harvested every 6 to 7 months, and based on this yield, servant disciples can enjoy spiritual rice buns daily, while inner and outer disciples can even have spiritual rice meals twice a day. Moreover, the minor merits required for the sect's teachings are also half of what they used to be, greatly reducing the difficulty of learning spells. The situation in the spirit fields is similar elsewhere. As the disciples of Wanshun Valley improve their cultivation, the overall strength of the sect will inevitably accelerate in recovery and enhancement. For the servant disciples in the spirit fields, there is also a hidden advantage. Sister Li is different from the likes of Wang Hui, who favors the high and suppresses the low. Her primary concern is still her own cultivation speed, and she has always been fair in her dealings. After Han Yu, Hua Qi, and Sister Li recorded the harvest for other disciples, they also harvested their own 10 mu of spirit fields and registered their results and minor merits. They then proceeded to the deacon's office to submit the Qinghe spiritual rice and their contributions. Han Yu thus received 260 jin of harvested spiritual rice and 10 minor merits. Additionally, having overseen the spirit fields for less than half a year, he was supposed to receive 7 minor merits and 4 spirit gathering pills, which were converted into 10 minor merits. Thus, Han Yu's total contributions amounted to 1 major merit and 35 minor merits. After Sister Li and Hua Qi exchanged what they needed for cultivation, they first returned to the spirit fields. Han Yu intentionally went to the Law Transmission Pavilion to inquire about information regarding the Jade Spirit Berries and Qi-enhancing pills, confirming that these herbs and pills were only recorded and indeed unavailable in Wanshun Valley and the southern region, so he had to temporarily give up. With 1 major merit and 35 minor merits accumulated over more than 10 days, although Han Yu could not exchange for the Qi-enhancing pills to speed up his cultivation, it was still necessary to exchange for some more useful items to make his path to cultivation smoother. Han Yu was already familiar with the talismans, pills, and herbs for the Qi refinement stage and did not need to exchange for them again. However, he could exchange for a magic tool, though he felt it was not the optimal choice. As for formations, even small ones were not something disciples with only a few minor merits could aspire to, and they would be too conspicuous within Wanshun Valley. Han Yu also felt it was not suitable to exchange for them. Should he inquire about some items related to the foundation establishment stage and replicate later? With this thought, Han Yu felt a sudden clarity in his vision. He asked Deacon Liu in the deacon's office if he could see the items available for exchange at the foundation establishment stage to broaden his horizons. Deacon Liu did not mind and casually listed a few items that Han Yu could barely exchange for now. 15 minor merits for a foundation establishment stage flame talisman, 15 minor merits for a foundation establishment stage metal talisman, 20 minor merits for a foundation establishment stage lightning talisman. 30 minor merits for a foundation establishment stage spirit fruit. Han Yu inquired of Deacon Lu. Deacon Lu, can the spirit fruit be consumed at the chi refinement stage? Foundation establishment stage cultivators only use it for alchemy. Direct consumption is a last resort, and for chi refinement stage cultivators the medicinal power of the spirit fruit is too strong, injuring the meridians and spiritual breath. Overindulgence is counterproductive, replied Deacon Lu. After hearing this, Han Yu dismissed the idea of exchanging for the spirit fruit. Just as he hesitated, unsure of how to exchange, Sheng Yan escorted Lu Yun into the deacon's office. Upon seeing Han Yu, he nodded slightly and waited for Deacon Liu's instructions. Seeing Lu Yun causing trouble again, Deacon Lu initially looked angry, but then waved his hand helplessly. This brat. Go. Once Sheng Yan took Lu Yun into the side room, Deacon Lu said to Han Yu, I see you have both major and minor merits, and you have pills as well. Your cultivation is diligent, and the first thing you inquired about was how to quickly increase your spiritual breath, followed by items like magic tools. I can offer you a suggestion. Please advise Deacon Lu, Han Yu said hastily. In terms of spiritual root cultivation qualifications, your current increase in spiritual breath, with the assistance of gathering chi pills, has already reached its peak. There is no more to add. Deacon Lu smiled and said, however, according to our Wanshan Valley's cultivation methods, you have yet to reach the peak. Among your 4 spiritual roots, do you have a wood spiritual root? Han Yu replied, I do have a wood spiritual root. Deacon Lu nodded in satisfaction. With a wood spiritual root, you are cultivating our sex, Qinghe, chi refinement method. This is it. Exchange for a piece of millennium sunk wood heart taken from our ancestral tree at the sex gate. Holding this heart during cultivation will allow you to increase your spiritual breath even further in addition to your peak practices for 3 months. This is a special benefit of our sex cultivation method with spiritual root and the ancestral tree. All 3 are indispensable, and it can be considered a blessing left by our ancestors for the future generations. In the past, when our ancestor came from the outer realms, he established Wanshan Valley with a single wood spiritual root, placed his spirit tree in front of the mountain gate, and passed down 3 methods for disciples to practice chi refinement foundation establishment and golden core. As he spoke, he suddenly realized he was digressing and returned to ask Han Yu, so how about it? Do you want to exchange for the millennium sunk wood heart? Han Yu immediately replied, I wish to exchange for it, but I am unsure if my merits are sufficient. 1 major merit can exchange for 1 piece, just right. Establishing a great merit for the sect allows you to exchange for items that minor merits cannot. This is the essence of major merits. Upon hearing this, Deacon Lu saw that Han Yu was still willing and smiled with satisfaction. This disciple is truly diligent and eager in his cultivation, though his natural spiritual roots are somewhat lacking. Thus, exchanging the millennium sunk wood heart to him is quite appropriate. A beam of spiritual light projected from the large stone tablet in the deacon's office, retracting 1 major merit recorded on the rough jade pendant at Han Yu's waist. Then Deacon Lu took out a 7-foot-long square jade box from the storage room. Upon opening the jade box, a wave of spiritual energy surged forth. Within a layer of spiritual liquid, dozens of brown-green jade ring-shaped thin slices lay quietly. Deacon Lu took out a palm-sized jade box, laid a layer of spiritual liquid, placed 1 jade ring-shaped slice into the box, and handed it to Han Yu. This will be useful for your cultivation within 3 months. After 3 months, you can return the millennium sunk wood heart to the artifact refinement department, and they will craft a magic tool for you. It's also top-quality material. Han Yu solemnly accepted the jade box, thanked Deacon Lu, and then left the deacon's office. Originally, he intended to exchange the remaining 35 minor merits for the lightning and metal talismans of the foundation establishment stage, but upon reconsideration, he felt that this choice was too bizarre for a disciple who was officially at the 2nd layer of chi refinement, so he abandoned the idea. After storing the jade box in his storage bag, Han Yu did not return directly to the spirit fields, but instead used a banana leaf to travel to the herb garden. When the demon cultivators attacked, the herb garden suffered the most damage, so the sect arranged for many outer disciples to come here, including Sun Kong and Lu Lan. Han Yu happened to have time to pass by today, so he decided to visit them. Junior brother Han. In the herb garden, Han Yu encountered Sun Kong, Lu Lan, and Zhong Yu. After greeting, Sun Kong inquired about Han Yu's recent life and cultivation in the spiritual field. Han Yu spoke of his diligent practice using the gathering chi pill, noting that he was not far from reaching the 3rd layer of chi refinement. Sun Kong and the others were quite pleased to hear this. Since joining the sect, junior brother Han has been diligent in his cultivation, and now with the sect's recent affairs, he has earned merits. Your progress in cultivation will soon catch up to ours. Zhong Yu smiled, having moved past the sorrow from the earlier incident involving the herb garden's servant. As Han Yu stood in the herb garden, he watched a disciple pass by with a medicinal hoe, which reminded him of the servant disciple Feng Dawei, who had carried a hoe during the servant competition. The herb garden had been slaughtered by demonic cultivators, and he suspected Feng Dawei would not have escaped unharmed. Han Yu felt a sense of vigilance rising within him. Without the ability to protect oneself, incidents like Feng Dawei's could happen at any time. Preserving one's life is the most crucial aspect on the path of immortality. With the help of the Lingjian sect, Wanshan Valley had barely survived a calamity, but the Ling Beast sect, Xian Yi sect, and Shao Tian Luo sect would not easily give up on Wanshan Valley. A crisis could strike again at any moment. After bidding farewell to Sun Kong Lulan and Zhong Yue, Han Yu returned to the spiritual field. Sitting in his room, he opened the jade box and took out the millennium sinking wood heart from the spiritual liquid, holding it in his hand, while circulating the Qinghe Qi refinement technique. In an instant, he could distinctly feel his wood spiritual root stir subtly, while the nascent sprout in his dantian became more vibrant and lively. Initially confused by this phenomenon, Han Yu gradually came to understand that aside from his innate cultivation aptitude, there was also a distinction in how well the technique resonated with him. Holding the millennium sinking wood heart that had fallen from the ancestral tree and practicing the Qinghe Qi refinement technique left by the founder of Wanshan Valley combined with his wood spiritual root, this was the pinnacle of resonating with the technique, resulting in an increase in spiritual energy. After circulating the technique for 2 cycles, Han Yu confirmed the effect of the millennium sinking wood heart, estimating that it added about 10% to the maximum increase of his daily spiritual energy from his 3 spiritual roots. Though it seemed modest over time, this would accumulate to a substantial enhancement. Han Yu halted his cultivation to make a new attempt. Could he replicate the millennium sinking wood heart? Gripping the jade ring-shaped thin piece in his right hand, he focused his mind, and the accumulated replication power quickly dissipated. He could replicate it. In the blink of an eye, consuming 12 days of replication power, another identical millennium sinking wood heart appeared in his other hand. After careful verification, Han Yu now understood the rules governing his ability to replicate items. As his cultivation level increased, his replication ability also slightly improved, and as long as he did not use it, the power would accumulate, roughly maxing out around 20 days, akin to a bucket that has been filled to the brim. Whether he could replicate an item greatly depended on its size, material, and whether it had been refined rather than its market value. The millennium sinking wood heart, being only 2 inches in size and unrefined, surprisingly consumed 12 days of his accumulated replication ability, indicating the high quality of the material. Indeed, it truly deserved the name millennium. After completing the replication, Han Yu held a millennium sinking wood heart in each hand and began to cultivate, estimating the increase in spiritual energy after circulating for 1 cycle. It was not the case that holding 2 millennium sinking wood hearts would lead to a 2-fold increase in cultivation. With 2 millennium sinking wood hearts, Han Yu had already reached the limit of resonance with the technique, achieving only about 18% increase. Adding more millennium sinking wood hearts would yield no further benefits. Upon reflection, this was hardly surprising. After all, Han Yu's wood spiritual root was merely one of 3 spiritual roots, and even with a resonance to the Qinghe Qi refinement technique, the upper limit would not be particularly high. Upon reflection, this was hardly surprising. After all, Han Yu's wood spiritual root was merely one of 3 spiritual roots, and even with a resonance to the Qinghe Qi refinement technique, the upper limit would not. It's a pity I don't have the opportunity to acquire a Qi refinement spirit increasing pill, otherwise reaching the Qi refinement realm would have been without difficulty. The next time I increase my cultivation speed, it seems I can only refine another spiritual root after reaching the foundation establishment realm. Han Yu thought of the pain endured while practicing the spiritual refinement technique and the various harsh conditions. He had consumed nearly 200 drops of his own essence blood to make up for his injuries, which would be equivalent to the life essence of 20 to 30 cultivators if he had used demonic blood. Even Bai Lingyun, who lacked resources for cultivation, could not practice the spiritual refinement technique, indicating that it was destined to remain unshared. After pondering this, Han Yu spent 2 days' worth of replication power to replicate another jade box and spiritual liquid, placing the second millennium sinking wood heart inside and storing both boxes in his storage pouch. From that day forth, Han Yu would inevitably practice the Qinghe Qi refinement technique with 2 millennium sinking wood hearts in hand. Unknowingly, 10 days passed. On this day, while circulating the technique, the vitality in his dantian stirred, and 1 leaf of the sprout fully unfolded as his spiritual energy surged instantly, reaching a new level, leaving him feeling invigorated. He had reached the 4th layer of Qi refinement. Success. He had officially entered the mid-stage of Qi. Not only did his spiritual energy instantly increase by several percent, but his body also gained enhancements, extending his lifespan as well. Fortunately, Han Yu had used blood refinement techniques to compensate for the bodily deficiencies caused by the spiritual refinement technique. Otherwise, the increased lifespan would not have sufficed. After breaking through to the 4th layer of Qi refinement, Han Yu made a point to replicate an additional millennium sinking wood heart for future use. 2 days later, senior sister Li brought back Qinghe spiritual rice seeds processed by the sect, and Han Yu teamed up with Hua Qi to distribute them to the servant disciples and inner and outer sect disciples responsible for planting in the spiritual fields. Where is Zhu San? Come collect the spiritual rice seeds. As they reached the last few, Hua Qi called out twice, but no one responded, leaving him puzzled. Where could Zhu San be? Where is Zhu San? Come collect the spiritual rice seeds. As they reached the last few, Hua Qi called out twice, but no one responded, leaving. Hua Qi exclaimed in surprise, what does he need to go to the market for? After the demonic cultivators' attack, Qinghe Market no longer offered safety. The number of loose cultivators had drastically decreased. Wanshun Valley had no immediate external missions, only instructing disciples to restore the sect's strength within, resulting in a significant drop in the market's population, less than 20% of what it used to be, rendering it quite desolate. I don't know about that. The outer sect disciple answered. He refuses to change. The sect strictly forbids him from conducting any business. If caught, he would be stripped of his cultivation, yet he still dares to go to the market. Hua Qi remarked, dismissing Zhu San entirely, and finished distributing the remaining spiritual rice seeds, leaving only those for himself, Han Yu, and senior sister Li. The three of them then began to work on their respective 10 acres of spiritual fields, with senior sister Li's flying shuttle artifact being quite nimble, directly plunging into the soil and swiftly working through it. Within half an hour, her 10 acres were completely turned. In contrast, Han Yu's banana leaf and Hua Qi's 7-foot tree leaves were far inferior to senior sister Li's artifact. They emulated her actions, using their artifacts to slice through the soil, taking them half a day to finish turning the spiritual field. After finishing the soil turning, Hua Qi was somewhat surprised. Junior brother Han, is your spiritual energy so abundant? I thought you would be running low today. Han Yu smiled. It was just a coincidence. Oh, I just broke through to the 3rd layer of Qi refinement yesterday. Have you reached the 3rd level of Qi refinement? Hua Qi couldn't help but express his surprise. Junior brother Han, have you really reached the 3rd level of Qi refinement? Without waiting for Han Yu to explain, he himself figured it out first. That makes sense. The sect rewarded you 2 bottles of Qi gathering pills, and you exchanged them for a piece of millennia-old submerged wood heart. Under such a pile of cultivation resources, it would indeed be strange if your progress was slow. After finishing sewing, sister Li, who was returning with water in her storage bag, overheard their conversation. She maneuvered her flying shuttle towards them and smiled at Han Yu. Junior brother Han, well done. In cultivation matters, one must never slack off. You must continue to strive. Yes, Sister Li, Han Yu replied. I also wish you success in foundation establishment soon. Sister Li pursed her slightly thick lips and smiled lightly. It's not that simple to succeed in foundation establishment. Even reaching the 9th level of Qi refinement will take me another year or 2. It is common to spend 1 or 2 decades moving from the 9th level of Qi refinement to foundation establishment, and even worse, some may fail foundation establishment and find it impossible to achieve it in their lifetime. Hua Qi smiled and said, Sister, with your dual spiritual roots and such top-tier cultivation aptitude, you will surely have a smooth journey. Sister Li shook her head slightly. Above dual spiritual roots, there are single spiritual roots, and beyond single spiritual roots, there are other cultivation physiques. Besides spiritual roots, there are also some special constitutions that have advantages in combat, cultivation, and recovery. They are also innate talents. What does my dual spiritual roots count for? It's just that in our southern region, we are far inferior to other major regions, and the disciples here have only average aptitude. My dual spiritual roots are only considered genius here. Hua Qi and Han Yu, naturally less knowledgeable than her, were both quite surprised to hear this. It turns out that single and dual spiritual roots are not the best cultivation talents after all. Sister Li frowned slightly as she spoke, giving an example. For instance, that Lu Yun, although his actions are often detestable, indeed possesses a special physique that allows for rapid recovery. The stewards and other disciples often look down on him, but apart from his 3 spiritual roots, he indeed has talents that others cannot compare with. Speaking of which, junior brother Han, you are particularly adept at spell cultivation and seem exceptionally formidable in combat. Although it is uncertain whether you have a special physique, you are indeed far superior to your peers in spells and combat. Han Yu was astonished. Am I really counted among them? You are at the 2nd level of Qi refinement with no elders to support you, yet you managed to secure 1st place in the competition. Naturally, you far surpass your peers. It's just that your current cultivation is still low, and it's hard to tell. Perhaps in the future it will be confirmed that you also have innate talent. After Sister Li finished speaking, Hua Qi also stated that Han Yu's future was certainly promising. Han Yu took Sister Li's words to heart, exchanged a few polite remarks, and then he and Hua Qi began to sow spirit seeds in the spirit field. Busy until the afternoon as the sky darkened, the two, aided by their flying artifacts, and with their cultivator physiques far beyond ordinary people finally completed sowing their 10 acres of spirit field. Sister Li had already watered the spirit field, and Han Yu and Hua Qi would have to wait until tomorrow to water it again. This made Hua Qi unable to resist joking with Han Yu. It's great that your cultivation is high. You can farm much faster than us. Han Yu smiled in response. If cultivation were merely for farming faster, that would be rather dull. At that moment, a large crow flew over with a caw, and Han Yu extended his hand to halt it, returning with Hua Qi to the managing office. Isn't that Zhu San? Just a short distance away, Hua Qi suddenly stopped and pointed to the figure of Zhu Lao San several acres away. Han Yu nodded. Yes, that's him, no doubt. Call him over for a proper questioning. The sect does not allow him to sell goods anymore, has sealed his cultivation to focus on farming, so what is he doing at the market? As Hua Qi spoke, he called out to Zhu Lao San, bringing him over. Why weren't you at the spirit field today? Zhu Lao San hurriedly approached with a face full of servility, saying, reporting to you, brother Hua, I harvested 75 jin of Qinghe spirit rice from the spirit field a few days ago. Today I went to Qinghe market specifically to exchange some food and drink. Oh really? You didn't sell anything harmful outside? Hua Qi scrutinized Zhu Lao San, coldly pressing for answers. No. Zhu Lao San hurriedly assured, the sect has issued a decree. How could I dare to disobey? Hua Qi looked him over again and continued to ask, didn't you say you were going to buy food and drink? Where is it? Zhu Lao San's face turned awkward. Reporting to you, brother Hua, my cultivation is sealed and my storage bag was confiscated. I only took a few jin of spirit rice to buy some things from the commoners in the market's Reed Mat area. Some commoners' food and drink are enough to satisfy my cravings. So you spent the whole day at the market for this. You feasted the entire day. Hua Qi continued to press. Zhu Lao San's smile grew more awkward, as if he was at a loss for words. What? Can't you say it? Then I might have to report you to the sect for punishment. Hua Qi shouted. Zhu Lao San looked around nervously and lowered his voice. Brother Hua, brother Han, this matter involves my personal privacy. Oh, I ask you to please give me a little face and not make it public. Seeing him trying to come closer to speak, Hua Qi took a step back. You stand where you are, I can hear you just fine. Han Yu remained expressionless, his hand already holding a sharp gold talisman. On his shoulder, the large crow's dark golden pupils were fixated on Zhu Lao San, ready to unleash a wind blade at any moment. After enduring a series of trials within the sect, the vigilance against spies and demonic cultivators in Wanshun Valley had greatly increased, no longer as oblivious as before. Zhu Lao San's smile was bitter. Brothers Hua and Han, you shouldn't suspect me. My cultivation has been sealed. I can't accomplish anything. Just speak plainly. There's no need to come closer. Han Yu said, his hand gripping the sharp gold talisman, his tone serious. Zhu Lao San then whispered, this matter is truly private. It would be embarrassing if it gets out. You two brothers also know. I am at the 3rd level of Qi refinement. My cultivation sealed by the sect, and farming at the spirit field will be an endless wait. It will be hard to pursue immortality in this lifetime. So I thought rather than this I might as well enjoy life early, get married, and have children, allowing my descendants to pursue cultivation again. At least that's a step further than those ordinary people. Moreover, the sect is facing difficulties and will surely lack manpower in the future. It will be much easier for my descendants to join the sect than before. I spent the whole day outside to choose my wives and concubines. Hearing this, Hua Qi and Han Yu were indeed surprised that Zhu Lao San stayed at the market for such a reason. Wives and concubines. You're looking for 2 women. Have you found anyone? Zhu Lao San chuckled and extended a palm. At least 2 of 5 would be best. I only found 1 today. I can look for more later. Hua Qi frowned. Where's the evidence? Where are the women? Are you planning to bring all 5 women back to the spirit field? Zhu Lao San hurriedly took out a selling contract from his pocket and handed it to Hua Qi. Brother Hua, please take a look. I bought this one. Her father sold her to me. The woman I bought is only for continuing the family line. I will never bring her to the spirit field. Please rest assured, both brothers. Hua Qi glanced at the selling contract, shook his head dismissively, and returned it to him. I will inform Sister Li about this matter. She will inquire at the market later. If there's even a hint of falsehood, you're as good as dead. Yes, I know, there's absolutely no concealment. Zhu Lao San hurriedly bowed as he spoke. When Han Yu and Hua Qi returned to the managing office, Hua Qi informed Sister Li about Zhu Lao San's matter. Sister Li also looked down on Zhu Lao San's choice. If cultivation is so simple that one gives up and relies on future generations, then that mindset is flawed. It would be better to not cultivate from the start. After finishing, she seemed to ponder. 2 junior brothers, do you think what Zhu San said is true? Han Yu replied, since it's only his word, it cannot be taken as truth. To be on the safe side, we should take him to the market and verify everything to be at ease. Yes, that makes sense. So we can't afford more spies causing trouble. Any suspicion must be thoroughly investigated and cannot be taken lightly. Sister Li also did not dare to relax her vigilance, saying today is getting late. We will wait until tomorrow to take Zhu San to the market for verification. Also, junior brother Han, you will go with me tomorrow. Brother Hua, you keep an eye on the spirit field and help junior brother. Hua Chi was astonished then smiled. That's fine, but it's just taking more time. Han Yu felt a bit embarrassed. It's too much trouble for you, brother Hua. Watering can wait a day. Oh, I'll do it myself. It's just a small matter. Your cultivation time is short, and it's a good opportunity to go to the market with Sister Li and broaden your horizons. Sister Li and Hua Chi chatted casually, and this matter was settled. The night was deep and dark as Han Yu held 2 pieces of millennia-old sinking wood, pushing his daily spiritual breath to the extreme, and then refined 2 drops of his blood further, enhancing his blood-refining skill. Afterward, he quietly practiced the Thousand Illusions secret technique, the illusory body technique, and the ice condensation technique. Techniques like sharp metal technique, wind blade technique, and flame technique were ultimately not quite suitable for practice indoors. Nowadays, many in Wanchun Valley knew that Han Yu was a gifted disciple in the art of spells, so it would not be inappropriate for him to find an open space to practice boldly when he had the time. Indeed, Han Yu's innate talent for spells was commendable. With long-term consumption of the mystic heart fruit, he became proficient in spell cultivation, capable of casting 2 attack spells in a single breath, something many disciples of Wanchun Valley found hard to imagine. This was also key to his ability to unexpectedly defeat opponents. It was not only that he could see the opportunity, but also that his spells, talismans, and blood drops were released swiftly enough to seize the moment in time. Sometimes merely seeing something is one thing, whether one can act on it is another. Of course, senior sister Li used Lu Yun as an example and mentioned that Han Yu might also possess a natural talent in this regard. Therefore, even if Han Yu displayed a bit more prowess, it would not be impossible. However, he currently did not wish to attract too much attention. Early the next morning, senior sister Li called for Han Yu, assigning him the task of bringing out Pig Lao Sen, taking along a banana leaf to head to the market. Pig Lao Sen stood on the banana leaf, a troubled expression on his face. Senior sister Li, senior brother Han, I have yet to receive my spirit seed. My 5 acres of spirit field are entirely dependent on hard labor. I cannot delay too long. Han Yu did not respond, merely gripping a sharp metal talisman behind him. Senior sister Li ignored Pig Lao Sen, activating her flying shuttle artifact to fly alongside Han Yu's banana leaf. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Qinghe market, before they even landed, they saw a group of people pointing at 5 kneeling individuals under 2 large locust trees at the market's entrance. The foremost woman, dressed in cloud-patterned brocade, appeared pale, her hair disheveled with a golden hairpin inserted, and her luxurious attire tattered. Please, immortal master of Wanchun Valley, show mercy. Save the entire Nanli kingdom from peril. After speaking, she heavily knocked her forehead against the ground, pleading continuously. Beside this woman, a 7 or 8-year-old child wearing a 4-clawed dragon robe with red eyes also cried out, Please, immortal master of Wanchun Valley, show mercy. After shouting, he leaned against the woman, quietly sobbing. Behind the mother and son, an old minister with white hair and 2 burly guards also began to loudly plead, Please, immortal master of Wanchun Valley, show mercy. Senior sister Li and Han Yu slowly descended with Pig Lao San. The woman with the disheveled hairpin seemed to see hope, hurriedly crawling forward on her knees. Immortal master, I am Yu, the imperial concubine of the Nanli kingdom. Now the traitor Wei gang has slain the emperor and usurped the throne, pursuing the bloodline of the emperor's 5th prince. Our lives hang by a thread. I implore the immortal master of Wanchun Valley to take pity on our years of loyalty to the Nanli court, to show mercy, and kill the traitor, restoring justice to our royal family. As she spoke, she repeatedly knocked her forehead against the ground, the sound echoing, and after a few times blood appeared on her forehead. Senior sister Li frowned slightly and turned to ask the 2 outer disciples guarding the market entrance. What is going on here? The 2 outer disciples did not recognize senior sister Li, but could tell from her blue attire that she was an inner disciple, quickly explaining in low voices, This person is Yu, the imperial concubine of the Nanli kingdom, who has brought the 5th prince of the Jiang family to seek assistance from our Wanchun Valley. There has been a rebellion in Nanli kingdom. Prime Minister Wei Gang has killed the emperor, empress, and crown prince. According to this imperial concubine, only these 5 managed to escape. She has been kneeling here for several hours every day and has already done so for 2 days. What does the sect say? Asked senior sister Li. Is no one coming to handle this? The guarding disciple replied, The sect had the steward come and say yesterday that currently the sect is focused on restoring its vitality and will not send disciples out for 10 years. If they are willing, they can stay in Qinghe market. The new royal family of Nanli kingdom would not dare to come and cause trouble, and when the 5th prince turns 10, his spiritual root will be tested. If he has potential, he can also join Wanchun Valley. Senior sister Li nodded. In worldly matters, the sect has never intervened in power struggles. Now to provide shelter and promise that the 5th prince can join the sect is already a great act of kindness. Are they unwilling? The guarding disciple explained according to the rules of the cultivation world, once the fifth prince starts his cultivation, he can no longer be an emperor, yet he is the last bloodline of the Jiang family. Therefore they are pleading with us at Wanchun Valley to help them regain the throne. Upon hearing this, senior sister Li's expression turned cold, and she chose not to engage further, ignoring the desperate pleas of the imperial concubine Yu and the 5 individuals. The greatest utility of the sect in the mundane world is to provide disciples. The sect's previous duty in sending out disciples was to slay demons and eliminate evil cultivators. Encountering a change in dynasty would merely be a matter of reporting to the sect, and it is impossible for them to interfere for the sake of some royal family. Senior Sister Li turned to ask the guarding disciples about Pig Lao San, but they did not know either, so she led Han Yu and Pig Lao San into the market. They entered the reed mat area to investigate and verified from a few ordinary people that Pig Lao San had indeed eaten and drunk while yesterday purchasing a woman. Behind the reed mat area were several simple residences for commoners, where the woman purchased by Pig Lao. Senior Sister Li saw with her own eyes the woman purchased by Pig Lao San. She was short with a submissive demeanor, and while her appearance was decent, she was not particularly beautiful. With others corroborating her doubts, gradually dissipated. The guarding disciples also did not remember any items sold by Pig Lao San yesterday, which should mean there were none. Senior Sister Li said to Han Yu, "It seems Pig San is still somewhat honest. Yes, let's hurry back. I need to plant the spirit field. Once the spirit field is harvested, I can find more women to continue my lineage." "Shut up." Senior Sister Li frowned slightly and scolded. She focused on her cultivation and detested those who did not strive for improvement. Han Yu nodded, saying no more, but his mind was on another matter. From what he learned from Wei Shelua, the Prime Minister of Nanli Kingdom had long since sided with the Spirit Beast sect, and Hong Liang, who practiced blood refining skills, was also related to the Spirit Beast sect. Now that the Prime Minister Wei Gang of Nanli Kingdom has rebelled and the royal family has changed their surname, is it a mere change of dynasty, or is there a conspiracy behind it involving the Spirit Beast sect or the Blood Demon sect? If it is the former, then it is manageable. If it is the latter, the number of new disciples entering Wanchun Valley will undoubtedly decrease significantly, and the immortal fate ceremony may never be held again. As Senior Sister Li, Han Yu and Pig Lao San walked out of the Qinghe market, the imperial concubine Yu and the 5th prince and the other 3 remained kneeling on the ground, seemingly waiting for some immortal master to soften their heart and assist them. Although Han Yu had doubts in his heart, it was evidently unwise to speak up in public at this moment. To confirm his inner suspicions, he would need to find another opportunity. Thus, he merely glanced, and then unfolded the banana leaf artifact to carry Pig Lao San, preparing to return to the spirit field with Senior Sister Li. As they took off, Han Yu noticed 2 cultivators who did not belong to Wanchun Valley approaching the imperial concubine Yu to speak. Feeling slightly surprised, he looked back for another glance. "Senior brother Han, what do you think of that imperial concubine?" "Yes, looks." Pig Lao San, seeing Han Yu turn back, thought he was also interested, and leaned in with a lewd expression, inquiring, "What does Empress Yu have to do with me?" Han Yu did not follow Pig Old Third's words to discuss Empress Yu, but simply asked, "Are you planning to come to the market to buy wives and concubines in the next few days, eh?" Pig Old Third saw that despite his young age, Han Yu could maintain a stern face, and he quickly bowed and smiled, saying, "Yes, Senior Brother Han, I was thinking of taking advantage of the remaining spiritual rice in my possession to acquire some wives and concubines." Ever since his cultivation was sealed, he truly had to lower his pride, calling everyone he met Senior Brother or Senior Sister. "Also keep an eye on some matters in the market for me. Oh, I will ask you about it when I have time," Han Yu said. "All right." Pig Old Third observed Han Yu's expression and tentatively asked, "Should I pay more attention to news about Empress Yu?" "What a mess." Han Yu frowned. Pig Old Third immediately started to smile apologetically, saying, "Oh, look at my mouth talking nonsense. I will help you inquire about all the news in the market and report it to you later, Senior Brother Han. How does that sound?" Hearing that he would inquire about all the news, Han Yu's heart stirred, and he recalled the chi-enhancing elixir and the jade spirit berries. If someone could help him inquire, it would be much better than toiling away in seclusion. However, Han Yu did not trust Pig Old Third. Things had to be done one at a time. First, he needed to gather and sort out information related to the royal family of the Southernly Kingdom. After returning, Han Yu saw that Hua Qi had already watered his 10 acres of spiritual fields, and he quickly expressed his gratitude. In the evening, he took out some spiritual rice to make a meal and invited Sister Li and Hua Qi. With exchanges going back and forth, the 3 of them grew closer, and their conversations became more intimate. They were likely the 3 disciples in charge who had gotten along the best over the past 2 years. The next evening, Pig Old Third came to report the news he had gathered to Han Yu. The One brothers, who are loose cultivators, have set their sights on the Jiang royal family. They have made an agreement with Empress Yu that after helping the Jiang royal family restore their nation, they would enjoy worldly riches. Empress Yu has already agreed to this. The 5th prince of the Jiang family, and a guard have been left in the market. Empress Yu and the One brothers have already set out towards the southerly kingdom. What level of cultivation do the One brothers have? Hanyu asked. Pig Old Third introduced. Both are at the third stage of Qi refinement, possessing a flying artifact passed down from their ancestors, and they have learned several spells. They are not to be trifled with among loose cultivators. It seems that being a loose cultivator is too difficult, and now that Wanshan Valley is not managing the southerly kingdom, they want to take the opportunity to enjoy themselves. Hanyu nodded, thinking it was best if someone attempted it. If the Jiang family successfully restores their nation, everything will return to normal in the southerly kingdom. If the Jiang family fails, even with other loose cultivators involved, the One brothers, with their flying artifact, shouldn't be able to stay, which is a good opportunity to see the truth behind this matter. After asking Pig Old Third for some other news about the market, Hanyu also managed to broaden his horizons. In the following days, Pig Old Third was busy planting spiritual fields in the mornings and going to Qinghe Market to find women in the afternoons, only to rush back in the evenings. On the day he finally finished planting the 5 acres of spiritual fields, he received new information and hurried to find Hanyu to report. Hanyu was practicing his sharp metal technique in a clear space in front of the spiritual field management area. He formed hand seals, and spiritual energy was instantly activated, cutting a groove into a stone 2 zhang away, causing some stone powder to fly up. Seeing his effortless and swift technique, Pig Old Third couldn't help but marvel and sincerely applauded. Senior brother Han, your technique is truly excellent. Hanyu glanced at him and asked, is there news from the market? Yes, senior brother Han, there is news. Pig Old Third reported, there are mortals in Xiaoxian town who have dealings with Qinghe Market. Today news came that the Wei royal family of the southerly kingdom has executed the rebels, and the One brothers and Empress you have all died. The One brothers already had flying artifacts, and if everything had gone smoothly, they should have come to the market to take the 5th prince to ascend to the throne 2 days ago. The fact that news is only now arriving proves that they indeed met with disaster. The Wei royal family really seems to be well prepared, managing to deal with even the One brothers. It's just a pity for Empress Yu, that delicate beauty, who still held her charm yet. Pig Old Third felt he had said too much and quickly glanced at Hanyu. Hanyu thought to himself that this indeed indicated something strange about the southerly kingdom, and it was necessary to warn Wanshan Valley. He then asked Pig Old Third, did you buy another woman? I bought another one, so now I have 2 women. The consumption is a bit high, Pig Old Third said. I plan to wait for half a year before acquiring more women. Are there many people in the market now? There are indeed more people than a few days ago. Is business good, eh? Pig Old Third immediately jumped in fright, saying, Senior brother Han, don't joke with me. The sect doesn't allow me to do business. There's one more thing for you to do. Help me keep an eye out for some rare spiritual fruits or elixirs. You have experience in the alchemy room, so you should have some knowledge. There's no need to mention common items to me. Hanyu said again to Pig Old Third. Pig Old Third nodded, saying, all right, I will definitely keep an eye out for you, senior brother Han. Hanyu reminded, if it really is something useful to me, I will give you spiritual rice as a reward. Pig Old Third instantly beamed with joy, saying, oh, that's too much trouble. He then cautiously asked, does this not count as me doing business? If you are honest, then it doesn't count. If you try to play tricks on me, not only will you not get any spiritual rice, but it will also count as doing business. After Hanyu finished speaking, Pig Old Third nodded repeatedly, saying, yes, I understand. Senior brother Han, I will definitely help you inquire and keep an eye out for rare spiritual fruits and elixirs. After Pig Old Third left, Han Yu continued practicing his techniques. After practicing the wind blade technique twice, Hua Qi spoke to Hanyu. Junior brother Han's sister Li is looking for you. After Hanyu entered the room, he saw Sister Li, who had slightly thick lips and a serious expression, looking at him intently. Junior brother Han, you have seen Zhusan 3 times these past few days. What is it for? Could it be that you have developed a desire to find a woman, eh? Although your aptitude is poor, your talent in spells is excellent. It is not easy to break through to the 3rd stage of Qi refinement with the aid of elixirs and a millennium-old heartwood. You should be focused on cultivation and not entertain such degenerate thoughts nor associate with someone like Zhusan. Hanyu thought to himself that although Sister Li's demeanor was cold, her heart was warm. She was worried he was making bad friends and not cultivating properly. Not to mention how much Wanshan Valley valued Hanyu now. He should remind his fellow disciples about the situation in the southerly kingdom so that the sect could respond early and avoid crisis. After a moment of contemplation, Hanyu paused slightly and said, Sister Li, you misunderstand. I sought Zhu-san for another matter. What matter requires you to seek out such a nonconformist? I sought him to inquire about the royal family of the southerly kingdom. Sister Li frowned. The changes in the royal family of the southerly kingdom and the change of dynasty have nothing to do with our sect. Hanyu replied solemnly, Sister Li, I suspect that this Wei royal family is supported by the spirit beast sect or demonic cultivators and they are truly enemies of Wanchun Valley. Sister Li and Hua Qi were taken aback by the words. Han Yu expressed his thoughts clearly. Sister Li previously had little knowledge of the spirit field department, but Brother Hua should know that during my time there I had a few acquaintances among the neighbors, two of whom happened to be children of the Wei royal family. The first one is named Wei Quni, the biological daughter of the current Wei Emperor Wei Gang. She has connections with the steward Wang Hui and has been closely associated with the spy Zhang Shan from the Spirit Beast sect. The second one is Wei Xiaoluo, a son of the Wei family's illegitimate branch. When he first entered the spirit field department, he was very close to the demonic cultivator spy, Hong Liang, who even brought Wang Hui to visit him. Later it was confirmed that Hong Liang intended to kill Wang Hui. Thinking back, it's still strange why Hong Liang wanted to bring Wang Hui to find Wei Xiaoluo when he was planning to kill him. Could it be that Wei Xiaoluo was also an accomplice? And where did Wei Xiaoluo go after that day? The Wei family sent people to our Wanchun Valley, yet they always coincidentally got entangled with spies from the Spirit Beast sect and demonic cultivators. Moreover, when Wanchun Valley was besieged by external enemies, they conveniently staged a coup to usurp the throne, which coincided with the external enemies sabotaging the Immortal Fate ceremony and preventing Wanchun Valley from recruiting new disciples. I thought this was not a coincidence, so I had Zhu San gather information. Sister Li and Hua Qi both became involuntarily tense upon hearing this. Did Zhu San find any news? Yes, he found some information. Han Yu continued. According to Zhu San, there are a pair of Wen family brothers in Qinghe Square City who are at the third level of Qi refining, possess flying artifacts, and know several spells. They decided to assist the Jiang royal family in their restoration due to their greed for the wealth of the Southernly Kingdom. Logically speaking, with their flying artifacts, they should be in a position to attack or defend, making it hard to be defeated. Even if they couldn't deal with the enemy's forces or a couple of rogue cultivators, they shouldn't have perished in the Southernly Kingdom. Now, however, both brothers have been killed and none returned. Behind the Wei royal family of the Southernly Kingdom, there must truly be enemies of Wanchun Valley acting as support. Upon hearing Han Ye's words and learning that the Southernly royal family had killed two Qi refining cultivators, Sister Li furrowed her brow even tighter. This matter is not trivial. Han Jr. brother summoned Zhu San and come with me to report to my master. As an inner sect disciple, Sister Li had already taken the sect's elder as her master. She usually focused on her cultivation and wouldn't often seek advice, only doing so when she truly encountered difficulties. Given the gravity of the situation, Sister Li decided to go directly to seek her master. Han Yu called Zhu San and left the spirit field department with Sister Li. Zhu Laosan only understood what was happening on the way, his face filled with joy as he looked at Han Yu. Senior brother Han, are you saying that I have contributed? Do I still have hope for cultivation? We'll see what the sect decides. Han Yu replied. Zhu Laosan repeatedly agreed, still unable to hide his excitement. Yes, let's wait for the sect's decision. Before the courtyard of the main peak of the sect, a servant entered to report, and shortly after the three saw Sister Li's master, Elder Lu. After hearing the matter, Elder Lu also felt the seriousness of the situation and brought the three to wait outside the sect's main hall while he went inside to report to the sect leader. After a short while, Elder Lu walked out. The sect leader is still in seclusion today and cannot be disturbed. I will discuss with the other elders first. You three should return for now, and the sect will make arrangements in due course. If proven accurate, you will certainly receive rewards later. Master, Sister Li said with some concern, does the Spirit Beast sect still not give up? Elder Lu smiled and comforted her, saying, the sect still possesses a sword talisman from Yi Gushing sufficient to help us overcome the greatest crisis. Moreover, after our Wanchun Valley has endured this hardship, both upper and lower levels have developed a spirit of self-improvement, actively cultivating new golden core cultivators, and the battle hall is also working hard to cultivate specialized battle deacons and disciples. In a few decades, even without Yi Gushing and the Lingjian sect, our Wanchun Valley will no longer fear them. Sister Li breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. That is good. After Sister Li, Han Yu and Zhu Laosan returned to the spirit field department. Sister Li and Han Yu were fine, but Zhu Laosan was the most excited, unable to help but repeatedly confirm with Han Yu. Senior brother Han, do you think this time I have truly contributed alongside you? Senior brother Han, if I really contributed, how would the sect reward me? Will they lift my restrictions? If they really lift my restrictions, that would be wonderful. I want need to buy women. Sister Li listened to him and slightly turned her gaze. If your restrictions are lifted, will you truly cultivate diligently and no longer buy women to pass on your lineage? Zhu Laosan chuckled. Yes. His insincere demeanor immediately displeased Sister Li. Is it true or not? It's more or less the same. If the sect acknowledges my contributions and is willing to lift my restrictions, I will explain the reason to Senior Brother Han. Zhu Laosan said with a smile. Sister Li gave him a faint glance, recalling that his intelligence gathering this time had indeed been beneficial. She no longer pressed him. Han Jr. Brother, be careful of this person, he is not trustworthy. After saying this, she returned to her room. After Sister Li left, Zhu Laosan chuckled. Senior Brother Han, I just don't want to tell others. In fact, there's no need to wait for the sex reward. The real reason I will now disclose to you. Please don't tell anyone else. Han Yu narrowed his eyes slightly. The real reason. I have no hope in cultivation, so I need to accumulate some cultivation resources for future use. I plan to buy a few more wives and concubines, place them in the square city, and let them earn some resources for cultivation. So that when I lift my restrictions later or pass on my lineage, I won't lack resources for cultivation. What I buy now are not actually women for passing on the lineage. Zhu Laosan's words made Han Yu astonished. How can those who are just ordinary people unable to cultivate help you earn resources for cultivation? That is of course. Heh. Zhu Laosan said with a rather lewd wink, suddenly realizing that Han Yu was only 13 years old, and cursed himself for being foolish. This senior brother Han cultivates techniques quickly and is clever, but he is still young and does not understand matters between men and women. It would be strange for him to comprehend this. No wonder he was indifferent when I asked him about the beauty of Yu Gufei. It turns out he was thinking about the irregularities of the Wei royal family. It's nothing, senior brother Han, you should rest early. This time Zhu San was able to benefit from your support. He will certainly listen to your commands in the future. Zhu Laosan hurriedly said, bowing to take his leave. Han Yu reminded him, help me keep an eye out for rare spiritual fruits and pills. Yes, I will definitely keep it in mind. After Zhu Laosan left, Han Yu returned to his room, calmed his mind, and began his cultivation. Holding the heart of a millennium-old submerged wood, he practiced the Qinghe Qi refining method. Next was the blood refining technique and the thousand illusions secret art. As he cultivated late into the night, a large raven flew in with a small raven. Having not seen the small raven for a long time, it couldn't help but circle around Han Yu, affectionately hopping up and down. The large raven also possessed spiritual awareness, knowing it could come to find its master both day and night, while the small raven could not. This time it did not drive away the clingy small raven. Han Yu watched the large and small ravens in front of him, the moonlight spilling down, and couldn't help but recall the many nights he spent as a servant disciple, which were quite similar. Suddenly realizing Zhu Laosan's plan to buy multiple women for cultivation purposes was intended for those women to find connections, just like Wei Quni with Wang Hui. This was indeed a crooked path. If he truly did this, the sect would still punish him. Sister Li was not wrong. This person was indeed untrustworthy. A few hurried days passed, each day spent cultivating and taking care of the spirit field, and his cultivation improved slowly like the Qinghe spiritual rice. On this day, Elder Lu personally arrived at the spirit field department, calling Han Yu, Sister Li, and Zhu Laosan to announce the rewards from the sect for the three. Han Yucheng, being intelligent and meticulous, was recognized for detecting the plots of external enemies by the sect. The sect leader issued an order rewarding him with a major achievement, a protective artifact, a sect entrance token, and a vial of gathering chi pills. After Elder Lu finished speaking, he handed Han Yu a blue circular ring, a disc-shaped sect entrance token from Wanchun Valley, and a vial of gathering chi pills. Han Yu had already consumed nearly 20 gathering chi pills, and their effectiveness had not diminished. Now that the sect was giving him another vial, it allowed him not to rush in constantly replicating gathering chi pills for consumption, enabling him to cultivate without excessive concealment, attributing his progress directly to the sect's reward. The disc-shaped sect entrance token from Wanchun Valley was what Han Yu had used upon entering the sect, and he never expected the sect to reward him with such an item this time. The entrance token could be associated with descendants or given to others. Normally, it would transform into an ordinary small tree form, making it difficult for common people to discern its authenticity. If spiritual energy or magical power is infused, the small tree could grow into a flourishing large tree. Previously, old Taoist Li had seen Han Yu's grandfather demonstrate the Xian-seeking artifact and had mingled for quite some time, knowing many things which allowed him to successfully retrieve the sect entrance token from Han Yu. Otherwise, relying purely on luck would make it very difficult to take such an outer sect artifact. Among the three items, the most valuable without a doubt was the blue circular ring protective artifact. This artifact could be large or small. Smallest could be an earring or ring, and it could also be transformed into the size of a bracelet, while at its largest, it could become a belt, providing protective coverage that did not vary with shape, size, or location. After Han Yu took the three items, Elder Lu announced the rewards for Senior Sister Li and Zhu Laosan. Senior Sister Li reported her merits and received 5 minor achievements and a vial of gathering chi pills. Zhu Laosan, for his successful intelligence gathering, managed to break the restrictions and could practice. However, he would not regain his status as an outer sect disciple and would only be a servant disciple, still forbidden from selling anything to the sect's disciples. Zhu Laosan was overjoyed, kneeling on the ground with his head bowed. Thank you, sect, for your kindness, allowing me to cultivate again. After standing up, he bowed to Han Yu repeatedly, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, senior brother Han, for your support. Thank you, senior brother Han. Han Yu gestured for him not to thank him, but recalled something. Now that you can cultivate, don't engage in any unorthodox activities. Oh, what do you plan to do with the 2 women you bought before? Zhu Laosan's smile suddenly became a bit dry. Senior brother Han, this. Elder Lu and senior sister, what? Is it hard to say? What is it? Elder Lu immediately sensed something unusual and looked at Zhu Laosan, laughed awkwardly twice, knowing he couldn't deny it, and whispered, reporting to Elder Lu, I sensed my cultivation was sealed a while ago, feeling hopeless about cultivating, so I planned to buy mortal women as wives and concubines to carry on the family line. Thus I bought 2 women. As he spoke, he hesitated, slightly mumbling, now that I can cultivate, I think I'll just sell these 2 women. Elder Lu and senior sister Li both frowned immediately. Elder Lu scolded, such words are nonsense. Since you wish to have descendants with them, how can you sell them after buying them as wives and concubines? What kind of scoundrel would sell his own wife? Such actions lack shame. That's not. Zhu Laosan mumbled softly, I never intended to treat them that way. If you want to have descendants with them, do you not consider them as human? Elder Lu was quite displeased. Zhu San, although Wanshan Valley generally does not intervene in such family matters, if you excessively mistreat mortals, we will intervene. Before the sect encountered difficulties when some demonic beasts and rogue cultivators caused chaos, the disciples of Wanshan Valley had to manage. When rogue cultivators bullied mortals, the disciples of Wanshan Valley would also step in. This is what prevented rogue cultivators from wreaking havoc in places like the Southernly Kingdom and the Western Moon Kingdom. Now that you are a disciple of Wanshan Valley, do you not have more conscience than those rogue cultivators? At this point, Elder Lu's face grew increasingly grim. While scolding Zhu Laosan, he couldn't help but recall how peaceful the Wanshan Valley once maintained the order of the surrounding 2 nations and several neighboring countries. Yet now even the mortal world had descended into chaos, with enemies stirring restlessly, and the Wanshan Valley was constantly striving to cultivate disciples and strengthen the sect's power. In such a standoff situation, it was uncertain how long it would last and how it would ultimately conclude. Zhu Laosan listened to Elder Lu's reprimand, dejectedly responding, Yes, Elder, I understand. I will not mistreat them in the future. Even if I arrange for them to leave, I will ensure they are well taken care of, so they do not suffer losses. That is somewhat Elder Lu's expression softened slightly. Senior sister Li asked, Master, is it true that enemies are causing trouble in the Southernly Kingdom? Elder Lu nodded slightly. The sect sent people to the Southernly Kingdom, but the members of the Wei family avoided them and did not respond when specifically inquiring about the Xian Yuan Grand Ceremony. That usurper Wei gang originally had dealings with the disciples of Wanshan Valley, having sent people here several times for the Xian Yuan Grand Ceremony, so he cannot be unaware of how to respond. Yet he treats the people sent by Wanshan Valley this way. It is certainly suspicious. The Southernly Kingdom's court will likely not send anyone to participate in the Xian Yuan Grand Ceremony again. Master, are they colluding with the Spirit Beast sect or rogue cultivators? Senior Sister Li inquired. The sect has yet to investigate. Elder Lu waved his hand. You don't need to think too much, you just focus on your cultivation. Although the sect is facing difficulties, we will support it. The sky will not fall. After the admonition, he returned to the main peak. Once Elder Lu left, Zhu Laosan whispered to Han Yu, Senior brother Han, why did you mention my buying women in front of Elder Lu? Han Yu replied calmly, I felt you were in the wrong. Zhu Laosan was astonished. Is that why? Senior brother Han, I only bought mortals. What was wrong with that? Senior sister Li coldly interjected from the side, although those 2 women are mortals, they are still human. After you bought them, you spoke of them as wives and concubines to bear your descendants, yet you regard them as non-human and can casually sell them. Is there any justification for that? As Senior Sister Li said this, she seemed to ponder and looked at Zhu Laosan. You wouldn't be thinking of doing anything lewd with those 2 women, would you? No, absolutely not. Zhu Laosan quickly shook his head. It is best that you haven't. If you mistreat mortals and are indifferent, I will certainly report you to the sect for severe punishment. Senior Sister Li spoke in a solemn tone. After Senior Sister Li also left, Zhu Laosan quietly pleaded with Han Yu, Senior brother Han, please don't tell Senior Sister Li about what I said before. I didn't do anything. If you didn't do anything, then treat those 2 women well. Han Yu said, if you do not treat them well, I will report you to— Oh. Zhu Laosan's face stiffened. He originally wanted to buy 2 tools for profit, but now he really had to support them at a loss. Such a plan was truly a loss. After Zhu Laosan left, Han Yu input the spiritual breath into the circular reward of the sect. He then shrank the ring and slipped it onto a finger of his left hand. He glanced at the entrance token of Wanshan Valley, lost in thought. It seemed that although the sect recognized Han Yu's talent and techniques, they did not regard his cultivation potential as a 4 spiritual roots practitioner, believing that his future path of cultivation would ultimately be limited. The token would be useful for his descendants to join Wanshan Valley. Work hard in your cultivation, otherwise it might become a reality. After that day, Han Ye's life did not change significantly compared to before. Each day, he would take the big crow around the spiritual fields, inspecting them and surveying other areas. Every day, he practiced the Qinghe Qi cultivation method, blood refining technique, the thousand illusions, secret arts, and various spells. Unknowingly, a month passed, and the second spiritual bud began to sprout in Han Ye's dantian. Once the second leaf unfurled, he would reach the fifth layer of Qi cultivation. When another segment grows from this bud to become a seedling, he would achieve the sixth layer. At the zhong point, the fifth blood-colored pattern began to emerge on the blood symbol, steadily progressing towards the fifth layer of blood refining. He diligently practiced the thousand illusions, secret arts, and the body alteration technique, as well as various methods to conceal his form and alter his appearance, striving to master as much as possible. Simultaneously, he refined the sharp metal technique, wind blade technique, and ice condensation technique to the point where they could be unleashed as effortlessly as the fire technique. His mastery of beast taming technique improved significantly, and with his hidden cultivation at the fourth layer of Qi, his sensing distance with the big crow increased to 1.5 miles, allowing direct mental communication up to 30 zhang. Unknowingly, he had nearly mastered all the spells exchanged in Wanshan Valley, and with 1 major and 35 minor achievements, along with 2 opportunities to learn spells from the transmission pavilion, Han Yu felt it was time to learn new spells. As he stepped out preparing to release the banana leaf to head to the main peak, Zhu Laosan happened to pass by the management office with 2 women and hurried over to greet Han Yu. Due to Sister Li and Han Yu forbidding Zhu Laosan from mistreating or selling the 2 women, he reluctantly brought them to the spiritual fields. After all, it was a waste to keep them at Qinghe Square, and it was better for them to come and help with chores and take care of his daily needs. Grateful for Han Ye's assistance and the lifting of restrictions, Zhu Laosan had been frequently visiting the square, while occasionally bringing Han Yu new information. The only blood prince of the Jiang royal family learned that the remaining members of concubine Ye's party had perished and cried out for several days in Qinghe Square, pleading with Wanshan Valley to avenge his father and mother. Naturally, Wanshan Valley would not agree, and the 5th prince ultimately had to accept reality, waiting for the 10-year test of spiritual root qualifications to see if he could join Wanshan Valley. If he lacked cultivation potential, he would be forced to hide within Qinghe Square for the rest of his life. The Wei royal family of the Nali Kingdom also sent people to seek an audience with the immortal masters of Wanshan Valley, outwardly expressing submission, while claiming that the previous Jiang royal family's tyranny had led to suffering among the people, resulting in a surge of demons. They feared it would be challenging to find suitable spiritual seedlings to send to Wanshan Valley in the coming years, suggesting that if Wanshan Valley could send disciples to slay demons, it would be greatly appreciated. Moreover, they requested Wanshan Valley's immortal masters to conveniently capture the 5th prince, the remnant of the tyrant, and bring him to justice. Even with its good temper, Wanshan Valley could not tolerate these mortals betraying them and acting as the enemy's dogs, only to come before them pretending to be clever. Elder Wen used the 100 flowers poison on this envoy, instructing him to report back to Emperor Wei Gang of the Wei royal family. Since he had become someone else's dog, there was no need to pretend anymore. Unaware of the methods of cultivators, this envoy returned to the Nali Kingdom to report to Emperor Wei Gang. When the 100 flowers poison erupted, over 100 eunuchs, palace maids, guards, and officials of both civil and military ranks died, and Wei Gang nearly fell victim to the poison himself. After this incident, the Wei royal family was initially furious, but ultimately powerless. They soon became more aware of their fear and no longer dared to scheme against the immortal sect. They even took the initiative to increase the scale of the Seeking Immortal Town, allowing more mortals to visit Seeking Immortal Town and Qinghe Square, demonstrating weakness and seeking peace with Wanshan Valley. Naturally, Wanshan Valley would not take them seriously, and after teaching them a lesson, they ceased to concern themselves with them. As long as the enemies behind the Wei royal family remained inactive, Wanshan Valley could focus on its own development. Aside from the affairs of the Nali Kingdom in the past month, Zhu Laosan also found a type of rare spiritual fruit that had never been seen in Wanshan Valley, over 20 small black spheres clustered together emanating spiritual energy. Having studied the jade slip common spiritual plants, Han, you could not guess what this spiritual fruit was based on the description. He followed Zhu Laosan to the square, and upon seeing it with his own eyes realized that this so-called spiritual fruit was actually fake, and in reality, it was a wild fruit called manchansing. The forger used a bit of water soaked in spirit stone powder and splashed the water, which contained spiritual energy, onto the mundane fruit, making it appear as if the fruit was imbued with spiritual energy, leading people to believe it was indeed a spiritual herb. One could only say that most of the brothers at Wanshan Valley are knowledgeable. Rare spiritual fruits and exotic elixirs are not so easy to find. Han Yu nodded slightly to Zhu Laosan and his companions, then took the banana leaf to the sect's transmission pavilion to learn spells. Upon entering the transmission pavilion and placing down his storage bag, Han Yu saw Manager He again. Manager He recognized Han Yu as a young disciple skilled in using spells and smiled, asking, "What spell do you wish to learn this time?" "You must have learned quite a few spells by now. Have you mastered them all?" Reporting to Manager He, "I have already mastered them all," Han Yu replied. "Good, then it seems you are indeed an extraordinary talent. You must have learned quite a few spells by now. Have you mastered them all?" Reporting to Manager He, "I have already mastered them all," Han Yu replied. "Good, then it seems this time you have 2 opportunities to learn spells. What spell are you planning to choose?" Han Yu asked. "May I inquire, Manager He, can I only choose spells for these opportunities? Choose something else." Manager He replied, somewhat surprised, "With your chi cultivation realm, you can learn quite a few spells. The techniques cannot be changed, and there are only a handful of secret arts. What else do you wish to learn?" "Introduction to talisman making, introduction to alchemy, introduction to artifact refining." Han Yu explained. Manager He, "I have already mastered quite a few spells, and learning more would feel repetitive. If it comes to a duel, I would only use the sharp metal technique, wind blade technique, or fire technique. Learning other spells would just be redundant." "I see." Manager He nodded. "The spells that take others half a year or a year to master are not difficult for you. Learning more spells feels repetitive. There is a very dangerous secret art that has been banned by the sect called spirit refining technique. Have you heard of it?" Han Yu was taken aback. "Manager He, do you want me to practice this technique?" "Of course not. I just want to warn you not to be greedy for secret arts. Secret arts are indeed more mysterious and powerful than spells. Like the spirit refining technique, practicing it shortens one's lifespan and is extremely difficult to remedy. It is truly unwise to cultivate. As for what you choose, I cannot interfere too much. After all, you are now an outer disciple and have the right to select from the chi cultivation spell display area." At this point, Manager He had made it clear he did not advise Han Yu to practice secret arts, but as an outer disciple, Han Yu already had the qualification to choose for himself. Han Yu slightly bowed to Manager He and walked towards the chi cultivation spell display area. In the chi refinement realm, one can learn all spells and secret arts, which are located on the first floor of the law transmission pavilion. The storage bags are placed at the entrance, and all exchanges of jade slips must go through Steward He and the small stone tablet of the law transmission pavilion, leaving no possibility for taking more than allowed. Han Yu walked along the wooden rack displaying the jade slips, passing by some spells he had mastered. Illusion technique, sharp gold technique, wind blade technique, ice condensation technique, flame technique, beast taming technique. Han Yu had learned all these spells and was already proficient in them, so there was no need to dwell on them. His footsteps paused slightly in front of the spells he had not yet learned, such as the body protection technique, earth armor technique, lightness technique, great strength technique, mind confusion technique, and eye confusion technique. Han Yu felt some desire to learn them, sensing they would be useful once mastered. However, he felt that the 2 opportunities to learn from the law transmission pavilion should not be wasted on such minor techniques. These 2 learning opportunities could not exchange for spells beyond the chi refinement stage. Therefore, this time he needed to be meticulous in his selections, choosing the most worthwhile. Basic talisman techniques, talisman creation, talisman paper production. There was a row of racks displaying jade slips. Han Yu approached the rack related to talisman creation. Walking further, there was another row of jade slips for introductory alchemy techniques that could be learned in the chi refinement realm. Following that was the entry to weapon forging concerning the crafting of offensive and defensive artifacts, flying artifacts, and puppets. Han Yu had some interest in these 3 categories, but he did not feel the need to learn them immediately. For example, regarding alchemy, he neither had the jade spirit berries nor the recipe for the chi-enhancing spirit pill, making it too early to learn alchemy techniques. As for weapon forging, although the 1,000-year sinking wood core he used for cultivation was merely a thin piece, it was highly praised by the stewards as a top-notch forging material. Once he practiced more, his 1,000-year sinking wood core would accumulate, and he would certainly need weapon forging techniques. However, there was no rush to learn weapon forging techniques at this moment. Exchanging for those related to weapon forging gradually, using minor contributions, was more worthwhile, and it was not suitable to use the opportunities from the law transmission pavilion for one of these exchanges. A few rows ahead, there were jade slips related to planting spiritual plants and spiritual rice. There were also array jade slips and introductory array slips that could be learned in the chi refinement realm. There were also some peculiar knowledge and miscellaneous jade slips. Looking at so many jade slips, Han Yu felt that many of them would undoubtedly be useful if learned, yet his learning opportunities were limited. Finally, Han Yu spotted the secret arts that could be learned in the chi refinement realm. Spirit refining technique. There was a particularly eye-catching wooden plaque hanging in the air, and there were no jade slips beside it, indicating that this secret art was available inside, but could not be exchanged for learning. Han Yu looked further to see another secret art, exploding spirit technique. This one not only had a jade slip, but also a brief introduction on the plaque. It forcibly releases all spiritual energy in a short period, either to attack enemies or to escape. Upon seeing it, Hanyu recognized its flaw. If one could not escape or defeat the enemy, they would exhaust their spiritual energy and suffer damage from the outburst, leaving them vulnerable. This secret art was far too uncertain. Hanyu continued to look forward, pausing once more after glancing at a few other secret arts similar to the exploding spirit technique. Greenwood body protection technique. There was a simple introduction below, absorbs the essence of spiritual wood for body protection. When among trees, it has additional uses for disguise and concealment. It had no obvious flaws and was quite compatible with the techniques of Wanchun Valley. The aspects of disguise and concealment resonated somewhat with the breath concealment technique and the Thousand Illusion secret technique. This secret art was indeed learnable, perfectly complementing his body protection artifact and adding another layer of protection. Hanyu took this jade slip from the plaque and continued to check other secret arts. After just 2 steps, he was astonished to stop in front of another plaque. Spirit nurturing technique. Did the magic blood sect's spirit nurturing technique also have a place here? Upon closer inspection, he realized it was not the same. This spirit nurturing technique involved nurturing and enhancing the spirituality of objects and animals using spiritual energy, spirit stones, and spiritual rice. The magic blood sect's spirit nurturing technique was about using one's own blood essence to nurture ordinary wild beasts, making them fiercer and more obedient. There were some similarities, but the biggest difference remained. When Hanyu fed the crows his own blood essence, it generally did not promote the crows to possess spiritual energy, turning them into low-level spirit beasts. The crows led by the big crow evolved into low-level spirit beasts only after consuming the spirit mouse and spirit blood vine, which contained spiritual energy. For ordinary crows under normal circumstances, it was certainly impossible for them to enjoy items containing spiritual energy. It was only due to the big crow's leadership and special care for the clan that other crows gradually transformed into low-level spirit beasts. The spirit nurturing technique from the Law Transmission Pavilion as a secret art should not simply be about feeding animals or objects with spiritual energy and spiritual rice. Especially regarding artifacts, how to perform spirit nurturing was something Hanyu truly did not know. After reviewing a few other secret arts, he made a decision. Hanyu held the green wood body protection technique and the spirit nurturing technique in his hands. He also retrieved a jade slip for introductory weapon forging and the eye confusion technique. Finally, he approached Steward He. Upon seeing the 4 jade slips, Steward He appeared somewhat worried that Hanyu was being too greedy. "Are you certain?" "I am certain, Steward He." Once Hanyu confirmed his choice, Steward He refrained from further comments and proceeded with the exchange. With 2 opportunities to learn, he exchanged for the 2 secret arts. Introductory weapon forging and eye confusion technique cost 15 minor contributions, leaving Hanyu with 20 minor contributions remaining. After the exchange, Hanyu retrieved his storage bag, met with Sun Kong at the medicinal garden, and then returned to the spiritual field to continue his cultivation. This cultivation lasted several months until the Qinghe spiritual rice matured once more. In the south region's myriad beast mountain range, the peaks pierced the clouds like fangs, with mist swirling year-round between the mountains. Since this was where the spiritual beast Immortal sect was located, no one dared to hunt or chop wood here. The main peak, Fulong Cliff, resembled a giant beast lying in wait, with a mountain path paved with blood-marked stones. At the back of the main peak, within a forbidden area of the myriad beast mountain range, a 1,000-foot waterfall plunged into a cold pool, the water roaring day and night, almost drowning out human voices. On one side of this cold pool, a man in armor with a bushy beard sat cross-legged, motionless. Several figures wearing conical hats slowly descended, stepping forward. The esteemed master of the spiritual beast sect, avoiding Yi Guxing, is actually hiding here to cultivate in peace. Truly, you have a leisurely disposition, the leader said with a cold, mocking laugh. Song Wanxiong looked up, his eyes bloodshot. You should know better than I how formidable that stinky stone Yi Guxing is. After all, you experienced the near extermination firsthand. Holy blood. Upon hearing this, the holy blood true person lifted his hat, revealing his pale hair and aging face, shouting in fury, how dare you still have the face to say that? If you hadn't told me that the 2 golden cores of Wanchun Valley were completely dead, it was precisely the great opportunity for my holy blood sect to occupy Wanchun Valley and re-establish the sect. Why would I have brought my years of accumulated hidden personnel to wipe out Yi Guxing and Qi Wanfa? And you, Song Wanxiong, after betraying me, still lead the spiritual beast sect in cultivating blood refining techniques more unbridled than even my holy blood sect. Am I the remnant of the holy blood sect, or are you, Song Wanxiong, the remnant of the holy blood sect? If you believe I am, then so be it. Oh, what does it matter? Song Wanxiong responded. The holy blood true person coldly remarked, then you are truly shameless. That is no longer of consequence. Faced with Saint Blood's appraisal, Song Wanxiong remained seated cross-legged, speaking with an air of indifference. In the past, your demon blood sect committed every conceivable evil. I sent you to fight Yi Gushing. Regardless of who lived or died, it was an act of divine justice. Pity that your strength fell short, Saint Blood. You couldn't even probe Yi Guxing's true power. I had thought you'd at least cripple each other. Saint Blood let out a cold snort. You 3 golden core cultivators huddled together fled in panic and were trapped in your own mountain gate by that brat Yi Gushing losing even your position as sect leader. Yet you dare to blame me. With such shamelessness you still speak of divine justice. Then our Saint Blood sect must be a gathering of benevolent sages. Song Wanxiong replied calmly, dwelling on the past is pointless. You should see clearly now. Other things may deceive, but the blood refining art does not. Now that I have led the entire spirit beast sect in cultivating the blood refining art, past grievances are meaningless. From now on we can only be each other's most reliable allies with our sights set on the other 4 sects and the entire southern domain. Saint Blood stopped complaining. After staring at Song Wanxiong for several breaths, he finally said, that is true enough. Once you practice the blood refining art, the spirit beast sect has no turning back. Our Saint Blood sect has always been adept at maneuvering. We don't dwell on old grudges, only on present gains. Song Wanxiong said blandly, to paint deceit and betrayal in such pleasant tones. Truly a skill, Saint Blood. Enough idle talk. What will you do next? Saint Blood asked impatiently, and what benefits do I get? I need to increase my power, kill Yi Gushing, destroy the other sects, and dominate the southern domain. You can join me. When the time comes, I will permit your demon blood sect to re-establish itself in the southern domain. Hearing this, Saint Blood sneered. I can overlook the past, but don't try to fool me with distant promises. I ask you now, how will you benefit me immediately? How about helping you restore your golden core cultivation? Song Wanxiong's gaze fixed on Saint Blood, a hint of probing in his eyes. Saint Blood replied coldly, do you think I need your help to restore my golden core? I have my own means. No need. Song Wanxiong gave a cryptic smile. Was he forcing himself to stay calm out of fear of being devoured, or did he truly have another plan? Well, not entirely unnecessary. If you have surplus blood essence, I do have a use for it. As he spoke, Saint Blood pushed forward a subordinate and removed his conical hat, revealing a gaunt horse-like face. This man is connected to me. Help him reach the late foundation establishment stage. It shouldn't be hard for you to train a capable subordinate for me, right? Not hard, not hard. Song Wanxiong glanced at the gaunt horse-faced man in a Taoist robe without much interest and said with a faint smile, starting this year the Spirit Beast Sect's Celestial Fate Ceremony will be held annually, bringing in many new members. We will also scour the 10,000 Beast Mountains for all beasts and spirit beasts. This is a rare opportunity, Saint Blood. Don't you want to partake? Saint Blood paused briefly, then said, excellent. A righteous sect indeed, above board. Who would have imagined the Spirit Beast sect would come to this? He laughed again. Since you're being so generous, how could I refuse? When does the feast begin? So he still has some means of self-preservation. Very well, I won't devour him. Once he recovers his golden core cultivation, he may indeed prove a valuable asset in battle. After reading his expression, Song Wanxiong's words became vague. I will invite you when I am ready. You've been to this forbidden ground of the Spirit Beast sect before. They'll send someone to find you when the time comes. He was reluctant to part with the painstakingly collected blood essence for Saint Blood's enjoyment. Saint Blood said calmly, don't forget. I will be in seclusion within these 10,000 beast mountains. He then instructed the horse-faced Taoist, Li Kuan, you will stay in the Spirit Beast sect. Song Wanxiong won't fail to set aside your share when he collects blood essence. Strive to reach the 9th layer of foundation establishment soon. I will have tasks for you then. Yes, sect leader. Li Kuan bowed in response. As Saint Blood and his entourage departed, Song Wanxiong summoned a steward and had Li Kuan taken away. The roar of the waterfall continued unabated, and Song Wanxiong remained seated cross-legged nearby. After a long while, he extended his divine sense, delving deep into the icy pool. You heard everything, didn't you? A pair of enormous eyes slowly lit up in the depths of the cold pond. How could I not when you speak right beside my ears? Song Wanxiong's divine sense continued. Xian Yi sect seeks to form a nascent soul, and Little Tian Luo sect wants to curry favor with the upper sect. Both have set their sights on the 10,000 Springs Valley. They want relent. Within a decade, they will surely act again. I will first blend in among them, using them Yi Gushing and the 10,000 Springs Valley as fuel for my cultivation. Once you lend me your aid to form a nascent soul and dominate the southern domain, why should I ever bow to others? His expression remained impassive, but his divine sense spoke at length to the owner of those giant eyes in the depths of the pool. The upper sect. A cold, inscrutable voice echoed from the cold pond. We must still investigate the mysteries of the 10,000 Springs Valley's earth vein. The upper sect desires something, yet doesn't send its own people to claim it directly, leaving a 30-year deadline. and using the local sects of the southern domain as pawns. Most peculiar. Rest assured, I have already sent some who do not practice the blood art to investigate, Song Wanxiong replied. Given time, I believe we will have results. No further response came from the icy depths, leaving only the unceasing thunder of the waterfall, where white spray leaped and dissipated into nothingness. It was another night bathed in clear moonlight. Inside the residence of the Spirit Field Management Office, Han Yu slowly opened his eyes, holding 2 pieces of thousand-year sunken wood heart. After storing these 2 pieces, now useless for cultivating the verdant grass-breathing heart method, into his storage pouch, Han Yu found he already had 8 used thousand-year sunken wood hearts inside, along with 3 unused ones still sealed in jade boxes. A pair of thousand-year sunken wood hearts typically lasted 2 to 3 months, but they shouldn't have been consumed so quickly. However, Han Yu had also been cultivating the secret art verdant wood bodyguard technique alongside the breathing method. This secret art excelled at absorbing the aura of spiritual wood, clearly sharing the same origin as the verdant grass-breathing heart method. The spiritual wood aura of the thousand-year sunken wood heart was the perfect nourishment for the verdant wood bodyguard technique. Thus, Han Yu's consumption of the sunken wood hearts increased dramatically. Apart from replicating the chi-gathering pill's blood essence and profound heart fruits needed for cultivation, all his remaining replication power was devoted to the thousand-year sunken wood hearts. Yet the results were gratifying. The spiritual wood aura within the verdant wood bodyguard technique formed an automatic protective spell significantly superior to the ring-shaped protective artifact provided by the sect. Han Yu had once tested it with a flock of crows. It stood unyielding against over a dozen wind blade spells. Based on his understanding of artifact classification, this level of defense was at least equivalent to a high-grade artifact of the chi refining stage. The circular protective artifact provided by the sect is merely a top-grade artifact among those in the early stages of chi refining. It can defend against 3 spells from early-stage chi refiners or 2 spells from mid-stage ones, and anything beyond that exceeds its protective capabilities. In contrast, the Qingmu protective technique boasts protective power comparable to that of a top-grade artifact in the late stages of chi refining, and it may even exceed that as it absorbs more of the ancient wood's spiritual essence, growing stronger over time. This comparison highlights the immense potential of this secret technique when the spiritual essence of the wood is abundant. Not to mention its uses in disguise and concealment. When paired with the Thousand Illusions secret technique, once he enters the forest, even birds and beasts cannot discern Han Yu's presence. A few months ago, Han Yu also learned another secret technique called Spirit Breath Nurturing Technique. While practicing this technique, he specifically raised 2 crows of different sizes, which yielded significant results. The spiritual energy within these 2 crows is growing increasingly robust. Perhaps in no time, they will break through their limitations and become spiritual beasts of mid-stage chi refining. Han Yu also learned the basics of weapon forging. Although he has yet to attempt making artifacts, he has become quite familiar with the classification and identification of artifacts. Han Yu also learned the basics of weapon forging. Although he has yet to attempt making artifacts, he has become quite familiar with the classification and identification of with abilities like illusory body technique, shape alteration, concealment, and breathing suppression. Adding an extra layer of confusion makes the Thousand Illusions secret technique even more effective at deceiving enemies and enabling stealth. Previously, Han Yu also obtained the tracking technique from a demonic cultivator, which, when combined with the related spells of the Thousand Illusions secret technique, allows him to hide better while leaving enemies with nowhere to escape. In the past few months, although Han Yu's progress in chi refining has been swift with the addition of 2 ancient wood heart techniques enhancing the cultivation speed for his 3 spirit roots, he has managed to elevate his cultivation to the peak of spiritual energy growth daily. In the past few months, although Han Yu's progress in chi refining has been swift with the addition of 2 ancient wood heart techniques enhancing the cultivation speed for his 3 spirit roots, he has managed to elevate his cultivation to the peak of spiritual energy. Meanwhile, under the daily supply of refined blood, Han Yu is likely to break through to the 5th layer of blood refining in just a few days. Despite being amazed by the rapid advancement of demonic cultivators, seeing such a stark contrast in his own progress is still astonishing. Demonic cultivators often harm the heavens and disrupt the mind, facing incredible difficulties in breaking through major realms, leading to their own demise. There is also intense internal strife. Were it not for these flaws, they might be as trustworthy as the senior brothers and sisters of Wanchun Valley, and Han Yu might have genuinely considered becoming a demonic cultivator. After completing his cultivation for the night, Han Yu went to the vacant area outside the affairs office early the next morning, as usual, to practice his techniques. Sister Li and Hua Qi came out to watch for a moment, and when Han Yu finished demonstrating the sharp gold technique, wind blade technique, ice condensation technique, flame technique, and illusory body technique, they both smiled and spoke. Junior brother Han's spellcasting is getting better and better, Hua Qi marveled. Without artifacts, I fear I wouldn't last 3 rounds.